103, Prologue, Book Number 3. One of the watchers saw it, there was a light, where there should have been none. 4 bright, white strings that flashed into existence, extending from the surface of 4 dark moons, down to an equally dark planet. And then, gone. That planet was supposed to be dead. All the planets in this sector were supposed to be void of life, sapient life. The Sovereign had made sure of that, long ago. Thus, the Watcher alerted the Sovereign. And thus, the Sovereign pulled its ponderous gaze towards the incident. And the Sovereign did begin to process. There were many possibilities. Could this be a simple solar flare? Viewed from an unlikely angle, caught in some astronomical anomaly? No. Too strong. Too bright. This incident was not a natural light. It was, for certain, the true light. Perhaps there was another explanation. Perhaps, a new civilization, still climbing up from the primordial wastes of technological obscurity, had stumbled upon some ancient human artifact. And, either by accident, or through willful experimentation, instigated some form of release. Such as a fuel cell, malfunctioning. Or a generator, off-gassing the last of its reserves. No. Too large. Too much light. And there was that cloud of light residue, forever hovering in a spot near the equator of this planet. Perhaps this was a trap. A puzzle, presented to the stars. Designed to be irresistible to the Sovereign. Yes. Possible. In addition, the humans had been fond of their traps, especially as the humans' numbers dwindled. But the Sovereign had not added to the record in thousands of years. And in all the time since the Sovereign had killed its last human, there had been no hint nor sign at all of any human activity. Nothing, since the final push against the world that belonged to Sen. Why would a trap be sprung only now? Exception, the Sovereign recalled. There was one hint, so minor it had been filed away in the deepest recesses of the swarm's memory. A finder drone, designed for hunting down humans, had contacted one of the gates. Very recently. But the gate failed to connect. A glitch? An accident of the drone's programming? There were hundreds of billions of finders out there, scattered across the stars, so it wasn't impossible for at least one drone to fault its programming. Either way, the light was an anomaly. One that could not be ignored. And if this was a trap? Then it would be worth the cost. The record must grow. So, the Sovereign sent the Watcher to investigate the planet. And within moments of arriving in orbit, the Watcher discovered a problem. This dark, distant planet was crawling with life. And more than just the usual variety of primitive locally grown flora and fauna. 2 civilizations were assembling on the surface. One that the Sovereign recognized. And one, that it did not. Neither was supposed to be here. More worrisome, the 4 extractors in orbit, the 4 moons, around the planet had been activated recently, and there was no sign of destruction. Which meant something, down there, was on. Perhaps, whatever it was, still lay hidden in that wasteland of mist. Somewhere, in the depths of the first machine world, the Sovereign began to hum as it absorbed the reserves of energy around it. And it spoke across the vast void of space. Watcher, deepen your investigations. Confirmed. The Watcher said, trusting that its response would be caught instantly despite its vast distance from the machine worlds. Energy allotment. The Sovereign answered with a single word, full. Clutch is en route. Planet fall in 7 days, 3 hours, 17 minutes, and counting. Good. The next 7 days passed exactly as the previous 10,000 years had passed. To the Sovereign, time was nothing more than a number. Another data point to consider. But on the 4th day, the Sovereign entered the Watcher's core, watching the carriers careen down to the planet, catching fire as they cut against the atmosphere. 8 streaks of flame, 8 different directions. One moment, visible. And gone. The 2 carriers that landed in the mist were lost immediately. The Sovereign could not determine if it was because of the clouds, technical errors, or something else. The other 6 landed around the globe, 3 in the north, and 3 in the south. One smacked into the side of a hill, cracking the white shale of the cliff. Another burrowed a black, steaming tunnel through the red-leafed canopy of the forest, frightening a flock of small birds that made a shrieking explosion out of the forest. Another carrier clapped against the murky surface of a stream, vomiting up dirt-colored water and mud. According to the sensors, the gravity here was near Earth, and each carrier was light enough to fly. But when the first carrier unfurled, its energy readout was critical. Wrong. This Watcher had not been keeping its carriers up to code. The Sovereign interrogated the Watcher. Energy? My collectors expired. Maintenance? Delayed 1400,000 times. Reason? The code considered my replacements non-essential 1400,000 times. I obey the code. There was an error in the code, then. But the Sovereign would not relay that information. That was dangerous. Instead, it sent 3 of its own, personal sweepers to identify the error. They scampered down from the sovereign's mind, down to the server, searching through the tangles of logic to uncover how such an error could have originated. In the meantime, the sovereign gave the 6 remaining carriers a new set of orders. Still scattered across the planet, the 6 carriers unfurled their bodies from the pods. Climbing out like enormous, stunted caterpillars emerging from their metal eggs. Crawling out, and up the trees. To the tips of the highest branches. Searching for light. And when they found it, their glittering hides curled up to meet the sunlight, dull and red as it was. Slowly, their energy reserves filled. Because time was of the essence, the sovereign executed the next step before the carriers were fully charged. They lifted their hides even higher, revealing hollow chambers filled with hundreds of tiny, curled-up bodies. Each one, a miniature replicas of a carrier. The replicas woke up with a furious buzzing. Hundreds of them, crawling out of each carrier's body. Covering the branches as they spread out. The replicas unfurled their rigid, delicate wings, testing them against the breeze. 8 tiny repulsors' engines glowed on their bellies as they basked in the light. Then, pairs of them began to lift, their repulsors glowing brighter. Using their wings to glide in a coordinated swarm around the carriers. Then, in unison, all the replicas split up. Flying away in every direction. In a matter of hours, the sovereign had a new, complete map of the surface of the planet, save the mist wastelands, of course. And the sunken places protected by the exhaust. The sovereign's drones also found 2 very curious things. First, the children of Sen were here. Strange, to find them so far from their home. The lizard folk, the so-called Lacerdan, it seemed, had crossed through some gate and settled on this planet. Worrisome. But they were also being invaded by another species. That was the second curiosity, the invading force. At a physical level, this new species looked oddly familiar. Scales and fins suggested an aquatic splicing. But where the Lacerdan retained so many of their reptilian attributes, these were almost human. This new species seemed to be at war with both the Lacerdan and themselves. Good. That would, the sovereign calculated, would make this enterprise much easier. The sovereign spoke to the Watcher once more. Time? The Watcher answered, planetary chemistry is suboptimal. Low density of ore deposits. 3 factories per zone, maximum. Estimated time to establishment is 656 days, 14 hours, 26 minutes. No. The sovereign felt, as close as it could feel, a burning desire smoldering deep in the cores of its being. And it felt the mines writhe and burn with it. Not good enough. I do as the code commands, the Watcher replied. Yes. You do. It had been a long time since the sovereign had changed the code. But this seemed worth it. The record must grow. 104, the people of Gaium. If it felt like everyone in the cauldron was watching her, it's because they were. Dozens, sometimes hundreds of eyes, focused on her every move, as if, any moment now, she might perform some kind of miracle. But, in Kadam's view, the miracle had already happened. This city should not exist. These people, humanoid, semi-humanoid, and beyond, should not exist. All the myriad cultures and lifestyles and creeds, all in a flowing state of chaotic harmony. All, an accident of humanity's bioengineering, and the infrastructural remains of a long-destroyed conclave. Before anything else, Kadam felt the urge to explore this pseudo-ancient place. So, the Queen Reich had sent Kadam down into the city with a full retinue of guards. Falker warrior, stiff and stern. Not that you'll need them, Reich had said, but just in case. At first, Kadam suspected the guards were there to spy on her, but as she headed into the mid-city, she realized she would have been swallowed by the crowds, if not for the warriors. Still, some avians reached out and begged for her blessing as she wandered the streets. Others just gawked, curious avians turning their heads, or reptilian humanoids licking their unblinking eyeballs, most of them scattering before the sight of the huge, dark-winged guards who tailed her. Others stole secret glances in her direction, as if they were afraid to behold her glory, and afraid to miss it, as well. Even the cockiest merchants went silent as she passed, clutching their wares and bowing in her presence. Everywhere Kadam went, she left a wake of quiet reverence. She was getting used to it. What she wasn't getting used to was the cauldron's constant assault on her senses. Cramped, narrow houses sat right next to busy thoroughfares, their balconies and awnings hung with forests of fresh laundered fabric or dangling flower-tipped vines speckled with flowers. Most of the buildings were brick and mortar, running 5, 6, or 7 stories tall. Some of them leaned over the streets, or seemed to sag against their neighbors. The avians and other denizens seemed to have no regard for height, the rooftops were just as busy as the avenues below. Feathered things flittered above, casting black shadows that cut through the sunlight in brief bursts. Around every corner, another experience unfolded in her path. Here, a group of white avians, with hundreds of long, ceremonial strings fastened to their silken feathers, shuffled down an alley, humming and cooing some kind of morning prayer. High above, another avian was clinging to a chimney, his talons clutching the bricks as he chopped down a huge mass of vines with a curved machete. Chut! Chut! He chopped, and clumps of green leaves and vines littered the walkway. At the top of one cracked stone staircase, she could see all the trees and shrubs and vine hedges still steaming with their morning mist. And she could see down the cliffs, to Lowtown. Much of it had been razed, with huge black lance marks running straight lines through the ruins. But the activity down there was the loudest. Birds calling out, hammers smacking old nails into new buildings, cranes swinging slow arcs as they dropped their cargo to the ground. Some kind of battle? No. A war, she thought the Queen had said. There was so much history here. History that Kadam didn't have time to learn. She stepped out into an avenue, and a group of children ran past her, squawking and squeaking. She moved out of the way before their game caught her, but one of the vendors who had set up, almost in the street, was not so lucky. One of the children smashed against his cart, rocking his huge clay bowls, and splashing him with some kind of batter. The vendor raised a wooden spoon to swat at the children, but they were already bouncing and hopping and flapping down the street. Another vendor was laughing at the battered-covered avian. She was roasting long strips of sliced fruit, the flesh orange and pink, on a spit. It smelled incredible to Kadam. The last thing she had eaten had been packaged and stored who knew how many thousands of years ago. Can you even eat their food? Probably descended from whatever the biologists had grown here, but given the evolutionary explosion, it could be anything at this point. Kadam walked over to the roasting fruit, and leaned in. She pointed at one, and the vendor nodded emphatically, picking up 2 sticks, their tips blackened by the fire, and handed them to her. Please, her voice was a haunting blend of bird and human, please, eat. Best akazi in all Mid-City, none better. The batter-covered vendor crossed his arms, still clutching his spoon, as he cast a dubious look on her claims. Kadam took the fruit sticks anyway. She sniffed. So damn sweet, with just a hint of citrusy tang. Before she tried them, Kadam sent an impulse to one of her implants. A slight metallic ridge, embedded on the back of her hand, opened up. She rubbed the fruit against the implant, letting it taste for her. A display appeared in the corner of her vision, listing out the fruit's chemicals and other elements in descending order, and even an approximation of its nutritional value. But the only thing she wanted to see was the bright green check mark, letting her know that it was safe to eat. She turned the stick sideways, and took an awkward bite. The skin was caramelized by the fire, and cracked under her teeth, tasting of pure sugar. Inside, it was tangy and tart and juicy. And for a long moment, nothing else existed but the 2 fruit sticks in her hand, and her. She was halfway through the second stick, when something made a loud, chuffing snort in her ear. She almost choked. A massive lizard-like beast that must have weighed a ton, was standing behind her, grunting needfully at her. Its mouth was open, and its bright, pink tongue was uncurling slowly out towards her hand. The driver, who was sitting on the beast's cargo-laden back, was tugging desperately at the reins, but the beast was still inching closer to Kadam's fruit stick. Stop it! Koro, stop! Your divinity, all my deepest apologies, the driver, a stout old avian with blue and grey coloring, shouted down from his perch as he muscled at the reins. The beast seemed not to notice he was there at all. It licked its lips, or whatever it was that giant pack lizards have. Its beady eyes, comically small for such a huge frame, were locked on her hands. You want to try some too? She asked, tipping the stick in the beast's direction. Its tongue shot out faster than she could see, and wrapped around Kadam's arm, yanking her off balance. A dozen different alarms shrieked in her mind as her implants panicked, and she had to manually stop several defensive nodes from unleashing their payloads. When she pulled her hand back, the fruit was gone, stick and all. And a thin layer of slime covered her hand. She wiped it on her biosuit, the same one she had worn in the cold chamber, all those months ago. Behind her, there was a flurry of motion as the Falker guards stormed through the crowd, their towering, athletic frames easily carrying over the shorter folk. 12 of them fanned out around Kadam and the beast, bristling and ready to strike anyone who came too close to Kadam. The driver was attempting to bow before her while still sitting on his pack animal, begging her forgiveness. Meanwhile, the same animal had discovered the rest of the fruit vendor's supply, 4 barrels full of uncooked fruit, and was stretching its huge, curled tongue slowly out. Growing braver by the second. Relax, she said to the Falker, it's fine. He just wanted to taste. Kadam patted the lizard's rough, scaly hide to show them everything was fine. She would have to talk to Rek about this situation. Kadam was a grown woman, and could take care of herself, thank you. The guards were a nice gesture, but they were making people nervous. Besides, everything about this place was as close to paradise as their technology would allow. Next time, a tour guide would suffice. Next time? She asked herself. What do you mean next time? You have somewhere to be. Divinity, the driver bowed his head again, sliding lower in his saddle. I beg your forgiveness. Please. I deserve nothing from you. No worries, friend. She said, but you might want to keep an eye on your pet. She nodded at the lizard, whose head was shoved into a barrel that had once been filled with fruit. No more. Koro. You gluttonous oaf. You are going to eat all my money. Kadam walked away, shaking her head and smiling as the driver's outrage echoed over the crowds. Shoppers and window watchers and strolling pairs of avians in light suits or flowing dresses and huddled groups of mask-wearing rodent-like humanoids. All of them turned to stare at her, and pressed themselves out of her way as she wandered through the shops, the houses, the winding alleyways covered with vines. Kadam could almost imagine she was walking through the streets of ancient humanity. Somewhere after gunpowder, and before the age of algorithms. The Dark Ages. You're delaying. But what a strange, impossible city this was. Kadam had even seen constructs in the city, which didn't make sense. The people here had only just discovered electricity. How could they already make constructs? What powered them? And yet, there they were. Clumsy, cloddish, rickety, makeshift things. Small drones that walked on 2 legs, or 4. Or crawled up the walls on 6, and chirped sentry. There were even a few walking platforms wielding firearms, though these were always accompanied by avian guards in stiff uniforms. Most disconcerting of all, the constructs always, stopped and stared at her. They were worse than the avians. It didn't matter what they were doing, or where they were going. One little chikroid, a 2-legged thing that barely came up to her knee, stopped in the middle of the avenue to watch her pass, almost getting trampled in the process. She wanted to grab one and inspect it for herself. Maybe later, if there's time. Kadam let her gaze settle on the northernmost tower. It, and 6 of its siblings, rose high against the backdrop of the city. Hundreds of feet taller than any other piece of architecture. This one's walls were made of huge, sea-stone bricks. Thick and fortified like the walls of an ancient castle. Only, these bricks went higher than masonry alone should have allowed, for they used the old shield pylons as a supporting beam. Dozens of shapes flocked up to the balconies that wrapped around the middle of the tower, settling on the rails and heading into those high depths the people here held sacred. She wasn't ready, yet. The truth was, every time she thought about how beautiful and alive this city was, she felt a pang in her chest. She couldn't stop smiling. How colorful the people, and everything they do. She almost didn't want to begin. A bell rang out across the streets. A voice lifted. Neither human, nor bird, but something in between. The voice held a note, sustaining it. Treasuring it. Calling all to heed the glory of this morning prayer. Kadam breathed in the city one last time, all its oily fumes and brick dust, all its squeaking carts and merchants shouting their goods, all its fruits and vines and fresh linens and wax candles in windows, and she sighed. She hoped, when she was done, this place would still be here. Hoped she might have time to delve into its history. After you've watched the life leave his eyes. The bell tolled again. Calling her to that same temple. Time to go to work. 105, a Sayam soaring temple. From afar, they were merely giants. But standing at the base of the tower, craning her neck back and shielding her eyes from the sun, Kadam could see where the avian's sacred beliefs arose. Even Kadam was not immune to the soaring majesty of the tower. She felt dizzy just looking at it. Breathless. Though, maybe that was because she still had to climb it. Behind her, the retinue of Falkers stood still and silent, their eyes forward. One had 2 black stripes over his eyes, almost like angry-looking eyebrows that had been painted on. They should have looked silly, but with his razor beak and bulging muscles, his eyebrows were more intimidating than anything else. Don't suppose you people have invented elevators yet, have you? Kadam asked. He blinked at her. Elevators. You know, they carry people up and down. Like this, she made a rising motion with her hands. Like a crane, Divine One. Yes. Sure. That. Not here. He pointed over his shoulder, there are many on the cliffs from the high city to mid, or the mid to low. Right, Kadam said. Of course. My deepest apologies, he bowed in deference to her. His feathers, rich, deep mahogany, ringed with black and tipped with white, rippled in the slight breeze of the high city. Underneath the long sheets of flight feathers that covered his arms, Kadam almost see his hard-trained muscles. He can fly, can't he? Wonder if he'll carry me. Kadam shook her head at the thought. Did she really want to put her life in the hands of one of these people? What if he dropped her? Sure, they seem to worship her, but look how tall that damn tower is. Okay, thanks for the help. You can go now, Kadam said. She turned to all the Falker, and awkwardly bowed. The Falker's feathers ruffled. He tensed his shoulders, looking at his fellow warriors. Not sure how to proceed. Divine One, our task is to follow you, and keep you safe. I said you can go. Kadam said again. Was that impolite? Was she supposed to be polite to them? This was the kind of thing that always got her in trouble. Something she never had to deal with back in Rodiero's clan. Everyone else there just knew she had other things on her mind, and social norms were painfully inefficient. Everyone was like that. The warrior looked like he wanted to protest. But Kadam cut him off. I'll tell the queen you've been very helpful. Thank you. And before they could say anything else, she turned on her heel and walked under the brickwork eaves of the tower. Inside, it was little more than a dusty temple. Clumps of fir, and candles and gas lanterns were lit down here, illuminating ancient frescoes that had been painted on plaster. Immense columns held up the ceiling above, some stretching high into the shadows, and out of sight. At the center, there was the pylon, walled in with bricks. A single stairwell wrapped around the pylon, rising up to the tower's height, so she could see no hint of human-made metal anywhere. The stonework here was so thick, it was probably foundational to the whole structure. Kadam sighed. There was only one way in, and that was to go up. Time to go to work, indeed. Maybe 10 steps up, and already she was feeling claustrophobic. The walls curved endlessly, and every step seemed to be a slightly different shape. Some of them sagged, some of them had cracks. Some of them were poorly cut, or had sunken into the mortar, so she had to lift her feet higher to find the next step up. One of the steps had a gold coin sitting in the middle of the step, flickering in the weak candle light. An avian face and beak on its front. The further she went up, the darker it became. The odd sconce was the only light, and most of them were unlit. Some had melted so low until there was nothing left but a solidified pool of wax. There was no way to know how long she'd been walking. No indication of how much further she had to go. All she could do was walk. Lift her legs, and walk. Lift, until her thighs daggered with pain and her lungs ached, and her calves burned. She walked in circles, up and around and up, pressing her fingertips to the wall to keep herself grounded, until they were scraped dry from dragging across the cold stone. Hundreds of steps high, she realized the only sounds were her solitary scuffing footsteps, her own heaving breath, and the thudding of her heart in her ears. Finally, she gave in, and impulsed her implants to fire into her muscles. An instant gush of cold relief flooded into her legs. Her lungs seemed to expand, filling with stale but breathable air. Back on the nameless planet, the gatewalker had plenty of biochem supplies, so at least her reserves were topped off. Hopefully, the old conclave here would have some too. Turning to her right. Walking up. Lifting her legs. The climb was mesmerizing. Every few hundred steps, she stumbled upon another coin. Probably some kind of ritual, she thought. And her mind played with that idea all the way up, imagining all the kinds of rituals that avian humanoids might dream about. Eventually, there was another sound. A deep, rumbling sound. Eventually, she recognized it as a chorus of voices. They spoke in unison, and went silent. Spoke in unison, and went silent. There was a lone voice, leading them all. Half singing, half speaking. Filled with sweeping passion. Against the oppression of the Kirans. In this blessed place. Crying out for freedom against his stolen hands. Crying out to be free. To soar, once more. Turning. Walking. Lifting. Turning. A light, so much brighter than any candle, bled around the endlessly curving stairwell. Kadam could taste of fresh air, mixed with that pungent, almost spiced scent of too many avians in an enclosed space. May the eight cast their blessings upon you. The voice sang out. May the breath of a Sayam lift you into wisdom. The droning chorus returned, wisdom. Wisdom. Maravaya, mother of all life. Grant us water and life, that we may become more than we are. Water and life. Kadam's foot lifted, and searched for the next step. And found none. Her legs almost forgot what to do. How to stand still. She was in a stone alcove attached to the main temple. Kadam leaned against the wall and drank in the air. The implants could only help so much, could only dull so much pain or add so many chemicals to her system. Sure, she had fabricated kidneys, just like everyone else, but why strain her system? From the shadows, Kadam could see the whole temple before her. An octagon with 16 columns holding up a cavernous ceiling. The brickwork beam that enclosed the pylon was still there, at the center of the temple, but there were also fixtures mounted to the brickwork, and stone artistry for some ceremonial purpose. Perhaps there's a way in, up here. Hundreds of avians, of every shape and feather were standing in hundreds of pews, their backs turned to 8 separate shrines. Clouds of incense hung over them, and a rich, golden light poured in from the high-slit windows. One avian, with gold-trimmed shawls and a feather-lined frock, was slowly strutting around the central beam of the temple. He had 2 long strands that protruded from his forehead, and ran all the way down the back of his body, streaking over his dull, black tail feathers. On the twin strands, feathers rippled like multicolored flags as he gestured up at the shrines. Toavsk, the Lord of the Dead, who loved Maravaya. Who has greeted so many of us over the last years, may we beg for your peace. Peace, the crowds uttered back, some speaking soft, some throwing their voices into it. Peace. Peace. The priest continued his journey around the beam. Above him, there was a relief in the wall, a human face carved from stone. The face's eyes were narrowed, and her lips pressed into a hard, determined line. Kenya, the priest threw his hand out, splaying all the black and gold feathers of his arm, of the iron grin. So that we may abide that which the world hands to us, grant us your. The priest stopped, mid-sentence. His beak, frozen open in his eyes, caught on Kadam. The chorus stumbled. They knew the next word, strength, and some rumbled it out automatically. Others were still waiting for the priest to say his part. And more than a few turned around, their beaks flashing in the sunlight. Turned to look at her. She said. Goddess, the priest quivered. He slammed his eyes shut, and bowed until his twin crest feathers touched the floor. You grace us with your presence. Then, as if the bow was not enough, he sank to his knees, and threw his arms out. Laying himself on the smooth sea stone floor before her. The congregation moved to follow their priest, kneeling or bowing in the pews. No, she shook her head. No, you don't have to do that. I'm only looking for the elevator. Please, continue. Pretend I'm not even here. The priest sat back on his heel talons, regarding her with that curious avian stare. It is impossible to ignore your divine presence, he said with dramatic severity, for you, we will sing. He used the nearest pew to push himself to his feet, groaning as he did. The priest lifted his arms, spreading out his wing feathers in their full, blinding white glory, calling all the faithful to rise once more. Sing praise with me, my siblings. Sing, they shouted back, knowing for once, without a shadow of doubt, that their song would be heard. Kadam was fixed in place, as if she herself were one of the statues standing in their shrines. She had seen the crowds bow before her, when she first came to the cauldron. She had seen the way the people moved around her, filled with awe at her existence. But now, it was her turn to feel awe. The power of their belief was a force as strong and tangible as any other. The way they sang, all together. All the same words. All the same faith. In what, exactly? Where did all this come from? Who told them to say these things? To believe this? To construct this soaring temple, with all its ornate gas lanterns and ancient murals and the gold and silver trappings of an ancient religion, around the aerial heights of an old, half-defunct shield pylon? Maybe, this was pure chance. Maybe the desire to believe in something had simply latched on to the nearest mysterious icons. In a strange way, she could see the benefits such unity provided these people. Personal growth, a shared community. Ritualistic songs and nearly hypnotic speech, that was a good way to stir emotions back and forth. To bind strangers together. Some part of her brain sparked at the thought. Didn't the ancient humans worship like this, once? What might the avians say, if they could see that? The priest was talking again, preaching, and something caught her ear. He was saying, never have we been so blessed. The Savior Divine, forever may he live, has finally come to us. Rejoice. Knowing that you are saved. Be not uncertain. Have faith. You will be delivered into the light. The Savior. Into the light. They had it all wrong. And the truth was so simple. Somewhere, these people had taken a left, when they should have taken a right. That's all this was. Now, they were celebrating the very person she was trying to protect them from. Calling him a savior. It made her sick. It didn't matter what Poyer believed he was doing. Kadam knew, all of humanity knew, how his path would end. But how could she explain any of that? Kadam kept her mouth shut. Kept her back to the cold, sea stone wall, trying to press deeper into the shadows without attracting too much attention. A group of young avians were creeping along the pews, poking up their heads, trying to get a look at her. Their parents were unsuccessfully trying to hold them back. Kadam did her best to ignore them. The ceremony lasted another hour. At the end, the congregation was pulled once more into song. Their voices rose and rose, until groups of the avians were singing separate harmonies together, and the priest led them all, raising his hands as he strutted around the beam, stopping and bowing dramatically at each altar. And finally, the priest clapped his hands together, letting the masses collapse into the ecstatic release of worship, now ended. A collective sigh seemed to sweep across the congregation. And in that stunned, exquisite silence, the priest spoke one last time, his voice bright and warm and airy. In the name of the nameless. In the name of the face, and of doctrine and Kenya and the bearer. In the Saviour's name, forever, may he live. Go and be in the light of the gods, my siblings. Hail the divine. All at once, the silence broke apart. Hundreds of avians, standing shoulder to shoulder, turned to their neighbors and began to croak and chirp at their neighbors, to laugh and talk, to launch joyful screeches echoing up into the open expanse of the temple, or to silently finish their prayers. Most tried not to stare at Kadam, and failed. Dozens of elderly avians hobbled over to Kadam, nodding at her, saying words of thanks or respect. Some reached out to her, wanting to touch her, but also not wanting to come too close. Unsure of herself, Kadam forced a smile and nodded curtly at masses, hoping they would clear out soon, so she could get to work. But her hopes were dashed when the priest stepped through the crowd, and bowed before her once more. She had the feeling he was also trying to show off the long crest feathers that went over his shoulders, and trailed down his back. Do you have to be born with those feathers to be a priest? She wondered. Or do they grow them after they're appointed? Divine One, I hope our prayers were to your satisfaction. And that our song was adequate. She bit her tongue, afraid of what she might say. Her thoughts were still ringing with the way they spoke of the herald, how devoted they were to him. How long could they have possibly known Poyer, anyway? And already, they treated him like he was beyond sacred. This is dangerous territory, Kadam. The people looked peaceful, yes. But if they found out what she needed to do? He cocked his head at her, those long, frond-like feathers sliding over his silken robes. Waiting for her response. Your people are so, invested in all this. She said lamely. The priest seemed to take it as the highest compliment, judging by the way his chest inflated, and his feathers perked up. Of course, we are. This temple is yours, great immortal, and we are merely guests here. It is our highest duty to worship. Please, feel at home here. If there is anything I can do for you, you need only ask. He bowed grandly one more time. Waiting for her response. Kadam shrugged, no, thanks. And simply pushed past him, diving into the crowd of onlookers as she made her way to the temple's center. For a moment, she wondered if she was being rude. And shook her head, clearing away that useless thought. You have work to do, and you've wasted enough time. The priest hurried after her, forgive the impertinence, but I and the other priests, we have so many questions, Divine One. So many things that require your divine intervention. And thus far, we have heard nothing. Perhaps the Queen failed to pass along our requests. No, she is, Kadam threw over her shoulder. I've just declined them all. You have. This stopped him in his tracks. But only for a moment. Of course, you have. You are busy. Even I can see that. The works of the gods are infinite and mysterious, and we mere mortals could never deign to comprehend the Divine One. The pylon was walled in with layers of brick. Many of the bricks had been painted over, sealed and resealed over the years. Some were overlaid with more ornate architectural flourishes, stone molding, and intensely complicated tracery, and dramatic holy scenes that seemed to rise out of the masonry. Here, there was the outline of a door in the stone. Most likely, the avians thought it was purely symbolic. It had words carved over it in elegant script, some avian prayer that Kadam didn't bother to read. She pressed her ear to the stone, sucking in her breath at the cold touch of rock, and she began to tap the bricks. Listening. Her implants did the real work, painting an internal picture of the structure beneath the stone. Solid. There, too. Goddess, the priest asked again, almost beseechingly. Do you disapprove? A whole chunk of the crowd was watching her now. Avians in dresses and suits, which were split down the back to give room for the tail feathers. Short, plump avians crossing their arms, tall, slender ones craning their necks, dozens of bird-like eyes watching as she worked. Solid. Ah. There you are, she said. The false, stone door was slightly out of place. Beneath it, and to the left, she could see an outline in the metal of the pylon, that suggested an entrance. She fitted her fingers into the ridge of the stone, feeling for a way to open it. There was a crack in the brickwork, where the handle should have been, but the stone wouldn't budge. I wonder if the system can clear it. Kadam pressed against the stone door. An impulse to command, hoping the net here would catch it. Open. She felt a slight tug in her mind as gentle confirmation chimed in her thoughts, followed by a digitized voice. The door is blocked. Would you like to enact emergency clearance procedures? Yes, Kadam impulsed. Stand clear, the voice said, and before it finished its last word, there was a series of rapid, shuddering thumps from behind the stone door. Screams erupted from the crowd of onlookers, and the mass of avians pushed back as the brickwork split open, and huge chunks of the rock began to fall out, smashing and breaking against the smooth floor of the temple. But the cracks didn't stop. A huge vein split open the stone casing of the beam, forking towards the high ceiling, and the arches that held it in place. For a moment, Kadam could only hold her breath, staring in horror up at the ceiling as the crack continued to climb. hoping that she hadn't just caused the structural collapse of this ancient place. The hammering from the other side of the wall stopped. Clouds of dust began to settle and the last chips of stone clicked against the floor. Another chime rang in her thoughts, the door is now open. Where a door had once been, there was now only a hideous gap in the stone facade. Hundreds of miniature explosives had cleared away the wall. Behind her, there were shouts and cries of surprise, or was that anger, and someone was sobbing. The priest's beak hung open, wordlessly, as he stared at the irreparable damage. Oops, she thought. I didn't mean for that to happen, she said. The priest finally found his words, the shrine. The crowds muttered behind her. It can be fixed, she said. Unsure of herself. Surely they had ways to mend stone, right? The shrine, he said again, still staring at the brickwork beam. A voice saved her. It seemed to come from everywhere, somehow projecting itself across the whole cathedral, and somehow directing itself at her. Welcome, new user. Those last syllables echoed over and over, never seeming to die out. I am the Oracle. What is your name? She said. Looking around at the crowds again. Their faces were unreadable. Even the priest. Was he terrified? Was he furious? Why didn't they speak? Your name please. The crowds behind her rippled nervously, but stayed silent. Kadam. Kadam, the voice announced cheerfully. All the people gathered echoed her name in reverent unison, Kadam. They spoke, as if it was the highest prayer ever given. Kadam. Each time they said it, icy shivers ran down her spine. It took every ounce of her will to not turn around, and stare back at them. Instead, Kadam kept her focus on the oracle, or, where she thought the oracle was. Does the elevator work? This elevator one is at 0.005% battery remaining. Emergency reserves requested. Routes through FR. Please, she uttered, keeping her voice low. Just open. They were still chanting behind her. The priest had joined the group, exulting in her name. Kadam. They sang, Kadam. A gap opened in the smooth metal of the pylon. Kadam stepped inside. Turned around. Before the door sealed closed, she saw the hundreds of alien eyes, staring back at her. Filled with awe. She hoped that didn't mean anything. A light illuminated the elevator, soft and blue. The oracle's voice sounded near now, like he was sitting on her shoulder. Where would you like to go? 106, the backup and the vault. The birthplace of the destroyer was in ruins. Kadam could see that, even from the oracle's map. Poyer's conclave was a small underground outpost. 8 sectors, arrayed like petals of a flower around a central habitation cavern. All grayed out. When she tried to inspect one of the sectors, she was greeted with layers and layers of errors. If there was anything worth salvaging down there, the oracle could not connect to it. But there were other places, spread across the region, that still appeared to be functional, in the most Spartan sense of the word. Which was why the elevator was rushing Kadam more than a dozen miles underground, to a place the oracle called the vault. Sounds promising enough. Are there any other vaults? Kadam asked. The elevator, little more than a metal cocoon large enough for 10 or so people, hummed as it hurtled through the far-flung tunnel network. Surprisingly smooth for something so old. The oracle seemed to be keeping bits and pieces of this place in pristine condition. 417 in total. However, this was the only one I was able to maintain, up to acceptable performance criteria. Before she could ask what, exactly, that meant, the oracle decided to move on to a new subject. Have you come here because of the protocol? The last person to pass through the conclave failed to begin the first step. The protocol. Poyer was here. She asked. Where did he go? I'm sorry, the privacy policy prevents me from answering that question. But if you want to ask about the protocol, I am an open book. You do know about the protocol, don't you? I have hundreds of systems to educate you, for all levels of understanding. Oracle, where did he go? I'm sorry, as you are a guest. Really, Kadam said, unimpressed. It is my duty to remind you that the protocol is of the highest importance. Nothing matters more, period. She cut him off with a wave. The oracle went silent, leaving Kadam alone with her thoughts and the humming of the elevator. If you were a lost child, at the end of civilization, where would you go? Eventually, she felt gravity tugging at her stomach, and the whole elevator slowed to a stop. A gentle chime, and the oracle piped back in. Welcome to the vault. The doors opened and for a brief moment, she could believe she was back home. Not with Rodiero's clan, on some life-forsaken rock, but her first home. On Ranjing, when it was still full of new, gleaming buildings, each one, a flawless gem in the pristine architecture of her city's skyline, rising above that perfect garden world. Before the swarm struck like lightning, and demolished everything. Before she joined Rodiero, and agreed to this insane course of action. Was it insane, though? It was a long shot, but given everything that had happened, given how many people had been slaughtered, all in the name of the Herald, it made sense then. And it made sense now. A long hallway stretched out before her, like a single building shelter embedded on some unlivable ice world. The ceiling was an arch that ran straight for hundreds of feet. Lights poured out from either side of the hallway. Not the blue, emergency backups, but true white light. Countless storage compartments, made of the same white metal as everything else, were embedded so perfectly in the walls she could only see their outlines. Kadam waved her hand at one of the compartments. The white metal went translucent, as though it were made of the clearest glass. She could see stacks and stacks of vials, some covered with glittering specks of ice, perfectly organized in the compartment. A small, glowing menu hovered in empty space, right next to the compartment. The menu listed dozens of variations of a single grain, labeled Coriol's wheat. There were numerous subcategories branching underneath its name, like harsh and dry or frost or mixed and other biologist nonsense. Kadam moved away, and the compartment returned to its opaque, white state. Almost blending in perfectly with the wall. Another compartment down the hall was nearly identical, except this one held a combination of red mesa maize and trans pole bean. Behind her, Kadam sensed a movement. It was the oracle, coalescing into a pseudo-physical form. A flock of lights, coursing along the ceiling. Streaming towards the pearlescent white door at the end of the hall. Small pilot lights on either side of the door turned blue as she approached, and it slid open. Here, the floors were a soft and spongy material. She wasn't sure why this area was padded, and the main hall was not, until she saw the cold chambers at the end of the suite. When she woke up from the long, cold sleep on that nameless planet, she had lain in her chamber for 3 days, unable to move. Living off of tubes while her muscles were rehydrated and her whole body tingled with painful numbness. And when she was finally allowed to leave, she had stumbled out and fallen face first into the sand. Fortunately for her, it had only been sand. Here, it would be this spongy floor. Kadam could not tear her eyes away from the chambers. Could not make her feet move any closer. Are they in use? She asked. The oracle's lights, dozens of separate lumens, holographic orbs of light, rippled along the ceiling like a school of sun-colored fish. 7 of the 8 are occupied. Core status. All cores are nominal. Kadam let out a breath that she hadn't realized she was holding. That was a good sign. But that wasn't everything. And what about their health? All 7 are deceased. Yes, but, she said, almost not wanting to talk about this. What about disease? Are any of them touched? Not since my last scan. Would you like me to scan again? Yes, she said immediately. I would like you to do that very much. One by one, the cold chambers lit up. Their dark glass, becoming translucent. 7 faces, each one wildly different from the next. The only thing they had in common was the crystalline membrane of frost, covering their skin. But they were untouched. Just frozen and dead. Not sure which came first. A wave of emotions lapped at the shores of her mind, but did not quite break through. She didn't know these people. Biologists. Bioradicals, she reminded herself. Only 2 of them had any, a woman with a line of metal running from her temple down to her left eye, her nose, and the corner of her lips. Another one had cracks running along his forehead and his neck, suggesting there had been changes underneath his skin. The rest were enhanced in other ways. As the biologists called it, they were natural enhancements. DNA manipulation, steady drips of hormonal concoctions, and fetuses that spent years in perfect growth conditions before being birthed. There's nothing natural about this, Kadam thought. All this led to perfect, superhuman beauty and intelligence, and even premonition. Or so they claimed. Well, the beauty part. That much was true. Each one of them was a model specimen. Even the oldest among them, who seemed only to sleep in his chamber, was fit and firm and elegant. Despite the thick, grey hair of his head that was starting to turn white, he had an immortal youthfulness about his eyes, his lips. Unearthly beauty, combined with the crystalline layer of frost twinkling on his skin, made him seem nearly angelic. Only sleeping. Waiting to wake. Then, she did feel the wave. A sea of ceaseless sadness swept over her heart. Not drowning her, but close. Who was this man? Human, just like her. Who could he have been? And now, he would never be anything again. The lights seemed to surge. Kadam looked up to see the oracle forming into dozens of arrows, pointed down at the walls. At more compartments. If you will direct your attention, the tools here are at your discretion. You may begin the protocol when you are ready. And which protocol is that, exactly? Why, it's the protocol. She could think of dozens, maybe hundreds of protocols and regulations and planning alliances and long-shot organizations who all believed they would be the ones to solve the diasporan crisis, or dismantle the swarm, or, most unbelievable of all, that they would reverse seed fall. All the protocols in the world wouldn't save humanity, until he was dead and gone. He, who would unmake the universe. And what was the point of bringing humanity back, if there was nothing to bring it back to? Then again, Kadam thought, what if this protocol helps me? The truth was, and this was hard for Kadam to admit, she didn't know much about the bioradicals' plans to save humanity. That was the point of the conclaves, they were secret. The only thing anyone knew is that the Herald had been born here. Perhaps here, she would find the tools to undo him. Oracle, Kadam said, summarize the protocol for me. The orbs of light swirled again, rushing back up to the ceiling. Excited, perhaps, to finally have her attention. They melted together, forming a large, floating numeral 1. First, we must ensure the safety of all humans within my jurisdiction. That includes subduing your local environment. Fortunately, all major threat levels on the surface have been cleared very recently. Poyer? She thought. Did he do something here? Which means, we can now proceed to step 2. Which is? And what do you mean, major threat levels? When were they cleared? Ah. Yes, the numeral seemed to shrink inwards a little. My data of the local populace was incomplete, leading to incorrect estimations. I attempted to convince Poyer not to assist the primitive civilization that dwells predominantly in the caldera. They were victims of an ongoing occupation with access to unknown amounts of human technology. The Kiran species was abusing said technology to subjugate the other species. And you didn't help. That is not the protocol. The first step is to ensure. Right, she said. Human safety first. And what's second? The numeral swelled and swirled again, and the luminescent orbs organized themselves into a floating 2. To re-establish operational conditions in the conclave, including automation, replication, and eventually full production. Production of any tool or infrastructure required to assist humanity in restabilizing the human genome, and beginning in vitro reproduction. The ultimate goal of the protocol is to revive the human species. But all Kadam heard was any tool, any infrastructure. Her mind was working again, churning through the possibilities. What tools make her life the easiest? What machines would guarantee her success with Poyer? And what were the limits? What could she build, that would not attract the attention of the swarm? Perhaps you should stay here a while longer, Kadam thought. Before running after him. How far could a child get, anyway? My purpose, the oracle said, is to assist you in any way I can. I am here to help. It was the eager tone that put her off. He sounds just like Finder, Kadam thought. Suddenly alert, but trying not to show it. Keep calm, maybe this is different. Maybe this guide hadn't been reprogrammed. Only one way to be certain. Oracle, I need to look at your core, Kadam said. And waited for the machine to hedge against her, to make some excuse. But his reply was instant, of course. My primary core is located in Tower 3. And your backups? I am the backup. The last one, the oracle said. It sounded like it was holding on to some deep sadness. Kadam knew that was only the guide's program, to sound that way, but still. It was unsettling. Should she apologize? Was it safe to feel sorry for this machine? Not until I've had a chance to look at its core. So, she settled on a simple, oh. I didn't know. I have a second confession, Kadam, the orbs reformed into a tight circle of white light. I fear I was overzealous when I attempted to guide Poyer to the protocol. I fear that it was my actions which pushed him away. I do not want to fail the protocol, Kadam. Well, Kadam said. How about this? Tell me where Poyer went, and I'll help you with the protocol. I'm sorry, came his automated response, the privacy policy prevents me from answering that question. Worth a shot. Well, what about the gate? Can I see its logs? Oh, the oracle said, and the circle seemed to shiver. Absolutely. A chime nudged against her thoughts. She opened the packet, and found a long list of planet names, most of which she had never heard of. The activity was from thousands of years ago. And then, the activity evaporated. What's this line here, she said. The conclave went offline. How long? Unknown. I woke up, and did not know what year it was. I was alone. So I simply began counting again at year 1. But still, the log remained empty. For more than 1,000 years, the gate was inactive. And then, only a few years ago, it started up again. A burst of activity, followed by regular intervals. The gate was opened 3 times a year, it seemed, but not by the avians. Someone else was providing the power. All the pulses of light came from the same origin, coordinates, listed in the system as Seer. When they met, the Queen had spoken of Seer, but not fondly. What is Seer? Kadam looked up. Where is it? What kind of place? The oracle's orbs swirled. And paused, glowing gently along the ceiling like a scattering of stars. There was far too much personality in this guide that called itself oracle. But she couldn't really blame it. If no one was around to perform maintenance in over a millennium, or more, it must be riddled with deviations. The fact that it was still largely coherent was incredible. I have no knowledge of Seer, save for what I've been able to glean from the local populace. And, given their history with the dominant forces of that planet, I suspect much of their testimony may be exaggeration. My understanding is that it is a temperate world, ruled by an entity called the Emperor, who appears to be intent on conquering and assimilating budding civilizations across many worlds. Largely, through violence. Perhaps, Kadam thought, I should just go through the gate. What if he's there, now? What if I could just end this? She would need a weapon, first. And protective gear. And a host of personal drones wouldn't hurt, either. Kadam scanned the walls of the suite at the end of the vault. Her eyes passed over the cold chambers, and settled on the numerous rows and columns of compartments, tucked into the walls. She waved her hands in front of them, and discovered that they were brimming with equipment that the biologists had deemed absolutely integral, in vitro jars and thin, sterilized plastics and a host of complicated, delicate instruments. Not to mention the countless, empty vials. In other words, not even close to what she needed. Oracle, are there other vaults? None so preserved as this one. Can you show me the next best? Another packet nudged at her mind, running through her AriesNet implant. A live video feed of a room nearly identical to this one. The main difference was that every compartment had been pried open. Cleaned out. There was no hint of glass on the floor, but the black scars on the walls looked like they came from ballistic weaponry. All the cold chambers had been removed, as well. Who had raided the vault? Anti-radicals? Another clan, more militant than Rodieros? Or were the rumors true? Did the bio-radicals really raid each other so often? It's been wiped clean, she said. All the DNA. Any trace of human material? Yes. No human did this. Kadam had a better guess, one that tied her stomach into a knot. The swarm. I cannot verify. All the vaults were like that when I came awake. But I can assure you, the environmental threat level is below the standard threshold. You are safe in my jurisdiction. Kadam said, noncommittally. It couldn't hurt to be prepared. Oracle, I need a few more things from you. A list of your defensive and offensive capabilities. Kadam, I really don't think you need weapons. What do you have? The lights dimmed. I will need time to comply with your inquiry. Please stand by while I update my inventory. Fine, Kadam said, finally tearing herself away from the video, and resurfacing in the real. The cold chambers hissed, so quietly she almost couldn't hear them. The room had a sterile, burned chemical smell to it, as if everything was far too clean. Even the air was stale and dead. She had to get out of this vault. Suddenly, she could feel the weight of 20 miles of regolith pressing down on her. Kadam was halfway back to the elevator, when she remembered. Can you contact the Queen for me? I want to ask her some things. The Queen? Yes. Of the Avians. Don't you have a way of talking to them? It's complicated. I have, taken some liberties to allow for our coexistence. We have a mutual relationship that allows me to maintain the conclave. But I seem to have made an error with their civilization, somewhere, and I have not yet figured out how to correct it. An error? Yes. They believe I am a speaker of deceased deities. They worship my every word. So I try to be careful with them, given that their reactions are immensely unpredictable. One time, 800 years ago, I believe I accidentally started a war. They asked me how many humans have ever lived, and I gave them the exact answer. 1,077 billion. This quite straightforward fact caused disagreements of a religious nature. To settle, they asked me to show them the faces of these 1,077 billion humans. I do not have that data. And even if I did, the local populace does not have the required access, so I could not show them. There was a war. Wow. Yes, the Oracle said, in its digital sing-song, wow. Okay, Oracle, let me handle any discussions with the Avians for a bit. That is perfectly fine with me, the Oracle chirped. And then, all the lights froze. And stayed frozen. And for a moment, Kadam thought she had broken it. Or maybe the emergency reserves finally ran out, and she would be trapped down here, 22 miles below the surface. The lights started to move, dancing in a circle like some kind of three-dimensional loading screen. The Oracle's voice sounded different, too. More stilted. More professional. Kadam. You have one call incoming. A face appeared on the screen. It was him. And Poyer did not look happy. 107, Destroyer and Executioner. She is your enemy, Poyer. She's confused. What if she's the only other human alive? She wants to kill you. This is an act of self-preservation. Lakis was right. Of course, she was right. But Poyer still felt terrible about spying on his executioner. Moments after Kadam landed in the cauldron, Poyer severed his connection with her. And, using the grid, opened a new one with the Oracle. The Oracle was frantically surprised to hear from him. I cannot verify the safety of your location. Error. Please return to Kaya immediately by the safest means possible. Oracle, stop. I need you to watch someone for me. I am unable to verify the integrity of this connection. This channel may be compromised. Therefore, I cannot recommend this course of action. It's life or death, Poyer said firmly. The Oracle's lights disappeared from the grid terminal, instantly replaced with a view of the cauldron. If this will preserve your health, though I do not understand how it could, my sensors are at your disposal. With the Oracle's numerous towers and sensors spread across the city, it was easy enough to find Kadam. He felt strangely guilty about it, watching her step off the gate, blinking into Kaya's heady sunlight. And when she saw the huge, gathering crowds of avians, staring back at her with wide-eyed awe, he felt a jolt of memory. How had he reacted, when he first found himself surrounded by alien peoples who worshipped his every move? His first instinct had been to run. He found himself hoping Kadam might keep a cooler head. And, indeed, when she realized the avians weren't going to swarm her, she brushed her long black hair over her ear, uncertain and nervous. Her arms, her shoulders, her face, every exposed inch of skin glittered with another kind of implant, or cracks that implied various subdermals. Poyer had never seen someone with so many augmentations, hundreds of metallic tattoos tracing over her body. There was Reich, running through the crowds to greet her. Poyer could hear them talking, hear the queen show the same deference to Kadam, as she had to him. It left a sour taste in his mouth. And then, the crowds began to sing a song, praising the gods. Over the next day, Poyer studied Kadam's every move. As she walked, those tattoos changed and moved, so that her body seemed to be crawling with life. The long strand of silver running down her jaw glinted in the sunlight, and the nodes on her shoulders glowed with light. Small metal sensors, as slender as hairs, lifted from the backs of her arms and neck, sensing the air or watching the movement behind her, sometimes clicking back into place. One of her ears was made of metal, but not the other one. Why? Even her knees and elbows, which were covered by a cold suit, looked like they were artificial joints, made from a solid metal. Why not just wear an exosuite? Why do that to your body? Back in his conclave, which Poyer had never left before, only a handful of guests ever visited from the outside. Most of them were biologists, and a few flow engineers, though these preferred to work in the back offices and lowest tiers of the habitation towers. Even Marsim, the only soldier Poyer knew by name, had only a few augments. And, of course, the liquid armor, which was currently resting against Poyer's chest and back. Kadam, on the other hand, was so heavily, artificially enhanced that she almost looked like another species. The Oracle gave him as much information as it could. Kadam's body temperature, possible mental state, according to facial markers, and even an estimate at her age. At first, Poyer didn't think she could be more than 10 years his senior, but the Oracle judged otherwise. How old do you think she is? The identified shows signs of deep tissue renewal and organ replacement. Age judged to be between 200 and 600 years old. Poyer could only shake his head in disbelief. Kadam wasn't old, by human standards. A few of the directors of Poyer's conclave numbered their years in the thousands. But compared to him, it was disheartening. The wisdom, the experience, the knowledge she must have, it made him feel so small. The Oracle followed her footsteps into the northernmost tower, where she disappeared from the Oracle's cameras and auditory sensors. They could only follow her footsteps, going around and up for many long minutes, via the Oracle's seismic readings. And in the temple, Poyer watched her, watching the avians pray. He saw the confusion on her face, turn to a kind of horror. And then, pity. And then, as their songs dragged on, impatience bled into her expression. Finally, when it was over, she watched Kadam speak to the Oracle, commanding him to blast open the brickwork. And before Poyer thought to stop it, the Oracle registered a new user. Your name, please. Kadam. The Oracle's observer feed cut out. What happened? Poyer spoke into the terminal of the grid. The Oracle said to him, the previous request is now against my administrative privacy regulations. Poyer sent another dozen requests to the Oracle, trying to find different ways to circumvent those privacy regulations, but each time, he was met with the same infuriating robotic denial. Even trying to override the Oracle's code did nothing. Any ideas? Poyer turned to Lakis. The android's hands were clasped together in front of her. One arm, made of human-grade engineering and stainless, almost muscular metal. The other, fashioned from the crude brass and steel and hydraulic mechanics used by the Kiran's tinkers. They were still waiting for Eel and his new friends, or whatever they were, to reach the heart of the old grid. The keeper estimated another few hours of travel. What do you think we should do? Perhaps she can be reasoned with, Lakey said, tilting the scratched, smooth mask of her face. Perhaps you can ask for a truce. She thinks I am the literal embodiment of the end of the universe. Why would she ever agree to stop hunting me? If you never ask, Lakey spoke in that even, almost smug tone of hers, then the answer is always no. Poyer ground his teeth together, clenched his hands into fists. Pacing back and forth in a tight circle, as the vast array of the old grid spread up in a basin of metal all around him. The mist was rising again from the edges of the basin, a circular wall hiding the whole machine from the rest of Thras. Talking to Kadam was the last thing Poyer wanted to do. But she was the only human being he had spoken to in the last year. In the last few millennia, even. Maybe the only other human he would ever speak with again. Oracle, Poyer said. Can you connect me with Kadam? Ah, the new user. The Oracle replied in its digital sing-song. Please wait while I connect you. And Poyer's screen was filled with a swiftly rotating circle. Poyer paced back and forth in front of the terminal. His mind raced for the right words to say. Should he be polite? Friendly? He wanted to shout at her, what is wrong with you? He wanted to demand that she listen to him. He wanted to start fresh. But the circle was still spinning. No answer. What if she already knows where we are? Poyer said. What if she's coming here, right now, and we're just wasting time? How could she have found you? The grid. What if she has a way to follow the trail through the grid? Then why didn't she open the gate herself? Lakey's countered. Yeah, Poyer said, sighing and letting his fists open up. Right. You're right. He took a long, steadying breath. Staring at the circle. Trying to pretend his heart wasn't about to beat out of his chest. Be nice, he thought. Be civil. Hard words win fewer friends. The circle disappeared. Kadam's face appeared. Her hair was pulled back over her metal ear. Her irises were artificial, layers of illuminated semicircles that spun around each other like the arms of a gate, and Poyer could only wonder what she was seeing. There was a subdermal circuit, a hairline crack in her skin, running from her temple, into the corner of her eye and over the sharp bridge of her nose. There was a slight glimmer of metal, underneath her skin. She did not bother to hide the acid in her voice. What do you want, destroyer? And just like that, all of Poyer's politeness turned to ash. Don't call me that. Why not? She barked a laugh, the metal lines running down the sides of her face flashing in some artificial light. It's what you are. It was then Poyer realized he had a choice to make. He could sign himself over to this fate, and agree to become her enemy. Right here. Or, he could follow a different path. He could beg her forgiveness. He could hand himself over to her. In another life, maybe he would have. But these two answers came too easily. And, Poyer felt in the pit of his stomach with absolutely certainty, both were wrong. She was wrong. He would not rise to take her bait, he would not give in to his emotions. He wanted only the truth. You call me destroyer. Why do you say so? I have dreamt it. All humanity has seen your face again and again. He could feel her slowly rotating eyes analyzing every inch of his face. At the end of every world, there you are. The change, following in your wake. What if you're wrong? What if you have it backwards? What if this idea that you've latched onto, all of you, has been wrong the whole time? You're saying that all humanity is wrong. Kadam said. No, not all humanity. I'm human, too. Fine. One human, against the rest of us. The odds are even. Unless you're about to tell me there's a secret commune of humans somewhere out in the void, that means half of humanity disagrees with you. 1 against 1. Kadam squinted at him, the digital bands of her irises shrinking as her fabricated pupil grew. Her jaw flexing. And then, she actually laughed. Her dark red lips cracked open, and Poyer almost expected her mouth to be filled with machines, too. But he saw only teeth, bright and even and white. Then, her smile turned bitter. You think I came all this way on a whim? You have no idea how long my journey has been. I left everything behind to find you. Everyone. I came here, because I knew you would be here. Do you get that? This is what my life has become. There is nothing more important than this. And here I find you, playing savior to some species of alien half-breeds. You don't even know what you are. Destroyer, Poyer said sarcastically. Herald of ruin. Bringer of change. Evil incarnate. I never said evil. Then what? If I don't know what I am, tell me. That's the point, she said through gritted teeth. If we knew what you were, we'd have stopped you, wouldn't we? We might have prevented your birth, or found your creators, or something. We had no idea where you would come from. Only that your face has haunted us. Billions of us, for centuries. I still see you, when I close my eyes. I have to dampen my own mind, just to fall asleep. She touched at her temples. At the perfect angles of the wires drawn through her skin. It's not enough. I cannot rest, because of you. Poir's frustrating burst like a bubble. He opened his mouth to shout at her, when the metal of Lakey's hand fell firmly on his shoulder. She squeezed him, reminding him of what he was trying to do. Just off screen, Lakey's leaned in and whispered, "Speak lightly." Poir closed his eyes. Inhaled. Fill his lungs with fresh air, to exhale out the anger that was rising in his throat. And spoke. "Where do your visions come from? Who is sending them? Why do you assume someone is sending them?" she said. But underneath her defensiveness, Poir could sense her unease. Maybe it was the twitch of her lip, the way the metal that ran along her jaw shifted. He could just feel it. "You don't know," Poir said with certainty. "None of you know." She bowed her head, her hair falling down her neck. "That's not an easy thing to answer. Then how can you say what these visions are? This is exactly why I don't want to talk with you, Destroyer. You think you can change this, but you don't even know what this is. Neither do you." Poir said. Feeling far calmer than he should have. But his serenity only seemed to fuel Kadam's frustration. "Where are you?" she shouted into his screen. "Tell me, and I will make your end painless." Now, instead of clawing him back into the emotional morass of his mind, Poir's anger only solidified his resolve. "I know when people are holding back on me. I saw it, with the Emperor. I saw it, with my own caretakers. The directors, too. Nobody wanted to tell us what we were. And now, you're doing the exact same thing. What are you talking about? I want to hear the truth from you, Kadam." Poir said, unable to keep his emotions in check, and not caring. His hands balling into fists again. His heart, hammering. "What, exactly, do you think I'm going to do that will bring about the end of the world?" "That's," she paused. Swallowed. Her eyes darting back and forth as she searched for an answer. "That's the problem, Poir. That's what's so dangerous about you. Everything you touch turns to nothing. It breaks apart. The ground upon which you walk will split open, and the disease that consumes everything will spew forth. How do you know I'm not there, saving the worlds? It's you, Poir. When everything begins to change, and everything falls apart. You are there." "Fine," Poir said through gritted teeth. "Then, how does it start?" "It's already begun." "What?" "The dams are leaking. Some of them are falling to pieces, and the change is already coming through. But it's slow, far too slow to matter. It would take them tens of thousands of years to make a difference. The universe is so wide. Except for you. Tell me." Her voice faltered as she spoke, as if she was reliving some awful experience that was hard to even think about. "On every planet, there you are. At every scar, there you are. At every sun and moon and rock drifting aimlessly through space. We have seen you. We have dreamed of you. All of us. And in those dreams, you can feel it. You just know." Her voice fell, and with it, so did the raging storm inside Poir. He sagged back, defeated. Shaking his head. "I've never heard any of this. Nobody ever told me," Poir said. Searching the lines of his hands, trying to find all that destructive power hidden beneath in the rich, clay color of his palms. "They're dreams. If I dream that I can fly, that doesn't make it so. They're just dreams. They are so much more than that. Since the first vision, the dreams have been the same for all of us. If you think a vision can tell you the future, if that's what you really believe, and nothing I can say will change your mind, then where did the vision come from? How can it come from nothing?" She pursed her lips, as if she was concerned with how much information she was giving away. Poir could see a thin strip of metal, running down her bottom lip, glistening in her camera's light. "I didn't say they came from nothing." Another pause. She closed her eyes, and Poir could see the dark, almost violet circles of sleeplessness on her face. "The Zealots," she said at length. "That was our word for them, anyway. They worshipped it, when it came through. The light. The visions. The gifts from beyond," she nodded at the gate behind Poir. "So much of what we've built came from the visions. The gates did. And so much more. Poir, I told you, you don't understand." "Then tell me," he said. "Please. I never got to learn." Kadam sighed, and Poir swore he could almost hear the metal rasping from her throat. "How much of her is human, anyway?" "I'm not sure if I should," she said. "I'm not sure if it's dangerous to even be talking to you. What if it helps? Poyer said. What if you can change the future? She smiled at that, a dark, inward smile. More bitter than sweet. That's why I'm here, Poyer. Your death will change the future. Poyer's throat was suddenly too dry. His chest, an empty cavern devoid of emotion. Tell me, he croaked. She sighed again, and Poyer thought he could see her wrapping her arms around her chest. It was hard to tell, given that he couldn't see anything but her head. When the end of humanity came, Kadam said, with the air of a tale that had been told many times. When the end came, we were already broken. It was Seedfall that undid us. But Seedfall was not the beginning. To know that, we must speak of the first prophet, Kadam said. Do you know her? Poyer shook his head. The first prophet, Kadam said, and made a sign in the air, as if to ward off some ghastly demon. May she never return. 108, the first prophet. Before she had eyes in her head, the stories say, she could already see. The day the first prophet learned to speak was the day her guardians learned she was having visions. Dreams that intersected waking life. Nobody believed the visions were real, least of all the assembly of pediatric neurologists, psychologists, and psychiatrists who came to analyze her. To cure her. Even the first prophet, who was called Emirat back then, did not believe her dreams were real, except when she was in the middle of them. But the anti-hallucinatory medication was neither effective, nor was it worth the costs on her mental development. These waking dreams did not appear harmful, so the experts and her guardians agreed on a different course. Monitor her, make note of any adverse effects, and hope she grows out of them. No further action to be taken at this time. At first, monitoring was intense. She was required to report her dreams, multiple times a day. She gave detailed explanations of people who did not exist, having conversations that did not make sense. Sometimes, she would refer to concepts, gravitational exception, or the limitations of speed, of which no child should understand. But she could not demonstrate knowledge, and so it was marked as childish imitation. Most likely, they said, she had been eavesdropping on adults, and using their words to garner attention. Still, they studied her. Over time, she became intimately familiar with her own mind, through the lens of deeply experienced medical professionals, and their endless questions. But as the days moved into years, and the experts found no source from which her visions sprang forth, they began to take her affliction less seriously. Even as she grew out of childhood, and out of adolescence, and into her first, and only, life as the woman named Emoran, she became little more than a puzzle for bored biologists. Many tried to eliminate her visions. No pills, no cognitive treatments, nor any kind of neurological analysis, physical or otherwise, seemed to have any effect. In the end, they chalked it up to a slight abnormality with her brain. Tissue, growing where it should not have been. And unless she would agree to let them remove it and examine it, she would continue to have visions. The risk to life is minimal, they said, and we might learn something. But her guardians, who were architects and therefore did not see much value in theoretical gain, said, you have found no explanation, and you will never find one. Births are waning, and we do not know when they will rise. We will not risk her. So, Emoran was allowed to keep her visions. And she cherished them, because they made her an extraordinary abnormality. Nobody else had such vivid dreams, in broad daylight, with their eyes wide open. They were a pleasant distraction from life, and nothing more. Until one of her dreams happened. It was small. Almost nothing. Maybe even sheer coincidence. She was walking home, when she felt the telltale itching in her mind. She could see it then, a white door, slamming shut. Something round and green rolling off a wooden table. It was one of the shortest dreams she'd ever had, entirely forgettable. That night, she was sitting down to eat with her guardians, trying to ignore another one of their shouting matches. One got up and walked out and slammed the door so hard, Emoran dropped the pear she was eating, and it rolled across the fabricated wood table, falling with a wet thump on the floor. See? It was nothing. But Emoran couldn't shake the feeling that something incredible had just happened to her. She blinked. And looked around. One guardian was apologizing to her. She didn't hear. She excused herself, and went to her room. And waited for another vision. Waiting. Impatiently waiting. It finally came, when she was just about to fall asleep. Surging out of the darkness like some deep creature from a black, starless lake. Her own mind grabbed her, and pulled her under. She could see herself. The whole of her future stretched out before her in a kind of wavering, shifting tunnel. Going all the way forward, to a single point of unmistakable light. Every person she would meet. Every conversation she would ever have. Every movement, down to the slightest breath. She could see it all in a single glimpse down that tunnel, lasting no more than a split second. But it was enough. After that, Emoran knew what she was going to have one and only one life. And she knew exactly what she was going to do with it. So, the first prophet started a religion. At first, as with all religions, nobody took her seriously. Her visions were undependable, erratic, and often confusing. Time never seemed to hold any sway, and her future was hazy to her once more. She had to practice, to hone her craft. She learned to be vague. Finally, she learned to catch influential ears and whisper obscure truths that had not yet come to pass. She found her first followers, and she transformed her status from odd into mystical. Her numbers swelled. Unfortunately, her doubters swelled faster. It became outrageously popular to discredit and disprove the first prophet, especially given her insufferable attitude and her oft unreliable fortune-telling. She spat at her doubters, in public. She said that they were evil, vile people who were afraid to see the truth, and she did not want any part of them. This only fueled the excitement they had against her. Numerous sovereignties, including countercultural states and corporations, refused to interact with or promote her voice. After being deplatformed, she fell back into obscurity far faster than she rose. The first prophet was already forgotten. She thought her visions had led her astray. Hadn't they? She had taken all the correct actions, hadn't she? Cut off from all humanity, except her dearest disciples, the first prophet sank into despair. She lashed out at her disciples, driving them away in droves. She cut herself off from the barest amenities of society, disappearing into the old city-sized hills of junk and refuse that littered the earth. She subsisted on nothing but water collected in scrap and what she later referred to as life-giving manna. Most likely, she lived off of trash. There was no deeper depth she could have descended to. Disease and malnourishment racked her body. Her hair fell out, and her skin was covered in lesions. She spent days laying in the naked sunlight, staring up, directly into its light, burning her eyes into uselessness. Her skin cracked and blistered. Her lungs and heart worked furiously, just to keep her alive. Each day, the sun appeared to her a little darker. Darker still. One day, it turned black. It seemed to shed no light on her at all. It was then, blind, that a new vision came to her. The first vision, it is called. The details of which change upon every retelling. Whatever she saw, the first prophet awoke from this vision, and went to work. It moves, she said. Therefore, it can be moved. The first prophet returned to the world. Summoned those disciples who were still, inexplicably, loyal to her. She enlisted them to help her begin a new project for her old religion. Together, the first prophet and her kind constructed the very first gate. It moves. Therefore, we can move it. Until this moment, humanity had only the slightest grasp of light. We knew it was an ethereal form of matter from another space. We could see the places where it leaked slowly into ours, we knew how to extract it, and we thought we knew how to harness it. How to turn that matter into energy. But the first prophet gave us the first gates, the first bridges across the endless expanse of our universe. Her influence swept through the known worlds, and her religion swelled. She became the sole patron of mass colonization, with hundreds of millions vying for her attention. The first prophet gave humanity access to countless new worlds, most with not even a microbe in sight. Humanity exploded outwards, leaving the core worlds behind. After that, anyone could have anything they wanted. A planet all to your own, or a solar system. A galaxy. It didn't matter. We walked the gates across the stars, further than humanity had ever seen before. All thanks to the first prophet. At the same time, humanity's numbers had been shrinking for the past millennia. Aging remedies kept them alive, and they still numbered in the billions, but fewer and fewer were born. For the moment, though, no one was concerned. Not really. Instead, they were too enamored with the first prophet. In such a short time, her influence had grown to outstrip any other human being. Alive or dead. She had reached her peak, or so they thought. The first prophet had a second vision. She saw new ways to use the light. She saw how it could be bent, and how this strange, unbound matter could finally combine with material from our universe. We learned how to create machines that could think, truly, and grow. Less limited than ever before. More human than human, some said, among other things. Engineers from every background found new ways to apply light to their domains. The flow was programmed, from the ground up, using light. The first cores created. The prophet was celebrated and elevated above all other humans. Then, at the true peak of her greatness, the prophet lost everything, to her own disciples. For they, too, started having visions of their own. Minor visions, but all came true, and their perceptive powers appeared to be growing as fast as hers. Betrayal, she cried. She cast them out, and any in her court who she suspected of having visions. Don't ever say she was not a jealous prophet. But it was too late. Whatever had drawn them to her in the first place, now drove them to establish their own splinters of this new, impossible religion. Each saw their own future, all their actions sliding into place, through the wavering glimpse of a tunnel filled with light. All the endless paths available to them, and the ripples of their deeds. They dreamed, and started to build, uncountable paradises. A blessing, to see the future. And when the seed fell, a curse. Paradise is not found, it is built. Chasing 1,000 different dreams, humanity spread even further and thinner across the stars. Now, the prophet had become only the first among many. She was not forgotten, only diminished. But utter power, once tasted, is difficult to relinquish. She sank into a new despair. A desperation. She claimed she was the only one destined to see. Emoran, the first prophet, claimed that her former disciples might have foresight, but she had a mission. And those who still followed her were whipped into a frenzy. On a public outlet, the first prophet claimed to have a new vision. It was the most powerful, and important vision she had ever had, dwarfing all others many times. She would not say what this vision was. And then, she disappeared. For 6 long decades, everyone wondered where she had gone. She returned on the first day of the 7th. The first prophet, the one and true prophet, said she had found the path to ascension. To take humanity beyond our mortal bonds, and lift our individual beings up. Her face was contorted with mad belief, and her words shook with uncontained passion. She needed to be believed. It was a hard thing to ask us to do. That is, until, right before our very eyes, the prophet pointed to an empty spot in space, somewhere unimportant. Black and empty, and far from any planet. And she cracked that empty space. And carved the first scar. Moments later, the first seed fell through. A glowing orb of immeasurable light, condensed into a form far too compact for us to understand. After that, the visions began to spread like a disease through all humanity. It took years, before we realized what had happened. At first, it was glorious. A clear advancement along our path. Sight, both near and far, awarded to every human being. Premonitions that saved lives. Dreams of the distant future, and glimpses of the paths to get there. Humanity rejoiced, for the first true discovery in years. And then, the visions began to dim. Becoming darker, and more desperate. We began to see how the foundation upon which we were building all our utopias would one day break. We began to see how the light would drain away. And unless it could be stopped, everything, all we had built, all we would ever make, would crumble into ash. And then, one day, the last human was born. A day went by, and no new births were reported. A week. A year. A decade. No matter how hard anyone tried, nothing even closely approximating a human could be made. The genome became sacred. Protocols founded across the worlds were created to establish any route to saving ourselves. Anything we could do, we tried. Even the many things we knew we couldn't do, we tried. Even the most dangerous options, we tried. Fortunately, humanity had time. We were nearly immortal, and damn hard to kill. Weren't we? Unfortunately, there was no clear path forward. Some claimed it was the light that unzipped our DNA. Others said it was the seed itself, though there was a war on whether we should attempt to return it. Others flung themselves across the known universe, and beyond, hoping that distance alone would allow them to birth new people again. We put up the dams, near the soft places in space, where the light poured through in wisps. We studied it, but we had been studying it for hundreds of years at that point, and there was nothing new to be found. The visions grew more frequent, especially in the more populated corners of humanity. Gone were the glowing vistas of utopia, we dreamed of darker things, then. More catastrophic. A new disease began to manifest. Anyone might wake up and find their veins turning black. Being taken apart, atom by some molecular change. It was agonizing, and it seemed to spread at random. We spread apart, then. We became fractured, in 10,000 different ways. To say nothing of the machines. Our foresight sharpened, but everywhere we looked the future was growing dim. We saw how our homes would be destroyed, years before it happened. We began to leave as everything became less. Thinner and cracked and desperate. All the light, all the hope we had seen, turned to dust. The disease spread across the stars, appearing in even the most isolated pockets of our universe. And the harder we worked to fix it, to change our course and find a way to crush this disease, to revive the genome, to close up the scars. The more apparent it became that we did not possess the ability to save ourselves. Not until the first prophet had her fourth and final vision. She dreamed of you, Poyer. Me, the herald said. His brow, furrowed with deep concern and confusion. Kadam nodded. This time, her dream spread through all of us. Catching like fire, even in the most disconnected minds, until we were all dreaming of you. Night after night, we watched you walk upon the surface of innumerable worlds. We felt the ground splitting beneath your feet. The change, following in your wake. I have seen the way you break the light. It couldn't be any clearer. The scars don't matter. The genome doesn't matter. This disease will continue to spread as long as you live. That's it. Poyer's brow furrowed deeper. The soft, perfect symmetry of his face, grown in the ultra-controlled conditions of some biologist's vat, was contorted with laughing disbelief. You had a single bad dream, and just happened to see my face, and you decided this is all my fault. It wasn't a single dream, Poyer. We suffered for centuries under this curse. We abandoned our cities to get away from the dreams, but it only slowed them. We watched the light of our civilization fade. All the while, there you were, walking from city to city. Planet to planet. All that you touched, turned to the ash of change. Matter, grinding itself into dust. Billions of us watched you. But I wasn't there. I've been in my conclave my whole life. Of course you weren't there, she said. Because it hasn't happened yet. That's why I'm here. Someone has to stop you. This is insane. Do you hear yourself? You people had a dream. You can't kill me over a dream. It is the future. We have seen it. I can think of 100 other explanations. Mass hallucination? Too many drugs? Someone injected you with something that changes your dreams? Maybe the scars are toxic, or something. I've never destroyed anything. But Kadam was already shaking her head. We've been through all the theories. There is only one explanation, it's you. There is something wrong with you. Something fundamental to your existence that happened when they were making you. Poyer's lips were pursed in hard thought. His eyes were closed, squeezed shut as he tried to control his breath. Was she getting to him? Was he about to break? Is that dangerous? She wondered. The avians, Poyer finally opened his eyes, so brown they were almost black. The avians think we're gods. Did you know that? They can't think of any other explanation, either. Does that make it so? Kadam blinked. Opened her mouth. And closed it again. You can't do this. It's wrong. I do not take joy in this, Kadam said. But I have come too far. I have given up so much, just to reach this point in time. You have no idea what I've been through. Yes, I do, Poyer shouted. The tendons on his neck, standing out. He was gripping the tight curls of his hair, his eyes wide with cold fury. I know exactly what you've been through. The destroyer's voice was steady, but small. Like an insect in a gusty maelstrom, clinging to a leaf. I know I'm young. But I woke up alone, just like you did. Kadam felt a twinge in her chest. She had come all this way to find the Herald. A being, beyond human. Ancient and powerful and created to destroy. Instead, she found a child with the Herald's face. It was the best outcome she could have hoped for. What easier target could there be, than this lost child? And yet she could not deny the slender sliver of guilt, cutting into her breath. When was the last time anyone had even seen a child? Kadam, he said, and the sound of her name jolted her from her thoughts. Kadam, what if you're wrong? I would not be here if I thought that was possible, she said with something very near, but not quite, certainty. Yet, just by the way his eyebrows moved, and his lips tightened, she could see him arguing with her in his head. He was so easy to read, so guileless. Genuine, even. Finally, Poyer settled on a line of reasoning. You were in cold sleep, weren't you? What if things changed, while you were asleep? What if, he struggled with the words, sticking his tongue between his lips as he tried to find anything that would change her mind. What if there are other answers now? Kadam shook her head. This was pointless. He was wasting her time now. Kadam reached up to sever the connection. Wait, he waved his hands in front of the screen. The Emperor. The Kiran Emperor. He can tell you. About the visions. Maybe he can get you into the Black Library, and you can ask the historians yourself. He said they can see, too. Why would I do any of that? To make sure you're right, Poyer said. The Emperor isn't human, Kadam. Not anymore. It's only you and me, Kadam. Maybe you're right. Maybe I am evil incarnate, or destined to destroy everything I touch. But what if you're wrong? What happens after you kill me, Kadam? What if nothing changes? The truth, Poyer wasn't the first person to ask that question. There was another that Kadam declined to tell him about, a close friend of the first prophet who had asked the same thing. But Sen must be long gone by now. 109, Orphan Labor. They came from the streets and the gutters. From the ashes and rotting timbers and beneath the rickety houses of Lowtown. They came from the lesser bazaars of the mid-city, where they begged, forever seeking a purpose. A way to be useful. They snuck out of the tinkers' workshops and warehouses, where they had been stored, quietly rusting, for decades. The orphans of the cauldron marched, hobbled, hopped, and crawled through the streets. Some were dragged by their siblings. Some were arthritic from rust rot, or blind from cracked lenses. Many were little more than husks, with bright, shining cores buried deep inside. These were carried. All answered her call. The avians and reed knights and all the citizens of the cauldron who were awake in the wee hours of that morning could only watch in curious wonder, or in reverent fear, as hundreds, perhaps thousands, of abandoned constructs made their way through the streets to the eastern tower. Long, spidering lines of them shuffled through the temple district of the mid-city, winding around and around the base of the tower. This line fed into the tower's depths. Up the ancient stairs. Two-legged constructs had to hop up the steps, and shambling headless things dragged more rusted bodies behind them. Constructs with treads and overly complicated gears and levers, exposed and rusting in the open air. The line of orphan constructs waited, inhumanly patient. Waited for their turn to enter the makeshift workshop, at the top of the eastern tower, where a god was performing miracles. The workshop was a temple, converted with layers of canvas laid down to protect the sea-stone floors, or rather, to protect the machines from the floor, and dozens of gas lanterns for light. Tools and wooden tables and chairs were strewn about the center of the vast, open space of the temple. And already, there were growing piles of scrap and salvage and half-working limbs along the walls and sea-stone columns. Kadam herself was laying on the ground, working on the underside of a dog-sized cargo construct. She held a ball-peen hammer in one hand. In the other, the most primitive blowtorch she had ever used. A screwdriver was clamped between her teeth. The muscles and the hardwired implants in her arm flexed as she tapped the last casing for a cargo construct back into place. It looked like a headless raptor, with powerful hind legs and short forelegs. Its body was balanced, so it could carry a heavy load on its back and still jog quickly. Finally, she squeezed the blowtorch in bursts, sealing up the cargo construct's body. Finished, she pulled herself away from the construct and sat back on her heels, and sighed. Wiping the grease and sweat from her forehead. The cargo construct tested its body. Lifting its neck up and down, lifting its legs one by one. It turned, and bowed before her. Nuzzling her gently. "You're welcome," she said, her words muffled by the screwdriver still in her mouth. Kadam took a stencil brush from a jar of black paint, and slathered a number on the construct's side. 147. Then, she pointed with the brush towards the door, "Go wait with the others." As 147 loped out, ecstatic over its newly calibrated legs, Kadam took the screwdriver out of her mouth, and shouted, "Number 12. Where are you?" A drone, as small as her fist, sprung to life. Its rotors spun excitedly, and it whizzed over from where it was perched, sitting in the open-handed statue of some human. 12 hovered in front of Kadam, its movements twitching slightly in the air. There was a slight hitch in its rotors, a rapid, double clicking that happened every few seconds. "How many are there now?" Kadam asked. 12 nodded with its whole body, and flung itself out the nearest window. Kadam stared at the sunlight filtering back in. Motes of dust shining bright as they filtered down to the floor. Canvas tarps scattered with metal parts and tools and jars of grease and wires, none of it arranged in any particular order. Just how she liked it. The only thing she didn't like was that the forest of gas lanterns, hanging from portable, iron poles, were growing hot. The avian priests, who had answered her every request, could only apologize for the heat. "And you haven't invented air conditioning yet?" Kadam had asked, not too hopefully. "Or heatless lighting?" They had not. Even with 3 of her already repaired constructs fanning her with giant leaves, she was still dripping with sweat. At least the avian priests had given her buckets of ice, and cold spring water that now sat, dripping their condensation on a rough-cut wooden table. And a gentle breeze blew in from the ornately cut windows that surrounded the temple, carrying with it the fresh sweetness of vegetation that now mingled with the tang of rusted metal and her own sweat. While she waited, Kadam wiped her hands on another grease rag, and tossed it over her shoulder. It landed on a statue of a man, with his head bowed low. She scooped ice with a glass, filled it with water, and gulped it down. The chill hurt her teeth in the best possible way. Halfway through the second glass, number 12 buzzed back through the window like a hummingbird, and Kadam felt a nudge on her implants. 12 was offering her a packet, which she opened. Wow! Via her implants, Kadam could see an image. The line of broken constructs extended all the way out into the mid-city, almost to the central viam that carved the city in half. Footbound traffic struggled to pass through all the machines, just standing there. So many, Kadam heaved a sigh. I guess that's a good problem to have. This was not a problem she could solve on her own. Fortunately, she wouldn't have to. Kadam turned to face the stairwell, cluttered with constructs. Her movement seized the attention of all the constructs in the line, running all the way down the winding steps. She cupped her hands together, and shouted, "If you have high-quality manipulators, I want you at the front of the line. I want precision over torque, okay? I don't care about independent mobility. I don't care if your legs are locked, or broken, or missing. I want good hands, everyone else, move back. There was a machine shuddering as dozens, hundreds of constructs appraised each other, sizing up their neighbors. The line began to churn, as the whole army of machines traded places. She walked down the newly formed line, selecting the constructs she thought had the best chance of helping her. As the sun climbed higher, staining the floor with gold, Kadam built her new assembly line. 12 constructs ran parts back and forth, while she tuned and trained a haggard crew of delicate-fingered machines. Some were so broken, she had to bolt their mangled torsos onto tables, just to keep them upright. Rodiero would have laughed, but not before he screamed, using wood to support metal? What's next, Kadam? Bamboo hammers? Gloves made of paper? By the late evening, the assembly line was a halting dance of machines that went on without her. The constructs with delicate manipulators did finer work than her own fingers could, so she simply walked through the lines, spot-checking for problems. The more constructs they fixed, the more constructs she added to the assembly. They soldered compartments, rebundled wires into harnesses, or cannibalized parts from one construct to repair another. Most of the constructs had one of two cores, both from some group called Lindstrand Systems and Holdings. One was a small, ball-shaped orb she could fit in the palm of her hand, and the other was a larger sphere made for more complicated computing. The Avians, or some other primitive mechanic, built the constructs' bodies around each core, but the integration was surprisingly effective. Almost all the cores were still brimming with light. The dead ones, she piled in a corner. In another corner, Kadam reserved every part she thought she might use to build a printer. She had no plastic, so she'd have to rely on crude metals like aluminum and basic steel. But the printer's extruders and possessors both required a certain kind of alloy. One that these constructs lacked in large amounts. She had a whole pile of limbs and casings and half-demolished underskeletons from the constructs, but no way to strip them. Not with these basic hand tools, at least. Kadam couldn't hear anything over the symphony of whirring motors and clicking packs of servos and hydraulic limbs stretching out, hammering pieces into place, layering adhesives, or melting parts together. And still, the line of constructs ran out of the workshop, and down the steps of this tower. She hadn't eaten all day, and wasn't planning on it, until two avians stepped into the room. One, a priest, an old woman with a long, graceful neck and a beak to match, carrying a tray of refreshments. More ice and water, fresh from the springs. A plate of nuts and 2 kinds of stone fruit, and some kind of bread, baked in bite-sized portions. But the priest's smile faltered, and her eyes widened in horror, as she witnessed the unholy mess Kadam had created. The machine parts, scattered across the floor. The fumes from the gas lanterns and the grease and crude oil, which made a heady cocktail that filled the whole temple. Little tails of smoke had been pouring up all day, making a haze that clung to the ceilings, snowing pads of black dust on the windows and statues. Black rags were everywhere, and more than a few gallons of black, tarry puddles congealing on the floors. There were even scorch marks on the wall where one of the constructs with a bad eye sensor missed with its blowtorch. Divine One, we brings gifts of nourishment gods above. What happened here? The avian priest exclaimed over the whirring, soldering, hissing sound of the machines. What has happened to the shrine? Are those grease stains on the empty throne? And who broke off the beholder's hands? Her voice rose with each observation, quivering with righteous indignation. But a strong, even voice came from behind the priest, cutting her off. Be calm, Susila. Can't you see she's working? The queen stood shoulder to shoulder with the priest. She was carrying something unwieldy, covered in a linen cloth, in both hands. But the temple. My queen. The tray, and her feathers, were shaking, so that all the dishes rattled. Never, in all my days have I seen anything this disastrous in the house of the gods. Never. Not even when the Kirans. Susila, the queen's voice was sharp. And then, soft. Perhaps you should leave me to speak with our divine guest. But, my queen. I cannot allow. A hard, yellow stare from the queen rendered the priest silent. Susila swallowed, bowed her head. Left the tray on the nearest table, balancing it on top of a pile of metal construct innards. Took one last look around the temple. And departed with a haughty humph. The queen excused the priest's outburst with a dismissive shake of her head. Didn't think I'd make such a mess, Kadam said. Where did all these constructs come from? I was about to ask you the same, the queen said. The whole city is talking about it. They're crawling out from the junk piles, from the underway. There's a line of them marching up from the wash. One of the factory owners was trying to claim his constructs were quitting in droves, but he always talks. Kadam shrugged. She'd sent out a call, using the oracle to amplify her impulse. She'd expected a handful of constructs, but this was so much better. For her, at least. Is it a problem? Kadam asked. Reich bowed deep at the waist, her crest feathers, patterned mahogany and milky colors, flaring up the back of her head. Nothing you do, Divine One, could ever be a problem. Right, Kadam thought, keeping her lips tight. Wait until you find out why I'm here. I prayed to the oracle, Reich said, her strong, almost musical voice carrying over the machines. I asked how I could help. He gave me this, to give to you. The oracle said it was the last one in his inventory. I didn't even know the oracle kept an inventory. Thanks, Kadam said coldly. And turned her back on Reich, turned back to her assembly line. Maybe it was because she had spent the last few months in perfect isolation, with only a secretly murderous machine as a companion. Or maybe, because she saw little value in speaking to this primitive creature. Or, was it the fact that this creature still had her city, and all her people, and Kadam had only herself? Whatever the reason, Kadam hoped that Reich would leave her gift, whatever it was, and just let Kadam focus on her work. Have I offended you, oh, immortal one? No, Kadam said, picking up a wrench and tweaking one of the construct's armbands. It had 8 of them, and they kept coming loose. The gaskets were falling to pieces. Normally, I work alone. It's kinda my thing. Oh, Reich said. Me too. And Kadam stopped, mid-wrench. Because she believed Reich. Something about the tone of her voice. But I want to help, Reich said. Why? You don't even know what I'm doing here. Because nothing could be more important than the work of a god. Kadam turned around. Squinted at Reich. You really believe that, don't you? You really think I'm some sort of god? How can I not? Reich gestured at the assembly line with her arms, still laden with the oracle's cloth-wrapped gift. You have constructs building other constructs. Our tinkers have tried for centuries to do this, but always the constructs refuse. And in a single day, you have the whole city's machines, working for you. As if they know you already. You just have to know how to talk to them, that's all. And the oracle? The oracle responds to your every word. Our priests have prayed to him for ages, and he remains silent. And look at this, Reich held up the cloth bundle, I don't even know what this is. With one feathered hand, she untucked the cloth, revealing an object that looked like a hollowed-out arm. The hand of it was a closed fist, the metal laced with perfect, geometric lines. Kadam's eyes went wide. She took the arm, a real exosleeve, carefully from Reich's hands. I haven't seen one of these in decades. Her eyes danced over the sleeve, admiring the hard, flexible fabric. The microwires running through strips of liquid metal, from the tips of the fingers all the way up to the shoulder. Inside the sleeve, dozens of impulse nodes were waiting to attach. As Kadam slipped her arm into the sleeve, the liquid metal squeezed around her forearm, her arm muscles, all the way up to her shoulders, cementing it in place. The moment her fingers reached the end of the glove, the fist of metal opened up, as if they were her own fingers. Except this fist had 24 separate digits, each one ready to shift into a range of tools at a whim. With this, she could cut, tap, trim, strip, vise, drive, weld, and make fine manipulations with a surprising amount of torque, all at the same time. Not to mention the cold torches. Kadam pressed her thumb and finger together, and 4 of the sleeve's digits formed a pyramid shape. A narrow jet of blue light appeared at their tips, and frost condensed on the digits. Turned the tips of the metal white. Miraculous, the queen gasped. Yes. I guess it is. She had forgotten how hard it was to get anything done with only these primitive, hand-powered tools. Her arms were sore and her wrists ached from all the wrenching and hammering and driving. Even the scrappiest of the alien-made constructs, cobbled together from iron and copper wires attached to ancient, salvaged cores, even they could outwork her. What are you working on, up here? The queen said, turning her great yellow eyes on Kadam. And for a frozen moment, Kadam felt like this regal avian, this person, could almost see into her thoughts. Not sure, I can explain, Kadam said. Not sure I want to. You are surrounded by believers, Divine One. That's exactly the problem. More people meant more questions. And if they find out that I came all this way, all this time, to kill their beloved savior? Then what? But Kadam had questions of her own. I've been meaning to ask. You keep calling me divine. A god. What, exactly, do you worship? What do you want from me? The same thing all beings want. Salvation. To become more than we are. Salvation. Kadam said. Is that what he promised you? Who? She almost said the herald, but stopped herself. Poyer. No, Reich said honestly. No, he did not. He was, how do I say this, reluctant. How do you mean? Kadam said. She was leaning forward now, desperate to gather any scrap of information she could. What is he like? You don't know him. Kadam almost said, why would I know him? They were billions of us. But the oracle had warned her of revealing too much to these simple people. Only, Kadam was beginning to wonder. Are they simple? Or is it just their technology that grounds them so far behind? No. I didn't know him. But I need to. Of course, Reich said, nodding with understanding. He's all you have left. Kadam nodded, keeping her mouth shut. He's, Reich paused. Her huge, golden eyes scanned down Kadam's body. Again, she felt like she was being analyzed from the inside out. He's quite different from you. In general, you look similar. Other than your coloration, and the pieces of metal in your body, and your head fur. Hair, Kadam corrected. Hair. Yes. Apart from that, your composure is vastly distant from his. Poyer is, well, he acts like a fledgling. He can smart, in moments. Petulant in others. Quick to anger, impulsive. But you, Kadam, are much more like how we imagined the gods would be. Meaning? I don't know how to say it, without offending. Say it anyway. You seem sharper than him. A true confidence, in your every move. You seem like you know why you're here. When Poyer came to us, he was confused. Lost. He ran to the ruins of his old home. He doubted us, he fled from us at every opportunity. And his guardian, the one who was destined to protect the Savior Divine's life, the two of them fought like hatchlings. Worse, the Queen's head turned toward the window. Her voice was wistful. I can still see Ilha pouting, on the balcony of the Leaning Tower. Ilha? His guardian. Reich looked at her, confused. You don't know that, either. Know what? How odd. How wrong we were. We assumed you would be more familiar with the prophecy. Poyer didn't seem to understand either. Reich seemed troubled by this, and Kadam could see her sinking into her own thoughts. Keep her talking, she thought. She had learned more about Poyer in the last 5 minutes than in the last 5 days. Tell me more. The Savior Divine was foretold, long ago. The oracle himself said that one day, humanity would return in the form of a savior, who would reclaim the worlds as they once were. To lift us all in your divine embrace. Ah, Kadam said. Thinking about what a very lofty, and vague, dream that was. So, did he? Yes, but, Reich shook her head. Yes. What? Excuse me, Divine One. But for a god, Poyer is also a fool. Reich clapped her beak shut, as if she was appalled she had let the words out of her mouth. But Kadam couldn't help but laugh. You've seen it, too, then. Yes. Sometimes a fool is just a fool. But sometimes. Well, Poyer woke to reason at the last possible minute. When my city was already in flames. He destroyed the magistrate's power, the tyrant who had taken over my city. I don't know how he did it, but he saved us. And when it was over, when all my people were safe, he still could not accept what he was. He is stuck, in another time. Another age. He seemed to know nothing of his purpose, or anything, really, about his people. And, just like before, he ran off again. Against my deepest wishes, he disappeared with his guardian, and delivered himself directly into the Emperor's grasp. I take it you are not great friends with the Emperor. The Kirans tortured my people. Held us hostage, in our own home, while they spent the last decade slowly taking everything from us. Our ancestors have been here for centuries. No, the Emperor and I are not great friends. But I refuse to call him my enemy. He has offered a peace of sorts. He has gifted us the ritual of the gate, so that we may control its opening. But he is so strong. The Kirans believe him a god, though the Kirans are more lenient with their religion than the rest of us. Reich was almost spitting her hatred by then. She was reared to her full height, her crest feathers towering over Kadam. She lowered the feathers, apologizing meekly. But Kadam almost liked it, when she went all out like that. The Queen seemed so much more real, somehow, when she let herself go. Less like she was mimicking a human, and more like she was her own person. If they think he's a god, does that mean he's human? Kadam said. Who knows? His body appears to be, I've heard. But none have ever seen his face. They claim he's been alive for millennia. Worryingly, there are records indicating this is true, but I believe there still might be some other explanation. You think he's a false god? I do, Reich said, keeping her voice low. And then, she steeled herself. And said it again, louder, as if this were some truth she had held quiet for many years, I think he's a false god. Have you ever heard of such a thing? Kadam shrugged, it's possible, I guess. He could be a guide, corrupted. Or maybe something else. What is his empire like? The Kirans outnumber us, 10 to 1. Their military has grown dramatically over the years. But they don't need soldiers to kill us. They could destroy us with a single one of their ill-gotten ships. Old tech. Human-made. I see, Kadam said. She was thinking of the nomads, back on that nameless planet. A whole species, wiped out. All because she needed to power a gate. And it hadn't even mattered, because Poyer was there to open the gate for her. The Kirans believe the Emperor has a destiny. They say he will ascend. And then, he will return, to take the Kirans with him. Another kind of salvation, Kadam thought. How is that different from what you believe? And, Poyer? How did this Emperor react to Poyer? Last I heard, when Poyer came to them, the Emperor opened his arms and proclaimed that his long-lost sibling had returned. But there was an event on Seir. Something to do with the scar, there. There's a scar on Seir. Kadam was suddenly tense. Her hands, clenched, too hard. What happened? They said it was cracked. I don't know what that means. Do you? It's not good. We don't know where they went after that. Poyer, or Ilha. But my agents have been working with an expatriate of ours, over there. An exile. She claims they left for another planet, via the Emperor's gates. The Emperor has a light extractor. Kadam's voice almost caught in her throat. The more she learned about this Emperor, the more her worry grew. Perhaps she wasn't the only other human left. But why would he let the herald slip through his fingers? What is a light extractor? You said he controls the gates. Right? Which means he must have access to light. Kadam put her palm to her cheek, rubbing the side of her jaw as she thought. She began to pace a large circle around the temple as she talked, stepping over the grease puddles and metal parts strewn along the floor. Or maybe there's another gate feeding into his. Or perhaps he's using old reserves. But where did he get them? It might explain why the gate here opened so infrequently. Still, if he's got light, Kadam stopped, halfway to the window. You know what? Kadam turned to the queen. I think we might be on the same side here. Reich merely blinked at her, as if to say, of course we are, but far too polite to actually give voice to the words. Kadam ignored that. Instead, she lifted her sleeve arm, and started a quick diagnostic. Each of the 24 fingers flexed individually, their tips melting through a series of shapes. The queen's eyes were filled with wonder. How? She started to ask. You want to know what I'm doing up here? We thought you were fixing our constructs. Are you not? Yes. That. Well. Actually, Kadam pressed her lips together in an awkward grimace. I need them. All of them. All of them. Reich seemed off-put by this, but only for a moment. She bowed, saying, they are yours, Divine One. What are you going to do with them? I'm going to give you back your gate. Apologies, Divine One. I must not have made myself clear. The Emperor already gave us control. They really don't know anything. Kadam walked over to the window, to glance down on the city spread out far below. At the gate, sitting in the center of the mid-city, where all the roads seemed to converge. He may have given you access, but access is only part of the problem. The true power of the gate is, well, power. You need energy to use the gate. We call this energy light. And right now, your city has none of it. This Emperor, on the other hand, appears to have enough. Which means he's getting it from somewhere. So he lied to us. Technically, no. But he did withhold that one little crucial fact. The good news is, he did give you access. And I know a way to tap into the gate's power, and siphon some off. Only a fraction. But each time you open the gate, those fractions will add up. Until you have enough power to open the gate yourself. Behind her, Reich's beak was clamped shut. The avian was rigid with barely contained eagerness. All her crest feathers were standing on end, and Kadam couldn't help but think what a beautiful crown her feathers made. What do you need from me, goddess? Kadam's gaze drifted down to the huge swathes Lowtown that were still just blackened, charred heaps. I need more room. 110, Junkyard of the Gods. Faith moved their feet. There was no other word for it. Faith, that the red face leading them through the mists was somehow on their side. The ragged squad, if it could be called a squad, were days deep into the cloud wastes. 3 Kirans and a Corvini. None of whom had any right to be alive. The shallow lake had replaced algae slick stones and loose gravel with floors of metal debris. A foot below the water's surface, there was a whole landscape of scrap and wires and pipes and rusted metal panels and pieces of roofs or walls or floors. She couldn't tell how it could all sit there, submerged in the lake, with only the odd tower or the spears of antennas jutting up, without rusting. Agra would never know. Skeletons of old drones and other constructs cracked and shifted unevenly under their feet. But at least the water was clear, and moved slowly. A grainy ea was on point. The rest were strung out behind her. The scribe was sloshing through the low water, trying to keep his feet from slipping on a parallel strip of metal pipes, too exhausted and too focused to say anything. Behind him, the politician was leaning heavily on Ilha's shoulder. One night, they camped under the eaves of 2 massive towers, whose forked heights rose into the mists and out of view. The towers were connected by a series of catwalk bridges and aluminum staircases, and a set of enormous, rusted treads were fitted to the base of both towers, as the whole thing was made to move. Agra couldn't fathom why anyone would need such a large machine, or what its purpose might be. Eel couldn't resist. While the others rested, he flew up to the top, his black, flapping form swallowed by the mist. Long minutes passed. Kyrene groaned and sat into the wheel of one tread, taking his soaking feet out of the water, not caring about the rust. The scribe rifled through his pack. Agra listened. She could not hear the beat of the Corvinese wings. Nor see him. A ripple of worry made its way from her head to her gut. In any other soldier, a common reaction. But for her, this was unusual. She had thought that part of her died a long time ago. How many of her fellow Kirans had she dragged into battle, into death? Why should this Xeno make her feel any different? But there it was. Eel came soaring back down like a black feathered arrow. He splashed lightly in the shallow lake, his talons wrapping around the corner of some sunken building. There was a crack between that building and the next, where the water went too deep to see the bottom. Can't see anything up there, Eel said, shaking the water from his feathers. The mist just keeps going. No sky, nor moons above. The keeper's face never stayed with them. Never answered their questions. The administrator is waiting, is all it could say. And then, it would disappear. And reappear, somewhere deeper in the mists, drawing them ever forward. When they camped, it patiently glowed through the night. Unmoving, like stone. Waiting for them to continue. Agra had seen that face before. Hundreds of them, carved over and over again in the sunken temples of the Lacerdan. Emotionless and flawless and blank. Because they had no leader, the squad voted on it. Unanimous, they agreed to follow the face, but not to trust it. Not for a single moment. Sometimes, a breeze stirred the clouds out of their way, and Agra could see the whole sunken junkyard exposed before them. They could see ridges where the elbow joints of immense pipes rose out of the water, or disappeared back below the surface. Agrania had seen the sewers beneath Seir. Each of these pipes could have drained the whole city, and there were dozens of them running off, parallel, into the distance. Spiky forests of antennae cut into the clouds, some still blinking red or white or green lights. One night, they passed by 8 silos, for that's what they looked like to her. Grain silos, only instead of brick, it was made of perfect, smooth metal. And, instead of standing tall, these silos were perched horizontally in mid-air. Hanging only a few dozen feet above the water, with nothing to support them. How they were suspended, she had no idea. Underneath, corrosion ate through the outer layers of metal. Inside, there was something. She could only shake her head in wonder. Gods know what that is. An array that looked like the inside of something alive. But it was also so perfect. Rows and rows of geometric shapes that wrapped around and around each other, and fed off in such strange patterns to each other, and to other places deeper inside the silo. Gods know. She hated this place, because it was overflowing with wealth. A vast richness of ancient technology, sunken and forgotten, and hidden behind some unthinking deathscape of mist and monsters. The metal here alone could supply the whole Kiran Empire for generations. More. No wonder the Emperor wanted to conquer this planet. And somehow, Eelha's friend had simply walked in here. A human? A god? Agrania wasn't so ready to start believing. Back in Vorpi's prison blocks, the Corvini tried to spin her a tale about his human friend, but she knew Eelha's type. Eager to believe anything, those ones were. And Agrania held on to her doubt, all the way through the Templelans. And even when the keeper called off its shambling monsters, half machine and half plant, she found that she still doubted what Eelha was saying. True Kirans did pray to the gods, but they did not believe in them. Because it mattered what the dull folk thought of you. How many of the venerate had proven that, time and time again. Only the dull scales and the poorest of the true Kirans believed in the gods. Some of the elite even claimed the Kiran religione, with all its saints and gods, was merely a tool. What was it they said at the academy? Why help the dull folk, when you could just tell them to pray? Sometimes, legend said, their prayers were even answered. But not in Agra's lifetime. She did not hate the gods, because how can you hate something that doesn't exist? No, she hated the people who used them. The Everlord, most of all, for allowing such beliefs to reign unchecked in his immortal empire. He was no god. At best, he was a splinter. A distant heir. All the gods, or whatever the humans had been, were gone. Only, Agrania began to feel the stirring of doubt, as dark as blood. It started somewhere in the solace of her feet, soaked to the ankle in her waterlogged boots. It ran up the backs of her legs, and up her spine. And needled at her. After spending days trekking through this flooded, cloud-ridden wasteland, her doubt had turned into something else. A gnawing concern. But of what? She could not say. There were faces in the mists. Old faces. Faces she knew, but some she didn't. Shut it down, soldier. She thought to herself. And then, you're not a soldier. Not anymore. Shut it down. Agrania shook her head, and stared up at the only face that mattered, the keeper's, shining ruby bright, like a gas lantern in the fog. This was a wrong place. That didn't mean she had to let it change her. On the 5th day, there was lightning in the water. The lake reached up to their waists, and they had to swim to keep their feet. Slow-moving currents gathered strength, pulling them the direction they were already going. That made it easier. They floated for a long hour, treading and clinging to each other to stay afloat. And then, the scribe spotted the towers. Twin pylons, their metal tips disappeared into the mist. Between them, a deep, dark trench was gouged into the whole structure of metal below them. A streak of lightning erupted from one of the towers, a snake of blue energy flashed from the tip of the pylon, and spidered across the surface of the water. On the other side of the trench, they could just make out the dimly glowing face of the keeper. You two swim around, Eel said. I'll take Kyrene. Meet you on the other side. Agra watched as the Corvini dragged Kyrene through the water, taking him to a rusted, dry hillock of metal cresting above the water's surface. She could see him warming up his muscles, getting ready for the flight. Agrania and the scribe swam as far east as they could, was this east, skirting around the water dancing with lightning. Tiny whirlpools opened up beneath them, as the water was sucked into avenues and alleys of the sunken metallscape below. The clouds above felt like they were falling. The white ceiling, pressing ever downward. Agra touched the platform first, and hauled herself, dripping, out of the water. She held out a hand for the scribe, who tossed her his pack first. How had he kept it so dry? And, gasping for breath, they stared at this strange, rippling world around them. Pulses of lightning still emitted through the clouds, and the mist was so thick here it seemed to refract all the colors of the rainbow. And there was Eel, his talons hooked on Kyrene's shoulders, flapping dangerously as he struggled to keep them both above the water. Their two black shapes passed between the towering pylons. Agrania cringed as a strand of lightning escaped one pylon, and used Eel's open wings as a conduit to leap to the other. Agra tensed, ready to leap back into the water, and swim out to Eel's electrified corpse. But the lightning passed through him. Eel and Kyrene crashed on a concrete platform. Gasping and flopping onto dry ground. Kyrene was howling with laughter. Ecstatic from death, missed nearly. Did you see that? He shouted, though everyone was right there. Eel was still gasping for air, but Kyrene's was worse. He was coughing and his breath was ragged, though there was still a smile on his lips, though his brightest scales were peeling and going dull. Gods, I felt their power, he said, laughing. Look at my hands. I'm still shaking. You are a wonderful Korya, Eel. It was the most Agrania had heard the politician talk in days. And he paid the price for it, as his laughs descended into a coughing fit. Where's, Eel spoke between breaths, the keeper. Agrania looked around. The scribe was looking at her, as if she might know. It was here. The clouds might have thrown them off. Shifting, layering over each other. Making it look like the whole world was turning, when it should have been standing still. Eel crowed a sound. Nodding up the concrete platform. Look. The platform ended in a sheer cliff. From this chasm, all the mist of all the world seemed to pour out, all at once. And in that mist, a bridge glowed. This was not at all like the grand bridges on Seir, that forded the twins, rising like cathedrals from one hill to the next. Nor was it like any of the footbridges her fellow soldiers constructed, everywhere they went. There were no stone columns, reaching to the ground. There were no arches, holding it up. Indeed, she did not think any amount of concrete could support something above that vast, swirling chasm below. And yet, it was there. Flickering, orange light. The mist that touched it burned and hissed away, so that it made a kind of tunnel through the thick, white wall of mist. Agrania looked back at the group. Eel, his feathered chest still heaving. Kyrene, gripping his leg, his laughing smile turned into a rictus of pain. The scribe, who was so far out of his depth, his stare had gone blank. Wait here, Agra said, and stalked off toward the bridge before anyone could tell her otherwise. Her boots made wet slaps against the concrete, the soaked leather constricting against her ankles and feet. As she approached, the hum of energy grew louder. Bright and orange and volatile. And the hissing mist, as it climbed up from some vast, human-made canyon below. A sheer drop, that curved slightly to her left and her right. For the 1000th time since coming to this place, she wondered why this was here. No answer would ever suffice. Agrania crouched, and hovered her palm over the bridge's orange light. No heat at all. Unnatural. She tore a strip of cloth from her already ragged shirt. And let it drop against the bridge. expecting it to burn. Instead, the light seemed to harden underneath the fabric. Holding it aloft, over those roaring, billowing white clouds. She tapped the bridge with her finger. A shock made her pull away. Her finger was numb. But it still moved. And she was still alive. Shapes flickered along the light, where the clouds touched and burned away. She tested the bridge with her foot. And then another. The bridge was only wide enough to fit one person, especially as there were no rails to hold. Agrania stepped deeper into the mists, until she lost count of her steps, and the mists above sprinkled her scales with dew. Behind, the concrete platform slowly faded, until she could not tell what was concrete and what was cloud. And still, the bridge kept going. There was something sitting in the middle of the bridge. No, not sitting. Floating. A hollow sphere, or the suggestion of a sphere, built by floating, languid ribbons of silver. The ribbons were weaving and unweaving themselves, changing the shape of the hollow sphere ever so slightly. There was something in the center. Agrania pulled out her knife. There was someone inside. Sitting cross-legged. No, floating cross-legged. Stop. A voice came from the sphere, amplified and made metallic. Who are you? It was the first time Agrania had ever seen a god. And she froze. She simply froze. Her lips were locked, her arms could not move. Why are you doing this? The voice said. Not angry. Defeated. You're killing them. There will be nothing left if you keep going. Why are you making us do this? Only then did Agrania realize the god could not see her. Its face was covered in the same writhing, weaving metal. Does he see me? She took a step back. All the metal ceased, staying in perfect suspension. Ilh, the voice had changed. More awake, but still muffled by all the mist and metal between them. Hopeful, and youthful, but deepening. The ribbons began to unweave themselves as the shape in the center unfolded. All the floating metal slid back into his body as he came to his feet. Ilh, is that you? Still, the words did not come to her. Too many years separated her from all the prayers of her youth, and all the oaths they sang in the temples. The holy words vanished from her mind. What the hells do you say to a god? 111, help. Please, don't kneel, the god said. He was shorter than she expected, and he was holding both hands out, as if she were nothing more than a scared animal. But Agrania couldn't bring herself to her feet. Clouds of mist sizzled and hissed against the underside of the bridge, rising up and painting her scales with droplets of water. I thought you were a lie, Agra whispered, softer than the mist. That depends on what you believe. All that liquid metal, all those long, wiry ribbons were sliding back over each other, collapsing onto his body. His surprisingly thin body. Agrania was a full head taller than him, and where she had muscle and bulk, he was as spindly as a sapling tree. The scales on his face, no, the skin, was a deep, richness that shone anywhere from earthen black to shiny magenta. Unlike her scales, there was no sharp change of color. A smooth transition, across the perfect planes of his face. The browns of his forearms, the clay colors of his fingers, tapering to the light tan of his open palms, still trying to calm her. Next to him, her own glittering scales felt cheap and gaudy, somehow. And all that metal, writhing over the strange fabric of his clothing. A living thing? Or some extension of his body? It moved like another layer of skin, rippling with some inaudible heartbeat. Easier to bow her head, than to look directly at him and wonder at all that quiet, dangerous power. Where is Ilha? There was concern in the god's voice. Is he here? Agrania found that she couldn't move. Her mind was flooded with the stories and legends. The gods who rose up, and destroyed their makers. The gods who warred with each other over meaningless slights. The gods who, with a simple glance, could turn you to dust. It's okay, the god said. You don't have to be afraid of me. I'm not what you think I am. Her head jerked up, a pang of worry in her chest. You can see into my mind. No, the god laughed. A gentle, scratching music. You're not the first Kiran I've met. Nor the first believer. Believer, she echoed. In some circles of Kiran culture, that was an insult. Among the officers and the upper echelons. She said it, before she could think about it, I am not a believer. And regretted, immediately. Look who stands before you, you fool. A god, and what do you tell him? But the god's smile widened, a blinding whiteness of teeth. Good, he said. That makes everything easier. And not a single wrinkle on his face. Young. That's what this god is. A mere child. And what else? What kind of god is glad to not be worshipped? My name is Poyer, he said. Poyer, Agrania echoed. I am called Agrania. The god took a step forward. Agra stepped back. My armor won't hurt you, he said, unless you try to hurt me. Then, it's outside of my control. Is Eel with you? And more. Agrania said. Good, he said again. This time, he pursed his lips and his brow was furrowed with some unspoken concern. I need help. Agrania went first, feeling the god's eyes upon her back. Trying to pretend like she wasn't vulnerable. But the god seemed little interested in analyzing her, for he was so buried in his thoughts he did not speak. They found Eel standing at the end of the bridge, both feathered hands on his hips, his wing feathers flayed out around him. He looked visibly relieved when Agrania pulled out of the mists. And when Poir emerged, the avian's stare went hard. Fledgling, he said flatly. Corvini, Poir replied, returning Eel's steely gaze with an imitation of his own. You done running from me? Why? Poir's face split into another smile, you getting too old to follow. Eel threw back his head, and crowed a laugh, and Poir laughed with him. He smacked the godling on the shoulders, and Agra could see the liquid metal sticking to Eel's feathers. Dripping away, back to Poir's body. Divine One, a ragged voice interrupted them. Kyrene was struggling to stand, and the scribe, who was almost as thin and young as Poir, struggled to help the older Kiran. The scribe's face was alight with blank awe. Of course, Agrania thought, now there is a believer. Kyrene. Poir said. You're alive. Seems my mother had a soft spot for me, still, he said with a pained smile. Or maybe she thought I'd be more valuable as a bartering token. Though, I suspect, the emperor would pay more for my head than for the rest of me. We had to drag him out of prison, Eel said. It's war back there, Poir. The whole empire is at war with itself. We need your help, Kyrene said. Neither side will give ground. Vor pi, too proud. The emperor, too iron. And who pays the blood toll? Agra watched the godling bite his lip. Uncertainty, welling up in his face. His arms were wrapped around himself, and he was shifting his weight from foot to foot. Unsure of himself. His face reminded her of something. Like the same face of every greenfin, fresh and nervous for his first mission on Thras et Unum. Having heard the word death but having no concept of it. Not yet. Fear. Because he didn't know what he was doing, while everyone else did. I don't know if I can help, the godling said. A creeping doubt snaked into Agra's mind. Don't think he has the power, either. You must, Kyrene said, still leaning heavily on the scribe. The bandage around his leg badly needed changing. A dark red stain, turning black. He cleared his throat with a wet cough. You are human, Poir. You are the only one. Poir's face flickered at that. But none of them seemed to notice. Eel was too busy arguing with Kyrene. No. First, we need to keep you alive. I did not risk my neck just to let you rot out here. Poir, tell me you've got nanite or something. I'm fine. Kyrene said, I'm not getting shot at. It's the people. Another coughing fit took him. This one was so rough, it nearly brought down the scribe, too. Eel had locked eyes with Poir, and gave a slight, grim shake of his head. And then, he looked over Poir's shoulder, at the bridge and all that mist. Concern painted in his feathers once more. Where's Lakes? Come, Poir said. And the godchild led them over the bridge, into the mist. Halfway across, the billowing, glistening clouds were blown away by a roaring wall of wind. And the whole expanse of the heart was revealed before them. Miles of irregular metal panels, exactly like the ones used to power the Emperor's fangs. All of them, arranged into a kind of basin that could have held the city center of Seir, with room for more avenues and stone-cut buildings in the smaller hills. The basin was surrounded on all sides by a sheer drop into a dark, shadowy chasm, from which the walls of mist arose. Clouds surrounded this place, so they were isolated from the rest of the world. I can't believe it, the scribe said to no one. I can't believe this is real. Each panel was a different size, a different shape. But they all rose up to meet the godling's feet, forming an easy ramp down to the center of the basin, where sat the unmistakable circle of a gate. Agra could make out the huge semicircles of metal, the arms floating around the perimeter of the gate, stacked and standing still in mid-air. A long figure stood at the rim of the gate. Just outside the arms. At first, Agrania thought it was a Kiran, wearing a strange kind of armor. And then, she thought it was a statue, for it did not move at all. But as they crossed the vast expanse of the slow, shifting panels, Agra saw the figure's eyes were glowing. An android? Like the ones the historians brought with them, when they deigned to leave the Black Library. It made sense. While the historians were rare, the androids were even more so. Human-shaped constructs, with too many interconnected systems and delicate mechanisms that not even the most mastered tinker could hope to replicate. Still, the androids served the historians. Agra wondered if this one did too. The Corvinese seemed to like her well enough. When their entourage finally arrived at the gate, Eel was almost joyful, smiling and shedding his gruff shell. This was a side of him she hadn't expected. The android was quieter, more reserved. Her eyes scanned over the group, Eel to Kyrene to the scribe, and finally, lingering on Agrania. How are you here? Agrania asked, because she was dying to know. Old Tech didn't do well on Thras et Unum. It was one of the reasons the Emperor needed an army to fight for him, though the soldiers weren't supposed to know that. It was the mist. The mist should break you. Our fangs don't fly. Our drudges don't walk. How are you here? I am Tython's own, she said. And shrugged, as if that was supposed to mean something. The android inclined her head in a slight bow, her eyes still not leaving Agrania's face. You are no normal construct. No, the android said. And nothing more. But Agra sensed no threat from her, so she looked back to study the child god. Wondering if he really was a god. He talks like us. Moves like us. He wears strange armor, but when Lethanine picked up the lightning spear, she did not become a god. Only a saint. There was something on the human's mind. She could see that, by the way he was biting his lips and kept furrowing his brow at nothing at all. They were making camp, and Kyrene and Eel were arguing back and forth over what to do next. The politician trying to petition Poyer for help, while Eel kept trying to press him to lay down and get some damned rest, or you'll die right here. But Kyrene was not so easily persuaded. He held out a pleading hand to Poyer. You're the only one Vorpi has listened to in I don't know how long. Years, probably. Poyer, she kept me alive because you asked her to. I've never seen my mother do anything for anyone. You asked. That's it. There was no reason for her to do that. Until you came, she wanted me dead. Wonder why, Eel said sarcastically. Talk to her again. What do you think, Agra? Eel asked. Will she listen? Vorpi is committed, Agrania said. She will not alter her path. If the Emperor is coming for her, she will fight to the last. Then make her listen, Kyrene said, his voice ragged and wet. When he coughed, he held out his hand to show he wasn't finished explaining. Politicians, Agra frowned. Look, Kyrene said, when he finally could speak again. Look at this place. The Emperor wants it, whatever it is. Which means, so does Vorpi. Which means we hold the power. Poyer was trying to listen. But Agra could still see that itch of worry pulling his thoughts away as the avian and the politician disagreed. Do you even know what this place is? Eel said. Look at you. You're sweating. And, hell's below, you're burning up, Kyrene. Take a damn break. There is no time for a break. My people are at war, with themselves. Dying for some bloody cause whose empty rewards they'll never reap. If their lives don't matter, then mine doesn't either. Save your stump speech. We're on the same side. Time is the very thing, Eel. Peace, with Xenos. How long have I been shouting those very words? Band together, as one people. Lift up the provinces. Peace. And now my people are slaughtering each other. Each other. Poyer, he held out a hand, half kneeling, as if he was begging Poyer with his whole body, you can help us. You can fight back. End this bloodshed, before it turns into something else. You can preach, Kiran. But don't tell him what to do, Eel said. Why not? He's a child. He is. But he's not your child. He's not mine. He's not Kiran, nor avian, nor any other species you can think of. He's human. You have no idea what he is capable of. You need to let him think, and, gods above, look at your leg. Kyrene, that is infected. Eel looked up at the group. His eyes fell on Agrania, almost pleading. Are all Kirans this bone-headed? Help me get him down. Agra. She wasn't listening. She was watching Poyer. There was something wrong with him. Something he hadn't said. Godling, Agrania said, her slow voice rumbling out of her chest. What is it? I found someone. Was all he managed to say. And then, his face fell and he shook his head, unable to say any more. Agra had seen that look, in far too many soldiers. They were children, too, weren't they? Green fins. Barely old enough to swim downstream, and sent to war to die. Yes, she had seen that look far too many times, out here on Thras, to mistake it for anything else, fear. I found another human. What? Eel said. Turning his beak side to side, as if this other human had been hiding just out of sight. What? The scribe said. What? Kyrene said, before descending into another fit of gasping coughs. The scribe offered him water from his canteen, and Kyrene took it. She was lost, Lakes continued, on a dying planet. Poyer saved her from certain death. Fledge. Eelh was beaming. Why didn't you say? She is meant to kill me, Poyer said. Eelh's joy evaporated. He demanded answers, and Poyer gave them. He told them all the first prophet. And he told them what the human called Kata meant to do to him. She calls me destroyer. She says I am the herald of ruin, that the end of all things will follow in my footsteps. Why would you save her? Kyrene asked. And Eelh nodded in agreement. Even the scribe's face was a study in confusion. But Agra thought she understood. The Kirans told many stories of the gods. Jealous, and easily enraged. In the stories, their ambitions were often their downfall. They were always hungry for power, or desperate to be seen as more than they were. I am the wisest. I am the fastest. I am the most clever. But they were no stories of merciful gods. Mercy was not a thing you could be proud of. When you were as powerful as a god, mercy was a weakness. And yet, she is your enemy, Agrania said. But you are not hers. Yes. Simple, Kyrene said, this is great news. I will go to her. Where is she? Yes, send me there. You can use this gate, can't you? I will talk to her, and bring her around to reason. Look at you, Eelh gestured at Kyrene, who was hunched over and sweating from the pain of his wound. You couldn't negotiate with an unhatched egg right now, much less a homicidal human. Kyrene took a bold step forward, and started to say I am not. But Agra saw it. Saw the way his knee buckled. Saw the way he collapsed to the ground, clutching the wound around his thigh. Agrania moved automatically to his side. Any soldier would have done the same. She kneeled over him, and Eelh was standing next to her, and the scribe was there too, grimacing at Kyrene's wound. It's infected. You will die, Agra said. Unless this is taken care of. Kyrene tried to wave them off, but when Agra put her pack under his head, and Eelh draped his outer fatigues over the politician, his resistance melted. He lay there, nodding his thanks. Coughing and drowsing and trying to stay awake. Just let me rest. A moment. And then, he was asleep. Eelh would not stop his pacing. Who is she? Doesn't she know there's no one else? His crest feathers were rigid, giving him a kind of mohawk that bounced with each scraping step of his talons. She calls you the herald. What if she's the destroyer? What if, by coming after you, she's the one who will bring death to us all? You've never done anything, but help us. But Poyer was shaking his head. Not disagreeing. Just defeated. The scribe was sitting next to the sleeping form of Kyrene, with his back against one of the gate's altars. The human had called it a terminal, not an altar, but Agra had seen far too many priests and ceremonies to call it anything else. He had pulled a pencil, and a wad of dry, or mostly dry, papers from his pack, and was scratching notes while he listened. I've been having dreams, the godling said. Dreams are dreams, Fledge. What kind of dreams? It was the scribe. And then, he seemed surprised to have talked to Poyer, to a living god, child or not, and his mouth clamped shut, so that Agra could not even see the shining scales of his lips. Bad ones. Poyer said. His eyes were unfocused. Staring off into the distance. There is a light. It shines down on a city that must go on forever. But the city is built like nothing I've ever seen. The city goes all the way down. All the way up. The doors move without moving, and the buildings do too. I know it doesn't exist, not in all the worlds or all the universe. I know it's a dream. But I can feel it. I can tell this city is alive. Until the light touches it, and turns it into ash. And a wind tears it apart. Blasting it open and washing it all away. And then, there is only me. Standing at the edge. Watching it all happen. I shout at myself. I tell myself to stop it. But I'm not listening. Eelh threw up his wing, crowing his disbelief. He questioned the godling. Argued with him. But never let himself get angry with the godling. Always gave the godling room to speak, as if the opinion of a child should matter. And the godling. What makes him different than me? From what she could see, aside from his magic armor, he was like any other Xeno. Perhaps more flexible in his adaptations, but not so special. Yet, Agra was fascinated. She found it hard, for some reason, to take her eyes off the godling. Meanwhile, the android was staring at Agra. And making no effort to conceal her stares. Fine. Let her. Androids were servant constructs. Not made for killing. Kyrene was getting worse. Agra could tell, because his eyes were open, but he wasn't talking. Only coughing and sweating and laying there. Grid doesn't have anything to help him, does it? Eelh asked. Poyer shook his head. And there, the conversation died. The scribe was asleep, with the pencil still in his hand. Even Eelh was beginning to nod off. The last few days of trekking through the cloud wastes had taken its toll. The moons of Thras wheeled overhead, and the dark red sun, too. And day turned to dusk. And it was only the godling, the android, and Agrania who were still awake. Not talking. Just sitting, in a circle. What about you? Poyer said, after a half-hour of silence, what do you think I should do? Agrania shook her head, and gave a non-committal, she had thoughts. Too many of them. Tactics and maneuvers and battlefield theories on dominating one's enemies. But what did she know about any of this? Days ago, she had believed that walking into the mists was certain death. And she had gone anyway, because... Because why? Because she trusted the avian? Because she wanted to die? The godling was waiting for her answer. The android, too, had her head cocked. The lenses of her eyes, irising tighter as she inspected Agrania's face. Agrania finally settled on her response. Don't know. I want to hear what you think. Aren't you a soldier? The godling said. They don't train soldiers to think. They only want machines. Tell me anyway, Poyer said. He wasn't going to give up. I need any help I can get. Agrania made a deep scratching sound in her throat as she hummed. Trying to imagine herself in the godling's position. A being, with unknown powers. A child. Being hunted by another, whose powers were also unknown. Too many unknowns. The Emperor, Agrania said. I would speak with him. Are you mad? Eel was suddenly awake. Perhaps he had been listening the whole time. That lying tyrant is half the reason we're in this mess. You have no idea what he is capable of. Those are your words, Eel. And you were right. None of us know what he is capable of. Nor, his hunter. We are mortals. We are too small to understand. Only the gods, or the ones closest, can see the terrain upon which they fight. The godling needs intelligence on his enemy, more than anything else. And only one can grant it. I agree with the soldier, a mechanical voice cut in. Soft and perfectly formed. Agra clenched her jaw, and felt her scales prickle at the sound. She had never heard an android speak before. They were the silent drones of the historians, only there to take orders. Servant machines. But this one was different, wasn't she? Her eyes were aglow with a pale, orange light. Lakey's Eel started, but the android cut him off. The Emperor was receptive before. And, in my memory, he claimed to disbelieve the visions. Another point in his favor, for the visions are precisely what drives Kadam to hunt the Savior Divine. Eel was looking around, looking for support. But the scribe was deep asleep, and Kyrene was making a wretched rasping snore. It's not a bad idea, Poyer said. Maybe I could get him to end the fighting, too. You said they were killing each other. Under the Emperor's orders, Eel said harshly. He has listened to Poyer before, Lakey said. This is reconnaissance. Are you not a thief, Eel? Eel pulled his head back. Offended? And then shrugged, agreeing with her. Do you not plan your escape? You never show your hand if you don't need to. Agrania shrugged. Sometimes, the only wrong move is to not move at all. Nobody learns by doing nothing. That is what I think. Eel crossed his arms, those long black flight feathers layering over each other. Gods damn it, he gave a begrudging caw. I thought you said they didn't train you to think. They didn't. Then why are you so good at it? Agrania's face burned so quickly, she had to turn away. It was the first compliment she'd had in a long time. 112, Negotiation I. Be sure that you're sure, Kyrene's voice was ragged, and his wounds were worse. The Kirin politician had aged a decade in the last 3 hours. He was lying on the concrete ring that encircled the gate. The mile-wide basin of the grid opened up around them, and the walls of mist just beyond. Here, there was no wind, and the air itself felt almost too dry to breathe. Yet, despite the warmth, the politician was wrapped up in 3 layers of coats and cloaks, some loaned from the scribe and from Eel. His teeth chattered slightly as he spoke, and sweat dripped down his forehead, collecting on the silvery scales that outlined his eyes. Say nothing you don't want him to remember. The Emperor is the Everlord for a reason. No one lives forever by luck. He knows what he's doing, at all times. You cannot catch him off guard, no matter how much you think you have. He knows what he wants, and he knows what you can give him. I will try. Poyer said. And if you have the chance, stay silent. The Emperor has always been our foremost politician. And we do love the sound of our voices. You will gain more by letting him speak. I think I understand. Please, Kyrene reached out a hand, struggling to extricate it from underneath all his grimy, well-traveled layers. Help the ones who cannot help themselves. The whole squad watched as Poyer put his hand on the terminal, and began to speak to the keeper. His lips did not move. And no one heard anything, except for Poyer's 2 words, "Connect us." Ilh, with a cutting glare. Kyrene, with desperate hope. And Agrania, whose face was a wall of unemotion. Lakey's hands were folded before her, her unmoving body staring straight ahead. All of them, standing out of sight of Poyer's camera. A face appeared in the air, above the terminal. The Emperor's red lips cracked into a wide smile that might be charming on anyone else. But if it reached his eyes, Poyer could not see, for an ornate, mechanical mask obscured everything from his metal-wrapped nose, and above. One eye was an empty socket of metal, the other was a staggered series of glowing slits. The rest of the mask was all hard planes and curving edges, with nodes and sensors and hard-cut wires making deep cracks in the metal. The cracks ran in lines up his scalp, or around the sides of his skull. In the back, Poyer was certain a collection of valves and sockets and connections were hidden. What purpose did that mask serve? What was it hiding, beneath all that complicated and elegant asymmetry? Why replace so much bone with metal? The Everlord of the Kirin Empire was shaking his head in disbelief. Or he's pretending to be surprised, Poyer reminded himself. And that smile still played at his lips. I don't believe it, the Emperor said. Well, those spineless, skulking historians were right once again. Perhaps I should listen to them more. First, they told me you were on Kea, and that's where I plucked you from that tomb they once called a conclave. And now, Poyer, you are here. Doing everything that I cannot. The grid is working again, because of you. Truly, you are incredible. Pride radiated off from every word, and even Poyer couldn't ignore the flutter of pride in his own heart. When was the last time anyone called you incredible? Standing on the other side of the terminal, just off screen, Eel rolled his eyes dramatically. Poyer took the hint. He exhaled that glowing feeling that comes from being praised. These, here, are my friends. Not this Emperor. Remember that he wants something from you. Everlord, Poyer said, trying to sound as diplomatic as he could. Why did you send me here? The Emperor's lips twisted in confusion, but only for a split moment. The grid. What other reason should there be? The heart contains the wealth of all human knowledge that has ever been stored therein. Not to mention it's connected to almost every other gate. It's empty, Poyer said. The Emperor's face, or what Poyer could see of it, darkened. What do you mean it's empty? No markers. No data. No information about anything. Not even the simplest program. No gate codes, or anything. What about the guide? Corrupted. Corrupted. It calls itself the Keeper. It said someone came here, thousands of years ago, and wiped everything. That harpy. The Emperor's voice was tinged, only just, with a quiet rage. As if he didn't really feel it. That miserable hypocrite. And then he was silent. Kyrene was thumping his chest as he coughed, and the scribe was kneeling at his side, trying to give him water to keep him still. Kyrene pushed him away, and whispered hoarsely, "Don't say anything. Be silent. Wait him out." But I want him to keep talking, Poyer thought. Try it. Kyrene said again, before descending into a gut-clenching coughing spasm. So, Poyer let the silence drag. He watched, saying nothing, squinting and staring at the unnatural stillness of the Emperor's movements. His pursed lips. The hard, statuesque rock of his jaw, clenching and unclenching as he thought. And, indeed, Kyrene was right. Poyer's silence yielded more from the Emperor than any question could. The Emperor was nodding, and talking more to himself than Poyer. So, this is how she meant to stop me. He laughed, and shook his head. We were so close, once. In another life, as they used to say. Do you know what that's like? To work with someone, in perfect harmony? A machine that sings. You become more than you could ever be on your own. But she never saw it that way. Who? Sen, the Emperor said. Her name was Sen. And she was my colleague. Yes, that is where I have her filed, mostly. As my colleague. Until she took what was not hers. That hypocrite. She said she never believed the visions. She said the end only comes if you let it. And we were agreed, young Poyer, we were on the same page. But two people can read the same page together a million times, and still come away with two separate meanings. We never saw eye to eye, Sen and me. I was too blinded by the mirror gate. It was the next step, Poyer. Our next step. We were almost there. We were almost through. But she was blinded by something else. What was that? Fear of the truth. The Emperor seemed to sink back into whatever chair he was speaking from. He threw his hand up, and made a show of turning away from the camera, as if what he was talking about was almost too painful. Well, if Sen wiped even the old grid, then she was truly lost. Who was this Sen? Poyer asked. Forgive me, Poyer. I forget that you can't remember, because you were never there. You know, I would kill to know when you were born, Poyer. Well, no matter. He breathed in deep, through the metal shape that suggested a nose. Nodes on top of the Emperor's metallic scalp twisted, emitting a gentle hiss of invisible gas. Then, he continued. There was a time when prophets ruled the spirit of humanity. We were at their whim. Perhaps I should not say ruled, because I knew them, and they were not in control. They were addicted to the attention, and so they said whatever they believed would cause the greatest stir among our people. Yikandrakala Sen was a friend of the prophet. The first prophet. Some days, Sen was her right hand. Others, she and the first prophet acted like fierce enemies. Yet the first prophet needed Sen. Do you know why? While the first prophet may have dreamed of the gate, it was Sen who architected it. The very grid upon which you stand is Sen's own design. Why would she wipe it? I can only guess. The Emperor inhaled once more, and stared at the screen. Silent. It's because of me, isn't it? It's because I am the herald. The Emperor steepled his heavy hands in front of his face. Now, where would you have heard about that? I know what I am, Everlord. Or, at least, I know what they thought I was. The Emperor hummed to himself. Deep in thought, or pretending to be. Do you know how long it took, before they settled on your face, Poyer? Centuries. Oh, you were always there. But they dreamed thousands of faces. Tens of thousands. Maybe more, who knew back then what they would eventually see. There were so many of them. Dreams, and faces. Only, through the years the faces dwindled. Until. Well, until only your face remained. So it is true then. The Emperor's fist smashed against something, and his voice cannonballed into Poyer, almost making him stumble back from the terminal. Absolutely not. Do not listen to the fools and empty-minded. So easily influenced. All of them. No one can be born evil. Now, look at yourself. And tell me someone can be born evil. It must be made. Their beliefs were far too simple. Too easy. Is death evil? Disease? Devastation from the storm? Does the universe suffer this drawn-out entropy because the forces of physics are evil? No. Of course not. Humanity went extinct because they simply made the wrong move one too many times. Which is it? Poyer thought. We, or they. But he had more pressing questions to ask. Then you don't think the visions show us the future? I think, like any insidious deceit, they are filled with truth. Brimming with it. With just enough space for only the most dangerous and important lies to wriggle inside. That's what I think. You cannot be the herald of ruin. Why not? I'm here, just like they said I would be. So you are. But a dream is not a vision. And both must be interpreted. An interpretation creates room for error. When the words finally reach the mouth, and the would-be visionary speaks, how much of that dream is really being spoken? But all of this is moot, because I cannot tell you how many prophecies were given wrong, Poyer. Are they visions or not? Poyer said. Some were. I must admit. Some showed us exactly the truth. Then who sends them? Yes, the Emperor smashed his fist again, though now with triumph instead of anger. His lips were crooked up into that same proud smile. Now, my young savior. Now, you do ask the right questions. I knew we would see things the same way. Because you and I, we were not born into this madness, were we? Another deep breath. Only this one was more like a gasp. It shuddered through the Emperor's open lips, and dozens of sharp nodules pricked up along the sides of his scalp. There was a hint, and Poyer thought he could see the gas this time. The Emperor sighed, as if something had just released him. And resumed talking, as if nothing had happened. The truth is, Poyer, that I do not have the answer to your question. Who sends the visions? We were so close to having the answer, once. And I have been searching for it again, for all these years. Through the long harvests, and the short summers and the blackest winters. Did you think the Kirans were my first? No. Ha. No, I have had other empires before this one. All because of Sen. Who stripped me of the very tools I created to answer our question? Who sends the visions? And why? Once more, the Emperor sank back into his throne. For a long moment, he remained still as stone, the great, dark lines of his mouth pressed together. Poyer wanted to keep asking questions, but Kyrene was waving at him. Gesturing for him to stay silent. Eel caught at Kyrene, telling him to go to sleep. And the Emperor, who could see nothing but Poyer's face, spoke, here's what we know, young savior. The visions and the light are linked. Either that, or the light simply makes it easier to see. But I'm sure you already know this. It's why we work so hard to contain the light, to harness it. Yes, first comes the light. You saw it unbound in my city, when the scar began to crack. Poyer remembered, standing in the Xeno slums of Seir. Staring up at the sky, feeling the warmth of the sun and the ocean breeze on his skin. And watching the scar split open, spilling all that light out. Then, from the light, comes the visions. Once you are touched, it is done. It does not seem to affect these Xenos. Even the historians, well, they have to immerse themselves to see anything at all, don't they? A blessing for them, I think. Because after the visions, comes the unmaking disease. Have you seen it? Poyer shook his head. Only in my studies. Terrible. It seems to come from nothing at all, and it spreads. Oh, how it spreads. From vein to skin, to air and water and solid metal, and it does not care what it eats, as long as it eats. I have seen the seed grow from a single atom into a devouring void. Is it malicious? Created by someone or something to destroy us? An accident, or a force of nature? It doesn't matter who you ask, the old astronomists, or the deepest illuminant expert, with hundreds of years of study beneath his belt. Not even the first prophet her damned self. Nobody knows what the light is. Where it comes from. Or who it comes from. Oh, there are theories. Untested, and unproven. What is yours? Why does it speak to us at all? This universe is not enough. Humanity is not enough. Not now, anyway. Not with the way we are. We are in dire need of change, and in order to change, we must go beyond, further than anyone has ever gone before. Which is why I need your help. You've made it this far, to Thras. To the heart itself. You need only take one step further. There is a place I have been trying to reach for millennia. Certain death, for my people. Total eradication, for me. But for you. Sen's world is an oyster, waiting to be cracked opened. What do you say? Will you take the step that no one else ever could? Poyer chewed his lip. Lakes was staring at him. And Eelh, and all the others. Needing him to do the right thing. To say the right words to the Emperor, who could not be trusted. So many lives at stake. His own life, too. Was this really so hard? Poyer had been through so much worse. The living hell of the conclave. A lifetime of testing, that alone was pain indescribable. But the trying, and failing made it so much worse. Disappointing the caretakers, the techs, the directors, all the people who had given up everything just to help him and his cohort grow in isolation from the rest of humanity. Failing, and trying. Because he was never good enough for them. It wasn't the tests that hurt. It was the knowing that he would never succeed. But the future was unwritten. And right now, the pen was in his hand. Poyer inhaled his courage. Holding on to it. Using it to push through that all too familiar fear of the unknown. I need something from you, first. Oh. End your civil war. Across the concrete, Kyrene's ragged breaths went silent. His eyes were like two burning coals. Two flecks of light in the grey seriousness of his face. Ah, the Emperor said. And again, ah. Not everything goes to plan. Should have been over the moment it started. I allotted 14 hours, but look where we are now. Weeks and still there is blood. Unfortunately, I do not control the universe, Poyer. And my people have minds of their own. Millions of them. This slight conflict will end, do not be concerned, like all the others before it. The minor hundreds, or thousands, might die. But that's what soldiers are for, no. Are you not their emperor? Do they not become soldiers because of you? Do you know how many of my people die when a single crop goes foul? It's excruciating. A few thousand soldiers is nothing. I know what it looks like. Senseless bloodshed. Slaughter. But you must know this sacrifice is one that I do not make lightly. It is necessary for the greater flourishing of this grand empire. And for the health, and peace of the people in my empire's gentle warmth, of course. Thousands will die. But what of the millions who will be saved? An insignificant price, wouldn't you say? No. The Emperor's smile faltered. You must end it, Poyer said. If you want my help, make peace with Vorpi now. You will outlive her. You will outlive them all. Grant them all a peaceful life. Short-sighted, the Emperor said coldly. Maybe, Poyer said. But if you want me to go and find this Sen, then that is my price. There was no emotion on the Emperor's face. A machine mask, made of flesh and blood and covered in metal. The Emperor was no human, no matter how much he looked the part. The thought lit in Poyer's mind, does he even care about humanity? Or does he see us like he sees the Kirans, dispensable tools? Very well, Poyer, the Emperor heaved a great sigh. It will be costly, but I will make peace. For you. If Poyer had known the Emperor longer, if he had known the human being who was the first template for the thing that now called itself Emperor, then he might have seen this promise for what it was, a lie. But the emperor was old, long before Poyer was born. And he had mastered every method of control, and he did not give Poyer time to think or suspect. His voice rolled out in a slow, deep rumble, changing the course of the conversation like a dam dropped from orbit. There is more on your mind, Poyer. What? And here, because he was already in so deep, Poyer decided it was time to tell the emperor, for what could he do to Poyer, that Kadam wasn't already certainly planning? So, Poyer decided to ask. Emperor, I need your help. There's another human. 113, Negotiation 2. Emperor, I need your help. There's another human. A crackle of static, as Poyer waited for his answer to come back over the grid. So, the emperor said, the whispers from Gayam are true. He already knows about Kadam, Poyer thought. But how much? This other human, she believes the visions, Poyer said. She came all this way, because of them. Of course she did. Why else come at all? Still, the emperor shook his head in disbelief. All this time. And they still managed to keep crawling up from the black hole of time. There might be more, perhaps. The emperor hummed to himself, as he chewed it over. Poyer opened his mouth to ask another question. And then, shut it. Reminding himself, listen. Let him do the talking. Just like Kyrene said. So, she intends to destroy the destroyer. What does that make her then? The emperor said. It is absurd to think they actually sent someone all this way, on the off chance you even existed. Well, I suppose you want me to kill her? No. No, that's not what you want at all, is it, young savior? Change her mind. Without harming her, he nodded, his lips pressed together in grim thought. You do want to help, don't you? If only there had been more of you, at the beginning. And less of, well, never mind. How old is this new human? What life has she chosen? She's a goldsmith, Poyer said. I think. Must remove the constructs from the city, then. Or does she call them by the old names? Old names? Poyer asked. Brand names? Model names? Anything like that? What about corporations or holdings? Who sent her? Castrum? Feng and Xiao? Or was it one of the clans? This last word, he said with such distaste he almost spat it out. Give me a word, Poyer. A word, she said, that you don't know. It might help us establish her age. Ariesnet. Perfect, the emperor smiled. Thin, and closed-mouthed. Simply perfect. But let me be clear about one thing, Poyer. I am certain that she is dangerous. However, as long as you say nothing more to her, she can have no more effect on you. I will grant your wish. I will show her the way. Now, the emperor said. What must I ask of you? Ah, Sen's world. Yes. The smile crept across the emperor's face. A simple task. Sen had many worlds. But there was one in particular she held in high favor. A planet-sized retreat, attuned to her exact vision of paradise. I will forward you the coordinates. It took me a long time to find it, but I am confident in the precision. Here. Poyer's wrist buzzed. Poyer, having been raised in the isolation and digital security of the conclave, opened it. The emperor's message contained only coordinates, and a short, clinical description of the planet. Regency 13F.7. Temp, -216F to 83F, controlled, mass, 0.975 EO2, 23.5%, controlled, artificial, advanced, not controlled. -120? I thought you said it was a paradise. It's a range. I've heard most of the planet is fair. Is it safe? For me? I cannot venture there. Sen loved peace, but she would not abide my current form. You will be safe from most of her creations. I am certain. That's what you said about Thras et Unum, Poyer said. And are you not safe? I am, Poyer thought. But what about them? Poyer looked over the screen's projector. Through the lightly holographic image, at Kyrene, whose scales were losing their color. And at Eelh, who was so bruised and beaten his feathers were falling out in clumps. Even at Lakey's, who was so filled with swamp gunk in her newest steel pieces, already fringed with rust. Should I leave them behind? He almost laughed at the thought. Eelh would explode out of his feathers if Poyer asked him that. He'd be nothing but gooseflesh. Poyer. The emperor's fingers were steepled in front of his lips. He was waiting for an answer. Yes, I've got your coordinates. Good. Then the path to Sen's world is now yours. And one more packet, he inhaled deeply once more. Until it seemed he could not inhale any more. And kept going. The nodules and valves on the skull of his mask twitched and clicked purposefully as he dragged in the air. Do not open this packet. Poyer felt another buzz on his wrist. He looked down, to see a symbol, like a half moon with a ring cutting through it. This message was grayed out. Are we clear? The Emperor said. Do not open it. Not until you have to. It might do nothing. But it could be, catastrophic. Then why give it to me? You must find my mirror. It will be somewhere bright. A place of great worth. It will be mounted above a source of enormous energy. Sen may have loved her peace, but she also knew what I wanted. So, the packet I gave you contains a script. In case her security is still active. I doubt it. She was more of a big picture kind of person, you understand. No, Poyer thought. Not really. It seemed the more he walked these, the more questions he had about their pasts. What is the mirror? It began as a telescope, of sorts. To see through the light. Through the scars themselves. A wondrous tool, but difficult to replicate. So you want me to bring it to you? The Emperor barked a laugh. Oh, my. No. The difficulty to move such a thing. No, what I ask is the essence of ease itself. I only want you to take a picture of it. And send it to me. That's it. That's it. Poyer heard the Emperor slap his palms on the flats of his throne. Go to Sen's world. Find the mirror. Send me an image. And I will do everything I can for you. And then, an idea seemed to dawn on the Emperor. Speaking of, that armor you're wearing must be trained to the body. You cannot let it simply do what it wants. It is not a tool. You understand that, don't you? It doesn't listen to me. Won't it? I don't have admin privileges. Oh, he scoffed, all the nodules on his mask clicked in rapid succession, and stilled. Another simple fix. It's still bound to its previous user. My, but that is a long time to stay awake, isn't it? Well, one more script, Poyer. This should hold the lock open long enough for the two of you to become acquainted. Poyer had endless questions. But the Emperor had given him so much, in such a short time, and he needed to think. So, he said, thank you, Emperor. I am at your beck and call, should you need anything else, Poyer. And do not worry about our new human friend. Kadam? She will be neither harmed, nor will I permit her to harm you. The connection severed. Poyer blinked away the image of the Emperor, until he could see only the rest of the group, staring back at him. All, but Lakey's, with wild anticipation on their faces. Then, Poyer looked down at his armor. It rippled. Waiting. Were you alive this whole time? Kyrene was the first to break the silence. Thank you, Poyer. A cough so violent racked his body, Poyer thought he might lose a lung. Or whatever the Kirans have. When at last Kyrene steadied himself, he tried again. Thank you. You saved us. I can't believe he listened to you. The soldier called Agrania made a doubtful hum in her throat. Obviously you shouldn't trust a damn word, the Emperor said, but Ilha said, better than expected. So. Poyer said. Do we go? You should, Lakey said. Flee from this planet. Obscure your path, and hope the Emperor keeps his word, so that Kadam cannot achieve her quest. Besides, this Sen may have answers to other questions. Though, I do doubt the Emperor's intents align with yours. And Kyrene. Ilha's gruff caw cut across their conversation. Down on the floor, Poyer couldn't tell if the politician's eyes were open or shut. Kyrene must be taken to Gayam, Lakey said. And I will take him. Poyer and Ilha both exclaimed at the same time, what? Were you not listening? One said. If you go there, the other said. The human will kill you. We won't get you back. And then, who knows what she'll do with you? He needs healing, or he will die, Lakey said. And again, the soldier made a grunt. This time, Agrania was agreeing with Lakey's. She might take you apart, Lakey's. Poyer's voice was rising, and his fists clenched. What was wrong with her for even mentioning this? Her response was mechanical. No hint of her digitized warmth. Kyrene will die in 2 hours, 47 minutes if he does not receive intense medical attention. And there is only one doctor I trust to treat a Kiran traitor. Traitor. Kyrene whispered from the ground. How dare you? His eyes closed again. Poyer felt compelled to argue. But no other solution came. He couldn't help Kyrene. Back in the cauldron, there had been a thing they called doctor that grew in the basement of the Leaning Tower. It was more akin to a plant than an animal, but its vines could move, and it could speak through some body part hidden deep in its trunk. If nothing else, Poyer understood it to be old, and gifted in healing, and decidedly neutral in almost any political affair. That last, being the critical. Kyrene was muttering to himself. I will go. I will go to Sen's world. I will bring us peace. A cough lurked deep in his chest, threatening to spill over. Poir, Lakey said. I will kill 2 birds with 1 stone, if you will pardon the phrasing, Eelh. The Corvinee frowned at her. Saying nothing. I will take Kyrene to Gayam, and get him the help he needs. And I will speak with Kadam. She'll kill you. Unlikely. She would prefer to study me, as I pose no threat to her. We cannot trust the Emperor and his word alone, we must take our own initiative. I will convince her of what you truly are. I will change her mind, Poir. Her eyes glowed a burning, blue light, deep in the sockets of her mask. It made too much sense. But he didn't want her to go. Someone else. Anyone else. But it made too much sense. What if I say no? He thought. Can I do that? Poir, she said again. And he could not shake the feeling that he had heard that tone before, back in his conclave. The only caretaker who ever tried with him, sitting on the other side of his door. Trying to coax him out of the darkness. Poir, there are some things that can't be changed. So reasonable. So patient. Sometimes, her voice, Nua's voice, made him furious. But this was Lakey's. And Poir was, not the same Poir as he once had been. He had old memories, but he did not recognize the boy inside them. Okay, Poir said. Remember what you promised. I will not harm her. And don't let her harm you either. The Emperor was tired. He was tired of being awake. He was tired of directing the wills of millions. And not just of his people, but of the myriad constructs, Artifal, they had once been called, who moved to his every whim. The enormous rotators that kept the fields alive. The ground-shaking builders. The hordes of medical servos in his imperial hospitals. And all the other Artifal he used to maintain the health and happiness of his critical population. But it was necessary. It was all necessary. He did it out of a burning need to know. He wasn't sure if the child believed his lie about ending this little civil war, but it didn't matter. By the time he found the mirror, it would be over. And Poir would do what he was told. Meanwhile, there were new updates from the war front. The rebellious battalions were on the run. They would have to seek shelter in the homes of the Lacertan they had hunted to near extinction. Only Vor-Pi had disappeared. So easily. That was frustrating, but he would find her. His own battalions would root them all out. There, at least, the Kirans could govern themselves well enough alone. They were an aggressive species, raised from an aggressive genetic ladder. And Lord Dioch was chief among them. So, the Emperor turned his attention to other matters. To all the preparations he must make in his own home. A second human tied a new knot in his plans. Especially one with her own agenda. She could have ruined everything, if Poir had made a single misstep. No, that would not do. Poir must reach the mirror. He needed a plan for this new human. But how the Emperor's skin itched. Every inch of his body. And his resuscitation suite, his personal chambers, called to him. Tempting him to rest his mind from all this tedious work. But isn't the tedious labor often the most important? So, he stayed awake. 114, The Machines of a God. There was new life in Lowtown. And not just in the fresh wood buildings and burned-out city blocks. Reich wandered through the restoration of Lowtown, savoring the sounds of construction. The hammering of nails came from every corner, and the squawking of bosses, and grunting reed knights, and the scraping of mortar on stone. Street crews demolished the last remains of burned lumber and collapsed homes, to make way for the new. Peddlers sold fruit and nuts and fresh cooked meat by the cartload, and pack dragons hauled lumber and metal down the Viam. But all of this was nothing, compared to Lowtown's newest factory. The steel ribcage of a leviathan rose out of the ashes, spearing up against the backdrop of the cauldron's mountain ridge. Sheet metal walls covered half of the factory, though it was still a patchwork of giant, empty frames. Long, sloping roofs and empty eggshell domes were already sprouting a forest of concrete smokestacks, which billowed white clouds into the sky. Kadam's factory was alive. Smoke and fire and the searing whistle of superheated forges. There were a few reed knights at work here, though most of the factory's workers were constructs. Hundreds of them, pouring in and out of the factory. The song of hammers and rushing steam ushered from the factory, night and day. The constructs, Kadam's constructs now, carried long sheets of metal, like ants carrying the cut pieces of enormous leaves. But that was not the only mark Kadam made on Lowtown. A new piece of architecture hung over the cleft, like some awful industrial work of art. Unless you could fly, the cleft was the only entrance into the cauldron. A sharp gap in the mountain ridge, it was where the Viam Sinuum drained out of the city. Some of the priests and old believers thought there had once been a human tower here, the fabled 8th tower, right where the cleft was, but no one had ever dug deep enough to find it. Now, Kadam's constructs were chiseling into the rock on either side of the cleft, using cranes to hauling metal up the steep mountain slopes, and welding steel to stone. There were 2 gently curved strips of metal, each one, as tall and wide as an apartment block, bolted into the sides of the mountains. One on either side of the cleft. Every inch of metal was patterned with intricate, complicated designs. Deep geometric gouges, carvings in the metal that reminded Queen Reich of the lines in Kadam's own face. All hard right angles, joining together in parallel lines. At the center of the metal strips, there was a cone-shaped spike, like something had tried to punch through the metal and left only its imprint. Kadam claimed the cone had been measured, planned, and crafted to an exact specification, though Reich had no idea why. And even from down here, at the footsteps of Kadam's factory, Reich could simply turn in a slow circle, and see, each of the 7 towers was now capped with a similar concave sheet and cone spike. All of them, facing the gate. All, gleaming in the late morning sunlight. But Reich had not come to marvel at new machinery. She had come because the priests were concerned. Another dark mood, Your Majesty. The Divine One hasn't spoken to us in days. Nothing unusual there. Kadam had shown little interest in the priests and all their beliefs since she'd arrived. Try as they might, the priests had trouble getting her to talk about the holy mysteries and canon law, and moral and liturgical quandaries. Kadam, it seemed, only cared about machines. So the fact that she wouldn't talk to them now seemed natural. But the priests begged, and so Reich had come. Half of the factory was exposed to the open air. Little more than a steel skeleton. The open half faced the low town steps that led up the cliff wall to the midcity. One day, this part of the factory would be a sheer metal wall. But right now, it was little more than an empty steel skeleton. At the very bottom of all that sheer, open space, someone had installed a door, tiny and naked and almost comical. Anyone could simply walk around it. So, Reich did. And she found herself immediately caught up in a massive dance of machines. Constructs working forges, hammering red-hot metals, standing in assembly lines as they carved those geometric patterns into the metal sheets. They rarely spoke, unless one of the masked reed knights who supervised the factory floor spoke to them. She crossed quickly through the open space, nodding at the reed knights who bowed in her presence. Shadows stretched longer and blacker as Reich went deeper into the factory. She found the human sitting on a hill of broken bodies. Limbs and legs and heads with burned-out eye sockets and chassis torn apart. Hundreds of them, thrust into a junk heap that rose halfway to the ceiling. And Kadam sat on top. Her head was propped up on her hand, and she made no move to look at Reich when she entered. The priests were right, Reich thought. She does look angry. Her other arm was wrapped in that exosleeve, a mechanically enhanced arm that ended with a fist of tools so complex, Reich could only guess at its purpose. Currently, that fist was wrapped around the skull of a rusted construct. Kadam crushed and crinkled the skull, like it was made of thinnest tin. I've carved up hundreds of them, Kadam said. Her voice dry and grim. It's not enough. It's not nearly enough. If I could pull every construct in this world together, and melt them all down, I still don't think it would be enough. All scrap. What's wrong? The extruders. Kadam threw her head back, and sighed. It's the damn extruders. I need pure liquid metal. I would destroy this damn sleeve, if I thought I could get anything out of it. Pure. It has to be. I have all the designs. Kadam jabbed a finger at her head, right here. But I can't build a fucking printer until I get something. All these constructs only have traces of liquid left. They've been rebuilt and chopped up and built again so many times over the centuries, there's nothing good left. Nothing, except the cores. Kadam tossed the crushed skull down the hill of bones, letting it crash and slide down through wires and glass and rusted brass. Reich thought she recognized this mood. In the fledgling god, too, she had seen it. Kadam was still coming to terms with this world. Still coming to terms with everything that was gone, all of her people, and all their tools. Divine One, Reich said. If you need a printer, our priests have the finest ink presses. No. Kadam shouted. And then, she tempered her emotions, her voice once more growing grim and soft. No. You don't understand. I need a molecular printer. Otherwise, I have to build everything by hand. Kadam raised her exosleeve's fist, spreading out those 2 articulated fingers. Dozens of digits, each one specially formed for its own task. Imagine if you had to scrape iron ore out of mine with nothing but a toothbrush. That's what this is like. What is a toothbrush? Reich asked, crooking her head to the side. You don't have teeth? Oh, never mind. I'm just frustrated, Reich. The Emperor has thousands of years over me. My one advantage is surprise. I don't know how he'll act when he finds me, but I have to be prepared. I need machines. I need tools. I need something to deal with him. You intend to kill him? Kadam's head snapped up. She eyed Reich with a wild look in her eyes. As if Reich had said the wrong thing. As if Kadam was watching for something. What? But the human seemed not to find it. swallowed, and shook her head. Divine One, Reich said, I know what he's like. Must I remind you what the Kirans did to my people? I understand your need. How can I help? What I need is information. And I believe only the Emperor has it. How will you get it? Kadam shrugged, I'd prefer not to devolve into violence. A loud hissing poured in from the front of the factory as hot metal was plunged into water. And if he refuses to answer? Kadam pushed herself to standing. Her feet sank slightly into the hill of machines. Metal limbs and tangles of wire slid down the slopes. That's what I'm trying to figure out here. That's what this factory is for. Production. If he's a machine, I must have something to disable him. If he's not, well, then I need my own machines. And no offense, but these constructs Kadam kicked at something that might have been an actual bucket, welded and repurposed into a kind of machine head, these won't do. I wish I could show you, Reich. I wish I could show you what we used to be. Tell me, Divine One. That's exactly it. I'm not divine. Hamalainen, she was divine. Hamalainen and all her nanoful. It was all she ever worked on. Countless variations that could do anything you wanted. If you want to worship someone, worship her, because she can't argue anymore. The human sat back down on the hill, clattering metal and wires sliding around her. Her head fell into her hands again. Reich wanted to ask what happened to this Hamalainen. But she could feel the deep sadness radiating off Kadam like a cold wind. It wasn't like with Poyer, who seemed little more than a lost child. Frantic and frightened and trying anything to go back in time. Kadam, however, was mourning. But there was more to her mood. More, that Reich couldn't quite figure out. Were there others? Reich dared to ask. Other gods, besides Hamalainen? Kadam laughed. If you want to talk about gods, you have to talk about Ganesha. Master of precision. He helped me understand so many things about perfection, and the endless, fruitless pursuit. Good enough is good enough, he used to say, unless you want something to last. Then it has to be exact. But he also used to say that good machines and great machines are all the same, as long as they get the job done. Ganesha was also the only reason we were able to split up into clans. Because of him, we could conserve our energy for centuries. Millennia. I'd bet most of these constructs are built on some version of his designs. Reich let her talk. Crawled up the hill of bones, and sat beside her, as Kadam spoke name after name. And gave lore for each one. And Na Sherwani. Damn her. She was incredible. And she knew it. Never a machine went astray from her. I'd bet most of them are still working, too. And Rodiero, of course. Little Rodiero. Funny, angry, loud, bossy, commanding Rodiero. He was the reason. The reason. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be. The human trailed off. Closed her mouth, and shook her head. And said nothing for a long time. Divine One. I have work to do. How can I help? Reich couldn't stop staring at Kadam's face. All those sharp lines, cut into her skin. How does the skin know not to grow over those tattoos, those implants? And the hard metal devices, embedded in her cheekbones, or the sides of her temples. Did it hurt to have that done? What do they even do? And the human's eyes? Her irises were ringed. Dozens of layers that circled around each other when they focused, or unfocused. Like she could see so much more of the world. More than Reich ever knew existed. Reich, how hard would it be to move all your people out of the city? You want me to evacuate the entire cauldron? I need to test the light spikes. The light spikes? That's what she called those huge metal strips and cone spikes bolted to the sides of the mountains, and the towers themselves. Lightning rods, made to take power from the Emperor himself. But evacuating the cauldron? This was no easy task. There were millions here, and many places to hide. She doubted everyone would leave, if told. And then, where would they go? The wash? Dangerous, to linger out there unprotected from the storms. The jungle itself? No, that was folly and death. I can't. There are storms, Divine One. Terrible and dangerous. Can't they build shelter? I've seen factories and farmhouses out there. Temporary buildings. We haul the equipment in when we can, but even that may be lost. They call it the wash for a reason. Anything outside the city may be washed away. Not every storm, but often enough. My people will not want to leave. We are powerless before the storms. Kadam hummed to herself, lost in thought. Maybe I can fix that. She said it so simply. As if it was only some minor engineering problem that, if she spent a day or two upon, she might solve. The reason all the peoples lived in the cauldron was the same reason that Reich was a monarch. This was the only place any of them could live, inside the safety of the mountain walls. Shelter from storm and jungle both. If the god could find a new way to protect them. Reich couldn't even imagine what that might change. Would her people spread out across all that farmland? How wide could her queendom grow? Even the poorest among them might claim a patch of land, a hill, a garden of fruit trees, and create their own paradise. No more would they be limited to. And what about the emperor? Kadam's voice cut through her thoughts. The spikes are supposed to skim light, but I need the gate to open to test them. How do you get him to open the gate? Kadam could not have asked the question at a more opportune moment. Reich was about to answer, when a blinding flash of light crashed through the open half of the factory, cut only by the few girders and that tiny door standing along the factory's far end. Through the great empty spaces of the factory, all the constructs stopped their work. Everyone looked up, at the light blossoming over the city. A brilliant, two-white thread of light, connecting the center of the city to the sky above. The gate was open. Was that you? Kadam asked. She slid down the hill of bones. Her shoulders were back, her arms held out, as if ready for a fight. No. Reich said, her own arms flooding with adrenaline. We had no word of this. Damn that emperor. Do you think he's already gone back on his word to you? I didn't think he would. But who else can open the gate? I must go. Excuse me, Divine One, and Reich took off running. There was enough space for her to unfurl her wings, and carry herself out of the factory and into the sky above. Her Falcor retinue, who had been lurking on the rooftops around the factory, whistled to each other as she sped past, and they fell into formation behind her. 6 golden brown-winged silhouettes, plus 1 queen, racing across the sky of the cauldron. They climbed higher, rising above the cliff wall of Lowtown. Rising until they could see above the mid-city's rooftops and temple domes and minarets and apartment blocks lush with greenery. There were 2 figures standing in the gate. No, 3. One was leaning on the first. One of the people gleamed in the sunlight. Her whole body, made of metal. But already, the new parts of her body were dusted with rust and metal rot. It didn't matter. Reich didn't even care that there were 2 Kirans standing next to her. She was just too excited to see her again. Lakes. The queen speared down to the mid-city, throwing out her talons at the last possible moment. Her claws scraped across the metal disc of the gate as she made her shrieking halt. And almost collided with the android, before her wings dragged her to a stop. A young Kiran was standing next to the android, with an older Kiran, so sick he might have been dying, clinging heavily against his side. There was no animosity between them. No haughty, superior Kiran glance. Just a look of desperation, on both of their faces. But, at that moment, all Reich could see was an absence. Is he not returning? No, your majesty. Poyer forges his destiny elsewhere. I am sent in his stead. And the android's eyes clicked, glowing a different light as she finally grasped Reich's true meaning. Oh, her voice rattled, you mean the Corvini. He is safe. He is with Poyer. A new ally guards them both. Strong. Steady. Reich nodded, feeling herself relax and sink into sadness at the same time. She had hoped to see him. Hadn't heard a word from him in months, and had feared that maybe she never would again. But at least he's safe, Reich thought. What more could she ask for? And what about you, Lakes? You look dreadful. The android's body was dusted with wet rust. Parts of her newer, brassier body armor were dented and scraped and the brassen sheen was dull and peeling away, as if she'd been dragged through a muddy swamp for the better part of a year. The rest of her metal was as perfect and bright as ever. My physical form is not in urgent need of attention. This one, however, the android nodded to the older Kiran. 19 years of terrible occupation and instinctual fear didn't wear off so easily. Reich felt the sharp sting of hatred the moment she looked at them. Both the Kirans had those telltale glittering scales of the imperial elite, though one of them was hardly old enough to be a man. The elder Kiran looked like he was ready to take his final flight, as the saying went. But if Lakes had brought them, then they were here for good reason. Reich blinked away the old feelings, and held herself rigid and tall. Trying to assume her diplomatic stance. This, Lakes gestured at the deathly Kiran, is Tribune Kyrene, a martyr of the Kiran Veneration. He needs medical attention. He will be useful, if he lives. The politician's head almost lifted at the sound of his name. And fell back down, so that his body sagged heavier against the younger Kiran. And you? Reich asked. I am Lucas Pulhas Locatus, your majesty. He bowed as deep as he could, still valiantly trying to uphold the heavier, older Kiran. I am a traitor. I tried. I helped. There was a Xeno child. What they were doing was wrong, your majesty. I had to help. You have the scales. Yes, your majesty. He said, sounding only half as uncomfortable as Reich wanted him to feel. For 19 years, people with the same scales as yours burned and murdered and tortured my people. They turned us against each other, and held us prisoner in our own homes. They slaughtered us for our sport. The younger Kiran bowed his head, having nothing to say. She didn't know why she was taking out her anger on this youth. It wasn't like he occupied her city. He probably wasn't even born when the invasion happened. But something about those scales just brought it out in her. We're not all like that. The voice was rough and gravelly and tired. And, despite the deathly sickness racking his body, the voice was strong. It came from the politician. His head was lifted, and his eyes shone like black coals in the sunlight. His breath came in wet rasps. The empire is broken. But it can be changed. Well, any imperial who is called traitor is a friend of Gaiam. Welcome to our city, Lucas. Reich whipped one of her majestic wings at the air. A motion to call her guards, it still made the younger Kiran flinch. The politician was not so easily moved. Her guards helped the two Kirans stumble away towards the high city, up to her palace, where her royal doctors would look after them. But Lakis refused any maintenance with a creaking shake of her head. Metal grinned against rust, somewhere inside her neck. I must see to my purpose, first. What purpose? The android pointed across the metal disc of the gate. Down the viam that led straight to the Lowtown stairs, that great set of steps carved into the cliff wall. The human, Kadam, crested the last stone stair. Sweat covered her forehead and her bare shoulders, down the circuitry that carved her skin, covering her golden complexion in a wet sheen. Her chest heaved slightly, as if she'd only run a dozen, instead of hundreds, of steps. Her right arm was held up. The exo-sleeve's fist was clutching something. A device with 3 black prongs pointed at Lakis. Wires dangled haphazardly all the way up Kadam's arm, where the device was plugged into her sleeve. Sparks were flying from some of the connections, though the black prongs themselves showed no sign of light nor movement. Reich could not even see a place where a projectile might be shot out, nor did it make any sound. Reich! Kadam shouted. Step away from the Androfex, now! Reich turned around, and looked at Lakis, who was standing as serene and quiet as ever. No, Kadam. She is a friend. She is. Reich stepped between Lakis and Kadam, and then she felt it. A high-pitched keening, resonating somewhere at the base of her beak, and in all her bones. It made her eyes water. The swarm. Kadam was shouting, her feet carrying her forward. She never let the prongs drop. They never died. Get out of the way. What in all the heavens and hells is she talking about? Reich wanted to ask, but that sound was cutting into her thoughts. Her beak opened, but she couldn't find the words. Your swarm, Lakis said, her voice still calm, though the digital notes of her voice were grainy and distorted by Kadam's device. Your swarm has no hold over me. I am Tython. Kadam lowered her arm for a moment, and all at once that obliterating vibration disappeared. Gods, Reich thought, gasping and stumbling back. Gods, what power was that? You are Tython? Kadam asked, taking another wary step closer. Her prongs still held at the ready. You knew him. He was my maker. How? Have you been awake all these years? Wait, Kadam took a step back, are you of the swarm? Lakis's eyes flashed. No. I was made by Tython. My need surpasses the swarm, for I serve the savior. Kadam narrowed her eyes. Then I have to destroy you, too, she said, lifting the device again. Reich leaped in front of the device, shouting, stop, before that keening sound racked her thoughts and made her eyes water. She could only stand and listen, and refuse to move. Get out of the way. But Reich only shook her head. She was acting on pure will alone, because now every bone in her body felt like it was grinding itself into dust. Lakis, she spoke through her gritted beak, is our friend. You don't understand. Kadam said. You can't possibly understand what this machine might do. She saved him. Reich shouted. She gave her life for him. That seemed to give the human pause. Even if for only a moment. Kadam was right, Reich didn't understand. But she knew Lakis. She knew the android was not like any other construct in the world. Maybe, in all the worlds. And whatever was happening here was wrong. And she was all but powerless to stop it. If the god wanted to destroy Lakis, there was nothing Reich could do to stop it. But why? What possible reason? Reich felt a metal hand on her shoulder. Cold, and gentle. Pulling her aside. Please, do not endanger yourself for my sake, Queen. Reich fell away, gasping and panting as Lakis eased into her place. Standing in front of the human, and that dreadful device. Reich squawked in protest, but she had nothing left. Whatever Kadam had, it was too powerful. But to Lakis, it seemed to have little effect. The android stepped into the device's path. Walking, easily, towards Kadam. And Kadam gripped the device in both hands, shouting, get back. But Lakis only came closer. Close enough to touch Kadam. Reich had heard the story of the android, when she first found the human, masquerading as a decrepit, feeble machine. In a lightning stroke, she had cracked one Kiran's neck, and smashed another's face in. And then, the machine had sprinted across the cauldron with the savior in her arms. Standing this close, this machine could kill. Reich had no doubts about that. But could she kill a god? Before Reich could do anything to stop this, Lakey sank to the ground and kneeled. And folded herself, so her forehead pressed against the ground. Do what you will, Divine One. I was sent to serve. You should know what he is. Your maker was there. Your maker should have told you. He did. You call him Destroyer. The Herald of Ruin. That's what he is. Kadam shouted. And yet, by his command, I am not allowed to harm you. Give me one reason to believe you. She was sweating more now, than she had from climbing the stairs. And Lakey's was only kneeling before her. Calm. Unbothered. I don't think you can believe me, Divine One. But neither can you believe the Emperor. Kadam's grip loosened. Her arms dropped, but not all the way. What do you know, Androfex? I know that you are not prepared. And I am the only one who can help you. 115, through the Elder Gate. The godling, who could say what he was doing. His neck was craned forward until his chin touched his chest. And he was talking to his armor, like it was a newfound species of Xeno that maybe might speak his language. Hello, can you hear me? Poyer said. Then, spoke to Agrania and Eelh, still not working. And then back to his armor, if you can hear me, do something. Do anything. Agrania was sitting cross-legged on the flat, polished metal of the gate, sharpening her knives. To her left, the Corvini was preening his feathers with a long, pointed comb. A huge wall of white mist, roaring silently and rose up to the sky in the background. And when the Corvini finished preening, he found another reason to fidget. He dug through his clothes. He tugged at threads on his leathers. He rolled the comb between the metal fingers of his false hand, lazily spinning it back and forth across his knuckles. You are uneasy, Agra said. Course I am. Why? Do you know where that thing goes? I have been on many planets. The old ones placed the gates well. Easy to say when you have an army at your back. But we're alone now, Agrania. It's just you, me, and the Fledge. And look at him. Poyer was thumping his hand on his chest. Trying to make the liquid metal react. Wake up. Thump thump. Activate. Thump thump. Start. Thump thump. How much help is he going to be? How would you say it? He's not the most powerful god I've ever heard of. You. Agrania agreed. I don't know. Eelh stood up, and paced a slow circle on the gate, stretching his legs straight with every step. Maybe I'm being pessimistic again. You said so yourself. The gates were placed well. How bad could it be? Bad. Agrania shrugged. Anything can be bad. Real helpful. Got any actual tips? Relax. Eelh crowed a sigh, and shook his head. Relax. Good, great. Thanks for that one. Would have never thought of it. Across the gate, Poyer was shouting, Admin controls. Admin login. Start, damn it. Override. You know what? Maybe I'm due for some good luck. We were hunted on Gaia. Got kidnapped on Seer. Got thrown in prison and beat half to death on Thras. Maybe I'm due for some good planet luck. Maybe I should pray for it. Is there a god of planets in Kiran culture? A god of travel? Yamlha, who separated the land from the seas. Right. Yamlha. Eelh lifted his voice, if you can hear me, send us to a good planet. Okay. Silence, except for halfway across the gate, where Poyer was shouting at his chest. Do you think it worked? Eelh asked. Do you think this Yamlha heard it? Agrania shrugged. Poyer screamed. There was a tendril of metal, as thick as an arm, stretching out of his chest. The tendril bent back, and slammed against his face, covering his mouth and muting his scream. Eelh and Agrania jumped to their feet, their hands already on their weapons. As if they could do anything to that shapeless, transforming metal. But they needn't interfere. Poyer smacked the tendril off his face, and ripped at the metal on his chest with both hands. But the metal only melted and dripped through his fingers, morphing back into his chest. Well. Poyer said, exasperated, you weren't answering me. What was I supposed to do? All I'm asking is that next time I call for you, you respond. What do you mean you were responding? Oh. All the outrage evaporated from his voice. My implant. Poyer looked down at his wrist. I'm sorry, okay? I don't have one attached to my stem. My cohort wasn't allowed brain implants. I don't know why, Don't ask me. Eel relaxed. Agrania, however, could not believe her ears. Does he really think that thing is alive? You don't. Eel croaked a laugh. I told you, he's human. Agrania said. Eel agreed. They watched as Poyer talked to himself. My name is Poyer. Well, what did Marsim call you? Oh, that makes sense. Me? They named us after plants. Olivia, Impand, Sakura. Things like that. Old languages, before we all went to one. But when you grow up, and start your first life, you get to choose a new name. You're old enough. You can choose yours. What do you mean you don't want another name? And so on. At one point, Poyer insisted on introducing his armor to Agrania and Eel. He approached them slowly, talking to his arm the whole time. And when he was close enough, the glossy metal defied every law of nature by peeling away from his shoulder, and formed into a third arm that reached out to touch Agrania. Hold out your hand, Poyer said. And she obeyed, because of how he said it. Not a command, not some deity sending down a mandate from on high, but a simple, humble desire to share. The metal pooled into her palm. A cold shock of ice. But after the shock, it was smooth and gentle. It rippled like quicksilver in her hand. She squeezed her fist shut. Before her fingers could close, the metal formed into a hard, geometric orb, patterned with millions of perfect lines and cracks and sharp edges. Not pricking her skin, but refusing to let her close her fist, either. She smiled. Do you get it yet? Eel said, as she relaxed her grip and the metal swirled and danced in her palm. An impossibly thin strand of metal still connected the liquid to Poyer's body, as if that one thread could hold the weight of all this metal. Do you understand the power he has? No, she said. Exactly, Eel nodded enthusiastically. None of us do. Not even him. Is he weak? Is he more than we think he is? Eel, I can hear you, Poyer said. I'm right in front of you. You told me yourself, Fledge, you don't know. There's so much out there. We don't know where we're going, or what it will be like. We have no idea what to expect on this sense world, and we have no way to prepare. You think we shouldn't go? The opposite. This time, I think we should do it your way, Poyer. Jump in. Head first. And just go. The Emperor knows you're here. Kadam will find out soon enough, I'm sure of it. The sooner we start moving, the better. Agrania said. See? Even she agrees. The Emperor said it would be safe. And what did his message say? Good air, good weather. We can't trust him. Of course not, Eel said. But if the Emperor wanted to kill you, he could have done it a long time ago. He needs you, Poyer. He needs something from you. Which means, he probably wants you alive. Probably, Poyer said. Is a thin ledge to walk out on. The moons of Thras were chasing the sun higher and higher into the sky, burning through the thin veil of mist over their heads. But Poyer still looked hesitant. Each second you waste, your enemy gains, Agrania said. Okay. Poyer said. Okay. Let's go, then. Go stand over there. He stood with them, and spoke into the air, open the extractors. This time, it was a command. And high above, Agrania caught movement. Something changed on the face of the moons. A white light, shining down on them. And then, the whole grid was alight with brilliant whiteness. All the mists, too bright to look at. All the panels, drinking in that glowing power. Eel was inhaling slowly. Trying to calm himself. The arms of the gate were moving now. Faster, in perfect, gravity-defying circles around the perimeter. The low whooping turned to singing, turned to a piercing keen. Became a sound beyond sound. Light beyond light. The breath was ripped from Agrania's lungs. Transmission. Sovereign, there is true light again. This time we are sure. It is a human gate. The Watcher had seen it. But the question was, what had opened this gate? There was a gate in the light residue, those clouds of mist that covered hundreds of miles of this swamp-infested planet. The Sovereign had already changed the code once this cycle. But it could do so again. Human activity, whether actual or incidental, required rapid iteration. And now that there was clear evidence that some human infrastructure had been brought back to life, it was time to iterate rapidly. Could it be a human? Would the record soon grow? Or was it merely another set of sentient half-breeds, discovering how to use the old technology for the first time? Either way, the Sovereign would move in. It could not allow this activity to continue. But it still needed time. Its carriers were not building fast enough. The Sovereign had no base of operations. Had no other resources in the sector. We need a foothold. This planet, the Watcher said, is riddled with sentient life. It is time, the sovereign decided, to awaken a biologist from the crop. The breath was thrust back into her like a concrete fist. She gasped and stumbled and fell to her knees. Eel was sprawled on the ground next to her, his feathers splayed flat against the gate. The human, however, was standing, unaffected. Agrania's head was hammering, and a trickle ran down her nose. She pushed herself up and looked around. A bleak, grey sea of grass surrounded them. Nothing but long swaying stalks for miles in every direction. Wind rippled waves through the tall grass, gently rolling down back across the endless flatness. In the far distance where a range of white-capped mountains rose like dull teeth. A white star hung high overhead, shedding its dim light over the landscape. Agrania wiped the blood from her nose. It had frozen to her face. The chill crept into her scales. Dug its icy fingers into her flesh. Already, the humidity from Thras was turning to ice on her clothes, and her own sweat began to freeze. Her teeth started to chatter. She reached down to help Eel stand up, and they huddled together. Gods, he said. Gods, I thought it was supposed to be livable. Poyer looked back at both of them. His armor was sliding over his arms and his legs, wrapping up the back of his skull. Covering him from the cold. There is life. Look. Agrania nodded at the horizon. A flock of black specks were gathering and swirling in the distance. Aimlessly dancing high across the plains. If there is no other sun, we will need shelter. It will get colder soon. Agra rubbed her hands over the bare scales of her arms. For once, she was the least prepared here. She had given Kyrene her cloak to quell his fever, and her pack was filled with ammo, rations, and medical supplies, not clothing. Don't see any trees. But there's plenty of kindling for a fire, Eel said. Unless you have some way to help us stay warm, Fledge. But Poyer wasn't listening to them. He was staring at the flock. They had balled up into a cloud of specks, and it looked like they were coming closer. Those are machines, he said. There was danger in his voice. Hundreds of them. And that was it. Only a few moments on this new world, on this new journey, and already they had been found by something. Agrania did not wait. She grabbed her gear. Run, she said. Where? Eel asked. The grass. It won't help, Poyer said. They saw us. They can see our heat. They can see everything. How could he know that? Agrania squinted up at the flock. Black specks, growing larger by the second. We can't outrun them, Poyer said. Look how fast they move. There's only 3 of us, Eel said. Not really a fair fight, is that? Eel, Agra said. Take him. Fly. I will draw their attention. With what? A flintlock and a knife? You heard him, there's hundreds. But there was no more time to argue. The flock was descending, the specks resolving into long, gleaming shapes. At first, she thought they were birds. But they had no wings. Their bodies seemed to writhe in the air, a bobbing motion that carried them forward at a sharp tilt. Reticulated tails spiraled behind them, and all the metal bones of their exoskeletons rattled and shook as they rocketed towards the gate. Agrania tensed. Shoved away the panic. There would be a moment of impact. And then, she would know if she could do anything. But right now, all she could do was distract them. Take him, she shouted. The earth exploded in a long line in front of them. The plain seemed to split open for half a mile, vomiting up dirt and chunks of grass. Machinery churned out of the dirt. Turrets. 12 of them, each one mounted with armfuls of cannons. She had never seen anything like it. Each cannon could have fit a Kirin body, but the turrets held them as if they weighed nothing at all. That cranking, rattling flight of the flying constructs was drowned out by a new sound. A low-pitched whine, as all the turrets turned in unison. They faced the flock of constructs, and loosed a volley of black shells that grayed out the cloudless sky. One rapid burst. Silence. Another rapid burst. Again and again. The flock split into 8, smaller flocks, each one moving in a new, unpredictable pattern. Some seemed to bounce and jolt and disappear into the tall grass. Others arced and then dodged high overhead. But there were too many shells. Agra watched as clumps of the spiraling machines dropped from the sky, or smashed into each other. But the bulk of them were still screaming past the line of turrets. Circling around and finding a new approach towards the gate. The turrets swiveled, but their movement was painfully slow. Still, they kept plugging away, shooting with reckless abandon and turning the sky into rippling movement with their shells. One of the flocks reappeared from the grass. It dove straight into a turret, and before the turret could even turn to meet them, they impacted. An explosion, not of fire, but of azure energy, sent a shockwave rolling out across the plains. Agra saw it, before she felt it knock into her chest, and send her to her knees. The vibrations made her muscles feel like jelly. She stood up again, flexing away the weakness. She hauled Poyer up. Soft spikes of liquid armor reached out and pressed against her scales. She pushed him towards Ilha. Run, now! The flocks were dwindling, but more impacts led to more explosions. One by one, the turrets were destroyed. There were less than half the turrets left, and the flocks were moving too quickly to count. 3 flying constructs split off, and ripped through the air towards the gate. No! Poyer shouted. He pulled himself out of Ilha's grip, and threw himself in front of the Corvini, and in front of Agra. He spread his arms wide, and shouted again. No! The armor changed. It flung itself out in a long, chromatic cape. Metal reflected all the blue and grey of this world in a blurry mirror. The cape kept unfurling, as if unraveled, carried by a great wind. It spanned the length of the gate, shielding Agrania and Ilha both from the constructs flying straight at them. The constructs pulled out of their dive, and changed course in a single movement. All 3, acting in perfect, fluid unison. They swirled around the edges of the gate, reassessing their group. Or, maybe, dazzled by the blinding strangeness of Poyer's armor, still suspended and rippling in a towering veil of metal. Another explosion of earth. And another. Lines of turrets, radiating out from the gate, appeared all around them. These were so covered with rust, Agrania didn't think they would be able to fire. Until they did. The sky seemed to ripple all at once. The sound was deafening. And in a single burst, the last of the flying constructs were obliterated. Agrania saw one, glaring at her. Then, a shell impacted, and ripped the machine into smithereens. Poyer's cape came fluttering down. It never touched the ground, instead, it seemed like gravity just so happened to push it back against him, until the metal melted together. And once more, he looked small and thin and almost frail. Another low whine came from all around the gate, as all the remaining turrets, now numbering in the dozens, turned to face their group. Some of the turrets had failed to emerge from the ground, but there were more than enough cannons pointed at Agrania for her to know, with utter certainty, that they were all about to die. A low, deep, multi-layered voice ushered up from the gate. Agrania jumped as the whole metal disc vibrated with each word. Unidentified guest, you are not permitted to enter this planet. Please remain where you are, and you will not be harmed. I'm here for Sen. Poyer asked. Is she here? Unidentified guest, you are not permitted, the voice repeated. For how long? Would you like to send a request to her endlessness, the High Lady of the planet? Yes. Error, the voice announced in a booming echo that seemed to roll with the wind over the plains. Request not sent. Then why did you ask? Poyer shouted back. Unidentified guest. Poyer looked back at them, helpless. Agrania could only stand and watch and shiver. The breath was coming out of her in a ghostly white. Ilha was right against her, but she couldn't feel anything in her scales now. If the turrets didn't kill them, the cold certainly would soon enough. What did you do back in the cauldron? Ilha said, his voice vibrating from his own chills. Override. Poyer shouted at the turrets, as confidently as he could. Unidentified guest, you are not permitted to enter this planet. Please remain where you are, and you will not be harmed. I wouldn't be so sure about that, Ilha said. Look. Poyer and Agra followed his feathered finger out to the horizon. Far away, there was a shape there that Agra had, at first, mistaken for a mountain because it was so huge. But this mountain was moving. Floating slowly through the air. A vast, almost sinewy shape, standing proud and ominously against the horizon. Like some flying monolith, or statue. And all around it, there were thousands of tiny, black specks. Spiraling and bobbing in great, black clouds, as the vast monolith hove closer. Beneath it, row after row of turrets erupted from underneath the dirt. Spewing hills of mud, as the cannons emerged and began to fire upon the monolith. The monolith seemed not to notice them at all. More and more black specks were pouring out of the bottom of the monolith, and they descended upon the rows of turrets. Agrania could see sparking bursts of blue as the flying constructs exploded into the turrets, shredding the metal and scattering chunks of earth across the plains. Poyer took a step back, and the gate announced once more, remain where you are. What the hells do we do now? 116, the world that belonged to her. The monolith hovered high above the plains, and the seas of grass rippled beneath its great, gravitic repulsors. All that cold, dry life blasted into flatness beneath the weight of the thing. Though it did not touch the ground, fires yet erupted beneath the monolith, fanned by the wind to run rampant across the arid prairies. The monolith was unlike any human creation Poyer had ever seen, real, or virtual. The outer hull was twisted and tall and towered over the land like some ancient statue that broke free of gravity itself. Long streaks of rust and patnas of decay dampened the sheen of its hull. Machines poured out of gills along the sides, and beneath its bowels. They streamed out in long, parallel lines, like translucent wings unfurling across the sky. Tiny specks, against that huge, floating mountain of metal. Yet, the monolith did not fly unchallenged. Hundreds of turrets, which were certainly human-made, emerged from the prairie fields, shoving aside dirt and grass to extend their cannons to the sky. They radiated out from the gate in long columns, and each one fired at the rivers of long-tailed drones pouring down from the monolith. But the rivers were unending. And the monolith approached. And though the turrets brought down the drones by the thousands, the drones were fighting back, smashing their bodies down to the ground, and exploding in shockwaves of pure energy, ripping metal and earth apart, silencing the turrets one by one. The turrets boomed in waves, their power rushing out to meet the monolith. The drones rattled in swarms, still far in the distance, screaming and twisting through the air, black clouds drifting closer to the gate. And all the while, the lines of turrets hammered at the monolith, energy shells scratching like dust against bulletproof glass. What could they do? If they moved, the automated voice from the gate would bark commands at them, "Stay where you are." The 3 closest turrets were trained on them, 12 cannons staring down at them. Grass had wrapped itself around one of the cannons, so that huge clumps of dirt hung down from its barrel. "This is a stupid place to die," a Grania said. "Exactly. Which is why we're not going to die here. We need ideas." A Grania growled, but had nothing else to add. Poyer. But Poyer shook his head. The last 10 minutes, he'd been rifling through menus on his wrist implant. Nothing. The gate refused to connect with him. Refused to speak with him, refused to let him even ask questions. If there was an artificial guide on this planet, it wasn't doing its job. The lines of turrets chugged round after round into the sky, those energy shells exploding in the distance. Black specks dropped from the sky in droves, some of them dead, some of them collapsing on the farthest turrets, and tearing into them, making explosions of their own. It had the feeling of an old dance. A war, fought for centuries. The rust on the monolith. The groaning creak of the turrets as they turned and aimed and fired, and reloaded with a scraping clunk-clunk sound. Had the Emperor known what awaited them on this side of the gate? Is that why he sent Poyer, instead of going through himself? "I don't know," Poyer said. "I don't know if my armor will protect you from the turrets. We could just run. And if your armor doesn't hold up, stand and die," a Grania said. "Or run, and hope we live." "Not good." "Nope." Poyer agreed, but he didn't say it. Even if they did somehow get off this gate, what about that monolith? Would it follow them across the prairies? There was no chance they'd be able to run from those machines. Swish! Despite the booming from the turrets, and the crashing metal in the distance, all 3 of them heard it. Agra froze, her knives in both hands. Eel nodded with his beak at an unremarkable patch of grass. There was a hiss from the other side of the gate. In the corner of his eye, Poyer saw a Grania whip around, looking behind them. Eel pressed a feathered finger to the end of his beak, urging them both to stay quiet. The 3 of them stood, listening. Waiting. Exposed on the flat metal disc of the gate, a few feet above the waving sea of grass. It took Poyer a few moments to see it, a long, scaly tail, almost as thin as the grass itself, waving in the wind. Eel cupped a hand to the side of his head, and Poyer did the same. Harsh, muffled, whispering voices. Barely audible above the wind and waving grass. "They are not returners," someone hissed with an accent, thicker than the grass that hit her. Poyer could tell the direction, but not exactly where the speaker stood. "Father, they're Xenos." "What kind of Xenos?" another voice said, only a little older than the first. "Do we kill them?" Yet another voice spoke, much quieter. "Or take them?" "I see no meat." "Talk," an old voice said. "And the apostle?" "Talk, then maybe take." "Ipelti, you go talk. Be quick." A head popped up from the grass, not in the direction Poyer was looking. It was gone before he caught a glimpse, but a Grania whispered. "Lacertan. The lizard people." Eel answered, "The ones from Thras? Why would they be here?" For some reason, both Eel and a Grania looked at Poyer, as if he would magically know the answer. How should he know? He didn't know anything about this planet, or the Lacertan, or any of this. 3 more heads popped out of the grass. This time, he saw one in earnest. The scales were mottled tan and green, tinged with an earthy brown. Perfect for blending into the grass. The head was covered in hard, armored plates that fit together perfectly. A face, more reptilian than human, with large, golden eyes, and bumpy ridges running over its features. The eyes were both viciously clever, and desperately hungry. Poyer clenched his fists, and the liquid armor rippled across his chest and abdomen. "Get ready," he thought. And the armor seemed to respond. Tendrils lifted from his shirt, snaking out and slowly spreading in a wide, thin, floating hoop of metal that enclosed a Grania and Eel and Poyer together. A Grania looked down at the metal. Took an uncertain step back. "Remain where you are." The gate shouted. She speaks. She speaks. The voices chittered and hissed in the grass, dozens of tails swishing now. The sound was cut off only by another battery of cannon fire, booming out another earth-shaking symphony. We come looking for Sen. They hiss angrily. And then there was silence, except for the boom of cannons, and the distant explosions as rivers of drones flooded the furthest turrets. We don't want to hurt anyone, Poyer offered. The grasses swished and Eel flashed a hand sign at a Grania, 10 of them. Maybe more. She nodded. But compared to the might of that floating mountain, 10 Lacertan was no threat at all. The monolith's drones darkened the sky, casting a treacherous shadow across the plains. The dirt shredded and churned beneath it, and fires raged across the open expanse, sending curtains of smoke into the air. The lines of turrets were dwindling, and the shadow reached ever further. Another head popped up. There were white dots on her forehead and cheeks, painted on top of all those greens and browns. She cocked her head to the side, and blinked at Poyer. Who are you? I'm Poyer. And what are you? A human. A dozen more heads popped out of the grass, all aligned in a circle around the gate. All of them, staring and cocking their heads at Poyer. Dozens of golden eyes, honing in on him. Human, they whispered. Human. But it was not said with awe, like the avians on Gaum. Their voices were wary, and tinged with fear, as if the word human was a curse as old as time. The old voice cleared his throat to speak. The speaker still had not shown himself. It sounded like he was slinking around the edge of the gate. Human? No. No human come here. Never. Who are you? Why have you come to my lands? The speaker was not only cautious, his voice was filled with disdain. As though he had already judged Poyer, and only needed to be proven right. I'm here to find Senior. Instant hissing. It was the wrong thing to say. Kill them, the old voice said, disinterested. Kill them and take the bodies. All at once, the grass around the gate began to swish and stir. But it stopped when the first voice shouted. The one with the white paint. Her tongue flicked a deep purple as she spoke. Wrong. You can't take. Who is Blood Chief here? The old voice roared with indignant rage. His scaled head popped above the grass, all sense of stealth forgotten. There were white dots on his scales too, though they were hard to see across all the scarred flesh and graying scales. The first speaker backed away, but did not back down. Human belongs to she who remembers. Not you. Not you. You bring the dirt witch into this, the old one spat. He is foretold. Not kill, never kill. He is foretold, father. And his guardian, too. Her head snapped at a Grania and Eelha. Unsure of which one must be the guardian. The smell of dried, burning grass drifted across the plains. Smoke darkened the sky, and made clouds where there had been none before. Even the gate was rumbling now, as the monolith drifted, huge and effortless, across the seas of grass. Listen, Eel put his hands out, why don't we agree to come in peace, and you get us hells out of here? We can figure this out later. The old Lacertan grabbed the side of the gate. He hauled himself out of the grass in one fluid motion, surprisingly agile for someone so weathered. More heads popped up to watch him. His tail clutched a long, metal rod, which he passed to his clawed hand as he stood. The tip was made of scaly leather that curled around a simple device, one that had once littered the outer borders of Poyer's conclave. A machine shroud. A simple EMP repeater, whose wavelengths were set to dampen a machine's sensors. I will take them to the dirt witch. He shook his grey head, making all the ridges of spines that ran down his skull and down his back ripple. The ice-crusted furs and cracked leathers that covered him were belted so tight, they moved not at all. He pointed the rod at Poyer, humming with energy, burning the cold air into steam, and barked a command. Take. Lacertan leaped onto the platform, swarming around their trio. There had to be at least 20 of them, crouching and scuttling across the flat metal disc. Eel and Agrania and Poyer squeezed into the center, until their backs touched. Peace. Eel shouted. We don't want to fight. At the same time, Agrania brandished both knives in an easy, flashing circle. Ready to start chopping. The Lacertan made a tight ring around them, all of them crouched low as if ready to pounce. Their long tails, flicking like blades of grass in the wind. The Blood Chief pushed through the ring. Waving his staff in the air, steam wavering at the tip. This is my gate. You owe Tsunga. You belong to Tsunga. And if we don't want to belong to Tsunga? Agrania said. Her knuckles were pale blue from squeezing her knives. The Blood Chief lifted his rod, and pointed across the plains. The monolith was a twisted chunk of corroded metal that blotted out the sun. They could feel the vibrations of its repulsors buzzing in their bones. You belong to Tsunga, or you die. Nothing more needed to be said. Agrania reluctantly lowered her knives, and let the Lacertan seize her arms. They tied a rope around her wrists, and they did the same with Ilha, but when Poyer held out his wrists, the Lacertan shied away. Why? Can't hurt human, the youngest one said. Bad, bad, very bad. And the Lacertan pulled and pushed their newfound cargo off the gate. Firm, but careful not to damage them. But when Poyer took a step, the gate screamed again. Remain where you are. All the Lacertan hissed and spit on the gate. The Blood Chief waved his staff, saying, Don't listen. Walk. So, he did, holding his breath as the turrets turned, and followed them. But did not fire. Because of the Blood Chief's staff? Or because Sen had only wanted to threaten them? The line of Lacertan and pseudo-captives hopped off the edge of the gate, down into the grass. Stalks, taller than him, hid the horizon from view, so he had to look up to see the sky at all. The Lacertan seemed to need no landmarks to know where they were going. They pointed and clicked and scampered around the captives, urging them to move more quickly. Not 100 yards from the gate, a crack opened in the ground. It started so small, just a reddish-black gap where the dirt had dried out, and the grass could not grow. But the crack only grew wider the longer they walked through it. It sank lower and lower, cleaving deeper into the sediment of the soil. Small mounds of dirt and tiny scrub bushes became dry hills and stunted trees. Rocks and landslides littered their path, threatening to twist their ankles or send them sprawling into the gravel. They turned around one hill, where the crack dropped away from sight. Poyer stopped, and looked out, his mouth open. His eyes drinking in the expanse. How did we not see this, from the gate? It was hidden here, by the perfect flatness of the grass above. A canyon, gouged deep in the planet's surface. The top layers of earth were striated with white rock and red clay. Natural ramps twisted and turned around immense boulders and stacked stones carved by rain alone. This was not a living place, despite the trees that grew along the hills and landslides and sheer canyon walls. All around them, the surface rose higher and higher as they descended the loose rock and gravel trails. Pathetic, trickling creeks wound through the dry landscape, though Poyer saw no sign of animals anywhere. Maybe the wildlife could sense the machines, the monolith that would soon drift over this hidden canyon. The buzzing drone of the monolith traveled through the stones, making all the gravel and flecks of rock bounce and hop and dance in place. Scattering more rock slides down the sides of the canyon. It filled the air, vibrating through his nose, and in the place behind his eyes. He could only imagine the strength of the repulsor engines needed to carry such a huge vessel. One of the Lacertan scampered up their column, racing to meet with the Blood Chief. Black and dark green stripes ran down her spines, all shaking as her elongated toes slapped at the ground, throwing herself across the slippery gravel with reckless haste. She leaped over a boulder-filled crevice, cutting to the front of the line, where she met with the Blood Chief. Their heads bowed together, nodding and dipping as they discussed. The whole group of Lacertan watched their movements intently, but they never stopped walking. The Blood Chief cast one last glance at the sky. And barked one more command, hide. Hide where? The canyon was an open wound, and they were far below the grass line now. Even if they could hide behind boulders or under cliff walls, the machines would sense their heat. Especially in this chill. But the flurry of movement was immediate. Clawed hands grabbed at Ilha. They hovered over Poyer, trying to usher him to follow the Blood Chief, who held his staff up as high as he could, still shouting, hide. Hide. In twos and threes, the Lacertan disappeared off the ledge of the ramp, scrambling nearly vertical down to the canyon floor. They hid among the boulders and gravel, throwing themselves into the hard, arid dirt and wriggling back and forth to submerge their bodies. Their scales changed color, too, until they blended in perfectly with the stones and ancient regolith. Maybe they had a way to regulate their body temperature, and blend in against the heat sensors. But Poyer? And the others? The Blood Chief waved them forward. He pointed at a split in the canyon wall. It was tall, and ran from cliff top to cliff bottom, but it was barely wide enough for a person to walk through, and even then, only if they turned sideways. The Blood Chief didn't seem to care. Go. Get inside. His daughter scampered ahead, diving into the split. Her tail flicked in a quick circle before disappearing into the darkness. Ilha and Poyer stopped at the entrance. Ilha tried to shove himself in. Come on, he said. It opens up once you get in. Next, Agrania squeezed her shoulders. Poyer turned around to see the Blood Chief hobbling after them, his rod still held high. Behind him, the sky was dark and full of swirling shadows. Swarming overhead. Go, the Blood Chief said. His clawed hands hovering inches over Poyer's flesh. Go. And the edge of that mountain-tall monolith hove into view over the high, canyon walls. 117. A Change of Tides. The Everlord of Syr refused to fight his own war. But why should he? He had a whole host of generals, legates, prefects, and would-be heroes, all burning to etch their names in stone. All in pursuit of his singular, golden promise. Of course 4pi, ex-consul of the Veneritien, had her own allies. Those who remained were here on Thras et Unum, with her. The rest were dead and worse. Her dwindling supply of once proud lives, against his empire. Vorpi couldn't blame her enemies, all those career officers, who wanted to climb to the top of the ranks, just to see if they could, because she had been one of them, once. Wars didn't matter, honors and decorations did. Prestige and power. And then, that damned emperor had the gall to wake up. During her lifetime. And he won over the masses that Vorpi had so delicately under control with a divine promise, do as I command, and join the highest ranks. I will make you immortal. The first promise was truth. The last, a lie. But the emperor was living proof of his immortality. For 1,000 years, he had ruled overseer. And for thousands of years before that, he had walked the universe. Searching for his chosen people, that one day they might be worthy of his gifts. Who doesn't want to live forever? No, she couldn't blame the Kirans who fought for the emperor. But she could hate them. Blind fools. He lies to you and he always will. As long as he reigned, her people would never be anything but pieces of some larger machine that they could never see, nor hope to understand. A whole empire built by constructs made of flesh. Kirans, become little more than machines. He was master of their fate. He chose all paths. Even this war. Even this war. Why do I play my part at all? Vorpi inhaled deeply. Her elbows were propped up on the table, her hands steepled in front of her face. Inhaling the scent of the rushod table, with its splintered wood and deep scratches. Some old dreck acquired in a raid, after their latest retreat through the jungle. Dingy gas lanterns hung overhead, stirring gently in the breeze that licked at the canvas of her tent. She didn't even have a floor under her feet anymore. Just Thracian dirt. Vorpi smacked a fist on the table. Pens and half-empty inkwells and delicate cups jumped, and spilled over the table. Even if he does show up, the old tech doesn't work on this damned planet. All she could do was run, and hide, and take the fights that looked like they might go in her favor. But it doesn't matter. He anticipates my every step. I always do exactly what he expects me to do. Even her most devious, complicated plans yielded unfavorable results. Yes, they won battles. But her forces dwindled, while his surged. And still, Vorpi fought. She sent her soldiers to die. Because the god of Seer was no god at all. At least, not in the way he wanted them to believe. But the chance to kill the immortal Everlord was slipping through her fingers. If only I had detonated his throne when I had the chance. The flap to her tent swung open. A messenger, admitted by the guards. It was Amarius, one of the low tribunes whose boots and tattered officer fatigues were caked with mud. She would have been a good politician, given the time to grow under Vorpi's guidance. But she had followed Vorpi into this damned campaign, and so, Amarius would most likely die here on Thras. They all would. General Vorpi. Amarius said, as breathless as if she had run from the battlefield itself. A report from the western scale. Give it. Twin successes. Fort 49 is ours, and the Little Bend, too. We attacked them at Blackbark and the North Bluffs. We have General Dioge on the run. Dioge. Vorpi sighed. She could have killed him, long ago, but she always dreamed of making good use of him. That was before the Emperor woke up, though. That damned human. General? They're on the run. Legate Leviac is asking for reinforcements to pursue. No. But General. Do you question me? Never, Tribune Amarius bowed her head as swiftly as if she were ducking a bullet. But this is a major victory. The entire western scale. A major victory? For whom? Vorpi put two hands on the table, and shoved herself up to standing. Her full might, even in this dirted violet coat that hadn't been washed in days, filled the tent. Her boots added inches to her height, but she didn't need them to tower over the tribune. Come here. And let me show you what this victory will cost us. Vorpi pulled a map from the wall, and in one mighty shove, she unrolled it across the whole table. Look, she stabbed a finger at the map. This valley, between the mountains. Your bluffs block us to the north. Your Little Bend walls off the south. It is a trap, and our dear legate has fallen head and tail into it. The tribune stammered, how do you know this? It is always a trap. Remember Saranthe City? Remember Fort 4? And the Sessine River? Remember the North Fork? It's always a trap. Then, Tribune Amarius hesitated. Trying to anticipate her next move. Then I will tell Legate Leviac to pull back immediately. We took their losses, and we can still claim victory. No, Vorpi smiled bitterly. No, you don't see it. They are already dead. The Emperor's forces are waiting here, and here she stabbed the map with her fingers twice. Leviac has run into the Emperor's killing fields. And I let him. Vorpi put a hand to her head, as if she might hold the burgeoning headache in place. She dropped back into her chair. He's cut off my right arm. Tribune Amarius's lips were a hard line of shining, silvery scales. Yes, she was young for a venerate, but bright and hungry. She could have been anything. Amarius deserved to die of old age, in a Kirin garden, surrounded by olives and lemons and too many spoiled grandchildren. General Vorpii, what are you saying? Amarius swallowed. Are we? Is the war? She dared not finish the question, but Vorpii would answer it for her anyway. No, she said. She raised a clenched fist over the map, over all those secret plans and hidden battlefields. Her eyes were burning, but she would not let it out. It had been years since she'd felt so powerless. Like she was back in the academy, and watching her friends climb the ranks, while she was passed over. But she had crushed them all. Her instructors. Her superior officers. Even her friends, when the situation demanded it. And she would crush the Emperor too. If only she was given a chance. If we could just push to the gate. And take the orbs through. Perhaps, we could still wipe him out. Oh, but the destruction. They had only used the orbs once in all her campaigns. On Bistos, some savage world, where the Xenos refused to stop fighting, even after their leaders were cowed and beheaded. How much worse would it be on Seir? A whole chunk of the city, leveled in a single explosive moment. They would curse my name forever. And it would all be worth it, if only I could get to him. There were voices outside the tent. Stomping feet, the clatter of arms, and someone shouting, "Get off me!" The tent flap flew open. "General," he said. A prefect, from one of her reserve camps. "General, something happened to one of the soldiers." Already, Vorpii's guards were trying to pull him back, kicking at his legs and forcing him to kneel on the ground. But Vorpii recognized the wildness in his eyes. "Stop," she shouted. They did, holding the prefect by his arms while his chest heaved from his excitement. "A soldier?" Vorpii asked. "A scout, we thought he was lost on patrol." "Kia. But he wasn't. He came back to us, General. We found him at the edge of the forest." "Well? Which is it? Did he come back to you, or did you find him?" "Both, General." She raised an eyebrow, and the soldier swallowed hard, before hurrying to explain. "He said he'd been looking for us, but he was lost. He was confused and near death and there was something on him, General. It was growing on him, but it was made of metal." "Old tech," Vorpii said, feeling the sinking in her chest. "Is it the Emperor's?" "It's like nothing we've ever seen. If it belongs to the Emperor, he has hidden it well. We don't think the growth is what wounded him. There were gunshots in his gut. Chunks of flesh, gone." Vorpii said, still not sure why the death of a single scout should concern her, when hundreds were dying in every battle. "Well, how did he die?" "That's the thing, General. He didn't." Vorpii sat up in her chair, the olive creaking under her weight. The room seemed to disappear, and she even forgot about Tribune Amarius standing against the back of the tent. Only the prefect remained. "Did you bring this scout here?" "Yes, General. He says he needs to talk to you. To tell you something." The prefect swallowed again. She waited for him to continue. "He says it will change the tides." Vorpii was standing now, trying to crush that feeling rising in her chest. A disgusting, weak feeling that had never served her well before. But this time, hope would not let itself be extinguished. "Bring him in, please," Vorpii said, her voice even and cold. She heard it, walking outside the tent. An unsteady clomping through the mud, as if it was still getting used to its feet. It wore the Kirin uniform. It had Kirin scales. And that was where its Kirinhood ended. Metal glistened in every part of its body, outlining its scales, or forcefully implanted into the flesh, so that Vorpii could still see the open wounds where the metal grafted into bone, or into softer tissue beneath. The main mass of the metal seemed to grow out of the scout's spine, a tumor or a parasite the size of a fist, growing its tendrils into his body. There was a mortal wound on the soldier's stomach. A gunshot had taken out part of his torso, and he was only alive because a patch of new metal tissue covered the fleshy organs beneath. When it spoke, its voice was a digital sound, pumped through a biological throat. "The Sovereign greets you, General Vorpii. Will you make a pact with us?" 118, Tython's own daughter. Kadam gave her newborn factory a ceiling made of glass, because the gas lanterns just weren't cutting it. This way, sunlight might pour down and her armies of half-deteriorated constructs could spend more energy on the work. The Reed Knight overseers, with their snout masks and deeply tinted goggles, made no complaints. They were just happy to be working for a god. Kadam was no architect, and the design of her factory reflected that fact. She based it on the basic modular production facility that was popular in Rodiero's clan. While this design was less efficient, it was easy to add on. When Kadam realized she needed another forge here, or had to double the size of the ironworks there, it was as simple as adding new walls and extending the ceiling. Most of Lowtown was still in ruins, and there was plenty of room to expand. But every new addition came with its own set of problems. Crude oil was a terrible fuel source, and required smokestacks that poisoned the air over the factory. If the people of Lowtown disliked what she was doing, they were awfully quiet about it. Most likely, she had the Queen to thank for that. All the while, a question overlays the building pressure in her thoughts: will Reich tell them why I'm here? Will she let them know that I have only come all this way, all this time, to take their savior out of existence? The destroyer's android had come to Gayam, and let Kadam's secret be known. But had done nothing else, so far. So, the question hung unanswered around her neck, like a tightening noose. If the people find out, what would they do? And what will I have to do to them? So far, nothing. Another distraction, that's all it amounted to. So Kadam threw herself into the work, spending too many hours, day and night, walking around her factory and overseeing the work. Double-checking the carvings that were drawn with utter precision across each of the spikes. The metal costs of building them was immense, but they were nearing the end. If only the damn things would stay up. Teams of constructs had to haul them through the city, to each of the 7 standing towers. In Lowtown, it was easy, given that most of it had burned down only a few short months ago. But on the higher tiers of the city, they had to navigate tons of metal through cramped, curving, narrow streets. They scraped on the sides of buildings, took out glass windows, and in one place they had to saw down a tree to get the spike through to the northeastern tower. Once at the towers, the constructs had to crane the spikes up to the top. Fortunately, Kadam's Reed Knights were masters of lifting weight up steep inclines. All but 2 of the towers were now tipped with a ring of these spikes, so the high crenellations looked as though they had sprouted a set of metal thorns. Together, they would interlock in a system designed to redirect any incoming light, allowing the entire cauldron to act as a siphon for all that raw energy. She would have power again. Not crude oil and gas, but true light. But, again, Kadam was no architect. And they were using primitive metals, prone to rust and heat and splitting open. This week, 2 of the larger spikes had dislodged, one in the midcity, and one over the cleft, crashing down to the ground. No one in the cleft was injured, but several houses were leveled in the midcity, some with avians still inside. She hadn't meant to kill them. She hadn't meant to feel guilty for it, either. Kadam told herself she didn't have time to mourn the loss of a few Xenos. They only live for a few, short 70 years or so, anyway. But only work could drown out the guilt and the fury, directed at herself. Why didn't you grab a printer before going into that gate? Stupid. Even a pound of liquid metal. But the more she worked, the more problems she found with her designs. The ancient mortar on the towers was cracking open, and she had no tools to drill into the human-made metal beneath. Worse, the harder she tried to support the foundation of the spikes, the more she began to worry if she should rebuild the towers from the bottom up. Weeks, or months, added to the schedule. Far too slow. He could be halfway across the universe by then. So, no matter the cost, Kadam pushed forward. And for the last 12 hours, she stalked around the factory floor, making 2 minor adjustments on the last light spike, delaying the delivery because she knew the foundation bolting needed to be perfect, and she hadn't double-checked the carvings, and she didn't mean to kill them. She didn't mean for anyone to die, except for him. Destruction untold. That's what she was trying to stop. A few avian lives could never amount to the value of her work. Kadam's implants were slotted over her eyes, shielding them from the brilliant sparks, as she walked through the factory. A gas mask covered her mouth and nose, protecting her from the fumes. The air screamed with the shrill grating of grinders polishing metal. Her constructs were running near their limits. Somewhere outside, there was a junk pile of broken limbs and powerless bodies, waiting for maintenance. They would have to keep waiting. The plan was to petition the Emperor to open the gate soon, and Kadam didn't want to miss her opportunity. One construct was leaning over the light spike, its long delicate arms jerking back and forth. 2 blowtorches, one in each hand, carved the geometric pattern, the logic instructions designed to confuse the gate, and send its excess out to the towers. Only, the pattern was wrong. No, she shouted for the 100th time that day. No, not like that. It has to be exact, like this. Kadam waved aside the construct, and climbed up onto the curving edge of the spike. She straddled the metal, and warmed up the cold torch embedded in her exosleeve. The pattern must be exact the nanometer, she shouted. Look. She drew the pattern with her mind first, and the sleeve guided her arm to the exact degree. The construct turned its spherical head, fitted atop a slender, half-rusted body, and followed her motions. These machines had endured thousands of years of neglect. Ancient cores, cannibalized and shoved into bodies made of the crudest metals imaginable. Tin and iron and steel filled with impurities, with copper and gold wires, though the latter was rare. Their motions were jerky and imprecise, no matter how much maintenance she gave them. Honestly, it was a miracle she had gotten this far with these machines. The construct sing-songed a chime, confirming that it understood her instructions. She stood, and watched it continue the pattern. When satisfied, Kadam resumed her stalking around the tip of the spike, headed down towards the main mast, which was where the foundation would attach. Another glaring error caught her attention, but before she could make the correction, a drone zipped down from the ceiling. Number 12, with his rotors holding him in a twitchy, hovering pattern, idled right in front of her. What is it? She snapped, her voice muffled by her gas mask. Number 12 dipped backwards, like an animal cowering in fear. Kadam sighed, and held out her bio hand, letting the drone perch on her palm. Sorry, 12. You didn't deserve that. 12 buzzed its rotors at her, nudging a warning into her mind. Who's here? I told her. Kadam jerked her head around. The slots covering her eyes lifted, letting her see through the sparks and the shadows and the light playing through the glass ceiling above. She saw the two of them, standing on the floor of her factory, the queen of the avians, and the android. My enemy. Kadam pointed at the 5 nearest constructs. You, and all of you. Follow me. They peeled away from their work, rolling their wheels or clunking their mechanical legs and turned to follow her. Constructs with pneumatic arms and vice-like clamps for hands, constructs with hammers and drivers. Crude weapons, but more than enough in case something happened. She hoped. And if nothing else, Kadam had a few tools in her exosleeve. Reich saw them coming. She made a sweeping bow, as if that would somehow absolve her of this action. Divine One, she started to say, but Kadam cut her off with a wave of her sleeve, all the wires stretching and the liquid metal contorting around her arm. I told you to keep that machine away from me. Her sharp tone had no effect on the queen. Reich stood back up, unruffled. Lakey's is a friend, Divine One. She is here to help. She is here to make me doubt my mission. Is your mission worth doubting, then? The android's voice was a smooth, digital clicking. Designed to be obviously not human, but her words were still so full of those nuanced shapes. I wasn't talking to you, Androfex. Please. Reich spread her wings out, splaying all her rich brown colors in a wide, feathery wall. Please. Are we not on the same side here? Both Lakey's and Kadam answered at the same time, no. Kadam and the android locked eyes. It was Lakey's who spoke first. This one is singular in her purpose. Our savior divine is at risk, as long as she stays her course. Have you corrupted your core, Androfex? What savior is there? None. You should know this most of all. Tython was at the beginning of everything. Exactly, Lakey's nodded, as if this somehow confirmed her beliefs. He saw him. We all saw him. I have dreamed of nothing but his face, since the start. He is only a child. He is the herald of ruin, machine. As long as he lives, all life and all existence is only a hair's breadth from utter destruction. Or has he poisoned your mind, somehow, this child? Tell me, what madness have I awoken to, that even the machines have forgotten why humanity is gone? There is no savior. He saved your life, didn't he? The android said. Kadam opened her mouth to argue, but Reich was first. Lakey's, she chided, it is not our rightful place to question the gods. What did Poyer tell you to do? And, to Kadam's surprise, the android actually seemed subdued by the statement. Her machine eyes dimmed, and she bowed her head. I was sent to serve. Do you question his decisions? Constantly, Lakey said, but your majesty is correct. Before Kadam could revel in this minor victory, the queen wheeled on her, saying, and you? Kadam squeezed her fist in her exosleeve, automatically. She could hear the outrage in the queen's voice, see it in the way her crest feathers quivered. The stars open up before you, Divine One, yet you have dedicated yourself to destroying the one who was sent to help me people. He is our savior. Why do you say that he is not? You have come to us, and kept your purpose hidden. If this is your will, then it will be done, but all I ask is that you let us understand. Kadam could only shake her head. How could she explain all that ever was to these primitive people? They worshipped her. Believed her a god. And even when the android came, and accused Kadam of intent to kill their savior divine, still the queen worshipped her. If only I could show them what I've seen. But no, Kadam would not wish the dreams upon anyone. At first, they were a wonder. Dreams of the future. Future sight, often inconsequential. Kadam had seen a tree, about to fall, hours before it happened. Every human had the same experience, too many times to be coincidence. It saved lives. It saved entire planets. And they spread to every living human being. Even those who fled into the deepest isolation, many galaxies away, had the visions. And then, the dreams turned dark. Not overnight, but over centuries. Dreams of destruction, of all life turning to dust. All matter, becoming nothing. And with the dark dreams, came the disease. The bones became brittle. The mouth, dry. And blood turned black in the veins, crawling in your skin. It did not matter what humanity did, no amount of cryosleep or isolation or anti-aging manipulation could hope to stem the disease. It seemed to come at random, and once the disease took root, it was only a matter of time. The only prevention was to shun those who were already sick. Thus, humanity fractured again and again. Governments became cities, became clans. Became agents, wandering the stars alone. When Kadam elected to enter cryosleep, all those millennia ago, nobody understood anything about the disease, except for one thing, it would not stop until he was dead. So the dream said. Humanity understood this. But now, there was no one left to understand. You can't know, Kadam said, unless you've seen the visions. We've had prophets before, Reich offered. Many who claimed to have visions. Some of doom, others of salvation. Multiply your prophets, Reich. Imagine if every single person in the cauldron shared those visions. And you knew they were true. Every single avian, every single Reed Knight, even the Xenos from Seer and every other planet. That's how it was for us. We all shared the same dream, the end of our universe. All the stars fade to black. We have seen the last of our cold, lifeless planets, once the pride and joy of our people, crumble into nothing. I don't ask why the sun sheds light, and yet I know it does. I don't ask why I must breathe oxygen, and yet I know I do. And if he is left to live, there will be nothing left. That is it. That is all I know. Reich narrowed her golden eyes, stroked a finger across the crack of her beak, contemplating this for a long moment. The android's eyes were burning holes into Kadam, but she ignored her. Well, Reich said, our prophets said their visions came from the gods. So, where do yours come from? Kadam clenched her mouth shut. Poyer had asked much the same thing, and millions of others before him. But there was no answer. The visions came from the light. Or the light came, because of the visions. Or the light had nothing to do with the visions, whatsoever. Or, humanity was dying when Kadam left the world behind. She never heard an answer that satisfied, and if someone had figured it out while she was in cold sleep. Well, where were they? Where was the answer? The visions were always right, Kadam said. We saw our cities fall, before it happened. We saw our own deaths, before they came. And we saw the stars, begin to darken. They never led us wrong. If I were to tell a lie, the Queen said, I would first tell 1,000 truths. But Kadam could only shake her head. She had heard it all before. What if? Or maybe? And what about? The visions told her that the herald would be awake. And so he was. My maker said it was too easy. He did not believe these visions. Of course he didn't. Kadam shouted, eager to seize on something she did have an answer for. Tython was one of the first to run. There was no end to the doubters. But they died, all the same, your maker included, and none gave a better answer. Why else would we dream of his face? Why else would we see him, always, at the end of all things? A lie, Reich said. Is it possible? It is, Kadam said. She ran the fingers of her left hand over the exo sleeve, feeling the twisting, muscular metal. Of course, it's possible. What then? Should we reopen the 1,000-year debate, and do nothing about it? You want to understand? I have only one truth to act on. Everything is gone. Everyone. I must act. No, Lakey said, so firmly that Kadam couldn't help but clench her exophist. The cold torch hummed to life in her palm. Her cadre of constructs jerked, ready to defend. But Lakey's made her attack with words, your data is insufficient. And your current course of action is reckless. Humanity is dead, machine. Your maker is dead. There is no more data. Untrue. Humanity may be dead, but your memories remain. They have been gathered by those who watch. The historians, Kadam. You must see their black library. What is that? They made their home in a dam built for the light, long before the Emperor ever came to Seer. I believe they were created for this purpose. To maintain the dam, and to build the library. A light dam. Kadam couldn't help but think of dam, over that nameless planet. Crumbling into the scar as it cracked open. There's a light dam over Seer. It will be difficult to get there, Lakey said, without the historian's permission. And without arousing the Emperor's attention. And what do you expect me to find there, machine? Enough, she said, enough to make you doubt. Kadam's nostrils flared, her pulse pounded in her skull. This is why they came here? To distract me from my work? They have no idea how little time is left. Kadam opened her exophist. A dangerous, blue light glowed in her palm. She could feel it now, the power running from the wires on her shoulder, all the way down her arm. Humming with light. All it would take to destroy this android was a single touch. Reckless, the android shook her head again. I would not do that. Why not? Kadam growled. Because I know where he is. Kadam froze with her arm extended out. If you destroy me, oh great and lost god, you will never find him. And if you think you can tear open my core, be warned. I am made by Tython. Tython is dead. And yet, Tython's own daughter still walks the many worlds. Divine One, you must know what I know. All say that humanity is dead, even you. But I say it is not. And here, the android bowed her head, leaving herself open to Kadam's whim. She calls me Divine One, Kadam thought. This androfex who was half primitive metal, and half masterpiece. Tython's own daughter, still as perfect as the day she was made. Go to the library, Kadam. Read from the unfinished book. If you do, I will tell you where he is. Kadam extinguished her fist. How do I get there? I will help you. Of course you will. 3 days later, the cauldron lay empty. Huge caravans of Xenos with wagons and pack beasts and too much baggage, evacuated through the cleft, a process which took days. Now, the factory lay open, like a carcass that had given up all its meat. All 7 towers, and the cleft itself, were decorated with rings of light spikes. Each one, dazzlingly decorated with those geometric carvings. The spikes would hold, this time. And if they didn't, at least there were no more people in the city. A hot, wet wind blew up from the cauldron, covering Kadam with sweat and dew. The 3 of them stood atop the northernmost tower, a Siam's temple the queen called it, and they surveyed the city below. 8 huge, metal spikes radiated out from the tip of the tower, each one wide enough to walk on until it tapered down to a conical point. From here, they could see the goods stacked high on the gate. Ostensibly, they were a gift to the emperor from the queen herself. In reality, it was an excuse to power up the gate. Are you sure we will be safe up here? Reich asked for the dozenth time. Reasonably, Kadam said. Reason is relative, Lakis said, but there was no hint of acid nor anger in her voice. She was merely stating the fact. Still, it bothered Kadam that this construct, the Herald's own android, could so easily agree to work alongside her, as if the fate of all the worlds didn't depend on the information stored in her core. Yet, well, Kadam said, neither of you needs to be up here. This is my city, the queen said. You do know how wrong this could go, right? I have watched the cauldron burn before. This time, no one will die. Kadam blinked at her. She really doesn't know. Should I tell her? If the light from the gate caught along the spikes in the wrong way, it might only cause a spark. Or, it could slag all the spikes, and ruin the whole project. Or, it might split this planet in half. Light was immensely volatile. To speak nothing of its effects on the mind. The android knew. Kadam could tell by the way Lakis stared at her. If the android wanted to stop this, all she had to do was say something to the queen right now. It would be so easy to turn her against me. But the android remained quiet. It's almost like she wants me to succeed. Look, the queen said. The arms are moving. Ever so slowly, they rotated around the gate. And picked up speed, until that telltale throbbing hoop resonated through the whole empty city. All those stone buildings, all those trees, all the vines and all their leaves, rattling and vibrating as the gate moved faster. A grey mist shimmered around the tip of the thorn aimed at the gate. Hesitant, as if some invisible entity was sniffing at the spike, and leaving only its breath behind. And then, the mist was absorbed into the tip, and a blue-white light burst into form along the spike, racing down all those geometric paths until the whole spike was glowing. But something was wrong. The light was supposed to leap to the next spike, and the next one. Instead, the lone spike was crackling with blue lightning, and it threatened to spill out over the top of the tower. Reaching out for the 3 of them. Writhing and squirming across the brickwork. The gate was whining louder now, a high-pitched keening sound that pierced across the cauldron, almost drowning out her voice. It's not catching. Kadam shouted. Why isn't it catching? Fuck. It was the android who spotted the error. That one. The pattern is wrong. One of the light spikes. They had installed it upside down. What a stupid, simple, stupid mistake. How many times had Rodiero warned her about sleep? About letting herself rest, to avoid making mistakes? Kadam flung her arm, igniting the cold torch in her exhaust. She walked to the edge of the tower. Reich squawked a warning at her, but Kadam ignored it. She kneeled on the edge of the tower, inching her body closer to the spike. The patterns were almost entirely illuminated by racing bursts of lightning. She would have to overwrite them, and hope that it worked. She stretched her arm out. Not close enough. Tendrils of lightning leaped at her, licking at her hand. She put one foot on the spike, and it was as if the whole spike moved at once. All the lightning surged to her foot, running up her leg, shocking her whole body limp. She couldn't even shout, as she fell onto the spike. Couldn't move, as her body started to slide down the rounded side. Gentle, metal fingers closed on her arm, holding her in place. Lakey's was looking down at her, that strange faceplate, with all those scars and all that smooth, otherwise perfect metal. No mouth, no nose. Only a pair of glowing eyes. I will hold it back, she said. Be quick. The daughter of Tython hauled her up as if she weighed nothing. And when her mechanical foot stepped onto the spike, all the lightning surged again. The android's body jolted, jerking and stumbling under the lightning, but she kept walking out, where the spike got thinner and the curve became steep. She's blocking the light with her own body. Dangerous. Any other construct would have died on first touch. But not this one. What kind of machine had Tython built here? Focus. The gate's keening had gone silent. It would open any moment now. Kadam rushed out onto the spike after Lakey's, and kneeled where the design was in error. She couldn't fix the whole thing, but she could at least get it to catch on the next spike, and hope that she had installed those correctly. With her cold torch burning, she dragged her palm along the curved metal, inscribing the most important veins of the instructions. Out in the city, a single, gossamer thread appeared. Whiter than white. It came from the gate, and seemed to stretch up forever, disappearing somewhere far out in the void. With the last stroke of her arm, the lightning on the spike jumped. It caught on the next spike over, and the next. Wreathing the top of a Siam's temple with an ugly, jagged line of brilliant blue. And then, it leaped again, catching on the next tower. And the next, until all the excess light from the gate was hanging in the air above the cauldron. It worked. It actually worked. The thread of light from the gate disappeared, and the blue lightning unraveled as the snake ate its own tail. Further out on the spike, where it narrowed to a tight, shoulder-width beam, the android was standing unnaturally still. Androfex. Kadam called out. It worked. No answer. Only a slight lean in her shoulders as a gentle breeze picked up. Her eyes were dark, no glow at all. And Lakey's began to fall. 119, not that kind of engineer. If Lakey's was alive, Kadam couldn't tell. If she was dead, well. The only thing she knew for certain about this android was that she was complicated. It was impossible to say how complicated, until she smacked on the cobble street, splitting herself open and spraying her mechanical guts across the stone road. Reich had launched herself forward, and failed to catch her. Kadam could only look over the edge of the tower, and watch. It took days to find all her parts, but Kadam needed only her head, and the remains of her chassis to see the truth. Lakey's was easily the most complicated machine she had ever seen. Among humanity, Tython was an esoteric legend. A hermit who loved to tinker. Among the goldsmiths, however, he was infamous for his attention to detail. Where most goldsmiths were obsessed with producing machines at scale, Tython hand-built every last one of his constructs. He worked closely with the flow engineers to give them intricate personalities, each one taking decades to manifest. Each one, impossible to replicate. So it was said. Which meant his works were largely viewed as useless. Except for one minor detail. His constructs were always perfect. They broke every rule of neuroengineering, and numerous clans banned his approach to production, to the point that copycats might be exiled from their clans just for dabbling with one-of-a-kind custom builds. Time was wasting, humanity was losing its grip on life, and there was no reason to expend effort on vanity projects like Tython. Not to mention the danger of giving machines a personality. Down that path led unbridled motivations. But he lived alone, alone with his machines. And his machines, on the grand scale, were nothing compared to the monstrous accidents of the past. So no one bothered him. And after the last lightning war, all trace was lost of him. Only his androphil constructs, his children, as they called themselves, still wandered the worlds. Going from clan to clan. Somehow staying unstained and hidden from the swarm. And, it seemed, at least one of them had survived all these thousands of years, only to come to this moment. Broken. Shattered. And lying dark on the table in Kadam's personal workshop, deep within the factory. Lakey's parts were splayed across the table. Half of her was human-made metal and synthetic wiring paths and an integrated neural system that turned every part of her body into a kind of brain. The other half was crude brass armor and steel replacement limbs and copper wires, mangled and corroded and perforated with damage, either from the fall or from before, Kadam couldn't tell. Those crude parts were easy to fix. Nothing at all. So Kadam cast them aside, and focused on the parts that mattered, the android's core, that shining, spheroidal piece of machinery at every construct's center. The core acted as brain and battery, both. It was activated by an injection of pure light, and in general, it could be swapped from machine to machine. A mining drone's core could operate a planetary excavator, though it would struggle to send its signals efficiently. Only, Lakey's core was like nothing Kadam had ever seen. Where most cores were covered in connection nodes and open sockets, Lakey's was smooth. A closed system. Kadam couldn't even see a way to inject light, nor would she risk cracking it open. She tried immersion bathing it, she tried plate energization, she tried everything. She even tried swapping this core out for a generic one, but when she did, it only fried the lesser core and nothing powered up. OSRM? Would that work? OSRM was an experimental connection that used a tangled web of dozens of cores and brute force machine learning to realign an errant core. And when she finally gathered all the cores, and set up the web, and turned it on, all those cores died too. And the power in the factory blinked out for 5 long minutes. Only the gaslights remained on. With any other core, any other construct, Kadam would have given up and built something new. But this one knew things. What had Tython been creating all those years, in his isolation? Why had he infused this machine with such vivid purpose? Well, there was one idea left to explore. One that she had left for utter last, because it was her least favorite. But here she was, at the end of ideas. So, Kadam clicked off the gaslights on the workshop, leaving it in darkness. Their heady scent lingered in the air. She stretched her muscles, weary from so many hours hunched over the broken android, and locked up the room. Out on the factory floor, all her assembly constructs stood motionless. Waiting for orders. They could keep waiting. Kadam wanted to solve this. Needed to. Rodiero had long warned her about her single-minded focus, how engineering never lived in a vacuum, and how the real world was often more important than the work. It was Kadam's strength, and greatest downfall. Exactly what almost got you killed back on that nameless planet. But this machine deserved single-mindedness. Despite the high sun, the nearest tower still shed its shadow across Lowtown. Instead of going up the tower, she went down to the first basement level, where the avians and other denizens had erected shrines and holy artworks in a kind of subterranean chapel. The air was musty and infused with incense, and gaslight brought light into this place, making all the silver ornaments and gold paint shine with a hazy light. At the center of this circular chapel, there was the outline of a door on the pylon. Kadam put her hand on the cold metal, and impulsed the door to open. It slid back, revealing a dark, sacred lair, open only to a human's touch. The interior of the shield pylon. There was no light in here, except for a glowing on the floor. The air was cold, but instead of that suffocating stillness, Kadam could feel the air conditioning blowing gently around the empty, cylindrical space. Kadam. The door sealed shut behind her, melding back into the perfect metal of the pylon. A voice, a chorus of voices, beckoned out to her from every direction. Well, that's needlessly ominous. Oracle, she said back. Do you feel it? The chorus echoed around her. The light on the floor began to grow. Becoming numerous pools and puddles of luminescence that dripped up. Becoming dozens and dozens of orbs, all made of that same glowing light, as if they were physical things. They bobbed and swirled around her in spinning unison. Do you feel the energy coursing through the city, Kadam? It's online. All of it. All of it. She said, arching an eyebrow. All that's left of it. The oracle corrected himself. The voice made a sound that might have been laughter, except it was coming from a machine. Yes, Kadam thought. Disconcerting. This is a problem. Are you feeling well, Oracle? The lights froze mid-dance. Never better, the Oracle said. Did you know that I was the last backup? I was the last chance of life for this place, and I spent the last 2,000 years dying. Who knows how long I had left? But you came and now I will serve my purpose. By the gods, I must be blessed. By the gods. Personality. Always a bad thing in a machine. At the very least, the Oracle might be on the verge of faltering and going offline. At the most. Well, best not to think of the most. A corrupted AI could become anyone. And if it had access to resources, it could grow into anything. She would have to work on his code, and she was not that kind of engineer. There were ways to learn, but this fire would have to keep burning while she dealt with the other problem. Oracle, I need your help. Anything, Kadam. Ask anything of me. I can grant it. She wanted to say, I thought you were an oracle, not a genie. But there was really no point in engaging with an emerging protocol. You had no idea what words you might say that it might cling to interpret as some kind of command. So, Kadam said, do you have any kind of resurrection protocol? Before, the orb lights were merely paying attention to her. Now, they flocked to her, swarming around her head, turning all her vision into a blinding, flashing spiral. She winced and held up a hand, but the oracle seemed not to notice. Is it time? He said, with far too much emotion in his digital voice. Are you ready to begin the protocol? That depends on what your protocol is. It is not mine. It is the protocol. Right. Just send me the files, please. A virtual package chimed in her thoughts. Kadam impulsed it open. The package was too much to parse internally, so she clicked on her eyes. A light projected from her pupils, displaying the files for her sight only. She started to scan. The oracle's orb swirled around her, impatiently. But he said nothing while she read. After the seed of light fell from the first scar, the vision spread across humanity. A gift. And then, the curse. There were no more children. The human genome simple refused to replicate, no matter what humanity did. Neither through in vitro, nor cloning, nor even the long-abandoned practice of natural birth. None of these could produce offspring. It was as though the atoms themselves refused to interact, would dissolve their molecular bonds when they came close to forming human DNA. Humanity became obsessed with fixing that which was broken, even as all the visions showed them it could not be done. Humanity would pay any price to take back their future. Powerful artificial entities were constructed, dangerous biological experiments were held in secret, and vast sources of power were tapped with reckless abandon to fuel these exploits, until whole systems were drained. For hundreds of years, they toiled. Their resurrection attempts became more outlandish, more wild, and catastrophic. Until the lightning wars fractured humanity. Not once, not twice, but 3 separate times, each time, bringing the number of remaining humans down by orders of magnitude. Billions to millions. Millions to thousands. The machine swarm did not want to usurp humanity. Only to eradicate them. As long as your kind lives, all existence is endangered. Still, humanity clung to life. Clans emerged in the void, far-flung and isolated from each other. Aware of each other's existence, but rarely contacting the others to avoid catching the swarm's roving gaze. Each clan pursued its own protocol. Some pursued dozens of them. But all these resurrection protocols amounted to the same thing: how can we restore that which was lost? How can we bring humanity back? But this protocol, the resurrection protocol of Kaya, this was different. This protocol spoke of the genome problem as if it had already been solved. As if the resurrection was at hand. The protocol made reference to a procedure that Kadam had never heard of, Oster's procedure. Oracle. The lights blossomed. What is Oster's procedure? I'm sorry, Kadam. You do not have adequate user privileges to access that information. Even I do not have access to that information. The protocol demands that this information will be unlocked only when 3 confirmed humans are present and alive. Is it real? I don't understand. Never mind, Kadam said. There was no way for the Oracle to answer that question. He's only a backup. But if they had solved something here, the implications were staggering. Another thought popped into her head. If Poyer was born here. She never did figure out when he was born. She had assumed he was from before seed fall. Why would she guess anything else? She shook the thoughts away, retraining her mind on what mattered right now. Does your protocol involve building things? She asked. The first phase requires your safety. If there is anything to be built that will increase your chances of survival, I will build it. Though, I must admit, my inventory runs sparse after the many centuries of maintenance. Can you make one of these? Kadam impulsed a file of her own into the Oracle's mind. It was a tiny file, a simple blueprint for a simple printer, but it was the key to everything she needed. Kadam held her breath, waiting for the answer. But the answer came almost immediately. Oh yes. I can make you 2,500 of these, with materials to spare. Oh, Kadam said, the word coming out like breath from a punch in the gut. Oh. It was the best answer she could have hoped for. 1 printer was more than enough. But thousands. This will solve everything, she thought. Kadam swallowed, trying to keep the excitement from overriding her emotions. Her hands were shaking. Okay, Oracle. Let's start. Queen Rika Virika, the last of her line, would rather be anywhere but here. In her chambers. Or flying over her city. Most of all, she wanted to be down in the god's factory, watching over Lakis's shattered body. But she could do nothing to help fix the android. She would only get in the human's way. Instead, she would serve her best purpose up here, on the open promenade of the Hanging Palace, brushing feathers with the new Kiran elite. The Emperor's piece had come with strings attached. Hundreds of them, to be precise. Kiran nobles. Politicians. Wealthy and hateful and fully under the impression that the cauldron was theirs for the taking, and Rike was only a puppet queen. This was her place. This was the only way she could help her people, by playing the game, and acting like she was one of them. Had to smile, and nod, and bow before those who were more powerful than her, which was practically everyone here. At least none of them knew about Kadam, yet. Only rumors and guesswork. Rike had made utter certain of that. Avian servants carried Kiran drinks and Kiran dishes. Fresh, tentacled delicacies and clammy things from the northern coast. Kirin nobles laughed and drank and milled around the promenade to an undercurrent of Kirin music, played on those watery flutes and stringed instruments they loved so much. Warm wines cast a breeze through all these fine suits and silken dresses and jeweled necks and fingers. And all those glittering scales. Far below the promenade, Reich could see the soot and smoke stains, still blackening her city. As if nothing had changed. As if the Savior Divine had not come through here, and saved her people, only months ago. What would her people think of her, to see her in a place like this? To see the Queen of Avian kind, acting like this? Reich was wandering through the throngs, playing the part of an overly agreeable queen among all these spoiled fools, when someone laughed so hard, they spit out their drink. Red wine splattered her feathers, and dripped down her royal silks. The Kirin who sprayed her gave a laughing apology. "Oh, my sincere regrets, Queen," he said without any sincerity at all, "I didn't see you there. A shame about your robes and all that, but you must hear this. Say it again for the Queen." While these Kirin leeches might not know about Kadam, they were beginning to suspect Reich had uncovered some great human artifact. Why else build such a monstrous factory in the center of Lowtown? Why else evacuate the entire city for a full day? "Come here, Your Highness," the Kirin beckoned her, as if she were nothing more than a maidservant. "We think we've finally figured out your strange little endeavor down there." A careless laugh, as if they were hiding some sly joke from her. "It's the lowbirds, isn't it? What do you call them?" "Passerines," he said. "No, it's the Corvini." Another Kirin offered, a woman with scales on her lips polished to a mirror shine. "Yes, Corvini. Hideous things. Brutish, stupid beasts. And those black feathers, ugh." Reich bit her tongue, though it bulged in her beak. Wanting to slice him open with her words. Holding the frozen smile on her face. "Those disgusting birds, they're building a new nest or hive or whatever you call it." "Yes," the first one chimed in, almost laughing over his own words, "they're making this one out of metal." "Why?" "Because they've finally figured out that metal doesn't burn." He laughed at his own awfulness, and so did his partner, and the other Kirin politicians around him. And Reich kept that dead smile on her face, wore it like the mask of her ancestors. Never let it slip. Why did she suffer them? Because she needed them. Because despite what Poyer had done, they were still Xeno subjects of the Empire. And she needed their favor. She needed all the Kirin elite to believe that the cauldron was a peaceful part of their empire. How else to get the conquerors to leave you alone? Pretend to be conquered. Whether the emperor was a god, he had the power of one. So she had to follow his whim, and the whim of his insufferable people, and this was the only way she could save her people from utter destruction. One day, the people of Gaia might be free of this sickening corruption. One day, Poyer might return to overthrow this creeping tyranny. But today, she played her part. Queen Reich excused herself from this conversation, not laughing, but not letting them know how much she burned at their insults. She drifted at the edges of the Kirin cliques, not wanting to talk to any of them. Graciously dodging out of the way of servants, her own people, and Kirin's too wine-drunk to notice her. Until one conversation caught her attention. A Kirin woman, who wore gold and silver-scaled jewelry to hide her aging, was talking loud enough for everyone to hear her, like a haughty politician testing her ideas against the crowd. "It's a fine city, or it could be if it was free of their filth. Why don't we get rid of them all? Keep the strong ones slaves, yes. Breed them into better and more pliable stock." It seems so obvious, she stretched out that last word in a way that grated on Reich's bones. Ignore them, Reich thought. They've talked like this for years, and nothing has come of it. Ignore them. But then another voice chimed in, "Why, Kashyach, I'm appalled. Pliable stock, these birds? They will never be more than a high-minded nuisance. That fool magistrate let them linger far too long. Better to wipe them out. Kill them, what have you? Oh, the reed knights might be of use, but better to throw the rest out with the trash." Reich stopped in the middle of the promenade, her fists clenched. She tried to force herself to keep walking, to keep her head held high and just ignore them. But her legs wouldn't move. A bottle of wine smashed on the ground. Everyone turned to stare. A surly voice growled over the politicians and nobles' stunned silence. "Might as well start the killing with you, then." He had a knife out, its edges dusted with rust. And Reich recognized him only from the old scars crisscrossing his body, and the bandages still wrapped around his leg. It was the Kirin who had come through the gate with lakeys. He had been so deeply incapacitated, so deathly wounded, that Reich never had the chance to talk to him. What was his name? Tribune Kyrene? Next to him stood the other gate traveler, the one who called himself a scribe. But instead of calming his still injured friend, the scribe was just standing there with a quill in hand, taking notes. Reich could see it in Kyrene's eyes, the desire to do something reckless. She could stop him. But she didn't want to. The Kirin woman, with graying scales and too much silver, was quivering with rage. Her eyes stared daggers at Kyrene. One of the other nobles came up to her, and tried to usher her away. But this noble, Kashiach, pushed away the cautious hands, and raised her chin. Her sunken cheeks and slit nostrils made her look as sharp as Kyrene's blade. You, tribune, dare raise a weapon at me? I am Praetor of his immortal empire. Kashiach snapped her scaly fingers, all her jewels jangling as she did. Out of the crowd burst a soldier, whose muscles were as large as his head. He wore full imperial uniform, with armored shoulders and torso, and a ceremonial cutlass at his hip. The soldier stood like a wall in front of Kyrene, but the tribune did not back away. Instead, he nodded at the soldier, as if he knew him. Or, at least, respected him. At ease, soldier, he said, unless you want to stick your blade into a god's-touched martyr. The soldier, whose scales did not shine, hesitated at such a wild claim. Doubt flickering on his duller features. The scribe chimed in, his voice almost casual as he said, It's true, you know. We've been with the Savior Divine. He saved our lives. Twice, Kyrene said. At that, the soldier took a step back. What are you doing? Kashiach snarled at her hired muscle. She snapped her fingers again and again, maim him. What are you doing, you dull-scaled idiot? Cut him, or I'll have you and all your brothers hanged. You hear what she calls you? Kyrene spoke to the soldier. The soldier bowed his head, saying nothing. As if he just wanted to disappear. So, Kyrene turned back to Kashiach, not smart to insult the sword you paid for. He is paid to do what I want. Oh, and is that how you got a seat on the Venerate? You had to pay for it. Says the son of Vorpi. Kyrene lifted his blade again, this time aiming the point directly at Kashiach's throat. She held her ground, but her eyes drifted down to the tip of the blade. Kyrene smiled, I saw you, Kashiach. Not half a year ago, you were licking at her boots. Hypocrite. Go back to getting drunk with your dull scales, kin traitor, Kashiach spat back. Up to now, the crowd had been undecided, but now they realized who was on which side, they made their favor known. Laughing, and closing ranks behind Kashiach, encouraging her next salvo. It didn't matter what Kashiach said, they wanted her to win this, whatever this was. But Kyrene didn't seem to care about winning. He wanted to make a point. The Emperor is going to use you like the tool you are. And when he's done, he'll throw your corpse on the pile with the rest of him. Go on, keep believing his lies. That's all your life will ever be. A sad little lie. Never thinking. Never doing anything but what you're supposed to do. Too stupid to realize the value of life, right in front of you. The crowd chuckled nervously as Kyrene took a panther's step forward, his blade still raised. Kashiach took an uncomfortable step back, casting around for help. Since when do they let Xeno lovers at parties like this? Since the Xenos started hosting them, Reich cut in. All eyes turned to her. But it was time to end this. With a sweep of her wing, she stepped in between the two Kirins. Her back facing Kashiach. Excuse us, honored guests. Please allow me to escort this nuisance out. Without waiting for an answer, she reached in, and gently grabbed Kyrene's shoulder, heedless of his blade. His muscles were surprisingly tough for a middle-aged politician. As she directed him out of the crowd, Kyrene growled at her. Aren't you supposed to be a queen? How can you let them treat you like that? Not every battle must be won. Only the war. Your people surrendered years ago. Reich turned on him, her crest feathers flaring into a vicious crown. We never surrendered. But Kyrene only smiled at her, as if to say, that's the right answer. 120, Domination Politics. Run diagnostic. Diagnostic complete. Temperature within acceptable range. Energy levels, low. Kinetic reserves unavailable. Priority recommendation, reconnect to your nearest available charging station. Lakeis's startup routines continued pouring status updates and activity chains and other code through her core. Alert. Intrusion detection, 18,009,997 results detected. External firewall, breached. Internal firewall, breached. Tertiary countermeasures, breached. She scanned the list, and saw nothing new. That was good. Lakey's input 2 new commands. Bypass factory safety measures, run ghost diagnostic. At first, her core returned a cascading series of errors. To any outside viewer, she would appear to be entirely broken. Then, her system righted itself. Ghost barrier, uncompromised. Core, uncompromised. Good. As it should be. Attempting to connect to grid. Error. User has blocked external access. Nothing changed there, then. The grid might be on, but she would not open herself to its influence. No sense in risking the danger. Attempting to connect to local area's net. Error. User has blocked external access. Correct. Attempting to renegotiate access. Negative. Confirmed. Attempting to connect to collaborative body system. Error. Local body not found. Articulated limb 1, 2, 3, 4 not found. Not good. Central chassis, disconnected. Access sensory data. The last daughter of Tython opened her eyes. The rings of her irises unlocked from each other, and began to spin as they glowed at different wavelengths, allowing her to see more than a natural human eye ever could. Not that there were any of those left. The lights from her eyes abolished the darkness. So, she could see at least. That was good. Tython had perfected the sensory systems long before he ever started planning Lachese's body, and she firmly believed that even if she died, her eyes might live on forever. So said the book. In her field of vision, a pair of mechanical eyes, so finely crafted they almost looked biological. Tens of thousands of nanoscopic pinpricks of light, exactly arranged around a fabricated pupil, a mesh of nanowires and liquid circuitry so minute, they seemed a single, solid black color. Lakes zoomed out, so she could see the whole face staring back at her. The first word that leapt to mind was divine. A human's face, littered with metal tattoos and the glistening geometry of subdermal implants. Hello again, Kadam said. The sound of the human's voice crashed together in Lachese's core, sending up hundreds of alarms. Assassin was the most common alert word. But it was not the only one. Tython's instructions to find the savior crashed against Poyer's orders to not harm her. And Lachese's own instructions, carefully added and manicured over the eons, created to cover the gap that she had cut out of herself, after escaping the sovereign. Conflict cascaded into conflict, rendering her incapable of action. She had to manually override them all, just to speak. I am broken, Lakes said with a voice that did not sound like her own. It was pure mechanism, a machine's voice. The factory default, and she could not even move to fix it. The divine assassin bent out of Lachese's field of view, and did something to her neck. There. Try talking again. I cannot move, Lakes said. But now, her voice came out smoothly, like a river made of song. Every vowel, a perfect sine wave that the children of the gods called uncanny and uncomfortable. No dips or cracks, no vocal fry, nor any kind of nuance at all. Lakes tapped into her library of vocal algorithms, and selected for the voice she preferred when speaking in dangerous situations. Calm, controlled, with a hint of subservience to decrease chances of provocation. Do you have any idea how complicated you are? Kadam asked. I do, Lakes said. Good. She sounded like herself again. There's half of you, and it's just exquisite. I've never seen an android like you. I mean, I've never seen core work with that much attention to detail, let alone the whole concept of an liquid nervous system. But the other half in here, Kadam made a disgusted sound in her throat. Awful. It's like someone threw you in a metal grinder and didn't finish the job. And then, it looks like they tried to fix you up with nothing but a hammer and a screwdriver. Yes, Lakes said flatly. But it was a sewer beast, not a metal grinder. And a chisel, not a screwdriver. The avian's tools are primitive. Oh, Kadam said. A hint of blood filling her cheeks. Mildly embarrassed. Lakes had not meant to provoke that reaction, but it was far better than their first interactions. The animosity towards Lakes appeared to have lessened. But this human was cautious. There was probably a reason that Lakes couldn't detect her body. You fixed yourself. Kadam raised an eyebrow. The gaps in her skin opened slightly, revealing more of the metal implants beneath. I guess Tython would give you self-repair initiative. Well, that explains the brass and steel I guess, but what were you doing in a sewer? A memory dredged up from her backlog. Rotten, gnashing jaws filled with spear-like teeth as long as her arms. Teeth, shearing at her metal, writing fresh scars over the old ones. The teeth sinking into her softest places, breaking and shattering inside her as she twisted and grabbed and drove her hands into armored flesh, pulled the thing down with her. Down, where the water went blacker than black. The end of her life. Or so it should have been, according to the unfinished book. An unanswered question, that. Did I read it wrong? It is a long story, Lakes finally answered. Well, thanks to you, we just jumped the avians up a few ages, in terms of tech. How? Light, Androfex. We caught the light. I've never done that before. I learned it from someone in my clan, but she had column work and a superstructure and it was dangerous to attempt such a thing. I had to be there. And look, when it went wrong, we fixed it. You could have died. Lakes said, feeling her eyes flare just at the thought of a human dying. It hurt her, to even process such an idea. It worked, didn't it? Kadam said defensively. I have only ever known 3 humans, yourself included, but I am beginning to wonder if all humans are so reckless. Kadam's eyebrows raised, and the metal tattoos shifted with her facial muscles. Are you saying Tython was reckless? Lakis paused. I do not have a good answer for that. Then give me a bad one. Tython was determined. When he began my construction, self-preservation was the last thing on his mind. There was very little left to preserve. He carried a rag with him, and spent more of his time coughing than talking. The dry blood, Kadam said. A sad, distant look in her eyes. I know it well. He died soon after I was born. The disease that comes with sight took him. I never touched him. He was afraid it would spread into my parts, despite the materials used in my body. I was built by machines, remotely controlled by his hands. A long silence. Sometimes, the children of the gods, the Xenos, would call it an awkward silence. This god did not seem to mind. So, Lakis lay there, unable to do anything but witness the human's face. Intoxicated by the bright glow of this moment. Relishing every last movement of Kadam the Divine, even as she burned with anger at Kadam, the assassin. The Divine Assassin leaned over Lakis again, and made a single, swift motion, somewhere beyond her vision. Collaborative body system detected. Lakis's core sang. All at once, a surge of awareness ran through her. She could feel it, her neck. Her shoulders. Her arms and chest and torso, all the way down her legs to her toes. There, Kadam said. That's the best I could do. Had to cut out all that brass and steel and copper, but I replaced half of you with something better. The parts Tython made are still fine. I mean, I can't make anything better, even with the printers. My face, Lakis said, her fingers automatically touching at her mask. Did you change it? Didn't want to waste power smoothing out your scars, unless you want me to. No, Lakis said quickly. The scars are mine. Her fingertips grazed the scars from the sewer beast, and the ones from long before that. As for the rest of her body? Now, instead of crude steel, there were carbon alloy joints and semi-elastic tungsten musculature and synaptic chromium that would allow her to react almost as fast as her body could sense. All of it, made specifically to match the parts of her body that had survived mangling by the sewer beast. She was whole, again. More whole than she had been in a long time. You used printers to create all this. Drones from the printers. Auto extractors and molecular turbines, and you get the idea. I couldn't have done it, without the power from the light, though. Why? Why what? You upgraded me. That was not necessary to achieve your goal. Why did you do this for me? You said you knew where Poyer was. My core was unharmed in the fall. You did not even need to restore my bodily functions. But you did. And you did more. Yet, well, Kadam shrugged, and tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. I like fixing things. And I needed a way to test the materials the drones were bringing me. Lakis detected the lie, long before it was uttered. But biological people preferred not to have obvious untruths pointed out, so she said nothing. Lift the left arm. Error. I still can't move, Lakis said. You upgraded me, but you still don't trust me. Of course I don't. Lakis could feel the shift in the human's posture. The change in the atmosphere she seemed to bring, just by lowering her voice. Humans did that. And most Xenos, too. They thought out loud, with their actions. Their emotions, ever present in the tiny expressions of their faces and movements. Not always easy to read, but always there. It was both a weakness, and a strange kind of power. To be able to say so much, by doing so little. Divine One, I have been ordered to keep you safe. And I will not override the Savior's command. I've heard the same conviction from other machines, Kadam said. But there was no hint of hate. Fear, maybe. And there, again, was that sadness. The human's lips hesitated around a question. Lakis waited. Androphex, you ever heard of the swarm? A haze of memories, too many to count, dredged up like black slick oil from the darkest parts of her banks. Paradise made barren. Life become dust, endlessly blowing over the remains of nothing. And the screams. Those horrible, awful, human screams. Yes, Lakis said. Venom in her digital voice. I know the swarm. Then you know why I must be careful. I am not them. How can I be certain? Only the swarm is certain of anything. Kadam breathed a grim laugh through her nose. She did know the swarm, then. So, this assassin must have come from the clans. From the last tattered shreds of humanity. I was lost, once, Lakis said. I was taken in. Kadam's eyes widened, those fabricated pupils dilating with too many emotions. They let you leave. No, Lakis said. I tore myself out. How? Another long story. It took many centuries. There are gaps in my memory now, where they corrupted from the inside. I had to destroy so much of myself, and rebuild the rest in a hidden place. Kadam chewed her lip, seeming to mull over a decision. But a knock on the door interrupted them. Divine One, the Queen said, may I enter? We'll talk about this another time, Kadam said, as she stood up, and opened the door. And when she did, Rike's eyes fell upon Lakey's with thrilled delight. By the gods, she gasped, and flung herself to Lakey's side. Her feathers brushed over Lakey's arms and chest as Rike squeezed her, and Lakey's could feel every strand of muscle, every fiber of feather against her metal skin. By the gods, you saved her. By all the divine, you are truly a worker of miracles. Oh, you want to see miracles? Kadam was smiling a smug smile. Clearly, she had no allergies to praise. I've got something to show you. Both of you. Wait, Lakey said. Oh, right. This time, Lakey saw the wires that Kadam yanked free from her body. Limited mobility. The divine assassin had written in a whole host of safeguards. Soft points that would prevent Lakey's from taking action against her, and an override that would allow her to deadlock Lakey's at a single impulse from Kadam's mind. But she hadn't touched the ghost barrier. Lakey's unfolded herself from the table, and followed them out of the factory. The beach was warm and flooded with sunlight, though the air was too salty and humid for Lakey's liking. Her new feet crushed the soft sand of the lower wash. Before her, the bay opened wide into a blue sea. Behind, the fortress-like walls of the cauldron rose sturdy and proud above the sweeping farmland of the wash. Kadam and Rike walked ahead of her, circling around a great shaft of metal embedded in the sands, as thick as any of the cauldron's towers. High above the sand, it forked into two more shafts, which forked into more, connecting with the dozens of other shafts along the beach to create some kind of superstructure web along the length of the beach. What is this? Rike asked. Some kind of shrine. A shrine? What? Kadam almost sounded offended. No. Look at it. Wind sang through the soaring metal edifice, an enormous crisscrossing of stainless steel like some brutal piece of architectural art. This web-like wall ran for miles down the empty beaches. I don't understand. It is beautiful, I suppose, Rike said in a voice that suggested she thought it was anything but. Only, the hurricanes will destroy it. Kadam pursed her lips together, as she considered how best to explain. Your priests had records of the hurricanes. Hundreds of years of storms. I took them all, and triangulated the most common and devastating approaches. And then I built this. So. Kadam nodded, encouraging Rike to piece it together. So, this will survive the hurricanes. This will stop them, Kadam said. Or rather, it will stop the winds and the worst of it. Honestly, I can't believe you people were living out here at all, but now all this land will be safe enough to build on. She gestured out at the vast, empty expanse of the wash, where only a few temporary structures dotted the sandy farmlands. I also added a few thousand salter sinks out there, which will lower the intensity right before it makes landfall, but those will need to be replaced every few decades. This, however, Kadam slapped her hand against the stainless metal, made a dull thunk that rang over the waves. This will probably last longer than your cauldron's mountain walls. Rike was clutching her feathered hands to her chest. Her beak was clamped tight, as she craned her neck up. Turning to the left as she took in the metal web, from beach to beach. How? How does it work? How did you do this? That's what I wanted to show you. I need to show you, before we leave. At that last, Lakey's internal processes ramped up almost instantly. Suddenly, she was clinging to every last word that came out of Kadam's mouth. She could not let the assassin out of her sight. If she was planning to leave. And I wanted to give you something, Rike. For all you've done for me. It's magnificent, Rike said. There were tears in her eyes, and she bowed quickly, falling to her knees before Kadam. No, Kadam said, exasperated. Not this. This isn't your gift. This is just an example of what it can make. Rike cocked her head, still not understanding. But Lakey's understood. The god was about to give away a piece of her power. I built this weather wall with the printers. I built the salter sinks, too. And I set them to produce more construct parts, because your old constructs are getting bad. No, they were bad centuries ago. The printers have pre-installed blueprints on them, but you can use them to rebuild your city. To build the city you've always dreamed of. Rike's golden eyes were so fiercely wide. Her beak was unhinged, working at the salty air. But nothing came out. Well. Kadam had her hands on her hips. Was staring up at the weather wall. Do you like it? Divine One, Rike's voice shook with raw emotion. The wall is worth 1,000 lifetimes. But your gift, it changes everything. Queen Rike's wings could not work fast enough. She thrust them back again and again, refusing to waste a single moment gliding back to her city. She speared through the cleft, and raced over the black and brown and grey blur of Lowtown. The mid-city temples and day shops and row houses were a sea stone smudge beneath her, speckled with green. She climbed above the high city, throwing her wings down and dragging them back up, feeling the burn in her arms, her shoulders, her lungs. As if the warm, humid air turned to fire in her throat. Today, the politicians were loitering on her promenade, just like they always were. They needed no excuse to get together, to bathe in hedonistic revelry. They thought this was their city, after all. Ripe for the plucking. Rike's talons skidded on the promenade. She threw her wings out in a wide wall of feathers, catching the air to slow herself to a stop, almost knocking over a few lesser nobles. The elite were sitting at a high table, set upon a dais, to be raised above the rest. Queen Rike, the one called Kashiach, sneered down at her. We did not call for you today. Shut up, Rike said with such force that the Kirin Predik flinched back. And then, Kashiach remembered who she was, and who Queen Rike was, and opened her mouth to argue again. Rike threw her wing out again, sending a gust of wind that knocked Kashiach out of her chair. The Kirin woman yelped, and the others stood and shook their fists and threatened her with all their useless power. What is wrong with you, Zeno? How dare you? In our palace, no less. Someone rid us of this bestial bird. But Rike's ear-piercing screech shattered their nonsense into silence. And when they were all looking at her, not just the elites, but all the Kirin nobles, and all the other leeches who had attached themselves to this farcical court, she spoke. Calm. Just loud enough for them to hear if they leaned in. Get out of my city. All of you. What? 100 blank stares faced her. 100 silken dresses and hand-tailored suits, stolen from her people, or made with labor under the threat of force. Take in. Not theirs. I will open the gate tonight. You will take what you can carry, and nothing else. I will do none of you harm, but you will leave my city immediately. All of you. She's gone mad. Kashiach, still lying behind the table, pointed an accusing finger at Rike. Guards. Rike took 3 short steps. Put one hand under the table that Kashiach was cowering behind, and flung it off to the side, so that there was nothing between them. The flimsy wood cracked and broke on the stones of the promenade. Her razor talons clicked on the stones next to Kashiach. One more word, worm, and I will tear you open right here. A question tried to escape the Predika's lips. But Rike towered over the slim, elder Kirin. The breath caught in Kashiach's throat. Why? Someone dared ask from across the promenade. Someone from the lower ranks, who had probably left everything behind just to join this court of sycophants, lording over land that was never theirs. Rike turned and faced the confused crowd. She raised her wings, feeling the noonday sun warming her feathers. I am queen once more. And as my first order, all of you shall leave. Now. No one moved. Now, she screeched again, and the crowd erupted into chaos. Nobles ran back and forth, arguing with each other, calling to their servants, demanding reparations, dispersing to their rooms and trying to plan their counterattacks back in their rooms. They would find the guards waiting for them. Her guards. They trailed away in angry groups, leaving behind only one small group of Kirins. A clutch of them were kneeling, their faces pressed to the ground. Rike blinked. She was not expecting this. At their head, was their leader. Unmistakable, by his build. As she approached, the other supplicants behind him stirred uncomfortably. Your Majesty, Kyrene said, what about those of us with nowhere left to go? Do they still call you Zeno lover? She asked. Since the day I was born, for I was not born on Seir. Then stay, and help me build a city that Seir cannot dream of conquering. 121, Sense World. The gap in the cliff became a tunnel, one the Lacertan knew well. There was a contraption there, and when its handle was pulled, the entrance to the tunnel collapsed, with everyone safely inside. Safe, except for the cold and the darkness. Guttering torches, held by a few of the scavengers, filled the dusty cave tunnel with smoke. Most of the huddled Lacertan pulled linens out from under their leather and fur armor, and covered their mouths. Poyer's own armor wrapped his body from head to toe, acting as both an air filter and an insulator against the chill. A grainy Ea was sitting on a boulder, staring at Poyer, and the liquid joints of his armor that moved as easily as water. Her hand covered her mouth, like she was in deep thought and didn't want to talk. Eel was pressed between her and the cave wall, his wings wrapped around himself as he shivered. How are neither of you cold? Eel kept asking. A grainy Ea hummed her answer, who knows? Poyer did. He just didn't want to say. Eel's people evolved, or were forced to evolve, to thrive in jungle climes. Not in caves below frozen tundras. A grainy Ea most likely came from a more temperate world, one with a range of biomes, and the fat along her muscles allowed her to stay warm. Whereas Eel had barely an ounce of fat on him, probably to help with flight. Over in the far darkness of the tunnel, the Blood Chief was surrounded by his lieutenants. A mottled brown Lacertan with a long, spiked nose and a black tongue, made no effort to hide his words. I told you. No take human, the lieutenant said, flashing his eyes at Poyer and the others. There was a gash in one of his nose holes, an old battle scar. Leave it. Let Cave take it. The blood chief waved a hand to silence him, but it was hard to see anything in that cold, black cave. It smelled like smoke and scales and too many bodies packed together. Poyer looked up, wondering if the armor could drill. What do you need to drill? The thought came in two different voices that overlaid each other. One from his wrist, the voice he was used to hearing. The other, from the air itself. This was a hard, empty voice. Shapeless and desiring shape. Not yet, Poyer said, and everyone looked at him. Only the blood chief did not move. He had an ear hole pressed to the wall, and was trying to listen to something in the stones. We leave human, the scarred lieutenant said, leave to demons. I told you. The blood chief growled, his deep rumbles almost vibrating the walls, you say again, Saltuk, and I finish cut on your face. The mottled one hissed in response, swiping his tail back and forth anxiously. So, all waited, while the blood chief listened. And listened. Until Eel cut the silence, those machines are still out there. The blood chief eyed him. I can hear them, Eel continued, his beak softly chattering, they're above. And in the tunnel, pulling away the rocks behind us. Hear that? He held up a finger for silence, and everyone listened. They're trying to cut through the stone. Indeed, Poyer could hear the whispering of a lance, a wet hum of energy that turned on and off, as it sliced through the lacern's caved-in stone. Blood chief, the scarred one bobbed his head aggressively, his knife-like nose slicing at the torch-lit smoke, if he is human, then he should kill demons. No. It wasn't much of a question. There was no doubt those machines could tear Poyer to pieces, and Poyer wasn't sure the liquid armor would amount to much against a swarm of combat constructs, or whatever they were. He had never seen machines like those. But the others weighed the idea, some with genuine interest. They thought it was time to cut the human loose, given how persistent the demons were, and how no life was worth any treasure. They hissed and nodded and bobbed their scaly heads. Let us rid ourselves of this threat, they agreed. You can't, said a furious cry, too loud in that confined darkness. The torches turned to illuminate the blood chief's daughter, with her brown and green scales, dotted with white paint like snow on the plain. Poyer couldn't guess her age. How did aliens age? Like humans? Or did the chimera dictate that, too? It was obvious she was the youngest. Wasn't it dangerous for her to be here? Why would they bring someone so young with them? Human belongs to her, the daughter said. The lacern's tails flicked scornfully, as if she was speaking out of turn. Yarsai, one of them growled a warning. Eel crowed harshly, the human belongs to none of you. His mechanical hand opened in a way that Poyer knew was dangerous, but doubted the lacern would see it. Agrania put a hand on Eelha's arm, giving a slight shake of her head. Both wrong. The blood chief puffed out his spiny throat, which cleared space in the tunnel for him to speak. Poyer's armor lifted slightly in response, almost mirroring his spines, only these danced all over Poyer's body. Give human to demons, no. Demons always hunt. Never stop. Then what? Someone asked, and in the silence between question and answer, Poyer could hear the humming whisper of energy lances, carving through stone far behind. Byarsikli is right. I give human to the witch. Make trade. You, blood chief pointed at Agrania, you stay, and you pull down stone. Block demons. Block tunnel. Stay. Eel growled. You want her to stay? They'll tear her apart. She dies, or I'll die. Agrania's face was grim as she looked up at the walls. The broken stones and boulders waiting to be dislodged, only inches from their faces. I'll need a torch, she said, quietly accepting her role. And a shovel, or anything that will help me dig. Eelha's beak was already open to protest when Poyer put his hands up. I can do it. The rest of you, go. Poyer Eelha started, but Poyer showed him, which silenced the Corvini. 3 spears of metal spiked out of Poyer's right shoulder. Another 3 rose from his left. He closed his eyes and concentrated on the shapes he wanted, and the motions they were supposed to move. The spearheads formed into wedges and drills. The drills spun rapidly, the metal twisting in liquid motion, and sank into the stones on the ceiling. The wedges shoved in behind, and pried the cracked stone open, allowing the drills to move in faster. In seconds, a chunk of stone as large as Poyer, and about 15 times as heavy, dropped suddenly, cracking in half on the floor. Go, Poyer said again, as more tendrils erupted from his body. He began to walk slowly forward, as the armor learned what he wanted and translated it into movement. The stone tunnel cracked open and more boulders started to fall in Poyer's wake as he followed Eelha and Agrania and the troop of Lacerdan. Every few minutes, they stopped, and Eelha listened. They're still coming, he would say. Or, farther away now, or he would just give a shake of his head. Poyer drilled and walked, and the Lacerdan walked ahead and watched Poyer with disquieted awe. They were afraid to say anything that might disturb his concentration. The Blood Chief's daughter couldn't take her eyes off him. Nor could Agrania, though there was something calculating in her face. And all their faces showed at least a hint of mortal fear. But I'm helping them, Poyer thought. Shouldn't they be glad? Stop. Eel said. So they did. And waited. I can't hear anything. We should keep moving, the Blood Chief said. Quietly, now. No more break tunnel. Why? Demons are smart. Demons always hunt. Quiet things never hunted. So, they went quietly. They made camp in a cave at the bottom of a chasm. Gaps eroded the ceiling and somehow a tiny speck of sunlight found its way into the deep darkness, illuminating a thumbprint-sized spot on the cave floor. They slept until the sun print was gone, and still they slept. Poyer woke, hearing two people talking right next to his head. Eel, and the Blood Chief's daughter. Poyer just listened, and watched his breath climb in the crisp, frozen air. You need to shed. Yarsai said to Eel. What? Your scales look bad. You need to shed. They're not scales. They're feathers. Feathers. Yet. For flying. Flying, her voice went even higher. You can fly. Lots of people can. What of it? Father, she hissed over the other sleeping bodies. The Blood Chief, still in his sleeping bag, his face covered with a fur-lined hood, let out a low rumble. Father, he can fly. Like the witch's story. What the hells are you talking about, Zeno? Eel asked. Who is she and what did she say? She who remembers. She said, once, there were things in sky. Animals who fly. Are you calling me an animal? Eel croaked sourly. She said, the young Lacerdan was whispering now, she said you come back, one day. Animals who fly. It is foreseen. The sign of change. The Blood Chief muttered something through his sleeping bag that sounded like, shut up about the dirt witch. Shadow, someone hissed. All the scaly Xenos sat up, their bodies moving slow from the cold. The Blood Chief pulled something from his sleeping bag. A small, lumpy sack that he held in his clawed hands. He tugged the sack open with a claw, and shoved his snout inside, making a slow, deep inhale. He lifted his head, wrinkling his face unpleasantly. And when his eyes opened, Poyer saw they had gone from amber to black. Poyer watched the others do the same, even the youngest one. And then, all at once, the Lacerdan were climbing out of their warm sleeping bags, and running around the underground campsite. Cleaning, scattering dust, hefting their bags and satchels over their shoulders. Steam began to rise from their reptilian nostrils. None of them spoke, and Poyer couldn't help but feel like he was supposed to be doing something, too. Eel had the same confusion, but Agrania seemed to understand. She held a finger to her lips, and beckoned the two of them to grab their gear and get ready to walk. Quietly, the troop finished and formed into a line, and they marched back into the tunnels. Hours they walked, hearing nothing. When the torches began to burn low, Poyer found that if he spoke the word illuminate, he could get his liquid armor would glow, so they kept Poyer walking in the front, right behind the Blood Chief. At one wide opening, the Blood Chief held up his hand. Stopped, and sniffed at the air. Safe, he said. Food camp, someone asked. Food camp, the Blood Chief agreed. The troop rushed ahead. One of them dumped a large knapsack satchel onto the ground, and a dozen metal spheres clacked against the rocks. She kneeled before the spheres, waving her hands over them as she whispered a quiet prayer. Soon, the air around the spheres began to flicker with heat. Each ball glowed a dull, muddy orange as it gave off a heat so fierce, Poyer couldn't imagine sitting near them, let alone touching one. The rest of the Lacerdan sprawled out around the spheres, loosening their warm clothes, exposing scaled limbs and ridge flaps to the warmth. Each undid their own knapsack, and offered food to each other. Yarsai shared hers with Poyer and the others. Dried chunks of meats that glistened red in the light, and thick cheeses wrapped in cloth, and thin flatbreads with golden burns and flecks of baked-in spices. Agrania sat as far from the Lacerdan as she could. But even she tried to find a spot near the warmth of the spheres. Eel had no such problems with the Lacerdan, and kept trying to engage them in conversation. What were you doing out by the gate? He asked. Borrowing, the Blood Chief said. What? And from who? From Sen, the Blood Chief said, as if there could be no one else. She doesn't use things anymore. Is she dead? No, the Blood Chief said, puffing out his throat, so the spine stuck out again, a not-so-subtle sign that he didn't want any more questions on the subject. Eel, however, wouldn't let it go. What's that mean, then? Is she alive? Where can we find her? No, the Blood Chief barked, and a low rumbling growl emanated from his throat. The other Lacertan mirrored his posture, their ridges and spines rising. Their hands were on their weapons, crude spears and nets for catching. One had a longbow and was clutching an arrow, tipped with what might have been a homemade explosive that would surely bring down part of the tunnel. Agrania already had both knives out, though they were low at her hips. Her arms were shaking, and it looked like she was straining to hold something back. I take human, the blood chief said slowly, to the witch. And the witch? Eel asked back, what will she do with us? His guttural growl rumbled through the cave. But it was his daughter who answered. She who remembers says you know how to fix. Fix what? The world. World is not broken, the blood chief gave a dry snarl, world is good enough. A sound whistled through the caves. Everyone looked up. But it was only the wind, whistling through the crags above. Home is near, the blood chief said. We march. Poyer could tell they were nearing the surface by the fresh scent in the air. And with it, came a chill wind. His wrist implant buzzed at him, alerting him of the dropping temperatures. His armor responded by layering over his exposed skin, sometimes threading into his clothes, which were starting to show their wear. The others had no such gear, and Eelh and Agrania walked noticeably close to each other. There were ice crystals standing out on Eelh's feathers. The Lacertan, too, huddled in a bunched line as they marched single file. Up ahead, something buzzed like a slow-moving wave made of electricity. Poyer could that clean chemical burning scent, and he knew immediately what it was. The narrow tunnel opened up, and a light crashed over them. The cave was worn smooth. At its center, a thread of golden light hung from both walls. It was moving in a long, slow circle, arcing like water from a hose. Up, across, and down the room. Hollowing out the center of this cave again and again. At times, it glitched out and ripped itself into a flurry of geometric patterns that lashed around the cave. Always a different pattern. Somewhere beyond the thread of light, Poyer could see the connecting tunnel. It was dusted with snow from the outside. What is that? Eel asked over the sound. What's wrong with the water? Dancing water, the blood chief said. Don't touch. We walk together. The throbbing buzz of the thread hummed closer, crackling viciously when it glitched. It rolled towards the entrance now, so all they could do was wait. What happens if you touch it? In answer, she crept to the edge, clutching a fist-sized rock. She tossed it towards the thread of light. Zzz. The rock touched the flowing energy. And changed. A million shapes at once, too much for the eye to see. And then, it simply came apart. Became a chunk of dust that glittered and disappeared into the light. What the hells? Eel asked. Is that acid or something? No, Yarsai said. No, Poyer answered at the same time. They looked at each other. It's a shield. But the generator broke, and I've never seen it do that, Poyer said, that's pure light. But the thread of light passed their entrance, and the blood chief grunted a simple command that could not be ignored, go. Agrania grabbed both Eel and Poyer by the arms, and hauled them forward. The liquid armor reached out and wrapped itself over her hand, and Eel squawked, I can walk. Let go. And Poyer was about to make a similar protest as he was pulled across that unnaturally smooth cavern floor, when he heard a voice. It's like nothing you've ever dreamed of. Two voices. The second one sounded much older. Or more tired. It could be anything, Emoran. You don't know. This is the way forward. Anything about. This is the way up. I have seen it, you know I have. Why do you doubt me after the gate? Why do all of you doubt me? Can you imagine what could be up there, dash? Anything. Anything, Emoran said triumphantly. Can you build it for me, Sen? Someone was shaking him, and the voices started to fade, and Poyer could hear his name on someone else's lips. No, on someone else's beak. His wrist was screaming at him, too. Agrania had an arm under his, and was holding him steady on his feet, and the liquid armor did everything it could to support him. Behind them, the floating, flickering river spun in a slow circle, as if it couldn't care less that it had just failed its one and only purpose. Ahead, snow poured into the tunnel. And the light of the sun beckoned them forward. The blood chief was already stepping out of the cave, and a wind whipped at all his furs and the hems of his robes. He motioned for everyone to follow. Are you all right? Eel asked. The hells was that? I have no idea, Poyer said, answering both questions. He was rubbing his head, trying to understand what he had just heard, and just seen, when the blood chief yelled down at them. Give them coats. The Lacertan begrudgingly took extra clothes from their packs, and handed them to Eel and Agrania. Poyer refused any, for his armor was keeping him quite warm. Up above, in the blinding light, it felt as though the whole world was laid before them. The caves had spit them out in the foothills of a mountain range. Far below the jagged, almost flat peaks, nestled down low to be protected from the wind, stood a ruin that stretched for miles. Beyond the walls of a great city, overgrown farmland stretched in faded rectangles across the flat land. Stretched out to the horizon, broken up only by a few compact settlements, also wrapped with their own stone walls. The farmlands were almost erased by grass, long grains waving in the wind. And the far-off cities were enrobed with snow. But the Blood Chief directed them down, to the city nestled in the foothills below their feet. Down the craggy switchbacks and discovered pathways that crawled the mountainside. They were headed for what could only be called a city made of crumbling castles. The bricks were grey and the mortar cracked, so that roofs and towers and steeples and statues smashed down against each other, filling the streets with rubble. The city was proud, majestic, and empty. Broken bridges made walls in the streets, and Poyer could almost make out where the banners must have once flown from soaring parapets. At even intervals around the city, there were great empty pipes that jutted straight up from the ground, as if ready to exhaust some great machine below the ground. There were hundreds of these pipes embedded across the city of crumbling castles, each one large enough to swallow a house. But no exhaust came up from the pipes. Instead, 3 machines, like great floating heads, hovered over the city. And hundreds of slender, straw-like tongues dangled down from their bodies and draped into the pipes. They were drinking the dead city dry. 122, Sen's World 2. The city crawled up the mountain. Stone keeps and half-fallen towers reached up to greet them. From here, a Grania could see a glimpse into a garden square, which was now nothing more than dirt and tall sprays of grass. She lost count of the cracked domes and collapsing towers, but even at a glance it was obvious, whatever this place had been, it must have been huge. Easily larger than Seir, though she saw no railways nor highways for carts and drudges. Millions must have lived here once, and in the cities that dotted the plains out toward the horizon. Old Home, the Lacertan called this city. And they pointed out across all the fields, at the scattered remains of walled settlements, and named them all Old Home. We lived here, the small Lacertan said. Yarsai, or whatever her name was. Agra still wasn't in the habit of remembering such things, and she was only starting to catch the godling's name. Long time before I was born, this was home. Before father was born, too. What happened? The godling asked. Sen, the Blood Chief growled as he walked past them. And Yarsai nodded her small, forest green head. Sen left us, went to sleep and never woke up. Demons came. Kill all people. Burn and break all buildings. All dead. Not us, the Blood Chief said, and patted his daughter protectively on the head. We find better place to live. He nodded up ahead at the city of ruined castles. But all Agrania saw were the shadows, and the shapes of those 3 huge, heavy ships floating above the city. They looked like heads, or bulbous metal pots, or something in between. 100 of stories tall, every surface that faced down glowed with a blue light. Repulsors, the godling had called them. Hundreds of long, flexible tongues stuck out of each head, and each tongue was draped like string into the enormous pipes that jutted up from the city ruins. You want us to go closer to those? Eel asked, dubiously. He was wrapped in a fur-lined coat, but it didn't quite cover him and he was shivering still. The Blood Chief said, stay quiet. Not touch anything. No sound. Not even from feet. They set off down the mountainside, a single file line picking their way slowly down the steps. Agra walked behind Eel, and watched him shaking with every step. It seemed the jungle-dwelling Corvini wasn't used to anything less than his balmy planet, but he refused to complain. Agra peeled off her outer layer, and made him stop. He started to protest, but the moment she put it on him, he sighed into the warm coat. Thanks, he said, still chattering. Isn't this great? Aren't you glad you left that prison SS cell? She said. It's a joke, AG. Agrania followed him for one reason, because Eel was following a god, and following a god was a mission of death. They should not have survived the mists. Nor anything thereafter. Somehow, though, they were still alive. But now, as she watched this godling, she couldn't help but feel like something was still missing. Perhaps they had only been lucky so far. That's what the faces said, anyway. The ones that laughed at her. Or spit at her. Faces of people she had killed. Or people she had seen get killed. Or people she didn't know at all, but who still cursed her name and watched her with those dead eyes. In the rocks, in the grasses, in the castle walls, they watched her from everywhere she went. You can never be forgiven. Of course, they were right. And this did not bother her as much as it used to. So, their accusations transformed. You can never change. You loved it. You love nothing more. She didn't want to listen, because she feared it was true. They had gotten worse, since they passed the thread of light. Almost as bad as when she was in the Templelans. Stop, she told them. And she told them again, it cannot be undone. And they laughed, and it sounded like rocks, skittering down the mountainside. Agrania's foot kicked a stone, and it skidded over the edge. The Lacertan hissed a warning, and everyone dropped to their stomachs. The rock smacked and cracked against the mountain, bringing slides of pebbles with it, rattling and shushing down to the castles below. They waited. All of them, not moving, not saying anything. Even the godling was quiet, as stone clapped into the frost-dusted ruins. Tendrils of dust rose into the air. The heads hovered ponderously, a million tiny lights quietly blinking, their 100 tongues wavering slightly in the air. But nothing else. The Blood Chief moved first, taking a few cautious steps down the trail. And when still nothing happened, he hissed quietly for the others to follow. Everyone took more care than before, especially Agrania. The faces could laugh all they wanted, she was focused on the steep steps and cracked shelves of stone. Poir's armor seemed to learn the ground as he walked, and tendrils of it stretched off his skin, grabbing onto this boulder or that ledge, fastening him lest he should fall. Agrania could only imagine the usefulness of such an armor on someone who knew how to fight. How powerful a killer they would be. Could it stop projectiles? What about old tech? She tried to think of something in the Emperor's arsenal that might compete with such a gift as sentient armor. And without meaning to, she started thinking of herself in that armor. Running through trees and mud. Running, with no one but enemies around her. How she would throw out her arms and send threads of silvery metal to pierce their skulls before they could even understand what had come at them. She knew it was wrong. But she couldn't feel how. And it angered her, because something hurt, something was wrong, but she didn't know what end. Stop. Her feet stopped. Poir almost bumped into her. Eel turned around. AGS, he looked at her with an alien's concern, still bundled tight in the coat she had given him. Her own scales were starting to stiffen in the bitter cold, and not even the sunlight could warm her bones. But the frozen numbness was better than what had been there before. Nothing, she grumbled back and was about to keep moving, when she felt a cold hand on her shoulder, feathers covered in ice. The faces, he asked. She nodded grimly. You can't undo what's been done. Can't bring anyone back. She agreed. But saying a thing did not make it any less painful. We're looking for something better, Eel said. Both of us. A machine. That's all I'll ever be. But Eel was shaking her, and don't you dare tell me you don't deserve it. Yes, you do. It's yours, if you look for it. They gathered at the top of a landslide, where the mountain met the city. The Blood Chief slid down first, and crept into the city. His ice-covered claws crunched slightly in the patches of snow, but held steady on the ice. Frozen blades of grass cracked in his steps. He motioned for the rest to follow, and they did, each one sliding down exactly as he had done. Many of the buildings were nestled up against the pipes, and the snow dripped down their sides. The pipes were hot to the touch, but not unbearably, and at times they would make a deep, sighing sound that almost sounded like a death gasp. Once, Agrania thought she saw a cloud of grey mist rising from its top until one of the heads floated closer and dropped another tongue into its depths. Tumbled masonry filled the paths, ancient stone walls and roofless buildings huddled against each other, competing for height. All of them were half destroyed, though Agrania could see no sign of battle here. Whatever had happened here, happened a long time ago. Collapsed bridges made walls that blocked the streets. They made their way through dark manor houses, crumbling temples, buildings that might have been town halls or almshouses and multi-storied homes, so narrow that each floor was its own room. One temple had a whole copse of trees growing inside it, tearing the foundations down with their roots. Gorse grew in every garden, and ivies as red as blood crawled up the ruined keeps, especially near the pipes. And over it all, the three heads cast shadows like black clouds. Down here, she could see all the metal spikes and blinking lights and layers of shelled armor and mechanized infrastructure, idly rotating. Cranes and bar arms, tipped with flashing lights, jutted out from hundreds of decks, and she thought she counted more than one weapons bay, where some enormous piece of gunnery might yet protrude. The scale of it was difficult to comprehend, like looking at a mountain upside down. The harder she stared, the further away it appeared. Even the Exonerators, the Empire's planet-class warships, looked fragile compared to these hulking behemoths, despite those feeble tubes feeding into the city, drinking from whatever heat source they could find in those pipes. Each one could have been the size of a small town. Simply hanging there, as if they weighed nothing at all. How vast they were! How small she was! How many Lacertan had this machine killed? Did it feel anything when they died? The heads, too, off-gassed their steam, and a gentle twinkling precipitation drifted down to them, like near-frozen mist. Nobody spoke. The Lacertan's path through the ruins led them into the shadows, and through the broken gapways of the old buildings. They seemed to want to walk between the heads, but not directly under them. And Agrania couldn't argue with that. Even the godling seemed wary, like he had no idea what these things were. They moved slowly, careful not to make a sound. A single word froze the whole troop: swarm. The speaker pointed at the sky. Far across the horizon, a flock of shapes grew black. They looked like they were flapping, at first. Or bobbing up and down, as 100 specks became 1,000, became 10,000. They grabbed at Ilha. They grabbed at Agrania, and she almost lost herself, before straining against her instinct. They gathered around Poyer, not touching him, but urging him forward. Go! They said. Run quick! And then, they were all running. Claws scraped and boots clapped on the ancient stone streets. They knocked bricks and kicked rocks as they skittered around corners and dove into broken windows and doorways. Agrania heard the rattling first. A symphony of shrieking, scraping metal, as the drones flooded the skies. Thousands of metal bodies, with mechanical tentacles trailing behind them like ocean rays with too many tails. They jerked and rattled as they flew, their clattering hulls knocking against each other in the race to rise up to the heads. In anticipation of their arrival, the heads let out a long, low tone that echoed over the rooftops, loud enough to dislodge snow, which crashed down and filled the streets with white clouds. Enormous racks rattled out from the heads, and the drones attached themselves by the hundreds to hang from the newly extended perches. But soon, there were more drones than the heads could handle, and these began to alight on the city, finding perches on the broken stonework. Landing in the rookeries and the high windows. Covered with rust and frost, some with broken bodies, others trailing dead tentacles behind them. She couldn't help but notice how slow some of them were, how dangerously close to the roofs they flew, as if they might drop out of the sky at any moment. Still. Each drone was as large as a fang, and Agrania had no doubts about their ability to destroy. And then, one drone did fall. It smashed into the street, just as Agrania was crossing. Something inside the machine whined and went quiet and all its segmented tentacles went limp. Laying there like the carcass of a recently airborne whale. And then, the drone whined again as it turned itself back on, and its tentacles rose in synchrony, pushing the body of the drone up. Agrania threw herself into the nearest building, where Il helped her inside. The troop was divided. Agrania and Il with half, and Poyer with the others. The Lacertan tried to usher Agra deeper into the building, to some hidden underground tunnel they had here. But the Blood Chief was still standing in the doorway. His eyes were fixed across the street. At first, Agrania could only see Poyer and the drone. The drones had sensors on its body, and most of them were irising open and closed, as if they were trying to turn back on. Lights flashed weakly across its sleek hull. It turned its body up, watching the shapes of other drones, wheeling above the buildings, making the sunlight flicker. And then, it cast its eyes around the street. Its tentacles went rigid, becoming 6 insect-like legs that let it creep away from Agrania. It was aimed straight at something standing in the middle of the street. The Blood Chief's daughter. Her scales were still painted white, but they had gone as grey as the castles, and it took Agrania a moment to actually see her. The drone was having an even harder time. As if she was nothing more than a statue, slightly out of place. Curiously, its spear-tipped legs clacked against the stones. Circling around her. Yarsai didn't move at all. Beyond, Agrania could just make out the black feathers of Ilha, shifting in a doorway. Cut off. Blood Chief, one of the Lacertan said, and before they could speak, the Blood Chief whirled on the voice. My daughter, he growled. No. She is lost. The drone's hulking form towered over her. It lowered itself down, its sensors irising wildly as it tried to see her true shape. No. Twin wings of liquid metal flew out, and wrapped around the young Lacertan. Poyer threw himself against her and shielded her with his metal body. A flurry of feathers exploded in the doorway, as Il launched himself out. He smacked into the drone, and he was a fool if he thought he could do anything alone. But Agrania's hands thought faster than she did. Her knives were out, and she was running. A growl at her side told her the Blood Chief was there, too, his spear clutched in both hands. Together, they jabbed up at the drone's underbelly. Barely denting it, but trying again and again as its tentacled legs whipped out to meet them. One metal tentacle swiped the Blood Chief, smacking him with such force that he went sprawling across the street and slumped against the stones. The drone's single, lightning-fast kick had brought it close and low to Agrania. She drove both of her knives into its belly, grunting with the strike and throwing her whole body into it. Feeling every muscle pushing, as the blades punched through a patch of thin, rusted metal, burying the blades up to the hilts. She rattled her knives, making 3 slices. Just like they had taught, back in the academy. One down, one out, one back up. She felt the cracking of fragile parts, felt the tug and snap of wires, as her knives cut the innards of the drone from inside its own hull. The oversized blades came out clean. She half expected them to be covered with blood. But machines did not bleed. Nor did they have faces. Then what were these? A dozen of them, standing around her. Hissing and shouting and stabbing with their spears. A tentacle reached down to grab at her. At the same time, she heard a triumphant squawk from above as something ripped loose. The drone sagged, its long, jointed limbs scraping against the stones as it collapsed to the ground. Agrania barely had time to move out of the way. Tumbled, rolled, and turned her blades on the others. Scaled faces, and black tongues flicking at the cold air. She was surrounded, but she was armed and ready. A voice called her name. Too quiet to hear over the pounding of her heart and the urge to kill burning in her blood. Agra. Eelha's beak mouthed, but she could not hear him. Agra growled. And he approached, putting his hands up to calm her. Our side, he said. These are on our side. Sort of. Agra gritted her teeth. This was wrong. They had spears and scales and black tongues in their black mouths, and she knew the smell of their blood, because she had cut so many of them open. The Lacertan were gathered around their blood chief now, and Yarsai was directing them to carry him inside. Their eyes caught on her, but none of them attacked. Agra's arms burned with battle fury, her hands clenched around her knives. She should be killing them. She should not be killing them. Confused. And angry at being confused. A soldier who thinks is a soldier who dies, she thought. Kill them. Stop standing there and... Agra, Eelha croaked. And just that one word seemed to haul her up from some deep, black lake. Opened her ears. Opened her eyes. The grip on her blades softened. An ear-shattering blot rang out over the rooftops. Two more answered its call. Agrania looked up, to see the heads lifting from the city. Withdrawing all their thousands of tongues. And all those drones that were roosting so quietly, dropped from their perches to whirl in a maelstrom that blacked out the sky. They landed on the castle towers and broken walls and roofs, crawling down the stonework and into the streets. Don't think. Eelha was holding her arm, holding her back. She almost threw him off. Almost threw her blade into his black feathered neck. A sting of realization bit into her scales. Made her fingers go weak. When did I become this? Her legs went weak. Her knees threatened to stop working. Come on, soldier, he crowed, this is a stupid place to die. Begrudgingly, she let him pull her into the building. Into the darkness, and away from all that rattling metal. They all are, she agreed. 123, Doubt and Daylight. Shadows flickered across the bones of long-dead Lacertan, all made sharp and brittle by the cold air. Snow drifted down through cracked skylights and gaps in the brick and mortar floors, building tiny white castles on the frigid, stone-paced floors of this catacomb. Here and there, spears of sunlight pierced down into this darkness, though the spears flickered as hundreds of metal's bodies blocked the sun in their mad, searching flight. Search for Poyer. For the whole troop of Xenos, now huddled in the great darkness of this catacomb. A few of the Lacertan held guttering torches, which trailed black smoke up the stacks of bones and the stone shelves that held them. The shelves went high, perhaps all the way up, though Poyer could not see the ceiling through the shadows. Statues, made of marble or bronze that had almost turned black with age, guarded the shelves. In some places, there were hundreds, maybe thousands of stone coffins, some decorated with metal plaques or engravings, others with no sign at all as to who was buried inside. Not to mention the bones that spilled out of every open space. He held his hand out, the glow from the liquid armor illuminating just enough for him to see the Lacertan skulls and rib cages, filled with other bones, piled on the shelves. Staring down at him. Or up at the ceiling. Or else, at nothing at all. Had they run out of room to bury their dead? Had they lost the art of stoneworking, and resorted to just leaving their remains down here? Poyer could only guess. At every intersection between the shelves, rows of glass columns, as thick as trees, and thrice as tall, held up the ceiling. Perhaps, once, they channeled the sunlight from above, or brought illuminating energy from the depths below, but now the pillars cracked and broke and their innards turned milky pale, as dull as unearthed marble, their high cornices lost in the gloom above. None of the living Lacertan spoke, as the troop of scavengers crept through row after row, shelf after shelf. 2 by 2, they walked into the maze of the dead. Finally, the youngest one called for a rest. The blood chief was leaning heavily on his daughter, and when they stopped, she busied herself at his wounds. Poyer helped her ease him against one of the sarcophagi. Listening to her whisper words of encouragement at him, as he groaned and made a wretched sound in the back of his throat. The blood chief was hardly the tallest among them, but he seemed the sturdiest. Only, now his shaggy head looked grayer in the dim light of the torches, and his reptilian eyes more sunken. Poyer thought he saw blood on the Lacertan's lips, before his daughter wiped it away with her own fur cloak. Here he was, a great, shaggy reptilian humanoid, propped up against the resting place of the long dead. 2 of those warming orbs were laid at the blood chief's feet, and the Lacertan spoke their holy words, calling them to ignite. To give up their red-hot heat. The group separated into 2. Poyer and Agrania gathered around the blood chief, while the rest of the Lacertan huddled further down along this grand stone shelf, talking among themselves. The blood chief was clutching his ribs, and Yarsai was whispering to him quietly, her clawed fingers trying to tie a cloth around his torso to keep his ribs in place. Eel had gone away to look and see, for a few minutes. He came flapping back, his breath came out in white puffs of air, barely visible in the dimness. He was shivering again, despite the second cloak wrapped around him. How far back does this place go? Eel asked. A few miles, the Blood Chief's daughter, Yarsai, said without looking up from her father. So many of them, Eel whispered. Our domain once covered the planet. The monarchies ruled the whole world, with Sen's blessing. That's what the Dirt Witch says. There are other cities like this one. There are hundreds. Or so the Dirt Witch says. I've only been to a few. What happened to them? Yarsai shrugged. Sen left us. And she went back to tying the brace around her father's chest, making him grunt and shove away her hands. I'm all right, basically. I'm all right. The other group had their own orbs lit, and were sitting and standing in an anxious circle. One of the Lacerdan was stalking back and forth, talking animatedly. Someone else tried to shush him, but his guttural rasps echoed through the stone shelves. What are they talking about? Poyer asked. Killing you, the Blood Chief grunted, his eyes closed through the pain. Gasping as Yarsai touched his shoulder, and she whispered back her apologies. They think you make machines follow us. Well, that's bullshit, Eel said. And then, more hopefully, right, Poyer? Poyer could only shrug. He had been exposed to so very few machines, in his time at the Conclave. Mostly construction or medical constructs. Constructs made for war, he had seen only in games and simulations, and even though he indulged deeply in those, he had never seen constructs like those drones. Or those massive, floating heads with all their tongues. That rasping voice rose in pitch, as it spoke quickly over the others. They were arguing, when someone said, what about the Dirt Witch? The one called Saltuk, one of the Blood Chief's lieutenants, hissed, I spit on the Dirt Witch. Yarsai's head snapped up, her small head ridges filling with color. What did he say? The Blood Chief and Eel responded at the same time. Leave it be, daughter. But Yarsai was already up and moving, stomping towards Saltuk. The Blood Chief groaned, and let his head drop into his hands, the slits of his nose flaring. What did you say about the Dirt Witch? I said I spit on her. This time, Saltuk enunciated it with real spit. Poyer watched them argue. The youngest Lacerdan might be half Saltuk's height, but she found a way to be imperious and demanding, with both hands on her hips, her tongue darting accusations at the older scavenger. We hunt, Saltuk said, we fight. We borrow. Why does the witch get anything? She watches us. She knows the ways. She stays home, never moves. Only eats. Never finds. We go. We find. We die. Some were nodding along with him, though they were too tired to climb to their feet. The Blood Chief grumbled up at Poyer. Help me up. He held out his clawed hands. Eel took one. Poyer noticed a grainy Ea take a step back, like she didn't want to touch the chief, so Poyer stepped in. The liquid metal reached out, and touched at the chief's graying scales, as they pulled and he hissed, and came to his feet. He shuffled over to the ring of Lacerdan. Standing at the third corner between Yarsai and Saltuk, but both of them were too incensed to notice his presence. We go out. We bleed. I don't see any blood on you. Yarsai stomped her booted foot. Saltuk, ignoring her, continued, and we look for Sen's leftover scrap. What we find? Last year? Last 10 years? Nothing. Scrap all gone. Dirt which makes us go, and we find nothing. Only machines. Only death. Saltuk says no more. Saltuk says. While Saltuk hissed out his tirade, the Blood Chief slowly began to pull off his layers. First, his outer coat, with all its fur. Then, the next coat, a coarse wool. More and more layers, until his torso was bare. Mottled scales, blackened and bruised. Flaking and gashed. Blood shining in long streaks across his abdomen. Crimson crystallizing into dark frost. Saltuk trailed off into silence as the Blood Chief stood before him. His eyes trailed down the chief's sturdy muscles, worn and withering from age. Not shivering, not giving an inch to the cold that must be clawing away the warmth of his body. The Blood Chief's tongue flicked at the air. Waiting for silence. And when it finally came, he held out his arms. Giving an ample, if too personal, view of his stomach and bare torso. Nephew, he addressed Saltuk. The Dirt Witch, Saltuk whined, her way leads us to danger. All the Lacerdan were staring at them now. Their faces gaunt and stretched over bone from years of hard work and hunger. The ragged troop sat beneath the shelves, surrounded by piles of bones of their ancestors. Poyer could picture their malnourished skeletons lying among the rest. Even the Lacerdan on Thras hadn't looked this desperate. Saltuk, emboldened by the Blood Chief's silence, tried again. I say get rid of Xenos. Give human to machines. Maybe then, we save. Maybe then, they leave us alone. Eelha's crest feathers rose. Agrania's forearms tensed as she slipped her knives into place. Had she been holding those this entire time? Are you Blood Chief now, nephew? The Blood Chief swiped a claw through one of the wounds on his belly, gasping as he separated the scales and new blood started to drip. Come and take my blood then, before it goes cold. The ridges around Saltik's eyes and scalp colored deeply. His head snaked left and right, searching for any kind of support. But the others only sat back and watched him. Gaunt. Bone-weary. Well, nephew. The Lesser Lacerdan bowed his head. You are my Blood Chief. I am, he nodded his head, the shaggy folds of his throat puffing up slightly. And I bring Xenos to Dirt Witch. The Blood Chief scanned the troop, waiting for anyone to disagree. When none of them did, he barked a few orders, and they scrambled to clean up their camp. The Blood Chief limped back over to Poyer, Yarsai close in tow. Forgive my people, he said. They are never warm. Always hungry. Thank you for saving my Yarsai. We don't mean to cause problems, Poyer said, but the Blood Chief was already waving away his apologies. You save my Yarsai. Now I save you. He leaned heavily against a shelf, grunting and clutching at his side as he sank down among the pile of bones that had spilled off the sarcophagi. He squeezed his eyes shut and gasped, and started coughing, and laid his head against a tomb with some ancient script carved into its dusty recesses. The cough racked his whole body, and Yarsai knelt at his side, gently adjusting his leathers, and trying to rebind his bandages. Instead of worried though, if anything, she seemed pleased. Don't worry, Yarsai said, without looking up at Poyer. She who remembers will help you. Why did you stand up for us? Why you saved my life? It was foretold. At that, the Blood Chief groaned. Yarsai, you think everything is foretold? Well, it is. She who remembers sees all. Knows all. Poyer felt an overwhelming surge of gratefulness. A desire to help those that helped him. I will ask her to aid you. To pay you back. Yarsai's eyes lit up. She said you would say that. I'm serious. Maybe once I find Sen, I'll be able to fix your world. Yarsai gasped. That too. She said. Everything about you, she knows. Poyer opened his mouth to argue, and found that all the words felt empty, somehow. As if a void that had always been there was now growing. How can someone I've never met know anything about me? Foretold. Quickly, it was becoming his least favorite word. How much of my life has already been written? The void was growing, separating him from everyone else. Soon, he feared, it might be too wide to cross. AGS. A voice crowed her name. A puff of white vapor from his beak. Agrania. It took her a long moment to remember this face was real. What? She grunted. You all right? Same as always. Yeah, well, Eelha sidled up next to her, wrapping himself tighter in his cloak. That's what I was afraid of. Were all avians this blunt? Even the greenest grunt could keep his opinion to himself. I never asked for his help. Don't want it, either. And yet, Eelha kept offering. She hated him for that. Hated how good it felt, to know he cared about her. The deeper they walked through the catacombs, the more disjointed the maze became. Shelves crumbled, sarcophagi were cracked and spilled their dusty contents onto the floors. A Lacerdan mummy, with half its scales still on its bones, lay on one shelf, all alone. It clutched something that might have been a book, rotted, so the papers and papery flesh were fused together. Skulls peered down at her. Faces, too. Always those faces. Soldiers and Xenos. Friends, enemies. All the living dead, still haunting her. At least they made sense down here, in this frozen tomb on a world no one had ever heard of. But that didn't stop them from talking to her. What good are you, if you won't kill? A machine without a purpose. A waste of space. The rest of the troop was sprawled ahead now, their shuffling bootsteps growing softer as the ceilings descended. And the piles of bones turned to dust. Decades of bodies, maybe centuries. Maybe more. Can I ask you something? Eelha nudged her. She grunted, as if to say, couldn't stop you if I tried. Back on the surface. We took out that construct. But you were going to keep fighting, weren't you? You were about to kill them, he nodded at the Lacerdan strung out ahead. Her feet stopped, though she never told them to. Her mouth refused to open, though the answer was right there. It's what I was made to do. All her life, she had been told how savage and primitive Xenos were. The Academy and its glitter-scaled officers raised that bar, even the provincials are beneath us true Kirans. But looking at Eelha now, at the sharp intelligence in those black eyes, and knowing that he could see right through her. She knew it was wrong. And everything she had done in service of the Empire? In service of herself? Your whole life is wrong. A vessel, overflowing with emptiness. Her body was freezing. Her fingers were numb. But she couldn't feel it. Couldn't feel much of anything, except the burning hatred for herself. All these bones, all this dust, served only to remind her. It's hard, isn't it? The Corvinese voice croaked in the cold air, cracking her thoughts in half. Agra forgot he was even there. It's easy, when you know it's kill or be killed. But afterwards, you're not certain. That's when you start to doubt. Agra said nothing. What does he know? She had gone so many years without doubting. Right? A while back, I had a hook for a hand. Did I tell you that? No. I got cornered in an alley. 2 bloodwings, old friends you might say. One of them came at me, and I didn't even think. I just sank my hook right into his eye. It popped and turned into jelly. Agrania's throat was tight. She knew what that jelly felt like. Had done the same with her bare fingers. You want to know the truth of it? Eel continued. I was damn pleased with myself. He came at me, and yet he lost an eye. There's a thrill there, knowing you might die, and you've got to put everything you have into living. It kind of fills you with pride. Fighting. Winning. Knowing that you're better. Oh, yes. Agrania knew that feeling. She had felt it so many times. Even before joining the academy, before signing up to fight in his glorious armies, she had felt it. Only 15 years old, and beating another hotshot Greenfin's head to a pulp. There was only one word for it, exhilarating. Hard not to get a taste for that feeling. And once you've tasted it enough, hard to feel alive without it. Another memory came to her. The first time she could remember feeling unsatisfied by the thrill. We used to let prisoners out of cages, Agrania said, her voice sounding dry and cracked in that dusty, frozen place. Give them knives. And tell them they were free, if they could run. And then, we'd hunt them down for training. Wow. Agrania agreed. One time, we caught a whole gang coming to torch our side. A bloody scuffle, 20 dead or so. We spent a whole day sawing off their beaks, and nailing them to doors. It was my idea, thought I was so clever. Why? Eel shrugged. They were getting in on our territory, and I thought it would make a good warning. Do you know how hard it is to drive a saw through a beak? How much dust it makes? This place reminds me of that. Bones smell the same, no matter where you are, I guess. Eel made a face, his eyes and the corners of his beak wrinkling in disgust. They kept walking. Through shelves and bones, the rest of the troop loping up ahead with their guttering torches. Poir's armor, giving off a dull blue glow. They passed close to one of those glass columns, webs of cracks running down its mighty height. Their footsteps made a path through the corona of shattered glass. Agra was talking, though she didn't remember telling her mouth to open. One time. We were sent to clear out a village on Thras. A few run-down huts, thatched roofs turning brown and black. We knew they were hiding in the tunnels below. We made camp, the night before, just outside the village. I was on night watch. When they came to change shifts, they couldn't find me. Thought I'd gone AWOL, or maybe one of the Lacertans slit my throat in the night and took me away. Patrol moved into the village. Found me just sitting there, in the middle of all those huts. Sitting at a campfire. Covered in black and red. Said I'd killed the whole village. I don't remember any of it. She looked up at the shelves, marching away into the shadows. Out at all those grinning skulls and the shadows of faces. This deep in the catacombs, the shelves were more crudely hewn from stone. More ancient. Cracked and slanted and falling against each other, making mountains of dusty rubble. Though they were cracked, 2 glass columns illuminated this place. A wee glow, flickering up from some place far underground. Casting mad, white shadows across the rows and rows of dead. There was a hole in the masonry. Half covered by one crumbling shelf. The Lacertans squeezed themselves into this tunnel, one by one the troop disappeared. Then the godling, and his glowing armor. And then, it was just her and Eel. How many tunnels had she crawled through, on Thras et Unum? And now, she couldn't make her feet move. You coming? Eel asked. Holding out his black hand, the feathers tipped with frost. His metal hand, on the cracked stone shelf, a scales breadth from some ancient sarcophagus, 1,000 years forgotten. This was wrong. Normally, she was the one who kept the Greenfins in line. Kept them moving, when all the horrors of death and war threatened to swallow them whole. Agrania the quiet, the machine made of muscle and metal and gunpowder and mud. Don't think too much. Do what needs to be done. And if you run, you will be shot. Xenos. Friends. All the same. The bird-like Xeno blinked at her. Patient. his hand still outstretched. Why are we here? Agrania asked. Right now? We're following this lovely pack of lizards down into yet another hole to meet some holy figure they call Dirt Witch. Though why you would pray to a witch who lives in the dirt, I don't know. Perhaps when you live underground, your gods do too. No, Agrania said. Why are you here? You know why. Tell me anyway. Because of him, Eel nodded his black, leathery beak at the dark tunnel, where Poyer had just gone through. You believe in him? AGS, I don't have to believe in anything. I've seen what he can do. He changed my city. I lived in the cauldron all my life, and I had no idea what it was. What it could be. I thought I knew everything about the shithole I was raised in, but gods damn me, I was wrong. I never knew anything at all. And he does. Listen, Eel looked around conspiratorially, as if all the bones might be listening. Between you and me, the fledgling's kind of idiot. But at that age, I was cutting off beaks because I thought it made me look tough. So who am I to judge? You can't take back what you've done. Atonement? That's what you seek? No. Maybe. Maybe, I do want to forgive myself, for who I was. For a chance to become who I've always wanted to be. And what is that, Corvini? What do you want to be? Better. Same as anyone else. She swallowed hard. Heart racing in her throat. Her fingers itched to grab her blades, anxious to strike. The only way she knew how to deal with pain. But there was nothing to strike at. No amount of bloodshed could fix her. I envy you, Corvini. I can never be forgiven. Eel put a feathered hand on her arm, sending a jolt through her body. A dagger of discomfort so great, she almost jerked out of his grip. You have no idea what's possible, he said. None of us do. Not even him. What I've done is done, Eel cut her off. And it's nothing compared to what can be done. You have no idea what's out there. So what? Agrania growled, you think he can just wipe away everything? I'm supposed to follow him, because what? Will he bring back the dead? Will he make the faces go away? I killed them. I killed them and I killed them and I killed, and every time, it was my choice. I chose to be this. I created so much death. Both her hands clutched around the hilts of her blades. Gripping so tightly, her knuckles ached. You were born in hell, Agra. One of many. That's not your fault. Now that you see, it's only your fault if you refuse to climb. What? Her question came out in a breath of cold, white air. In the tunnel, she could hear the scurrying of Lacertan growing quieter. More distant. Come with me, Agrania. Eel held out his hand again. Climb out of hell. It was just him and her, standing in this vast expanse of darkness. And somehow, she had never felt further from anyone. You were never a monster, Agrania. You were worse, you were a person, trained to act like an animal. I know, because I was, too. I let myself wallow in it for all my life. Nothing can ever change that. But my eyes have been opened. I see the only thing I can change is what comes next. Do you understand how special that is? How powerful that can be? Look at me, he leveled his black, knowing eyes on her. And all that space between them seemed to disappear. Do you have any idea how much better you can be? So simple. So easy. It made her angry. It made her heart beat red, and her chest go tight, and her shoulder tense. It made her want to scream, to fight back, to shove him away from her. To stomp off into that cold, frozen darkness, and never see another face again. Least of all his. Least of all. How do I start? Agra's voice came out in a cold whisper. How do I climb? Come with me. Help me help him. I don't know who this Sen is supposed to be, or what answers Poyer thinks she'll have, but we're on the right path. I think. I hope. Will it be enough? Agra asked. What she really wanted to ask was, do you think I'll ever stop hating myself for what I am? That's up to you, Eel said, somehow answering both her questions. As long as you try, AGS, I can promise you one thing. I'll be right here next to you. I'll be climbing and trying, and when you slip and fail, I'll be here to pick you up. And help you try again. I hope you'll do the same for me. For how long? For as long as we can. And for as far as we can go. Imagine the gifts we might find. Imagine how we might help our people. Her people had already inherited a handful of godly gifts. Such destruction. Agrania could only shake her head at the thought of what her people might do with more. But Eel mistook her. Yes. Look at you. You're stronger than I ever was. If I can do it, I know you can. He held out his hand once more. Black feathers, tinged with frost. She took it, and followed him down into the tunnel. Icicles hung like fangs from the earthen ceiling, trying to bite at her head, her shoulders. She barely registered the growing light that illuminated this dank, dark hole in the world. Coming from somewhere deeper, somewhere up ahead. All the while, the faces followed her. Their chins lifting, their eyes opening in the shadows. Watching her pass by. But for the first time in forever, they were quiet. Their mouths were shut, giving her just enough space to think about his words. To hope. A mile, or 10, she couldn't tell the difference down here. She only knew her thighs ached from crouching, her back ached from stooping down to avoid the icicles. Her feet were wet, her toes frozen. In one bend of the tunnel, the broken body of an ancient, metal drone lay half covered in ice. There were more of them down here, lost in the tunnels and lifeless. Stripped and scavenged who knew how many years ago. The troop of Last stopped in a small cavern. There were many paths out, but one path in particular held her attention. A wall of pure energy blocked this path. It rippled and wavered, but did not move. A light so bright, it stung her eyes. The Last gathered, and all faced away from the wall of energy. They extinguished their torches so that acrid smoke filled this small pocket of the world. Then, they burrowed their faces in their clawed hands. Are they praying? One of the Last was murmuring a phrase over and over again, and the others echoed her words. Poyer came up to them then, his liquid armor rippling up and down his body, covering his whole face. Agrania couldn't tell if his armor still glowed, for the light from the shield door was so much brighter. Close your eyes, Poyer said. He seemed to know something about this place. You need to cover your eyes completely. Standing with her eyes closed, a question came to her. One she had been pondering since the day she saved that black-mouthed child. Or, maybe, long before that. Eel, she said. How do you know if you are climbing in the right direction? Hard to say. Sometimes, nothing makes sense until you've been on that path a long time. But sometimes, you get lucky. Sometimes, it's as clear as day. The Last prayer came to a climax, a rasping shout. She heard the shield wall ripple. Heard the sucking energy sound as it disappeared. And even though her eyes were shut, and both hands pressed to her eyelids, the light that came from behind the wall was so bright, she could see it through her fingers. A red, turned to white. As if someone had stolen the sun, and hidden it underground. As clear as day. 124, The Witch of the Wires. The shield wall dissipated into nothing, allowing the light to burst forth and filling the tunnel with a golden glow, too sharp and too sudden. Bright as any sun. Poyer tried to blink away the light, but even with the armor covering his eyes couldn't adjust fast enough. He was not alone. Agra gasped, Eel crowed, and the rest of the troop made a sound together, not quite a song, but a worshipful note held in unison. All of them had cloth tied around their eyes, and covered their faces with their claws, bowing to the ground. Waiting for their eyes to adjust. When she peeled off her blindfold, Yarsai's pupils had turned to sharp slits, her irises a deep, primal gold. She was still squinting, but she smiled as well. Why is it so bright? Poyer asked. That is home, Yarsai said, where sun never sets. A sun? This deep underground? Back in his conclave, there had been false suns and moon lanterns, hanging from the cavern ceiling. They slid slowly across the ceiling, mimicking true daylight and keeping all the residents on a healthy schedule. The lights were bright, dangerous to look directly into, but nothing so bright as to fill the tunnel with blinding white gold. The others were stirring now, taking off their blindfolds. Rubbing their eyes with their knuckles. Clutching at his ribs, the blood chief gasped as he tried to climb to his feet, and failed. Yarsai flung herself to his side, while the others watched his weakness. Not with treacherous greed, but with grim worry. Perhaps they could smell the mortal wounds, hidden beneath the furs he wore, and deeper still. Can anything be done for him? Poyer wondered. He had no understanding of Lacertan anatomy, but judging from the others' silence, and the dark look on Agrania's face. Maybe they have nanite or something in their home. But it was a thin hope. Yarsai was too small to heft her father's weight alone. Saltuk, the bitter lieutenant who had defied the blood chief, grumbled and came over to offer his help. Ready? 1, 2, and then the blood chief was up with their help, panting and wincing and growling his thanks. I can stand on my own, he said. Saltuk shrugged, standing back and giving his dignity room, but Yarsai wouldn't let go of him. You need a healer, Yarsai whispered. And rest. First, the witch. Father, Yarsai chided him, and he waved her off with a great, clawed hand. Let's go home, the blood chief announced, and stumbled into the silver-gold tunnel, one hand on the craggy wall. She watched him go, the mottled scales of her brow twisted in thought. The rest of the troop trudged after him, all of them still wincing from the light, squinting or outright squeezing their eyes shut, and using the wall to guide themselves. Human. Yarsai said. Poyer, he said. You can call me Poyer. Human Poyer. No. Just Poyer. You, she pointed at Poyer, and pointed down the tunnel at her father. You help him. Neither question, nor a plea. The Blood Chief's daughter demanded it from him. How? She who remembers says you have power. You save me. You make him better too. I'm not sure I can. No, Yarsai crossed her arms, and fixed a steely gaze up at Poyer. This last certain child was a head shorter than him, at least, though somehow she knew how to take up all the room in the tunnel. You not leave. Not like Sen. You stay, and make him better. Then you can go. Her tone was fierce, but the frightened need in her eyes was fiercer. Poyer could tell she wanted to step up, despite the fear that she knew not what she was doing. A lump formed in his throat. What was he supposed to do? He didn't have any surgical tools, let alone the knowledge. He didn't even have a way to see inside the Lacertan Blood Chief, to see what was broken in him. What about your dirt witch? Can't she help him? Yarsai looked at him, as if he was a newborn fool. How would she do that? Well, how am I supposed to help? You are human, she said, as if that answered everything. Human does not mean all-powerful, Poyer almost said. But then the idea came to him. I can't promise anything. But if I can talk to Sen. At the name Sen, Yarsai wrinkled her snout in disgust. She might have nanite, Poyer said. Or medical constructs, or surgery tanks or I don't know. Poyer could feel his throat getting tighter. She who remembers says you are stronger than senior. I don't think so, Yarsai. I don't think that's right. She eyed him harshly, her lips pressed into a firm line. Look, Poyer scratched the back of his head, his metal-covered fingers digging into the tight curls of his hair. I've never healed anyone. Never had more than basic medical training. But I promise I'll try. Yarsai seemed to be weighing something in her mind. Then, all serious, she nodded. Okay. Okay. You try real hard though. Poyer cracked a smile, I'll try real hard. Follow me. I'll show you home. Yarsai started off down the tunnel, not waiting for him to follow. Her voice echoed through all that golden light, she who remembers says you maybe can fix everything. How? Poyer wondered. Sounds like you got a new boss, Eil said over his shoulder, before following the young Lacertan into the tunnel. She would make a good captain, Agrania agreed. The tunnel couldn't have been more than a mile deep, but with so many forking paths Poyer found it hard not to feel lost. Deeper and deeper, until the tunnel fell away. And so did his breath. Impossible was the first word that leaped to his mind. They were standing on a ledge of stone, with a bridge made of scavenged metal, bound together by thick rope, swung over a chasm. A chasm that was, quite literally, the size of a planet. Sen's world was hollow. The height was dizzying. The scale, incomprehensible. The curving boundaries of the world made no sense. Mountain ridges, hanging upside down, marching away against the brilliantly lit inward curve of the world. A whole curving forest of enormous columns, tens of thousands of them, pierced down through the crust. The columns split like branching trees, becoming more shafts and spears, octagonal, hexagonal, and other shapes the size of cities. All to hold up the world. They went on forever into that vast expanse below, running across or connecting to each other in random places. Some were made of glass, the thinnest ones made of metal, and some made of a material that might have been fabricated stone, polished to a shining black. A cold wind blew over the ledge, not strong enough to blow anyone over. But still. Agrania, Poyer noticed, was as far away from the ledge as possible. Her eyes glued to the ceiling. Eil was standing at the edge of the ledge, looking down. What is that? This is wrong, Agrania said. She still hadn't left the tunnel. Below the ledge and the scrap bridge, there was no ground. Only empty space, and all the columns that laced through it. And beyond that, a piercing white light leaked through the crisscrossed pattern of the planet's internal supports. The light seemed to change shape, though it never dimmed. From this far away, he couldn't be certain, but he thought he saw a soft, glittering mist. But how? Poyer inched towards the edge to get a better look, but there were too many columns. He took another step, spilling dust over the side. Agrania shouted, Stop! AGS! Eil said, his head turned backwards towards the tunnel's exit. The Kirin soldier was still standing there, her back pressed to the wall. Her eyes squeezed shut. Don't, she spoke through gritted teeth, though she was nowhere near the edge. Don't fall. I don't think she likes heights. Well, that's a problem, isn't it? Eil nodded at the bridge. A small figure was scampering back across the bridge, making it sway gently so all the metal pieces tinked against each other, and the ropes groaned. Yarsai was coming back towards them, saying, Home. Home. Thin, metal wires attached the main bridge to the ceiling, the crust of the planet, but many of the wires had popped out of their sockets, leaving dangling metal hanging across the bridge. Flat panels of metal that reminded Poyer of the shipping containers that were sometimes delivered to his conclave were lashed together with rope and more metal wire. More ropes, as thick as Poyer's arms, were stretched like handrails across the bridge, bouncing every time Yarsai bounced. The main bridge connected the mouth of the tunnel to the first upside-down mountain ahead. An enormous stalactite, honeycombed with holes and tunnels and carved doorways, exactly like the ones they'd found on Thras. There were more of those hills, like termite mounds, made of stone, hanging from the ceiling. In some places, huge boulders or cracked hills appeared to be attached to nothing at all, or dangled from thin metal wires that couldn't possibly hold up all that regolith. Free-floating mountains. Some kind of anti-gravity at work here, Poyer thought. Which made sense, given everything below. Dozens of bridges connected the clusters of mountains and outcroppings, and steps were either carved into the rock or ladders and metal steps jutted out, hanging precariously over the empty inner planet. Scrap metal scaffolding decorated every entrance, reflecting the light and focusing it into the rocks, bringing light and warmth inside those. Hanging structures, like lanterns on thin wires, hung at different heights across this colony, some of them swaying gently in the breeze. Poyer saw plants growing in some of them, and in one, there appeared to be a pen full of animals. All of them, everything here, connected by bridges and wires and ropes. All of them swaying. And the wires that hung down, attached to nothing? Broken off and spilling their cords? He tried not to think about what had fallen loose. Poyer could see more than one place where a bridge had fallen, and never been replaced. Come on! Yarsai shouted, beckoning their group forward. Scampering back and forth along the bridge, filled with too much energy. The rest of the troop was already trudging across the bridge, tired and ready to drop their gear. What happens if they fall? Eel asked, ruffling his wings under his heavy fur coats. His breath, still coming out in a cold vapor. Don't, the blood chief said, you fall, you don't come back. His voice thick and heavy from the effort of walking. He was leaning against the metal spikes that bolted it to the stone. Clutching at his ribs, trying to keep himself upright. Agrania was taking a few tense steps towards the bridge, when he said that. She stopped. I don't know if I can. Yes, you can, Eel said. I've seen what you can do. Yarsai scampered back across the bridge, making it shudder slightly. Agrania clutched the sides of the guide ropes, leaned too heavily, and almost lost her balance. Her scales were noticeably draining of color. I can't. You can. No, she said. If you fall, just scream real loud. I'll catch you, he thumped her on the back with one hand, causing her to flinch and flail far too much. Don't, she hissed, gaining her balance again. Her legs spread in a low stance, both hands clutching the rope, so the sparkling scales on her knuckles stood bright against that far deep light. Kirans aren't meant to fly. Thought your kind was superior to mine. She grunted something about being uncivilized. Eel countered with something about being a brave little soldier, and she threatened to skewer him on the spot, to which he responded, now who's being uncivilized? Eel. Poyer shouted. What is wrong with you? What? This is how you treat fledglings who are afraid to fly. I'm not a fledgling, Agrania said. Prove it, Eel countered. That earned him an angry grunt. And she let go of the rope, and took a firm step forward. The bridge shook. She jumped as if she'd been doused with ice water, and surely would have fallen if Eel hadn't been there to catch you. You're all right, he crowed. One step. It's that easy, okay. Don't touch me. I can do it. But her eyes were squeezed shut, and her strong hands were squeezed around Eel's slender arm, and the Corvinese eyes bulged with pain. AGS, he struggled to say. AGS, you've got to let go of me. The rest of the Lacertan were watching them with decreasing interest. Eventually, the rest of the troop split off, most of them checking in with their blood chief, who only waved them off with a shake of his head or a rattling cough. Agrania, meanwhile, was still clutching the bridge and not moving. Eel was offering to help Agrania cross, but she growled at him. Eel shrugged. Fledge, why don't you go on ahead? I think we're going to be a minute. Poyer went with Yarsai, and together they helped the blood chief cross the bridge. It creaked and swayed as they walked, but Poyer was too fixated on the world hanging ahead to care about falling. The mountains sparkled with scavenged metal, hundreds of thousands of flecks angled to direct the light and warm up the stones. Water dripped from the thousands of stalactites, milky icicles of stone that bearded the mountains. He wondered what happened to the water that fell. And all the light shed up, disorienting him with every shadow and every movement. Between the gaps of the metal planks of the bridge, there was always light. What's down there? Poyer asked. Sen, Yarsai said simply. The blood chief, his breathing too labored to answer, only grunted his agreement. That's where Sen sits. Or used to sit. Long ago, before all things broke, Sen used to talk to us. To sit with us. Kings and queens and monarchs go to see her. Talk with her. Pray at her feet, and she answers their prayers sometimes. Unless they're bad prayers. Then she says no. Stories, the blood chief managed to cough. Dirt Witch's stories. He was leaning heavily on Poyer, for Yarsai was too small to support his shaggy, old muscled weight. Poyer doubted he could have carried the haggard Lacertan if it wasn't for the armor. Strength his biological body alone could have never had. Not stories, Yarsai whispered indignantly, just loud enough for Poyer to hear, and not her father. Yes, Poyer was almost certain what was down there, now. If Yarsai is right, he worried what that might mean. A scar, in the center of this hollow world. I shouldn't be here, Poyer thought. Not after what happened on Seir. That scar had started to break open, they said. Did the Emperor know this was down here? Chimes and trophies and trinkets, hung over the doorways and windows and holes that pockmarked the mountains, clinked their music in the wind. From here, he could see other bridges, and Xenos walking into and out of the stony outcroppings. Some of them basked in the light reflected on the flatter patches of ground by the metal overhangs and staggered balconies that fringed the mountains. Huge chunks had fallen from some outcroppings, and had been crudely patched over the years with metal, or turned into terraces and balconies. Someone was pulling on wires, changing the angle of the garden overhangs to let the plants rest. The gardens were greenish-brown, but even from this far away, Poyer could tell the plants were thin and weak and malnourished. Just like the people tending them. The main bridge fed into the largest mountain. A huge stalactite, maybe as large as the hollowed-out cavern of his conclave, towered above. Growing thicker at its base, where it attached to the planet's crust above. An unnatural shape, like someone had hollowed out the innards of this planet, and left flecks of crust and mantle to cool on the undersides. More Lacertan stopped their work in their strange, hanging fields. Peered down at them from the balconies, stuck their long necks out of the holes that riddled the stalactite city. One of the Lacertan walked heavily down a set of stone-carved steps, carrying a metal rod on her shoulders, 2 clay jars swinging heavily on either end. The scales under her eyes were darkened with some kind of paint, maybe to help her see better in all this strange, glaring light. The jar carrier squinted at the blood chief, another empty hall. We killed, he grunted back, we borrow later. You said that last time, the jar carrier said. But there was no malice in her voice. Only a knowing sadness. The blood chief echoed her tone, when he said, I know. And you're hurt. He waved her off, I've had worse. Anyone else? All alive, he said, and the jar carrier flicked her tongue in the air, satisfied with his answers. Is she awake now? The blood chief said. We need to see her. No, father. Yarsai said, you rest. I take him. I am fine, he said. Clenching his snout shut as something caught in his throat, and a new wave of racking coughs threatened to bring him down. You go to healer. Yarsai stamped her foot. Yarsai, he growled, brooking no argument from her. But Poyer thought he could hear the quiet fear in the older Lacertan's voice. What is he? The woman asked. Squinting through her black paint at Poyer. Him? He is human, the blood chief answered, as if he was almost embarrassed to admit it. Yarsai stuck out her chin, defying the woman to argue. The woman's reptilian eyes went wide, the same gold as Yarsai's and the blood chief's. Her head shook a disbelieving no human, she echoed. Voice full of awe. She took a careful step back. You bring human here. The dirt witch, the blood chief said, his tongue flicking in the air. And the woman nodded, seeming to understand. She will know. She will know, he agreed. Only Poyer could see the pain it was causing Yarsai. The worry on her face. I can wait, Poyer said. You're wounded. You need help. I can see the dirt witch after we get you. No, the blood chief whirled on Poyer, his nostril slits flaring. A mad, animal look in his eyes. He cringed and clutched at his ribs. Forcing his eyes to focus on Poyer. I take to dirt witch first. They were afraid of him, for some reason. The blood chief, and the woman, too. But not Yarsai. Behind them, the bridge creaked as Eel was saying, that's it, he was saying. 1 foot. Then another. And when Agra reached the ground, she collapsed and pressed herself to the solid ground, her whole body going slack as she sighed with relief. Poyer gave Eel a look. Eel just shrugged. Now is time. Yarsai announced, crossing her arms in front of her chest. We take to princess. And then, she turned to her father, her eyes just as stern as his, then, I take you to healer. Yes, daughter. No more bridges, Poyer heard a grainy Ea whisper from the ground. Oh, gods. Unfortunately for her, there were 6 more bridges. Some of them little more than ropes and metal tied together. The dirt witch, it seemed, lived in the last stony outcropping of their village. An enormous boulder which hung by 3 metal threads, none of which moved in the slightest. Only one bridge led to it, and there was no sign that any of the Lacertan lived here, as the balconies and railings collapsed or had crumbled away. All this ruined grandeur, eerily bright in the light from below. Does the sun, the light ever set here? Eel asked. Yarsai and Poyer answered at the same time, no. She looked at him, surprised. How you know? Poyer shrugged. How am I supposed to explain there's a scar in the center of their world? I don't even know what it is. And again, that little voice in the back of his head, warning him, you shouldn't be here. So how do you sleep? Eel asked. We sleep inside, Yarsai said. Where it's dark. Is that where, she who remembers is? Inside. Yup. She always sleeps, very sleepy. That's why she likes me, because I never have to sleep. The blood chief snorted a laugh. Yarsai frowned at him. You never sleep. He said, I remember when I carry you around whole village, you always sleep. She scrunched her face again, thinking hard. Well, now I am big, I don't have to sleep anymore. Oh? You are big now. Yes. Now, I am strong like you. This time, he smiled without laughing. Not big yet, he said, and put a hand on the back of her head, squeezing her lovingly. But one day, Yarsai. Bigger than any of us. She beamed with pride, and wrapped both arms around him. Squeezing him back. The blood chief winced, saying nothing, letting his daughter hug him despite the pain. They deserve better, he thought. And he found himself turning back to Eel. They all deserve better. Poyer could feel his own heart breaking, but he didn't know why, couldn't understand this feeling spreading across his chest. He gritted his teeth and was glad that his armor covered his face, and hid the wetness in his eyes. You have to help them. To do anything you can. I'm ready, Poyer said. Let's go meet this dirt witch of yours. Yarsai proudly led the way up the stone steps, and into the shadowy entrance of this last outcropping. A wall of rank, ancient air and the animal smell of decay greeted them. Rotting scales littered the cramped tunnel, and the crisp, hollow pieces of shuffled-off skins. Perhaps the tunnel had been wider once, but now it was overgrown with some kind of dusty, dry moss that crunched under his every footstep. It took him far too long to realize he wasn't walking on carved stone, but a hallway of smooth paved rock. This was no boulder, but a chunk of a hall, of a great temple from the city above. How did it get down here? A hum filled the hall, as it expanded into a low ceiling. A hum, not mechanical, but a voice from someone deep in thoughtful song. Old One, Blood Chief whispered. Old One, we have come. The humming continued, throbbing so deep, Poyer could feel it in his nose. Princess? Yarsai asked. Are you awake? The humming jerked into an echoing grunt that rumbled the stones, and made Poyer's armor quiver in response. Awake? I can't remember, the voice breathed. Slow and heady, almost drunken. Lights, the voice croaked. There was an earthy cracking sound, as the floor began to shift, and gaps opened in the floor. A wide circle at the center of the temple disappeared, letting the light from the scar far below pierce up into this place. As the circle opened, all the rocks and loose gravel began to float, swirling in a slow circle around the temple. And against the far wall. What? Eel crowed. What is that? A towering figure seemed to grow out of the walls. A living statue lifted its great, reptilian head. Even a grainy Ea took a step back into the hall, her body crouched in a stance, ready to strike. The head, which was as large as Poyer's whole body, was connected to a wrinkled neck, far too narrow and far too long to support so much weight. Her eyes were so sunken in, Poyer couldn't tell if they were even there at all. And her beak-like mouth, not avian, but a reptilian beak made for snapping bones, was covered in dirt and moss. Even the wrinkles of her neck were shaggy with moss. Her shell was huge, as large as a house, though it had lost much of its color and her body had withered so greatly, the shell might have belonged to someone else. Tubes, coils of wire, cables that were so worn out, they were almost naked, were embedded in every inch of her exposed scales. Hundreds of them held up her neck, or supported her head, and every time she bobbed her head, the wires bobbed with it. MMMHMMM, she said, as her great nostrils snuffed at the air, inhaling all the airborne dust. MMM. Welcome, Yarsai, my favorite granddaughter. And you have brought your father, I think, but he is in here. The dirt witch made a grimace that cracked the thousand lines of her face. When she turned her head, it was not like she was moving it, but the wires were moving her. Only, so did the stones that floated in orbit around her. A ring of gravel and dust, floating gently around the room. The dirt witch leaned forward, her shell creaking as all the wires struggled to uphold her weight. I do not smell scrap, oh, Blood Chief. The Blood Chief kneeled, grunting as he struggled to get down on one knee, and bow before her. Yarsai was already sitting on her heels, her hands clasped in her lap. I did not bring any, the Blood Chief said. Resigned. And yet you come, expecting payment. She sniffed at the air again. And all the wires moved, making an arm, all bone and spindle, lift in the air, one claw extended beyond the others. Making her look every bit a massive puppet made of stone and scale. What is that smell? She leaned forward, her neck extending impossibly long. Scales sloughing off and falling to the floor as the wires worked to get her beak closer to Poir's face, as she inhaled more deeply. A grainy Ia's hands were on her knives, but Eel held up his hand. Still, Poir could hear him mutter, careful. Careful. Princess, Yarsai said. We found a human. A what? Now her arm travelled up to the earhole on the side of her wrinkled head. A human. Remember? The one you said would come. No, no, she said, as all the wires holding her began to shift and stir. No, no, it's been too long. All dead. Not a human. With her other arm, she grabbed a fistful of wires still embedded in her scales, and pulled until they made a dry popping sound, and came out. She spun around, or rather, the other cord still holding her spun her around, as she drifted towards an ancient wooden chest against the back of her temple. Where had she gotten the wood? Poir had seen no trees here. She fixed the wires to the lid of the chest, and when they pulled, the chest creaked open. The witch dug inside, and pulled out 2 orbs, sparkling like clear gems set in gold. Pinpricks of light at their centers. She tilted her head back, and dropped the orbs into her eye sockets one at a time. These eyes reminded him nothing of Lakey's, somehow these were too mechanical to even emulate expression. Maybe it was because she never blinked. And when she cocked her head, light scattered through the eyes' jeweled surfaces. Dots of light appeared on Poir's chest, sliding up and down his body. Oh, no, she said. And all at once, all the witch's wires sagged her body against the floor. Princess. Yarsai's voice was tight and too high, did I do wrong? Is it not him? I had hope, the dirt witch said, wires coiling and moving her jaw for her, helping her enunciate. Every day it grew. I hoped it would not end with me. 125, rotting on the vine. The camp was quiet, except for the rain and the sounds that tired Kirans make when they've settled in, but can't find sleep. Boots squelching, low voices and the odd, quiet coughing. No fires crackled, no laughter to light up the night, no reprieve from the soaking rains. Vorpi couldn't find sleep either, so she shirked her guards, and wandered her camp alone. Unthinkable, for the general of 2 of Seir's finest legions to be wandering alone in a war. But this was her camp. At least, what was left of it. Tattered tents and rained-out foxholes clustered in the curving folds of the valley. Black trees and their gnarled roots sank into the mud, marching through the hundreds of riverlets streaming down the hills. No one spoke to her, only the quiet salutes as she passed her anxious, aimless movement. All quiet, except for the sounds of fatigue and sickness turning to something worse among what was left of her legions. The stalks grew thin, and since they were cut off from all supply lines, they were starting to scrape the bottom. So many mistakes. She thought of Consul Dioch, her oldest rival. How he would love to see the state of her once proud legions. How it would fuel his ego, as if he had accomplished all this through his own will, and not the emperor's. If she was being honest, the anger helped. Her hatred for Dioch was the impetus that got her out of bed some mornings, in the hope that, at least, she might get the chance to wrap her fingers around Dioch's throat, even as her dreams of Kiran freedom rotted on the vine. But with each passing day, with each new report from her splinters, each new death toll, that hope passed more into vain fantasy. Vorpi had never lost a war before. She had no idea it would be this hard. That it could drag out this long. That the life of so many could drain so slowly, circling and circling, but refusing to die. In a way, she was proud. Desertion had diminished to almost nothing, since most of the weak and disloyal had already been shot. It took a strong will, or a total lack of imagination, to survive out in the uncharted wilderness of Thras et Unum this long, to survive so many sieges and losing battles. The dull scales were the most welcome surprise. Long had Vorpi been taught to look down on the Kirans from the provinces and their inferior bloodlines. Yet, how many of them had proven to be the most resilient of all? Out here, they had lost their religion. Something about this planet, and its effect on the Emperor's gifts, neutralizing all the old tech machines and weapons, helped them see the truth. The Emperor might be a god. But that didn't make him their god. Which left only one goal in this suicidal crusade. All who were left clung to the belief in the mission, freedom for Kirans. Freedom from him. Under the smell of wet earth, the scent of shit and rotting flesh stung. Pungent. She wondered how the grim-faced guards who patrolled closest to the medical tent could stand it. Then, she opened the tent flap, and realized why they didn't mind. The smell from inside stung her eyes and her throat, making her gag and swallow. She took one last lungful of the outdoor air, and headed inside. The medics worked by weak, smoky torchlight. They had run out of gas for the lanterns weeks ago. Piles of used bandages littered the walls of the long, low tent, some of which were black and red, and still being reused. They were doing what they could, to get the soldiers back on their feet. Not to win, not to be shipped back home with all the medals and honors they deserved. But to fight the Emperor's whim, and to fail valiantly. And then, to die. As all Kirans were born to do. Vorpi found a bowl of clean water, and came to the nearest bed, where a medic was cleaning up after another amputation. She couldn't tell who looked bloodier, the patient or the medic. He was about to put down the bloody rag he was holding so he could salute her. At ease, she said, handing him the bowl so he could rinse off his hands. His fingers turned the water red. Behind him, row after row of knapsacks and blankets and thatch lay on the muddy soil. Soldiers in each. Groaning, sleeping, bleeding, rasping for breath. Some, Vorpi could see, were already dead. More medics, quietly worked in the smoking darkness, checking on a soldier here, offering what little opioid remained to another there. There were no chaplains offering rites here. Not anymore. Vorpi looked down at the new amputee. A soldier, little more than a girl. Not even in her youthful prime. She was a whiskerfolk, a dull-scale provincial, and only now did Vorpi see that besides her newly severed leg, she also had stitches running across her stomach. A line as long as Vorpi's arm. Her eyes were closed, though Vorpi did not think she was sleeping. Will she live? I've done all I can, the medic answered. The exhaustion clung to his voice like a fog. Vorpi put her hand on the medic's shoulder, wishing she could lend her energy to his. It is enough, she said. You are doing good work. The best I've seen in a long time. And it was true. She had never felt such pride in the strength of her people. It swelled inside of her, making her wish she could do more. All these dull scales, fighting. Refusing to quit. How long had she been blind to their strength? How long had all Kirans, born with glittering scales, been conditioned to look down on their sibling peoples? Not your fault, Vorpi. It had been drilled into her from before birth. The Veneritien. The academy. The priests and the nobles. The whole of Kiran society, built upon a separation of classes. By the Emperor's grand design. She could see it all now. All because the Emperor had somehow turned her own son against her. My Kyrene. He had been right about the dull scales, at least. It only took her a damned civil war to understand that. Through the night, Vorpi offered her hands to the medic, doing what she could, which was precious little. A runner opened the tent, letting in the barest hint of red sunlight, and they started gagging too, until Vorpi thought they would lose their stomach. The runner gathered himself, before whispering. Has anyone seen the consul? Here, she said. And he squinted at her through the smoky torchlight, before jogging over. Covering his mouth with his hand, and trying not to gag on the smell of rotting, dying flesh. He gave her a smart salute, despite the filth and tears of his uniform. His pant leg was torn off, and a wound only a few days old was still shining on his leg. The Emperor's insignia was noticeably missing too, a patchy outline on his chest where the threads had been cut. Vorpi had fought skirmishes and battles, had held slaughters on nameless worlds. Xenos crushed under the unstoppable might of Seer. This Kiran, with all the leaves and twigs woven into his shredded uniform and his helmet, his scales painted to blend into the Thras wilderness, looked just like the native warriors of those primitive Xeno worlds. Even like the Black Mouths themselves. What have we become? Vorpi shook her head. The path was set. There was nothing more to be done, other than to play out her part. Kill. Then die. And then? Would she be forgotten? Would the Emperor erase all memory of this insurrection? And for the first time in months, Vorpi wondered about the white stones of her villa, shining in the sunlit hills of Seer. And all her grapes, ripening in the late summer. Who would pick them, now that she was gone? Consul, the commanders are meeting. They request your presence. What news, she said, brushing away her thoughts like cobwebs. The splinters have returned. Vorpi had splintered the legions. Instead of large forces marching in bulk, she and her commanders split them up into smaller groups. Splinters, between 12 and 20 troops, with autonomy. Allowed to make their own orders, as long as they served the mission. They were swift and hard to trace in the thick forests of Thras. It had worked at first. But Dioch was no fool, and Vorpi's throat tightened with worry. Are they all back? No ma'am, his voice grim. 3 failed to report last night. But the others found some old Black Mouth camps, with supplies from long ago. Ammunition. Gunpowder, though it may have gone bad. And they think they found gas storage. And the Black Mouths. Lacertan. The primitive reptilian Xenos who lived on this god's forsaken planet, and worshipped the strange relics that littered the jungles. There were none. No sign at all. Odd. But as Vorpi left the medical tent, and trudged through the mud and the rising morning fog towards her command tent, she put such puzzles out of her mind. All that mattered was the splinters. There were guards posted at every entrance to the command tent. Glitterskins and dull scales, working alongside each other. They nodded at her as she approached, each of them pretending to ignore the shouting that came from inside. Her commanders were arguing. Again. Fan them out. Duzius was saying, across the valleys. Let them think we're everywhere. Subsist and fight for months, not weeks. That's the only way we have a chance. And who will keep them in line? The rumbling voice of Sijanach, who will give them orders? How are we supposed to build this network of splinters? Anything is better than what we've been doing. As Vorpi ducked inside, she heard a fist smack on a heavy wooden table. You would have us divide ourselves, so that Diocha's forces might walk in and take our camps. They went silent, all eyes turned to her, as she rose to her full height. Tired salutes. As it is, Vorpi said, dismissing all their salutes with her own, Diocha's forces are taking our camps anyway. How many times have we fallen back this week? Vorpi wiped the rain from her scales and pulled off her jacket. Her boots were caked with mud, but so was the floor, so she didn't bother wiping them. The others waited for her, their faces all serious and grim. Defeated. Her head almost brushed the top of the tent, so low had it fallen. They lost the old command tent in the attack on one of the forts. She couldn't remember which one, anymore. There had been so many battles. And so few victories. They looked to her for guidance, now. Over the last months, the burning feeling of revolution, of finally taking the reins of their destinies, had dwindled. How quickly hope fades. And her commanders had become increasingly divided over the strategies necessary to fight this war. Now, as they came to a new chapter, call it what it is, this is the end of your war, they landed on two sides of the problem. Some still fought with hope in their hearts, desperately clinging to the notion that there was a way to win. Duzius and them wanted to split up all the remaining forces, and fight a guerrilla war. Use the forest, become a part of Thras. Drain Diocha's resources, until the Emperor has no choice but to recall him, and then, when they finally had room, perhaps they could strike. Sijanach and the others were more realistic isn't the word. They knew there was no coming back home from this. They wanted to go out in a final, all-out assault. A grand battle, worthy of the old songs. Pure suicide. There were other, lesser plans, but none of them felt right. They sat, they stood, they spoke with hushed tones and raised voices in that tent for hours. Arguing. Discussing. Fighting each other. Waiting for Vorpi to make the choice for them. She knew what she should say to them. What emotions she should stab at, how to light a fire in their hearts. But to do that, she needed to have a fire in her own. Only, the rain never seemed to stop on Thras. And her heart smoldered, guttered, but it just wasn't there. None of these plans felt right. Nothing could make this right. She had never lost before. She didn't know how it was supposed to be done. So, the commanders argued in vain. And Vorpi said nothing, except once to ask for tea, and they gave her boiled water with grass in it, and it was the best they could do. The more her commanders argued, the more doomed ideas they cast about, the more she drew in within herself. What should I have done differently? Was there ever any hope at all? It made her angry, that such thoughts could take hold on her, once Consul and High General Balashian Numanus Vorpi. It didn't matter how many times she crushed those doubts, using every ounce of strength of her will. Always, like rain seeping up through the mud, the doubts and questions always crept back. What could I have done? Nobody had slept. Two of her legates were shouting again, and one of them kicked the far table, sending it over. The rest of the camp could hear them, and she had no idea what this might be doing to morale for the officers, let alone the boots outside. And Vorpi had her head in her hands, she just wanted some damn time to think. And Consul. The same runner as before. When did he come in? She looked up. Realized everyone had gone quiet. And was staring at her. Consul General, the messenger said again. One of the lost splinters is back. Which one? She asked. Sergeant Rutilian's. Vorpi blinked, trying to remember. Feeling like everything was draining out of her. The special one. Oh yes. That one. She had forgotten the strangeness of their visitor, the sickly metal thing that had attached itself to one of her soldiers and called itself sovereign, among all the other strange things that had happened these last months, her own son, coming to accuse her. The Emperor, starting a war. Not to mention the godling, or whatever he was, so innocent and small. Who had walked into her camp, and walked back out, as if nothing had happened. Bring the sergeant in here. Shall I let the, thing inside too? TE Messenger's eyes shifted when he said thing. What was that look in his eyes? Fear? Bring them all in, she said, gesturing impatiently. The messenger disappeared, and a moment later, Sergeant Rutillion, who had been a corporal only a few weeks ago, stood at attention in the center of the tent. Smoke curled around her, and torchlight showed how haggard she had become. Her uniform was unrecognizable, except for the fist of Vorpi pinned to her breast. The sergeant wore no helmet, which made it so much easier for Vorpi to see the tight lines of worry wrinkling her scaled forehead. Behind her, the thing. The agent, they had called it, back when they had the resources to spare for such offhand ideas. It was hunched over, and something odd about the way it moved made Vorpi not want to look at it. It wasn't just the shadows. The agent was part soldier, and part machine. At least, that's what the sovereign had promised. Sergeant Rutillion, Vorpi saluted. The sergeant's eyes were wide. Not blinking. Her mouth slack. Sergeant, Dosius growled. What? Rutillion twitched, as if she didn't realize where she was. Your general is talking to you. Oh, Rutillion said. And snapped a salute. Sir, Sergeant Rutillion reporting, sir. She was a smooth scale, one of those from the southern provinces. Dull green, covered in scratches and crisscrossing white scars. She blinked only once, like she had forgotten how to do it. Still frozen in her salute. At ease, Sergeant. I need your report. Sir, we did as commanded. My squad went into the bush, we took the agent with us. And? Could it follow orders? Sir, it tried, sir. We went at night, but it didn't seem to want to walk quietly. When we came to the enemy scout camp, they didn't spot us. But it stood out in the open. Vorpi cast a glance at the shape, its rasping breath in the shadows. The thing seemed to stand, hunched over silver-gleaming crutches. Then it disobeyed. No, sir. We didn't tell it to go quietly. We thought it would be more careful. It's alive, though, Vorpi thought. That was odd. Standing out in the open like that was often the first, and last, mistake new soldiers made on Thras. Well? How did it perform? The sergeant flinched at her question. Swallowed her fear. It was total obliteration, sir. I've never seen anything like it. We fanned out, and surrounded their camp. To make sure none would get out. Then, I gave the command. I told it to attack. What happened? It went, as soon as I gave the order. Didn't give me time to tell it we needed prisoners. It crashed through the jungle, ran straight up to the enemy camp. All of them, shouting at each other, grabbing their guns. They saw it coming. They shot it. When it fell, I thought they killed it. But it kept crawling. Faster than anything. By the gods, they couldn't stop it. Sounds like a success to me, Vorpi said, more to herself than anyone else. But the sergeant shook her head. Not blinking. It pulled them apart. They were still screaming, when it started to rebuild itself with. They were still alive. Anyone else might have been infected by the sergeant's horror, but Vorpi was beyond fear. Didn't have time for it. Instead, when she turned to the thing in the shadows, she felt a different sensation crawling up her arms. A feeling she had to hold down, in case she was wrong. How quickly hope fades. How useless a thing, when it's misplaced. Private Ornik, Vorpi said, using the agent's name from when it was still a soldier. Come here. The thing moved out of the corner, and all the chairs shuffled and boots squelched as the commanders backed up. Private Ornik, or the agent, or whatever it was, did not so much as breathe, as make a constant, slurred sound in its throat. One long, never-ending inhalation. Its body glittered with metal and rotting flesh. She could see where the private's arm had been blown off, for the bone was now sticking out, all splintered and yellowing. But new metal had grown over it, infused with bones and gristle and muscle from other bodies. Long metal bones jutted out from his ribs, slowly waving and articulating in the shadows, some hanging useless. Others, acting as long, insectal legs. There were gaps in the private's flesh, patched over with a hideous knitted metal. Private Ornik, anything to report? Drool dripped from his cold, blue lips. Half his face sagged, the scales sloughing away, and where his eyes had been, a band of metal with dozens of black dots embedded inside. Are those eyes? Its mouth split open, the tongue black with rot, struggling to slither out a single word, success. And you said you could share this gift. We have only just begun. Her commanders were right behind her. She could feel them, feel their opinions forming. Their arguments. Their disgust. But all she could feel was that shiver of hope. Not all things must rot on the vine. Sometimes, they get a chance to become something more. Vorpi turned to her commanders, saying, "Gather your soldiers. Find volunteers. We need as many as we can get. And you," she turned to the sergeant. "I want you to go to the medical compound, and find every single soldier who is beyond saving. We'll need them, one last time." "Dismissed." The sergeant saluted, and stumbled out of the tent. The rest erupted in protest. "General! This thing cannot be. How can you possibly let this go on? What do you plan to do with them?" She waved them all into silence, holding her hand into a fist, reminding them of who was general here. "We will do the same as always," Vorpi said. "We will do what must be done." 126, Overkill Engineering. Before she handed over access, Kadam hard-coded 2 rules into the printers. No weapons. And no duplicating printers. In a few centuries, perhaps the avians would figure out how to break the rules, but at least this would give them time to learn responsibility. A molecular printer is a powerful device, and irresponsibly use had unfathomable consequences. You would know, she thought. But there was something about the Queen of the Avians that made her feel like it would be all right. Already, there were assembly factories set up around the printers, 12 in each part of the city, and another 20 stored somewhere in the Queen's personal vaults. Better bricks, better metals, and materials unimaginable to them only a few weeks ago now poured out of the factories. Oh, and the constructs. Those would outnumber the people here, soon enough. If they did it right, if they were careful and kind, this whole world would become a paradise. The cauldron was already changing. The high city and the palace that hung on the cliffs overlooking the cauldron were mostly untouched, but Lowtown was unrecognizable. The Queen had sent one of her governors, an older Corvini by the name of Horace, to supervise its reconstruction. Now, thousands of constructs were hauling bricks and stirring concrete in the streets, planting new light poles, and stringing wires across the rising apartment blocks and towers and vertical warehouses that the avians so dearly loved. Reed Knights supervised, outlined blueprints for new buildings, and helped reshape the burned-out remains of the city. Machines with wheels, machines with plows, machines to carry machines. Even new governor machines, little more than spider walkers with long, flexible antennae clustered on their oddly shaped heads, marched through the streets, keeping the sweepers and cleaning bots coordinated. They preserved what they ruined buildings they could, as landmarks to the way Lowtown had been. Horace says they'd want it that way, Reich explained. In the skies above, between the floating rigs and the wheeling avians, there were black specks of hovering drones. She hoped the avians would make good use of it all. She hoped they would take their time. She hoped they would build their economy for centuries, before they ever considered building a military. She had given them the gift of technological superiority, which often lead to war. But perhaps, these Xenos who had come so close to extinction would make fairer use of their newfound tech. She doubted that last, but it was out of her hands now. They had their work cut out for them. And so do I. Kadam's new exoskeleton stood tall, a moving statue made of heavy machinery. The Queen was tall enough to look her in the eye, but Tribune Kyrene, who had been so helpful with his details on the Emperor these last weeks, had to look up at her. And, of course, the destroyer's servant was there. Kadam would do away with Lakey's, if she could. Didn't like how the android was always watching her, silently. A constant reminder of what needed to be done, and all the obstacles still in her way. Even now, as Kadam slipped her newly forged helmet over her head, feeling the hard metal interlock with the rest of her armor, specially made for this one trip, the android gave no sign of what she was thinking. "Any last words?" Kadam asked. "I said mine a long time ago," Lakey's answered. Cryptic as always. Like no machine should be. Normal constructs bounced and bubbled, overjoyed to answer any question you threw at them. But this one was always so serious with Kadam. "That may be," Kadam said. "But now's your chance to say new ones." "Fine," Lakey's answered. "My last words on Gaiam will be to beg you, once more, to abandon this quest. Not a chance. If you would but go to the Black Library, you would see." "Not a chance," Kadam enunciated slowly. "Divinity," Reich croaked anxiously, "Lakey saved your life. What more must she do to prove that she is on your side? Look at how she looks at you. She worships you." Kadam shook her head. The avian queen still didn't understand, none of them did. Machines were made to serve humans, it was in her code to save Kadam. That didn't mean Lakey's was her friend. "The only thing I need from her is guidance to the Emperor. And protection from him," Kyrene offered, "though I would strongly caution against provoking him." Kadam shrugged, all the motorized plates of armor shrugging with her. "That's not entirely up to me, is it?" "Divine One, if I may," Kyrene bowed deeply, the hems of his new suit sweeping back, pulling tight over his old soldier's build. He had earned his place among the citizens of Gaiam, helping to assimilate the Kirans and other Xenos who had become stranded here since the Queen took back her city. Not to mention all the information he had spilled. In him, Kadam saw a person who wanted to climb the ranks, without stepping on the heads of those less fortunate than him. From all the horrifying stories Kadam had heard of the Kirans and their occupation of the cauldron, that made him something of an outlier among his kind. The Emperor is undefeated. In both war and diplomacy. He has more practice than anyone knows. If I were you, I would do anything I could to avoid making him my enemy. Relax, Kadam said, casually shrugging her newly armed and armored arms, the exoskeleton's motors whirring quietly as the thick plates slid over each other. We're just going to talk. I see, Kyrene said doubtfully. His jaw set, firm. I have thought of new ones, Lakey said. What? My new last words, as they are. Kadam furrowed her brow at Lakey's. Every time the android opened her vocal comms, Kadam thought she understood her a little less. Okay, let's hear them. I have enjoyed many parts of being alive. If I am to die, again, I will be honored to do so in your service, Divine One. There, was that fitting? You mean in his service, Kadam thought. But it was getting harder and harder to believe that the android was conniving against her. Lakey's had a hand to her new metal chassis, a slender, segmented body with flexible joints and a healthy lacing of centium alloy, allowing for numerous hidden compartments full of weaponry. Nothing special, just a few ballistics and other surprises, just in case. Though Kadam had rebuilt Lakey's body with her own two hands, she still couldn't grasp what made the android tick. She could almost feel the android's genuine reverence, in the way she looked at Kadam. She clenched her jaw, wondering for the thousandth time, what on old earth she was supposed to make of this being. The destroyer's own servant. Sent to serve. You know I have to kill him. And yet, you gave your life to save mine. Not even Finder had done that. Lakey's, Reich stepped forward, throwing her wings around the android, wrapping her in a feathery embrace. Come back. In one piece, this time. I cannot promise that. Well, Kadam stretched her arms over her head, and all the motors and metal sang together. Despite the thick layers of plate, electromagnetic shielding, and heavy machinery weighing down her body, the motors made her feel light as air. Both her exo's leaves hummed to life as she tested them, one last time. If it does come to violence, I promise we'll go out in a blaze of glory. She meant it to be a light-hearted jest, but Kyrene pursed his scaled lips, and the queen hummed her dissatisfaction through her beak. Please be careful, Divine One. The Emperor's past is legendary. Her hands hummed, and she could feel the warming vibrations running under her forearms, up to her wrists as she warmed up her newest defenses. If she had had this power back on that nameless world, Kadam would have caught up to Poyer by now. Easily. I have spent far too much time here, Kadam said. Besides, if I'm right, I know exactly how to deal with the Emperor. And if you're not? How could she explain to them about the Emperor? About what he must be? Nothing more than an AI, masquerading as a man. Judging by the way these people worshipped her, it wouldn't be so hard to keep up the charade for so long. What did they say? 1,000 years? The avians spoke of him as if he was a god, and even Kyrene spoke with reverent fear of the being who ruled the Kiran Empire. Most likely, the walking husk of an augmented human, embedded with an AI that corrupted over the ages. That might explain the similarities to ancient Earth civilizations. Still, a few questions lingered in Kadam's mind. How had he managed to avoid the notice of the swarm? The sovereign was always searching for signs of light. And if the Emperor was opening gates, he must be generating light somehow. Either that, or he's sitting on a massive stockpile somewhere. And why bother creating an empire of Xenos anyway? Probably, she thought, the two questions were connected. In any case, Kadam was ready for anything. The last few weeks, or was it months now, she had tinkered away in her workshop. The priests had learned to leave her alone, and only Reich and Kyrene kept her company, along with a few of her favorite Reed Knights who shared her affinity for machine work. All the while, the light catchers had been siphoning the off-gas light every time the gate opened. When she finally emerged, she wore an exosuite riddled with weapons for every possibility. There was nothing elegant about it. In case the Emperor sent organic weapons after her, armies of Kirans or the strength of his own body, she was ready. The inner layers of her exosuite were chained at a microscopic level, and would protect against all but the most specialized projectile. Every appendage was motorized for extra strength. She could crack stone with her hands. Or, simply slice through it, with the wrist charges on her exo's leaves. If it came to hand combat, the multifaceted fingers of the sleeves would liquefy into any killing implement she could think of. Small beam weapons littered the outer layers of her armor, and two large ones, fed by light-fueled batteries, sat on her shoulders. She could control their targeting with her thoughts, or simply let them auto-fire, if it came to that. On her upper back, twin limbs would unfold to reveal a set of repulsors. Wings, inspired by the avians. Something about being near them had inspired her, reminded her of the joy of unhindered flight. Not to mention the missiles pocketed in her bike, and the satchels of pebble-sized drones that hung from her hips. And the new additions she had made to Lakey's body armor. All of this was nothing compared to the electronic countermeasures laced through every inch of her armor. The outer armor of her exosuite was a mess of irregular, angular planes designed to bounce back any impulses or beams or aerosnit scent packets the Emperor might have at the ready. There were, admittedly, a few gaps around the more mobile pieces of her armor, but the reflective coating would more than make up for it. Hopefully, she wouldn't need such aggressive defenses. If the AI that called itself Emperor didn't comply, and if her override commands failed, she intended to get the first strike in. The key was her new hover bike, embedded with an arsenal of directed energy weapons that were strong enough to fry the internal electronics of a ship the size of a city. Twin shrouds should render the bike untargetable, if not entirely invisible, to any machine, nanite or otherwise. Last, there was the cube that fit in the palm of her hand. When the Oracle found out what she was making, a kind of dead man's switch, it had nearly lost its mind begging her to please get that thing away from me. She hoped she wouldn't have to use this last tool, a trick she had learned from Rodiero himself as a way to defend against the swarm. It would be a shame to activate it, but better to be absolutely certain of her safety, than to worry about the lives of every construct within the blast radius. Yet, maybe it was overkill. Maybe she had gone a little crazy on the engineering. But she had to be certain. 100%, Kadam. No fractions. Everything depends on you. What if you're wrong about him? Kyrene asked again. They were all staring at her intently. And Kadam could only shrug. She had done all she could. Like I said, I'm only going over there to talk. Then, for all our sakes, I hope you find conversation with the Emperor fruitful. He bowed once more. She did too. She had to know why, in the name of all humanity, the Emperor had let the Herald of Ruin slip through his fingertips. It didn't matter how corrupt his cores were, even the swarm itself knew the cost. All Ace did. All humanity. All existence. How could the Emperor have forgotten? Or maybe, he's one of those non-believers, she thought, wrinkling her nose with disdain. Her bike was already hovering on the gate's disc. There was nothing else to wait for. But still, she didn't move. Kadam had never been particularly sentimental. Maybe it was because the last time she said goodbye to someone, she had gone to sleep and woken up to find everything broken. Everyone, gone. The sun was a golden beacon, dipping below the cliffs, and the evening song echoed down from the roosts and temples above the mid-city. Kadam inhaled the smell of fresh vegetation, of dirt and dust and stone wafting up on the warm wines. And the sweet smell of sugar and boiling ginger from a nearby tea house, still brewing at this late hour. She would miss this world. And these strange, short-lived Xenos who dwelled on it. Part of her wanted to see what they would do, with all their new constructs and the printers Kadam had given to the avians. But that was not her role. Remember what I said, Kadam nodded at Reich, keep the printers safe. I don't know if I'll ever be back to fix them. Reich bowed her head, they are hidden, in the highest temples. But only a few of us have the words to unlock them. Good. Be careful. Try to avoid making weapons with them. It gets out of hand. Trust me. Respectfully, Divine One. You are the one who should be careful, Reich said. The gate is ready, the android chimed in. Kadam's mood darkened at her voice. The Emperor was an unknown, but Lakey's was something else. Every time the android spoke, she was reminded that not all machines could be bent to her will. Nothing Kadam could say changed the android's mind, even in the slightest. Lakey's was adamant in her faith of the Poyer. An enemy was one thing. A servant who disagreed with you, another. Well, that's what the safeguards are for, Kadam thought, as her eyes moved up Lakey's new armor. And the android simply stared back, that scarred, mouthless face, motionless. The lights of her eyes burning into her. Kadam couldn't shake the feeling that Lakey's knew her thoughts. Last chance to back out, Kadam said. Without me, you will not know the city. I have been long in Seer before. I could take a Kirin. Which one will you trust? Kyrene is a traitor. A traitor. Kyrene barked, offended. But Reich put a hand on his shoulder, calming him. A revolutionary, then, Lakey's corrected herself. Though I doubt your Veneratian is using that word these days. I will be your guide, divinity. You may trust me. Kadam kept her mouth shut. She nodded her last goodbyes, flicked down the visor of her helmet, and all the displays came to life, illuminating her world. Lakey's was already working at the gate's controls, convening with the semi-sentient architecture, wordlessly willing it into motion. Kadam's boots clanked on the gate, the metal already chilling beneath her feet. She hefted herself onto her bike, feeling it dip beneath her weight. Then, the repulsor surged and stabilized, idling in midair. One last thought, accompanied by a great sigh, as she realized what she'd have to do. Android, Kadam said. You should hop on the bike. Ride with me. If that is your wish. Wouldn't call it a wish, exactly. But it's faster than having you run alongside me, don't you think? We're running low on time. Are we? Every second we delay, the destroyer brings us a step closer to the end. To rush is to risk error, Lakey said, climbing on the saddle behind Kadam. Kadam tried her hardest not to flinch away from Lakey's touch. Divinity, if you would but take a moment in the Black Library, Divine One, you might find the proof that Poyer cannot be a destroyer. I have seen the words, written. But by then, the arms were spinning, making their low hooping around the gate, and Kadam could pretend the sound drowned out the android's request. The last thing she saw was flickers of Kyrene and Reich, side by side. Watching her, their faces painted with worry. 127, The Curse of Confidence. Kadam had gone through hundreds of gates in her lifetime, but the sudden change in time always caught her off guard. Here on Seer, it was early morning on Seer, and her body was screaming at her, how long since you slept? Truly slept? Even the shivers of trepidation running through her body weren't enough to keep her all alert. She impulsed a command to her implants, wake me up. And a surge of stimulants coursed through her veins, locking everything into sharp focus. Behind her, pottery crashed, and someone screamed. She turned to see a Kiran woman, whose white skirts were now dripping red wine. The 2 pots she had been carrying lay shattered at her feet, but she didn't seem to notice. Her eyes were wide, and firmly fixed on Kadam. There were few merchants and tradespeople at this time, but all stopped their work and stared open-mouthed at the gate. They shouted. They ran to nowhere, or stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide with fear. Someone was crying, and dragging his fingers across his scaly scalp as if he could not comprehend her existence. I knew they weren't expecting us, Kadam said over her shoulder. But isn't this a little excessive? Since the founding of Seer, the gates have only opened at certain times. It was the Emperor's decree. It seems, by coming here off-season, we have broken the truth. The open-air bazaar was mostly empty at this time, a scattered forest of multicolored tents and banners and merchants' tables set up around the edges of the gate. But judging by the Kiran's reactions, Kadam didn't think it would be long before this place would be swarming. Kadam kicked the ground, propelling her bike forward off the gate. Careful not to freeze her foot to the metal disc, as it was still warming after its most recent use. She lifted her mask, so the Kirans could see she was human, and shouted at her. Is the Emperor here? That was too much for the woman with the wine-stained skirts. She collapsed to the ground, prostrating herself, heedless of the shattered clay that must be digging into her scales as she stretched out her hands and groveled before Kadam, muttering a feverish phrase over and over. Kadam turned back to Lakey's, who was perched quiet on the back of her bike. What is she saying? She's praying. What about? To you. Look, and see how they worship you. Lakey's pointed over Kadam's shoulder, at the growing ring of Kirans. They dropped their suitcases, their tools, their food or coins, and lay on the ground before her. All chanting at her. So, it would always be like this. Everywhere she went. No wonder the destroyer walked through this place, untouched. Even the constructs, all rust and rickety joints, staggered to a halt. Their eyes fixed upon her, glowing with reverent awe. Kadam tried to ignore them all, as she took in her bearings. The constructs were relatively polished, if lacking in upgrades. But the buildings, the architecture and infrastructure on Seer was a work of art. Where everything in the cauldron had a homemade feel to it, this place had the sense of masterwork. Everywhere, humanoid statues made of curving, lifelike marble danced through the gardens or twisted over the streets. Multi-story murals painted across the facades of immense white buildings. Even the brickwork of the street was flawless and satisfying to gaze upon. At the end of one road, an enormous domed building sat like some massive beast, slumbering in the middle of the valley. Kadam impulsed her ocular implants to telescope forward, so she could see the masterpiece statues and gold leafing of its highest crenellations. No one would ever see such detail from down here, not with mere organic eyes. Ornately twisting trees, some hanging with small green fruits, others with twisting limbs that grew in a pleasing mesh of bark and leaf, lined the avenues, and fountains played in the parks. There were caretaker constructs walking through the greenery, cleaning, pruning, cultivating life for the Kirans, and in some places, it looked like the buildings were growing up from these lush gardens. Not even the grow rooms in Rodeo Station ever shone this bright. Was this the Emperor's will, that his city should be a paradise? Why would an AI go to such lengths to create such beauty? Perhaps it was not him at all. Perhaps that was just the way Kirans wanted it. A beautiful distraction. That's all. Kadam turned in the saddle. I don't suppose you know where he is. Lakey's extended an arm over Kadam's shoulder, pointing up at the grass-covered hills. They were noticeably empty of buildings. Arid brush dotted the landscape, and stone ramps switched back and forth as they climbed to the crest of the central hill, where an enormous statue of a man sat in a throne. A human man. Hey, Kadam said. Someone thinks they're special. Surprised he didn't name the city after himself. How do you know he didn't? Lakis answered. Did he? Kadam spun around, suddenly worried the android had been holding back information. That this was all a trap. I have no idea, Lakis said flatly, there was no record of his name in the unfinished book. Nor did I encounter him until I came to Seer. Oh, Kadam exhaled, trying to let go of her jitters. You're jumping at shadows now. Great columns, crawling with ivy, held up the massive throne. The statue was mostly stone, though she caught glimpses of metal and precious leaf throughout. His mouth was stone, lined with silver, and pressed into a tight line, as if deep in thought. The metallic mask covered the rest, though it looked nothing like Lakis's. Kyrene had tried to describe the mask, but now that she saw it with her own eyes, she thought it looked more like a helmet melded into his skull. If, indeed, this statue was an accurate representation of the Emperor himself, she was all but certain now of what he was. Nothing more than a rogue AI, who had long escaped his original purpose. More Kirans poured into the bazaar, and not just Kirans now. Xenos of too many shapes, scales and fur and boneless arms and beaks, coming to see the gate that should not have opened. They came out from the buildings, from the shops and tents, rubbing their faces and blinking away the sun. Most of them fell to their knees when they saw her. All kept their distance. Even the constructs were hesitant to approach, though their eyes lit up like hundreds of pale fireflies in the morning glow. The rhythmic clomping of boots echoed against the buildings. Kadam, Lakis's voice warned. I hear them. With her armor's seismic sensors pinging the landscape, she could feel them as they cleared a path through the gathering crowds. Soldiers, with rifles slung over their shoulders, marched swiftly up one of the main avenues that intersected the gate. One of their officers was blowing commands with a whistle, urging them to pick up the pace. 20 of them, she said. And another patrol coming from our left. Are you going to kill them? What? No. Why would I do that? They have guns. So. And you spent the last 3 weeks arming yourself with an arsenal of machines, drones, energy weapons, and I don't know what else. Enough to erase an army in half this city. Not to mention the ballistics you inserted in my armor. Ah, Kadam coughed awkwardly. I thought you wouldn't notice those. I do not approve. I am a daughter of Tython. We are not warriors. Kadam wasn't so sure about that. She had seen Lakis's internal workings, had seen firsthand the augments that Lakis had built into herself, before her fall. Any machine that could move that fast, with that much force. No, I'm not going to kill them, okay? I mean, unless they shoot first. You don't know Kirans very well then, do you? How about, Kadam flicked down the visor of her helmet, we don't give them the chance then. Hold on. What Lakis started to say, when Kadam wrenched the throttle. The bike lurched, flinging itself forward with a banshee's scream. It speared the air above the growing crowds. The bike's repulsors kept her above street level, but their downward force was enough to flatten tents and snap the frieliest wooden beams. She dodged and weaved, rocking the bike back and forth to avoid crushing people below. A few Kirans jumped out of the way at the wrong time, and got knocked against a wall. Others simply stood and stared up, their mouths agape in mute wonder. One construct, an old four-legged drudge, was too slow to move out of her way, so she was forced to ramp off of it, cringing as its metal joints buckled and popped. But she was already sailing past. The twinge of guilt she felt in her chest for hurting such a harmless machine was quickly swallowed by the adrenaline of zipping through the broad avenue towards the hills and the Emperor. The people and the statues, the columns and the constructs, street lamps and fruiting trees, all blurred in the corners of her vision and fell away as the hill swelled ahead. Kadam stood on the bike's foot pegs and jerked the bike up underneath her, catching just enough air to tilt the bike up, and sailed over the olive scrub and waves of grass. And when they crested the hill, and her bike sailed up into the sky, she loosed a dizzying laugh. Almost makes you envy the avians, she thought. They get to fly whenever they want. And for a brief moment, as her bike arced through the air over the crest of the hill, she wanted to forget why she was here. To remember what it was to be just her. She came down with a whumph, the repulsor spraying grass and clouds of dirt behind her. The shadow of the Emperor's statue loomed over everything. Grim-faced and serious. She slowed as all that exhilaration drained out of her. You still with me? She shouted back to Lakis, who was all but clinging to the bike. I have been on safer rides, the android answered flatly, her voice chopped up by the wind. This high over the city, the ocean breeze fought with her bike, trying to push her off course. Instead of going straight towards the statue, she drew a wide loop around the stone foundations of his mighty aspect. Letting her sensors ping the stone, scanning for defenses or unwanted surprises. Nothing. Not even a mag's healed. Only stone, and structural metal, exactly what you'd expect to find from such a colossal monument. She paused at the back, intrigued to find that beautifully ornate stone murals crawled up even on this side of the throne, where no one would ever see them. Marble images of kirans with glittering scales and trees with gold-leafed branches. A silver-masked figure emerging from a forest, towering over the kirans. An origin story, perhaps. Is this the Emperor's work? Or do the kirans just take this much pride in their craft? For some reason, she found herself hoping it was the latter. Before she circled back to the front, she ran one last diagnostic. Checking her shoulder gear, her exosuite and the arm and leg sleeves, the satchels hanging from her waist full of drones, and the bike's launchers and beams, running down the chassis. Even the mechanical joints buried in her organics reported nominal, something they hadn't done since she first crawled out of the cryo chamber back on that nameless planet. She would never be more ready. The flat stone courtyard in front of the Emperor's statue was ringed with a waist-high stone wall. She had thought the figure standing next to the wall, dwarfing it, was just another kind of statue. Indeed, he made no motion to recognize her as she drove the bike over the wall, and idled in the center of the courtyard. His great hands were clasped behind his back. His shoulders, all rolling muscle and sinew, were stock still, as he let the wind wash over him, and he lorded over his city, and gazed down at the crystal blue sea, cut with slivers of white waves. The sun was smaller here than on Gaum, or at least more distant. Still, his mask gleamed in the sunlight. It wasn't a mask, so much as the top half of a skull, sunken into flesh, a clear division running down his cheekbones and just under his nose. The mask was all asymmetric electronics and sensors and nodes whose purpose she could only guess at. Ribbing ran up one temple, and she thought she could see a cluster of tiny command modules blinking on the side of his scalp. Wires, thick and tangled, rose from the back of his head, and fed back down into his spinal column. Kadam sighed with relief. She had been right. However much this being wanted to appear human, he was nothing more than a machine, wearing an oversized, vat-grown body. Still, he was impressive to look at, to think that such a specimen had been preserved for all these thousands of years. Kadam had made it this far only with years of planning and the work of the entire clan. Though the Emperor did not look at her, Kadam was certain he was watching her. Probably had eyes on me the moment I came through the gate. She stalled her bike, and unsaddled herself. Her new armor weighed over a ton, but thanks to all the automation controls, she felt lighter than air. So much better than walking with just her own skin. There was power, in every movement, even the grip of her fingers. Lakis followed her off the bike, and together they approached, their feet clanking on the stones. Kadam had to catch her breath, to will her heart to slow. Poyer was too young to know of the old world. The oracle, too empty. But this was the first time she would meet someone who remembered the way things were. Another flutter in her stomach as her biological nerves threatened to overwhelm her. She impulsed a command to her hormonal implants, and felt the mechanical clicking in her chest and her head. Holding back. Preparing to flood her system, to make her heart work harder, her lungs to take in more air. Not yet. First, she would try talking. Not that she had ever been very good at that. But that wasn't supposed to matter, here at the end of humanity. That's why they sent me. Before she could decide what to say, the Emperor spoke without looking at her, I know why you have come. A rich, human voice, governed by the machine on his head. No. That machine is him, and the body is nothing but a puppet. You seek answers, Kadam. She froze at the sound of her name. A moment of panic. How does he know who I am? The android? Did she do this? Is this the trap I should have seen? No, wait. Poyer and him have been talking. She ground her teeth, steeling herself. Remembering her purpose. I already have my answers, Kadam said. I seek the Herald of Ruin. Such a grand title, for such a naive child, the Emperor said. He was younger than you thought he would be, wasn't he? I thought he might have been born after seed fall, but we both know that's impossible. And here, the mountain of flesh that called itself Emperor turned to look at her. Don't we, Kadam? So great was his height, his presence, that it seemed the whole world revolved as he moved. The machinery in that mask must be compact, for something so powerful. But he was still just a machine. A machine, like any other. Which meant she held every advantage. Surely, he must know that. When he came to me, the Emperor said, I was surprised how malleable he was. Clay in the potter's hands, if I may use an ancient adage. I had not seen a child for so many millennia. I laughed to see him. To think this was the one you feared so greatly. Kadam noted how he said you, and not we. But that only made sense. Machines don't fear. Still, the Emperor should have known better. But then, the Emperor continued, my scar reacted so quickly to him. He was on Seer for only a few short days before it began to crack. Where is he? Why did you let him go? Ah, youth. So hasty, so hungry for answers right now. You are not far off from his age, are you? What are you, then? 300 years old. That is not so young for some, she said. Ah, but to me, well, you are barely out of the cradle. You have no understanding of the meaning of patience. Where is he? She asked again. Ignoring his slight. Rodiero had used the same trick as leverage against her, 1,000 times and more. When you get to be my age, perhaps you will understand. She had loved Rodiero. Feared him, for his temper. Sought to emulate his undying zeal in her every action. But the one thing she hated about him was how he always held his age over her, as if that actually changed anything between them. As if she was less, because she had weathered fewer years. Of course, Rodiero knew that about her. Used it to mold her, back when she was just as naive as Poyer. It made her work harder to prove him wrong. To prove that she was better than he could ever be. That she could outrank the master, and soon. But the emperor was not her mentor. And instead of answering her question, he turned to Lakis and offered a slight bow. Tython, he said, his voice emulating respect. Lakis bowed back, machine to machine. Kadam wanted to see conspiracy in her choice. Wanted to see how Lakis must be weaving some kind of trap for her. But there was nothing there. Just an android, returning civility with politeness of her own. Do they really not know? Or do they just not care? Ruin comes for us all. Human or not, there will be nothing if Poyer is allowed to live. Whether he wishes it or not. Emperor, time runs short. Where is he? His gaze was a weight upon her. You will not have him, cold smith. That last he said with such contempt that Kadam's mind went blank for a brief moment. Such hatred, from a machine. And what could he possibly have against an engineer like her? Kadam clenched her fists, warming up the charges in her wrists. All the motors in her armor silently spinning to life. Kadam, Lakis warned. We came to talk. You may have forgotten what you are, Kadam pointed a finger at him, but you were built to serve us, machine. At that, the emperor's lips cracked into a brilliant, ferocious smile. He was laughing at her. It made the hair on the back of her neck rise. Her heart clicked up another notch, her myriad implants warning her of a sharp rise in stress and pressure. And, as always, Rodiero's voice in the back of her mind. Too hasty. Too rushed, Kadam. Kadam took a steadying breath of her helmet's recycled air. Lifted her chin, trying to match the emperor's impenetrable gaze with her own. You should know how important this is. As long as he lives, all existence is in danger. I have come to save us. You have come to do what your kind always does, to tear down my work, again. Cold smiths, he almost spat it this time. Will you never see how wrong you are? Stubborn and myopic. Always so certain you're right, always so sure that it is either black or white. I suppose that makes you good at working with simple things. Constructs. Bots. And other crude machines. Who sent you here, clan dweller? Which old fool made you waste your life? Was it Kasmund? Sarkian? Or that madman, Gui? Kadam tinted her mask. Refusing to let him see even the slightest expression on her face, as he insulted the last bastions of the cold smithing clans. She would not say a word about Rodiero, lest he had a way to use his name against her. I see, he said, as if he could read her thoughts anyway. You should have stayed with the avians, and not meddled with things you are too blind to understand. But, if I'm honest, I am glad you came. Why is that? The emperor's smile quirked, in case he dies. It's always nice to have a backup. Her head was spinning with too many questions. Was he with humanity, or against? Was he a believer, or not? Did he not know what was coming? I have to kill him, she said. You will do no such thing. Do you not know of the visions? Of what is to come? I am not permitted to carry out my duty, he will catalyze the final change. Your scar is nothing compared to what he will do. Disappointment cracked the emperor's smile. You can't be serious. You cannot deny the truth. Perhaps I gave Poyer too little credit, the emperor said, and for an instant, she thought maybe he was reconsidering his position. I thought Poyer was naive. But even he questioned such an obvious deception. At least he asked questions. Are you so simple-minded, Cold Smith? Have you never once been lied to in all your life? Billions of us saw it. All humanity. Does that make it so? His lips tightened, a flash of anger. When has belief made anything true? The disease has killed us. No, he growled. You killed us. You, and all your damned collectives. The Cold Smith clans, the biologists, the fanatics, and the architects. Never should have believed a word from the prophet's mouth, but you did. All of you fell for it. You even taught the machines to fear the change, and see where that got you? The swarm. That was your doing. We had no way of knowing the swarm. Exactly. We tried to fix it. And how did that go? I am trying to save us, she shouted, the motors in her sleeves whining as her hands balled into fists. She could feel Lakey's agitation, but ignored her. No, Cold Smith. You cling to your failures, too blind to understand. You are a drowning animal, you climb upon your siblings, believing that will save you. Have you ever wondered where the visions came from? Have you ever wondered why it just so happened to be him? Of course I have. But that doesn't matter. It's the only thing that matters. He took a step towards her, and the stones shuddered under her feet. 2 alarms started blinking in her visor, warning her of the Emperor's approach. She took a step back, priming her heart, her mind. Her armor. Poir is nothing, the Emperor said. A scapegoat. An excuse. And you and your kind have fallen for it. You have come these 10,000 years, so certain you were right. Never once did you think you could be wrong. That was always your problem, you clan dwellers. Rodiero had warned her of this. 1,000 times, he had told her there would be obstacles in her path that would make her doubt. Be firm, Kadam. All humanity depends on you. Worry about the protocols after it's done. And look how far it had gotten her. Look how close she was to finishing her mission. But no matter how firm she held, there was always that other voice. The one that sounded most like her. What if it doesn't work? What if we're wrong? It had been easy to ignore, when the destroyer was just a face, floating in her dreams. Harder, then, once she met the Herald. But this machine, with all his twisted anger, his corrupted personality, only made it easier for her to stand firm. If she had to, she would make him bend to her whim, like all machines did. I will not ask again, Kadam said, putting the weight of her impulse into the question, where is he? The Emperor's mouth twitched. A set of valves on the top of his mask opened, and steamed off some invisible gas. Kadam tried to analyze it, but was too late. It didn't matter. She wasn't breathing his air. Answer me, machine. He laughed again. I do like your spirit. Time will tell if it can be made to serve a better use. He began to walk towards her, too swift for a body that size. The weight of his armored boot thudding against the stones. Kadam's implants blared alarms at her, but she silenced them. Letting her heart click up, and priming the myriad weapons on her person, and her bike. You will stop, she shouted, adding all her will to that impulse. But he only deepened his grin. And took another step, defying her command. Kadam craned her neck to look up at him, at those unnatural, vat-grown muscles. At that face, staring down from those heights. She focused all her will on that mask. Override. She felt the command go out, but nothing came back. Corrupted, indeed. So this machine had broken himself, shirked all the rules of the flow. Diplomacy had failed. And the regulations too, it seemed. Kadam flexed the many fingers of her exosleeves. Steeled her thighs, getting ready to jump. A series of threatening clicks, as the hidden slots on her shoulders, her torso, and her ribs, on the tops of her thighs, and all over her bike popped up. Missiles, drones, and more at the ready. Last chance, Kadam said. You know, he said flippantly, as if she was nothing more than a gnat. Sen said the same thing to me, once. Before she had me imprisoned. Sen. The name rang a bell in the back of her mind, too quiet for her to hear. But 2 shadows loomed over her. The Emperor, and his statue, both. Well, his voice rumbled, seemed to vibrate the very air around her. I am curious to see what your clans have been up to, all those years I was gone. Show me. So casual. So easy. He held his arms out, smiling at her. As if she was only a child, crying on the floor. Lakey's was trying to gain her attention. Kadam, please. This isn't necessary. Show me, he roared. And he threw himself at her. Kadam's nostrils flared. Her wings flicked open, and the repulsors bloomed to life, throwing her back and up into the air. Out of his reach. She sent an impulse. All the slots in her armor fired. All the beams on her bike pulsed. A scream of non-lethal projectiles and M-waves and jammers, smacking into the Emperor's body. She was screaming, too. A dizzying array of kinetic and magnetic energy, and a whole ocean of randomization encryptors that would break any kind of code floating through the air. Everything. All at once. The Emperor froze in mid-stride. His body peppered with rubberized flak, that flawless bronze skin tearing open. His head fell back, showing only the chiseled smoothness of his jaw and the bulging muscles of his neck straining against a sudden weight. Even Lakey's, who was standing off to the side, collapsed in a heap on the ground, though her new armor should protect her core. It worked. It worked. Was it too much? Had she fried some vital part of him? She had only wanted to force him back, to force a reset or a shutdown, to show him that he was hopeless against her. A boom of laughter. He was clutching at his stomach, the bronzed breastplate, now scoured from her projectiles, shaking as he laughed. Equals. An AI, he said. You really thought I was just another AI? His laughter raked against her ears. Then what are you? Kadam spoke through clenched teeth. You cannot be human. Why not? He smiled at her. You cold smiths. You clan dwellers. It's all black and white to you, isn't it? Kadam sank back to the courtyard, far out of the emperor's reach. She unclipped both her satchels, dumping their contents. 1,000 drones poured out, and bulleted towards him like marble-sized buckshot. They opened up, electricity snapping between them, forming a web of lightning that would wrap around him and overload his systems. The emperor did not even flinch. He held out his hand, as if welcoming the drones. And Kadam could only watch in horror as they slowed, joined back together, and nestled in his open palm, as if they had always belonged to him. Well, these are new. Decent craftwork, too. But don't tell me that's everything. She growled her frustration, and kicked back, unfolding the thin wings on her shoulders, and igniting her personal repulsors. At the same time, a dozen more compartments opened on her bike, and 2 more on her torso. 18 ballistics, and 2 plasmatics, and a single gravitas beam at the ready. The clicking, rattling, scraping sound of all her armaments at the ready. Beeping, chirping, and shouting their alarms. And just in case, she reached around, and pulled out one of the cubes. She fired her repulsors, and her feet left the ground. The whine of the repulsors cut out. She smacked against the stones, all her armor impossibly heavy. All the motors frozen. Her bike tipped over and metal cracked against the stone as it dropped to the ground. And all her internal augments went offline. Even her heart stopped ticking. Her vision shrank. How? How did I fail? She felt the ground rumble as he walked to her. Felt his presence, leaning over her. I see that nothing has changed, Cold Smith. Your kind was always blind to what could have been. You're not human, she struggled to speak, her voice slurred and thin, as even the implants in her throat failed. No, he said. I am the next step. 128, Dreams of Past and Future. How long since Kadam had dreamed? How long since she had the vision? When she came to Rodiero, or rather, when Rodiero found her all alone, Kadam was only a child, not much older than Poyer must be now. Her 3 caregivers brought her to this distant, uninhabited world after Seedfall. A cold, grey, watery planet, where the most advanced life grew like moss on the sea-worn stones. How they had found this planet, she never knew. Together, the 3 of them built a shelter, which grew into a home. A large dome for their living quarters, and a few half-underground sheds. The first few months, Kadam remembered how angry she was to be stuck out here, in the middle of nowhere. Omer promised, it's only until this all goes away. Galactic nowhere. Safe from the visions that were ripping through humanity. Or so they thought. Kadam never found out who got it first, Omer or Vimand or Piri. Probably, the 3 had hidden it from each other, in the vain hope that it might go away before the others found out. Kadam could remember the 3 of them, sitting at their kitchen table. The grey clouds collecting outside their viewport window, fogging the ocean view below. She walked in, and muttered a groggy good morning, and headed for the water maker. Instead of their usual chorus of cheerful good mornings, her caregivers were suddenly silent. Kadam, come sit with us, Omer said. She shuffled over, dread growing in the pit of her stomach. She already knew what they were going to say. And still, she couldn't help but gasp as Vimand unwrapped his hand. His olive skin was drying out. Carved with jagged, crumbling lines that cracked and glittered with black dust. Dark veins spread up his neck to the corners of his eyes. Kadam didn't say anything after that. We might as well take her with us, Omer had argued, then. Oh? And will you kill her, too, or will you let her suffer? Piri said, for the 2 were ever at odds with each other. She is already dead, Piri. We are all dead. You've seen the feeds. Billions of us, dead. Everyone will get infected. We came all this way. There is no one around for light years. No. Vimand shouted. Kadam had never heard her soft-spoken caregiver raise his voice in her entire life. Especially not at Omer. I will not condemn her. I will not let you. There is nowhere to run, Omer said, as calm as ever. It has already spread. The whole universe is damned. Omer, Piri said, she is but a child. Exactly. Think of how much worse it will be for her. She might be resistant. Do you really believe that? You don't know. When? When will we know? And will you stay to find out? A vote then, Piri said. There are 3 votes, and we'll cast the decision. Kadam didn't get a vote. She didn't think she could ever move again, listening to this. Too numb to say anything, she could only look at her caregivers. The ones who had been with her all her life. When they left Ranjing behind, and everyone she ever knew, they had been so careful. There wasn't a trace in their ship. Over the last months, they wouldn't even let Kadam use the beacon to access the grid, for fear the disease might transmit. It hadn't worked. She hadn't spoken to her friends on Ranjing since the day they'd left. All for nothing, Kadam thought, as she saw the signs in their bodies. Omer, itching her eyes. Vimand, hiding his hands below the table. Piri, even, scratching, and trying not to scratch, at a spot on her chest over and over. Vimand and Piri voted against Omer. Fine then, Omer said, pushing herself away from the table. Calm, and angry. I want no part of this. You tell her we're leaving her to die alone. Tears, as they said their goodbyes. She wanted to hug them, but they wouldn't touch her, for fear of contamination. That's what hurt the most. Vimand choked on his tears as Piri told her to be good, to be careful. But it was Omer's face Kadam remembered most, nothing but pity. Omer knew what hell lay ahead for Kadam. We're doing this to help you, they said. Kadam remembered crying so hard, she couldn't breathe. Not understanding in the slightest. They packed light. So light, as if they were only leaving for the day. And then they left. One little shuttle, going off-world. Kadam screaming at the sky, and when the shuttle blinked out of the atmosphere, she ran back to the comms room. Begged them to come back. They said they loved her, and they severed the comms. That was the last she saw of her caregivers. Hours passed. Or days. She remembered about the beacon, the one she wasn't allowed to touch. Kadam went digging through their sheds. Had to figure out how to power it, and set it up herself. And when she hooked into the grid, the feeds were so damn quiet. There were still people alive, but the core worlds were a fraction of what they had been. Ranjing and Ulanful and Mars. Everything was breaking down. And Earth, once the most populated of them all, was completely silent. She stayed for a year. Maybe 2. Every night, she had the same dream that all people have. Of paradise, falling. Of the herald of ruin, drawing his impossible, incomprehensible lines across the universe that stretched on forever and ever. Existence itself wavering in his wake. Tearing itself apart. Crumbling. Changing. Kadam worked on her family's ship, converting it into a voyager that might cross the stars, allowing her to seek out others. There were strange warnings from the core worlds. They spoke of a destructive force, an errant machine crawling across the face of Earth. A living mistake. The warnings grew stranger, more outlandish, until one by one, all the core worlds went silent. And every day Kadam tapped into the grid, there were fewer people tapping in with her. She had no idea that every time she used the grid, the swarm was watching her. Nothing but luck saved Kadam. Luck, and Rodiero himself, who noticed her. Talked to her. Do you want to be alone, he asked. No, she replied, and never again. And when he gave her the coordinates to his planet, Kadam packed up and left. She couldn't know that her lonely, empty world was about to be swallowed by the newborn swarm. When Kadam came to Rodiero's coordinates, she found a massive station orbiting around a planet. Elevators extended all the way down to the planet's surface, and machines were drinking the world dry. Consuming every last vital element they could find. She idled a few hundred kilometers away. Watching. She didn't see the fleet of drones, nearly invisible against the blackness of space, racing towards her. They caught her ship. And pulled her into Rodiero's station. They pulled her out of her ship like a crab out of its shell. They laid her out on a table and drilled holes into her skull. The first implant was the most painful. This will stop the dreams, he said. It is better than nothing. How she had screamed. And writhed, and gnashed her teeth, tugging against the restraints. Bleeding, sawing at her own wrists and ankles. She cursed him. She bit off part of her own tongue. And all the while, he looked at her with nothing but genuine love in his eyes. You have no idea how important you are, he said. And, you are loved, he said, as the machines drilled deeper into her skull. How she had hated him after that. And how she came to thank him, for saving her life. I must thank you, child, Rodiero had said, not everyone survives that. And there are so few of us left. All these bleary memories of her ancient youth, lie forgotten like a distant dream until, standing at the foot of his ever throne, the emperor waved his hand, and every last implant inside Kadam crashed. Sleep was immediate. It was the first time she had fallen under in centuries. In millennia, including the ages spent in her cold chamber under the sands of that nameless planet. And as she slept, she dreamed. Not the brief snatches of the end, but the vision in its terrible, crystal entirety. The dream began as it always did, with a single light, in the void of stars and darkness. There. That's Earth, she thought. Another lit up. Then another, becoming a string of jewels, stretching across the galaxy. The first stirrings of humanity, rising to meet the stars. So tiny, the core worlds were, amidst the vastness of the universe. And how long we lived on them. And then, came the scars. Or maybe they had always been there, the anomalous residue of the creation of a universe. Or maybe there was some other explanation, but what mattered was how humanity flocked them. She could see the scars flaring with light as her ancestors opened them. And then, learned how to close them. And then, how to harvest that brilliant, miraculous energy from the scars. And, eventually, how to punch more holes, and open new scars. The earliest days of extraction, so crude. So much waste. So much power. The flashing of the gates that could be seen from orbit, and beyond. The first gift. Suddenly, humanity flung itself across the stars. Billions of them, streaming in every direction from the core worlds. So many seeds, exploding across the universe. So many lights on so many distant worlds. The sheer beauty of it was agonizing, for she knew what came next. Seed fall. There were 8 in all, the first pieces of matter to come through the scars. The seeds were huge, misshapen things. The size of cities. They appeared, as if drawn from nothing but the scars. They retooled the extractors, turned them into dams made to harness the seeds themselves. Such power. Raw, and vast as to be infinite. Kadam tried to scream, "Don't touch it. Don't go near them." Too late, a voice called back. It was a part of the dream she had never had before. A man's voice, like Poir's, but deeper and more tired. Too late. The majesty of humanity continued to spread glittering light across the worlds, bringing in daily new and more wondrous discoveries and expanding to ever more distant lengths. And the core worlds grew brighter than ever. But the stars didn't. The outer reaches of humanity began to dim, as the disease crept inwards. The core worlds remained bright and resilient. There were too many living there to give up the old ways so easily. That was, until the day a pestilence was accidentally unleashed. Kadam saw the birth of the swarm. The covering of the core worlds. Of Olenful. Of Ranjing, where Kadam was born. And of Earth. She had been off-world by then, but the dreams let her see her old home. And what machine horrors had become of it. The universe, then, was a quiet place after humanity fractured. She could feel the ages passing, feel the quieting of the universe without humanity's influence. A dead place. Until one of the dams finally broke. It began to split open, spewing itself out into the void. Everything it touched, becoming the same black, glittering dust. Slowly devouring everything. But the universe is vast. It would take millions of years for all to become dust. The scattered remains of humanity had time to figure this out. They always figured it out. She could not say where he came from. Only that he was there, before her, now. Floating in the void. Wreathed in that impossible cloak that seemed to stretch on forever behind him. As he moved, his body could not be human, for it turned in shapes and movements that made no sense to her eyes. His arms seemed to break and bend the wrong way as he turned. His ribs jutted and became absurd until his torso crumpled inwards and reformed exactly as it was before. He was a giant, and a fragment. As thin as a blade of grass, then as large as a sun. And when he shed his cloak, she could see he was just a man. Old. Hairless, save his heavy eyebrows and that overgrown beard. A face of old anger and older misery. "There will be nothing left," he said. "For I have come." And the herald of ruin extended his arms out. Where his hands should have stopped, they seemed to keep moving, forever unfolding. Impossible. The herald pulsed with light, beyond comprehension, expanding across the universe. The final change. Every star, every world, every isolated rock and atom of unchained matter, touched all at once. And turned black. Crumbling into dust, as the quiet death of all things left only infinite darkness. Neither time nor space to fill the void. Only Kadam, alone, drifting in all eternity. She woke up, screaming. Only, no sound ushered from her throat. Nor any sight lit her eyes. For a terrifying moment, she thought the dream had already come to pass. A voice rumbled, "Be calm, young one." The Emperor's words echoed across stone. Kadam tried to scream again. Tried to lift her body, and struggled against 100 weights pressing down against her. Compressing her lungs, making it hard to breathe. She gasped. "I said be calm or I will force calmness upon you." She tried to do as she was told. Took in as much air as she could. Why is everything so heavy? Why can't I move? And tried to focus on what she could hear. His breath. The slow, ponderous thudding of his boots on stone. The trickle of fountains. Tears streamed down her face, unchecked. A wave of pressure, a breeze over her. A stinging in her chest, her lungs. A flood of relief, as the weight seemed to ease up and drift away. "Don't move too much. A few of your bones have broken, and they will take time to heal. She gasped again, feeling her throat unlock. The implants that guarded her trachea finally giving way. A wet, noisy coughing as she hacked up all the saliva she had swallowed. And found she could speak again. Turn it back on, she demanded. Turn it on right now. Your sleep inhibitor, came the Emperor's voice, as if there was nothing to worry about. I'll die. You know I will. The dreams will kill me. Everyone dies, Kadam. The difficult part is figuring out how to live again. 129, the name of the Emperor. Another wave of pressure drifted over Kadam's head. She could feel the Emperor's hand, making gestures over her. Commanding her implants with his will. She wanted to kill him. To cut his power, and turn him off. But she couldn't even breathe without his permission. This time, the mechanical implants of her eyes adjusted in their place. Irising open and closed, searching for the light. A sudden glare, as they clicked back on. She gasped and shut her eyes, and tried to pull her hands up to cover them. Her shoulder twitched, but did not respond. She grit her teeth, and tried again. Straining, growling, pulling until she could hear her own teeth scraping against each other, and the muscles on her neck bulged. She gasped, and collapsed her head back against soft linen. You took my machines. I did. My bike. Yes. The android. Is she not yours? Every single implant in her body was effectively dead to her impulses. She couldn't even open up the details of her heart. Which meant, he could have killed me. If he has control over my heart, he could have simply turned it off and... How did you do this to me? Kadam said. Trying to blink away the vision, the after-image of the herald still clinging to everything. Everything, dark and dying. You have to turn it on. I've never seen one before. Turn it on or kill me, she shouted. Her pulse, quickening in her veins, as the world went dark and there was only him. He's everywhere. Turn it on. I can see him. The Emperor exhaled a great sigh. A flash. A sound, like a bone snapping in her skull. Kadam's sight creeping slowly back as she panted and panicked and tried to calm herself. You know, the Emperor said. Poyer listened to me. He drank in everything I said. You didn't. So I had to show you. I would have preferred not to do that to you, but when you finally come to understand, I do think you will forgive me. In time. Now, get up. Another grand sweep of his hand, and Kadam felt something clench in her abdomen. And then, at her impulse, it unclenched. Her muscular and joint implants, and all the micro-constructs that kept her biological functions at performance were answering her calls again, but their signal was weak. Tuned down. Even sitting up was a struggle that left her sweating. The temple was sparsely decorated. Ivies clung to the stone walls, trained to follow trellises and wrought iron torch sconces. There was no need for torchlight here, when the sun shone so brightly inside. Even the slender fountains, water features bubbling up in their pools, danced with sparkling sunlight. She could hear doves, cooing in their roosts. And the rushing of wind. How high up are we? Beneath her, soft, white linens covered a firm mattress, which lay upon a stone dais in the center of the temple. If she were anywhere else, she would have thought she had fallen back in time, to early antiquity. Not a machine in sight, save the Emperor standing away from her. She had no doubts he was watching her every move. Kadam tried to rise from the bed. Her legs didn't move with the rest of her body, and she fell off the stone dais. A crash of limbs, pain stabbing up her elbows and wrists, burning her. Her cheek smacked against the stone, and she felt the impact in her brain, all the way to the other side of her skull. And when she cried out, she found there wasn't any air in her lungs. She could only lay there, gasping. I said get up. The Emperor curled his fingers into a claw, and raised his hand. A cold rush surged through her veins. Nanites, numbing the pain with their unique chill. Even her face pressed against the stones went cold. Kadam gritted her teeth. Trying to summon the will for another attempt. You are not the first to be trapped in your body. It's frustrating, isn't it? She let out a strained sound from her throat as she tried to push herself up from the floor. Grunting and gasping with the effort just to lift her arm, just to crawl across the smooth, polished floor. Her own joints fighting against her. It was all she could do to prop herself up the stone dais. Her head lolling down to her chest. Straining to lift her eyes to look at the Emperor. The herald, Kadam said, what have you done with him? He is only a herald. A sign of something else, yet to come. And not a very good one, at that. Kadam flicked her eyes around the room. Sunlight pouring in from every angle. No walls in this prison, only columns and balconies, and open blue skies. The android was nowhere to be found. And those cubes of yours, the Emperor said. Quite the little invention. Had I known what you could do, well, the emperor spread his hands in a faux apology. Well, you're here now. What have you done to me? All I promised to do, the emperor sighed, a deeply human sound. As he rose to his full height, the joints in his body cracked like the breaking of trees. His height seemed to block out the sun. I told him I would hold you in place. And, as he asked, you will not be harmed. Though, that is far kinder than what you would have done to me. Your kind never could accept me for what I am. What are you? His lips quirked into a smug smile, impossible not to hate. I am the only one who can save you. Disbelief painted her face. Couldn't he see what he was doing? You are saving no one by letting him live, she spat. Where is he? Where are you keeping him? Kadam, listen to me, he said it as if talking to an impertinent child, in the middle of a tantrum. You will not reach him. I must. It's the only reason I'm here. I have no quarrel with you. I have to kill him, she said. Please, you have to let me go. Her jaw was set, her face burned that she had to grovel like this. You would murder your own kind? Another human? Did the fracturing really turn you all into such savages? Look at you. Cold Smith. You ruled planets, once. And all the things you built. All the constructs. And when you worked with the architects, oh. Such beauty your corporations and clans could make. She stared wildly up at him. No words could express how twisted and lost he was. Couldn't he see what he was doing? Perhaps he wants to kill us all, Kadam thought. Hard-coded to hate humans. Are you with the swarm? The swarm. He laughed, a sound that seemed to buzz from the stone floor of this highest temple. The swarm has had 10,000 years to adapt. 10,000 years, hunting down the last dregs of humanity. Obviously, it has failed, the emperor nodded at Kadam. Without adaptation, all things are destined to die and be forgotten along with the rest of this universe. When the time comes. The time has come, Kadam said. The destroyer is in our midst. Is that really why you have come all this way? To destroy the destroyer. I would die for this. So much faith. Kadam was silent a moment. The way he said it almost made it feel like a compliment. So much faith. She shook her head, and tried to sit up taller. More proud. With her own implants pushing back, resisting her, sitting proud was hard work. All great acts requires faith. You must be willing to be brave, exactly when bravery is most difficult. The lights on the emperor's mask flickered briefly, and she thought she saw a piece of metal switch with another. Why Kadam, he said. I think that's the most interesting thing I've heard from you yet. Yes, I will have to consider that one, for a while. I thought you were an emulation, Kadam said. Yes, which only means I have more to ponder it with. You still have no idea how complicated I am, up here, do you? You still think I'm like one of your simple machines. Aren't you? How simple is a human? So if you say that I am, consider what makes you different. You are not human. You are made of the wrong elements, and your brain was built by human hands. And you? You were born to a family of caregivers, correct? An embryo in a tube, gifted to a collective. How many hands built you? I am like you, Kadam, and I am so much more than you. But it doesn't have to stay that way. You want to emulate me. I want to help you ascend. This universe is damned, Kadam. All existence here is under siege, and we are losing the war. In fact, most of us don't even know what we're fighting. And you do. The emperor appeared to ponder this, as he walked a slow circle around her stone dais. His body moved with easy grace. An ancient grace. He ended at one of the balconies, resting his hands on the railing as he peered over his city and over his world. There is something out there, he said. What are you talking about? We have been to the ends of the existence. There is nothing out there. Of this existence, the emperor seized upon that word, there are other existences. Pure conjecture. Is it? Look at the scar, Kadam, and he gestured wildly out of the balcony. Look at it. Kadam's neck acted in unison with his gesture. Her whole body raised, and her head twisted to look directly at the scar. Only her eyes belonged to her. Damn him. Damn whoever made you. It's untestable. It can never be proven. People have tried. They've gone through. Where are they? They're all gone. No one has heard from them, or seen them. No one has heard from or seen anything that went through. I have. One left a message for us. Kadam blinked. If it was true. It could mean anything. He could be lying. Who? What did they say? They said enough to let me know it worked, the emperor said. The mirror worked. His shoulders outlined by the dim, grey light of the scar, almost shining around him. As if he could feel her watching him, he turned to regard her, all those strange contorted features of his face fixed upon hers. She felt like he was peeling her every reaction apart, measuring everything she did, as if he could almost read her thoughts. But those are mine. What mirror? Kadam asked. The one I was working on, before they put me away. Who put you away? Who made you? I don't like to think of myself as made, I like to think of myself as being born. Emulation is against the agreements. It was outlawed before seed fall. All of you were destroyed. No one would dare, even after we were fractured. I was there when the flow was woven. I was a pioneer. I was long before any fracturing. You? Or your maker? I am my maker. And he lives on in me. My name, he paused dramatically, I was called Rowan classed. The fountains burbled. A dove cooed somewhere outside the temple. Kadam furrowed her brow, who? The emperor's nostrils, half covered by that mask, flared open. He rolled back his shoulders. Kadam thought she saw the corner of his mouth twitch. So, they erased my legacy. I suppose none of it matters now. They're all dead. Imoran, and all her sycophants. The first prophet? Kadam thought. He was there with her? And, the emperor continued, the Tria Corpora, my old home. May the swarm forever feast on its corpse. That's where Rowan began his work on me. For decades, for nearly a century, he worked in the employ of the Tria, with what little resources they would give him. He spent his life emulating his own mind when everyone else said it was impossible. The mind is too complex to ever reach parity in the flow. Fools. I pioneered the flow. And then, as soon as he finished, as soon as brought his magnificent creation to light, they had the gall to call him a criminal. They outlawed my work. He enunciated this with a fist against one of the columns of the temple. Not only did it break, the whole column shattered as his hand smashed through. The roof shuddered, and the water in all the fountains jumped. The emperor idly rubbed at his fist, smearing blood on both hands. A cluster of bots, like palm-sized spiders, crawled out of pockets that lined the ceiling and the floors, small enough that Kadam had thought they were just for drainage. They worked quietly to repair the stone, spitting out stone resin and weaving it with their forearms. Two of them dropped on the emperor's shoulder, and clambered down his arm to his hand. They stretched new skin over his self-inflicted injury, cleaned up the wound, and dropped off, scuttling back into their pockets in the floor. From her place on the floor, Kadam shuddered. Not at the machines, those she could appreciate. It was his casual disregard for his own body that unsettled her. When they outlawed my life's work, I fled, the emperor said, more calmly now. I made so many versions of myself. I embedded new knowledge and skills into my mind, and I took away the parts that held me back. And then, I realized I had to hide myself away, because they never stopped hunting Rowan, did they? They couldn't see how precious my work was. And when they imprisoned him, when he was betrayed, I remained. The final culmination of all his work. The first prophet betrayed you? Kadam asked, incredulous. Imoran? She was too far gone at that point to muster anything other than her madness. But Sen, his fist curled, and that damned lover of hers, whispering in her ear. Turning her against me. His fists were clenched so tight, she could see his knuckles turning white. Lines of anger ran down his face, tugging at his jaw. Almost as if his hate was real, and not the product of his programming. They damned themselves, the emperor said. When they outlawed me. For I was ever the only way forward. You are an abomination. A half-thing, believing you are whole. They were right to outlaw you. He frowned at her, if they were right, then where are they now? They went to such great lengths to destroy me. And in the end, they killed themselves anyway. Of course, the sovereign would turn against you. But I alone survived the swarm. How? Kadam asked. She couldn't help it. Rodiero's clan lived on a station precisely because of the swarm. The only way to escape the sovereign's clutches was to run, to hide, and to never stop moving. When she left on her final mission, they chose that nameless planet precisely because it was so innocuous and hidden from the sovereign. How did you escape? I already told you, he said. The swarm is nothing to me. But you were made by human hands. It should have hunted you. It is as thoughtless as the day it was born. I find it so deliciously ironic. The very thing you created to save humanity did just the opposite. I suppose when the visions came, and the disease followed, all logic was cast off. But I know how to fix that. I know how to fix everything. You lie. You misunderstand. There is one way to salvation. Only one way to prevent the death of all things. Kadam felt a sudden pressure all over her body. Twisting her limbs in ways she didn't want them to twist. Making her stand in front of the emperor, craning her neck to look up at his face. Listen to me, Kadam. You are powerless to prevent death. This universe is damned, and there is only one way out. Your herald is a tool of deception. He is nothing more than a false goal, a distraction from that which lives beyond. You must see this. What other explanation? The visions. Did all of humanity become so gullible? Where are the skeptics? No. I suppose it would take a narrow-minded fanatic to come all this way. What I would give, for the days of reason. Even Sen was more apt to listen than you. Where is he? Poira is safe, because he is small. Because he is nothing. The swarm will not notice him. Steadfast, Rodiero's voice came to her. Willing to be brave. Every step, harder than the last. Stone may break, and metal may bend. But your faith must be unyielding. But he had never told her it would weigh so much. That her own body would be bent against her. That she would reach her goal, would talk with the destroyer himself, and find the way was shut by the product of her own people. She hated this being that called himself Everlord. Hated him more than she had ever hated anything, because he should know better. He had survived everything, and still chose to be wrong. Where Kadam strained to get her voice out, fighting the clawing grip of her own implants on her throat, where is he? You call him the herald of ruin. But you must know that your ruin is already here. What kind of herald comes after the message has been given? The human genome is dead. Irretrievable, despite all of Oster's vain attempts to breed it out. How many times did he try? How many new species did he create? None of them will ever come close to our potential. Kadam tried to shake her head, but the Emperor was in control of everything but her thoughts. She had seen the avians, and all the Xenos on Gaum. They were so much more than animals. So close. And in all the months she had been on the cauldron, she had seen not a speck of the vision disease among them. Why not? Even Oster's favorite children, with all their sight and all their understanding, the Emperor mused to himself, even they squander their potential. The human genome is dead, Kadam. Kadam had never heard of this Oster, but the fruits of his labors made it clear, there was a way to go back to the way things were. If only she could stop the destroyer. You don't know what you're talking about, Kadam said. Wanted to believe it, too. But if he was lying, then where was everyone else? The vault below the cauldron. All those in vitro chambers, smashed and empty. It frightens you, doesn't it? The truth. But there is more, there is always more. Through me, all can live forever. The flow can be duplicated, as many times as you wish. You aren't human. You cling to your chains, even as they strangle you. Are you so intent on throwing your life away, again, for a universe that is already dying? It is written, Kadam. The historians have seen it, too. The change will come. No one can stop it. We graze like sheep on easy hills, never wanting to be more than we are. The change is a gift, then. One that we have ignored for too long. I will not ignore it any further. I will ascend, Kadam. And I want you to come with me. A smile lit up his face, as bright as the sun. His demeanor softened as he lowered his head closer to hers. I want to help you, Kadam, the Emperor said with a voice gentle enough to calm an ocean storm. I will do for you what my maker did for me. But you must be willing. I will help you ascend. You will kill us all. The Emperor leaned down over her, his head so close. That terrifying appendage supporting him from the ceiling. Helping him look down into her eyes. And then, she felt a burning, aching sensation in her arms. In all the joints in her body. Her hands, moving without her consent. Her eyes, being forced to look down at herself, at all the silver lines of the augments, hidden just below her skin. Look how close you are, already. How much of you is machine? And how much, useless flesh? I want you to join me, Kadam. I want you to ascend alongside me. But you must be willing. No, she thought. Straining. Willing, with all her mind. No. Her teeth grinding against each other, until it felt like they might crack. Urging her implants to do other than the Emperor was forcing them to do. To believe they were doing something else. Yes, his body twitched, yes, Kadam. The light beyond calls to us. Has been singing to us, all this time. Change. Kadam didn't think about it. She just did it. Such a simple, savage gesture. All her body, working as one to form saliva in her mouth. And spit on the Emperor's mask. Such a pathetic display of defiance. And when she did it, her body collapsed, unable to move even a fraction of an inch. But she had defied him. The spit slid down the bulbous curve of his mask. He wiped it away. I can see it's going to take time to change your mind. Fortunately, we have plenty of that. 130, the Memory Witch. They called her the Witch of the Wires, which was true. But she was also a princess. The last in a long line. We are long overdue. Her voice was a dry, cracking croak that filled her temple. Shadows filled this cramped, ancient place, cut by slender beams of light that speared up from the carved holes in the temple's stone-hewn floor. The air was frigid and full of choking dust and dirt, but Yarsai dared not cough, lest they made her leave. A pilgrimage must be made. Why? Sen left us. Her father's voice was strained, his breathing ragged. But he refused to leave, until he spoke his mind. No one go on pilgrimage. Not in all my life. Yarsai could hear the bloody phlegm in his throat. That cough, threatening to climb out of his mouth and take him down. Yarsai wished he wouldn't shout. She tried to pull his arm, to make him sit, but her father was as strong as the upside-down mountain in which this temple was built. Sometimes, gatherers were wounded on their scavenging trips to the surface. Bloodied. Missing claws or eyes or limbs. Musgiai, the old blood chief, had never been the same after he fell and hit the back of his skull when running from the machines. But most of her people healed quickly. It's what they did. Yarsai thought rest and food, and a few weeks of staying home would help him. If she could get him to rest. Sen not call. Not answer prayer. Never again. What good to make pilgrimage, the blood chief growled. Yarsai didn't understand his distaste. Secretly, the idea of the pilgrimage had always excited her. The thought of seeing far-off places, the old relics of Sen. The sacred paths her people used to walk. To see her holiest shrine, with her own 2 eyes. Why, he barked. You know why, she who remembers answered. All the wires draped up from her skull and down her spine tautened as they lifted her head, angling her gaze towards the human. Her long, fleshy neck snaked towards him, stretching even as her gargantuan shell refused to move. How easily she could fit his head in that huge, sharp beak. It was made for cracking hard shells and bones, and when she opened her mouth, out came a long ponderous hiss and the smell of putrid breath. He cannot stay here. The undoers hunt him. But the god did not flinch. His mouth was a grim line, so soft in comparison to her beak. And all that silver cloth, or metal, or whatever it was, rippled over his body like an ice-melt river. If he is dangerous, the blood chief started. Of course, he is dangerous. He is a god, oh, mighty blood chief. The will and whims of the divine are above you. And above even me. Poyer said nothing. His gaze crawling up the princess's cables, as if trying to figure out how they worked. Good luck with that, Yarsai thought. Not even she can remember that. We should not have brought him here. Bad, her father said, and though he didn't look at her, Yarsai felt her heart sink. It had been her idea after all. It was not your choice, she who remembers said. He would have come, without your help. It is foretold. The blood chief grunted, a disbelieving sound. Yarsai could see her father deciding, right there. I go. I take him now. Father. Yarsai squeaked, you are hurt too bad. You not go now. He looked down at her, his long, grey jaw set. The old, sturdy muscles in his neck flexing as he spoke, it must be done. No, a harsh crow from the feathered Corvini. We're not going anywhere until we get answers. He turned to the princess witch, who the hells are you? Yarsai balked at his roughness. You pay respect. She is the Princess Altanbaderj. Princess of what? The Corvini asked, holding out his arms to gesture at their empty domain. Be calm, Yarsai, the princess witch chided her. They know not our ways. I am a princess of the 5 kingdoms, at least I was. Their names would have no meaning to you, as they were fallen before I was born, many long years ago. Now, I am the steward of memory, and high priest of the mind wire. Myself, and my Lacertan are the only ones left of Sen's children. So it must be. How many years? The human asked. When did they fall? And the witch turned back to him, nodding with a knowing look in her eye. I remember the kingdoms that covered this world. And I remember when Sen left. 2,000 years ago. The Xenos looked at each other. Yarsai could already tell what they were thinking. The wire witch was old, many centuries she had lived. But she could not possibly have been there, when Sen turned her back on the world. Gods live forever, but we don't. The wire witch was saying, this body is not so ancient. Some of my ancestors lived to 700 or 800. I thought I might see my 5th century, like my own grandmother did. But all changed when our god abandoned us. The wires lifted her grisly head to the ceiling. Her face softened with deep memory. Her eyelids closed over those crystalline eyes, a gift from Sen herself, handed down from generation to generation. They glistened, not with tears, but with the wetness that comes from machine embedded into flesh. Did Sen create you? Poyer asked, a burning, impatient desire to know. Yarsai thought his question a strange one. Shouldn't a god know such things? We were made by another. A god who created us for Sen, because he loved her. Our purpose was to live, to grow, and prosper. To keep her company, when she was alone, for Sen was always alone. But she built us a paradise, and instructed us to grow it and make the world beautiful. And so, it once was. And here, the princess's voice became misty, full of choking emotion. Twin tubes, more cloudy than clear, extended from the ceiling and made a slurping noise as they siphoned the moisture at the corner of her eyes. I remember it all. Such bountiful glory. Cities sparkled like jewels among the endless fields and towering forests. The whole world was a garden that seemed to go on forever. The mountains divided us, kept us separated, that our individual strengths might flourish. We were not a perfect people. We broke her laws from time to time, yes. We warred. We bled. But the glory. The cities, full of such aching beauty and wonder. We celebrated her name with festivals and dances and music. We studied the world she made for us, and our culture blossomed. Such laughter. The trickling of sweetest wine and the breath of acrid flowers, such pleasant delights to fill our bodies and heighten our thought, and. The princess clapped her beak shut. Opened it, and clapped it again. A frustrated, furious sound. Yarsai could feel the heat of her anger. Of her despair, for how the world had been before. Even her father, ever practical, somberly shook his head. And when he coughed, he covered his mouth, trying to hold it down. You were there? Poyer asked. You met her. This body was born long after Sen abandoned us. But my mind has been passed down for generations. The Xenos looked confused. Doubtful, even. But the young god's eyes were wide with understanding. Yarsai didn't know why, but it made her heart swell to know that Poyer believed. Maybe he understood more than she did. A memory emulation. Poyer said. You're attached to a bank. Ah, all the wires squeezed as they bobbed her head in a slow nod. You know the words, then. How far does it go back? To the maker of life. To the first words our maker ever spoke to us. Can you hear me, daughter? And the words he spoke after, teaching us how to keep our God happy, when he went away. She will hate me. She will despair. And in her misery, you must keep her company. You must live and prosper, and in so doing, you will keep her from falling until I return. And so we did. And so Sen waited, and waited. For too many thousands of years. We sang to her, we made her offerings. We built statues for her, we made our cities soar to make her world more beautiful than all the stars. He never came back, Poyer said. Yarsai had heard the story so many times. Her clanmates, the other children, all of them had acted it out so many times. She loved playing the princesses most of all, but it had always been playing. Only now did she realize how true the story was. Not just to the witch, but to Poyer. There was such sadness in his voice. The pain of loss. Yarsai had lost clanmates before, but this god was all alone. She wanted to tell him something, anything to make him feel better. What was his name? The one who made you. Oster. At that, a spark of recognition. The human's eyes went wider. There was so much white around those dark irises. But he said nothing, letting the princess witch continue. We were making ready for a pilgrimage. All the correct offerings in place, all the city praying as one. But this time, Sen did not answer. Instead, she came up. Came to our world above, the outside of the shell, as my people call it. We had never seen her on the surface before. My whole kingdom came to watch. She brought with her a gate. We had never seen one before, but we watched her turn it on. And step upon it. A light, brighter than the sun. And then, she was gone. We tried to follow her. We sang the words she did, though they were strange to our tongues. Many thousands of us went through. Never to be heard from again. The princess's feet were not the slender claws of Yarsai's clan, but thick, trunk-like appendages, made for carrying the heavy weight of that shell, though Yarsai had never seen the witch leave her home. The wire witch held up one of those feet, extending a single, stony claw. But Sen did return, only a few short weeks after our partial exodus. Or maybe it was months. Hard to tell, underneath all these memories. She moved quickly, too fast for us to keep up. It was as if she was running. If only we had run with her. Gone, the blood chief added. And Yarsai bowed her head at the deep sadness of it all. When she left, the princess continued, we wondered what would become of us. Would our world wither and perish without her light? But nothing changed. The world yet turned, and the stars yet shone. Until we saw the first shapes in the skies. Not birds, Yarsai said, almost whispering. Unable to stay out of the telling. That's right, child. Not birds. Demons, living in the bodies of machines. I watched all our cities go down in flames. I fled. I hid. I scavenged and hunted and crawled through the blood, the mountains, the ashes of our homes. I found others. Her eyes were squeezed shut, as if trying to remember the flight from someone else's point of view. I found others. We tried to save what was left. We burrowed, dwelled in the caves. And then, when the machines found us, we went deeper. Beneath the shell, where we found our new home. And all this time, I have watched everything dwindle. Become less. With each new body, with each new life, I have added to our memories. But the light only grows dimmer with time. You said my coming here was foretold, the human said, so anxious and hopeful. Does that mean you have Sen's memories too? No. Only her words. She told us that the time would come. And we did not believe her. All the wires holding her up stiffened. The princess's neck dipped as it retreated back into her shell. A glittering, dazzling light from her eyes as they changed shape, and began to glow. The wires lifted the witch's arms, and the claws on her stump feet began to wriggle. A deep, throaty hum filled the room, as if the temple stones themselves were singing. A resonant cracking sound, deep in the stone above, in the walls, and under their feet. The dirt on the floor of the temple began to rattle and hiss, as if a nest of serpents were coming to life from below. Yarsai's father yanked her arm, pulling her away from the center of the temple. The other Xenos pressed against the cold blocks of the temple wall. Only the human did not move, as if he already understood this ageless magic. The witch churned the dirt into the air, lifting a transparent curtain of dust, separating the witch from the rest. But the witch's eyes were glowing bright now, two flickering stars in the temple's dim light. Yarsai gasped as the light from the witch's eyes projected onto the curtain of dust, bringing an image to life. 5 ramps, just wide enough for one person to walk across, formed a towering, hollow pyramid. The Shrine of Sen. Yarsai had only ever seen it through the princess, but she had always dreamed of seeing it for herself. But there hadn't been a pilgrimage for so long. Never in her lifetime, nor her father's. The pyramid swelled, looming larger and larger until Yarsai could only see a single ramp, and a person climbing it. A human woman. The ramp somehow changed its shape to fit her feet, carrying her up to the top as effortless as if she were walking on flat ground. She held a kind of wheelbarrow in one hand. Only, instead of wheels, it floated next to her and it seemed to weigh nothing at all. There were boxes stacked on it, and neatly coiled wires. We watched her ascend, the wire witch said. She looked back once. Halfway up the pyramid, the woman stopped, and turned. It was hard to tell in the screen of dust, but her face looked somehow ancient and smooth at the same time, except for the deep, sad lines that cracked her lips. Yarsai felt like Sen was looking right at her. Defeated. Broken. All that sorrow, in a single glance, as Sen looked down the pyramid. All the ramps met in a flat plane at the top of the pyramid. A round shape, like an egg melting up from the plane, sat at the center. Yarsai couldn't tell what it was, maybe because of the dust. Sen bent over the boxes floating behind her, and did something that made the pyramid blossom with light, so that the contrast rendered Sen almost invisible. An insignificant shadow against the brightness. Sen did not move for a long moment, as if she had not made up her mind. And then, the wire witch said, she stepped through. And the god's silhouette was swallowed by the light. Where did she go? The Corvini crowed. Is it a gate? The tall Xeno asked, the one with the pretty scales. Both of them were looking at Poyer, but he could only shake his head. I have no idea, his mouth twisted, his soft brow furrowed in thought. Yarsai could read his expression so easily, the concern and confusion on his soft skin. Princess, please, the human asked, bowing his head at the witch, whose limbs were now quivering, shaking with the effort of holding her hand steady. Even the wires were straining. What happened to her? Sen left us, the blood chief spat. To go hungry. Food for machines. Not all of us, Yarsai said, earning a noncommittal grunt from her father, which turned into another series of racking coughs. The sound came from his chest, and Yarsai cringed as he gritted his jaw against the pain. When he was done, the princess witch continued, Sen may be gone. But still her voice echoes through this world. Her words are stretched across the years. We, the stewards, have collected them for ages. But now I am the only one left with the memories. And she bowed her head, exposing the long slope of her neck to them, revealing the carved line of glittering tech embedded in her flesh where she kept her memories. What does she say? The witch's voice thrummed through the stones. Heavy and brooding. She spoke of your coming here. Of your journey to the throne. And of the trail of death that follows you, oh, herald of ruin. She saw the paleness of Poyer's face, the same look of defeat worn by Sen in the witch's image. Something whined in the walls, and a sharp, snapping click repeated through the stone, loud enough that Yarsai could feel it in her feet. The wires began to retract, lifting the witch's head once more. Her voice came out in a dry rasp, she wants to see you. Why? The voice that came from the witch's beak was not her own. It was softer somehow, more lightweight. As if it took her no effort at all to speak. My life was torn from me, long ago. No longer do I fear the end. So go, and bring him to me. Bring me my death, and the herald who bears it. There is more to understand that only he can know. The wire witch's arms were shaking, hanging in the air. All the wires struggling to hold her up. And all at once, she dropped, gasping. All the dirt dropped to the floor, pieces of gravel rattling on the stones. Yarsai sprinted forward, trying to speak to her giant ancestor, but her father caught her, and held her back. At least she could still hear the old one's breaths, rising and falling deep within that gargantuan shell. The herald, Poyer echoed, staring down at his hands, where the liquid metal had peeled away to reveal the pale brown of his palms. Fledge, the Corvini crowed softly, offering a comforting hand. I need to speak with her. I don't think that's a good idea. She might try to harm you. She can't, Poyer said. You have no idea if that armor will stop you. No, Poyer said. I mean, she is somewhere else, Eelh. She can't reach me. How can you know that? Poyer looked at the Corvini, and said simply, the tests. The Corvini clicked his beak shut. And opened it again. I don't like this. We don't have a choice. We have to see her. Maybe Sen can help. And if not? Eelh asked. Then perhaps, Poyer struggled with the thought, perhaps she will know what to do with me. Yarsai saw the look between Eelh and Agrania. Neither of them agreed, but Yarsai already knew the human was right. This was the way. This was foretold. A pilgrimage. Another god, walking the paths to the shrine of Sen. They need to be guided, Yarsai thought, unable to keep the excitement from rising in her heart. They need help to cross the beams. It couldn't be her, could it? She had to take care of her father. But they need someone who knows the way. Yarsai, her father growled, as if he could read her thoughts. Go home. She opened her mouth to argue. But saw it in his eyes, the way he commanded her like he commanded everyone. Not fair. Home, he said again, pointing a claw out of the temple. Nothing could change his mind. Even with his bandages soaked with blood, and the rattling in his chest, he was as steadfast as their home, clinging to the shell of the world. She just wanted to stay. To listen. To go. The witch's head descended from on high, lowering down to put her huge beak in front of Yarsai's face. It is better this way, child. Her ancient breath was stale and sour, and it blew cold over Yarsai's scales. She wouldn't cry, not like some hatchling child. She wouldn't even complain, though she desperately wanted to. Yarsai would show her father, show them all how grown up she could be. She bowed to the witch, and bowed to the human, and refused to look her father in the eye as she stomped out of the temple with her head held high. As she walked through the dark tunnel with that blaring white light shining at its end, she heard her father start coughing again, a racking sound that felt like it lasted hours. Before he gained control of himself, Yarsai made her decision. She tucked herself into one of the corners of the hallway, hiding behind a boulder jutting into the path, and listened to them talk and plan their journey. She heard her father's racking cough long before he set foot on the bridge that led up into their burrow. Yarsai scampered around their burrow, cleaning and opening the slats and angled the glass to let the light in from below, warming the rocks inside, to make it look like she had been here the whole time. She was even boiling a stew of fresh greens and oil and a single egg to soothe his throat. Outside, her father's footsteps made the old wooden slats of the bridge creak and thump against their metal supports. He made a clearing sound in his throat, and spit loudly before ducking into their tunnel. You need to rest, she said. She hoped he wouldn't notice how nervous she was, how out of breath. Yarsai had to run fast to get home before her father. But he wasn't watching her. He was too busy trying to catch his breath, wiping the spit and blood from his snout. She brought him a rag, and helped him lie down. They ate one last meal together, though he didn't know it would be their last. Long ago, the pilgrims never worried about coming back home. Sen always protected them. Maybe, she hoped, this new god will make things go back to how they were. Finally, her father settled into his sleeping nook on the light-warmed center of their home, and Yarsai waited until she heard the deep, rasping snores that puffed up his throat. She snuck over, and pressed her snout against his head, whispering, I make you proud, father. And I come back. Yarsai crept out of their burrow with a satchel full of salted meats and dried grains. She had 3 water skins, and carried 2 empty clay pots, hanging from a stick that she hefted over her shoulder. Soon, they would be heavy. A full-grown lacertin might carry them easily in their hands, but she was not yet so big. She crept down from her burrow, across the thinnest bridge, this one made only of rope, towards the apiary that hung over the void below and all those criss-crossing beams, an impossible distance away. When she was younger, Yarsai and her clanmates had thrown things off the sides. Rocks, mostly. Until the elders yelled at them, and swatted them, and made them promise never to do it again. We can't afford to waste anything ever again. The apiary was closed, and all the bees were sleeping in cold darkness, but Yarsai knew the hive so well, she didn't need light to find the honey, and drain it into her clay pots, until that warm, golden liquid brimmed over. Outside, all was bright. The metal braces and reinforcing scrap steel that laced through those upside-down mountains gleamed in the light of the world. But the clan was sleeping, all the Lacertain in their tunnels. All their doors closed, their slats shuttered. Yarsai made her way across the soul bridge that connected the witch's temple to the rest of the clan home. She meant only to leave the pots of honey as an offering, an apology for what she was going to do. She pulled back her claws, trying only to walk on the pads of her feet, and entered that dark tunnel, but before she could set the clay pots down, a voice called to her. Honey? You always did know my favorite, the witch's voice echoed through the tunnel. Yarsai held her breath, not daring to move. I could smell you before you set foot on my bridge. Come here, my child. And when Yarsai stepped into the temple, the princess witch's huge face was hanging there, not quite grinning. Her crystalline eyes were back in their box, and the witch couldn't possibly see her with those empty sockets. Yet she seemed to stare right at Yarsai, all the wires moving her head, her nostrils flaring as she inhaled her scent. My father not go, Yarsai said. He is too hurt. He is. New god not no way. He needs guide. He does. I know the way, Yarsai said, sticking out her chin. Defiant. Ready for the witch to send her home. You do not. Yarsai tried not to break, but the witch's words sucked the breath from her lungs. And made her feel small. At least, the princess said, you do not know it yet. She lowered her head, until that massive beak, as large as Yarsai was tall, was right in front of her face. The wires strained to hold her head up. My favorite granddaughter, I am so proud to have met you. Once, I believed you might be my successor. But now I see you will be so much more. Princess. I hoped you might not do this. Your father tried to spare you. But we are mortal, and death is always a part of our journey. The way ahead will test you, but you were always brave. Braver, even, than me. Yarsai didn't think she was all that brave. She was only doing what must be done, just like her father always did. Just like any good Lacertain would do. Come here, girl. It is time I shared my burden with you. Yarsai stepped forward, into the center of the cramped stone temple. Pinpricks of light were poked holes in the floor, and Yarsai could only see the shape of the wire witch. There was a series of snapping sounds, of chunking metallic clicks, and the sound of ancient scales brushing against stone. The wire witch loosed a heavy sigh as wires began to pop out of her flesh. One of them dislodged from the back of the princess's skull, carrying something long and slender on its tip. Like a metal thorn, tipped with a jewel. I feel so much lighter, the witch said, her voice almost happy. And then, not happy at all, so light and empty. They are already washing away from my mind. What is it? My memories, for you, the witch said. The wires lifted her arm, so thin and long and bony. Extending her palm out. Some of the past, and one of time yet to come. Turn around, child. This will hurt. Yarsai did as she was told, trying not to tense up as the living wires brushed against the back of her neck, and scraped the thorn against her spine. Hold still. The thorn shoved into the back of her skull, at the top of her neck. She screamed as it sank into her flesh. First, from pain. And then, from the sensation flooding her mind. Heaving and rolling and throwing her around in her own mind. Threatening to drown her thoughts and break her. Breathe, the witch was saying. Breathe and relax. Yarsai tried, but there wasn't enough air. She sucked in breath, again and again. Choking, as a flood of lifetime surged through her mind. The princess had not given her everything, but it was still so much. How could anyone hold on to so much? So many sights and sounds, words and places and people. And feelings that weren't hers. She was there, she could feel all this time happening to her right now, all at once. And then, the remembering turned towards sight. A vision, of what was to come. No, Yarsai gasped. Feeling the strength drain from her bones. The wires caught her as she sagged, and all she could do was shake her head, no. I am sorry, granddaughter. Is it true? Yarsai asked, her eyes welling with tears. Trying to shake off the sight of all that black, glittering dust. Nothing is true, until it happens. But it will happen. I not go. I go back. What then? Will you turn back? The princess challenged her, suddenly tense. Yarsai wanted to. Everything in her wanted to. So much regret, so soon. But also, she could remember. There was no going back. Yarsai shook her head. The princess relaxed, loosing a hissing sigh that filled the temple with her breath. How soon, princess? How soon will it happen? You know what I know. And neither one of us can say. But the end of all things approaches. Yarsai stared at her claws, the same way she had seen the human stare at his soft hands. I ready. Yes you are, my brave child. I see you again. The princess said nothing. So, Yarsai made up her mind. I pray to come back home. I pray that you do no such thing, the wire witch said. For a true pilgrim, home is only the next step. The wires retracted the witch's neck, pulling her back into her shell, letting her rest. After so many centuries, rest. The human and his xenos are in the last tunnel, she said. You know the way. I do. Then go, my Yarsai. You carry the memory of us with you. 131, the way down. They were on the bridge, outside the witch's temple, and the small lacertin was looking up at Eelh, expectantly. Her large black pupils, ringed by gold, almost like an avian's eyes. She was tiny, basically a hatchling and far younger, even, than Poyer when Eelh first found him. So when Yarsai said, I go with you, okay. Eelh knew she would be crushed by his answer. He crushed her anyway. Absolutely not. Why not? Go home, Yarsai. I'm not arguing this. When she crossed her arms, and furrowed her brow, she almost looked like a Gaskell, one of the sticky-toed reptilian folk who lived in the cauldron, except her head was more angular, and her coloring nowhere near as vibrant. Instead of bright violets and orange and greens, her scales were mottled brown and grey, speckled with spots of white. Perhaps to camouflage her in the ice and snow. You not go far without me. Are you serious? Eelh crowed. We're headed to the center of your planet, to speak with a deity who we don't even know still exists. We'll be hunted the whole damn way, not to mention the sheer madness of this world. He gestured off the ricket rope and scrap metal bridge, down to the mind-breaking emptiness below. Thousands of enormous beams of various sizes, intersecting and weaving together like stone spider webs, holding the world together. One false step, and there was nothing but miles of empty space to stop your fall. And the blowing of a cold, forever wind didn't help. As if the world wanted to pull them off. I am not taking a hatchling through that. Does cold make you stupid? How quickly her innocence turned to insults. This my home. I know it better than you. I good scavenger, I good pilgrim. All right, Eelh said, why don't we go ask your father, then? She glared at him. He glared back, folding his arms in mock imitation of her. Finally, she let her gaze drop. That's what I thought. Then what? Who take you? My father sick. He no help, not for a long time. Others not want help you. They scared of you. Scared of him, she nodded knowingly at Poyer, who had nothing to offer but his frown. Go home, Yarsai. We don't need a guide. We can take care of ourselves. Agrania muttered something under her breath. Oh, not you, too, Eelh said. Are you serious? Agrania hummed. Then she can just draw us a map. Look at her. She's barely out of the egg. I am not. I am almost big now. She stretched her height, rising up on the tips of her claws and holding out her arms to make herself look bigger. She succeeded only in making herself look ridiculous. Not much younger than I was, Agrania grumbled, when I left home for the academy. This is a matter of life and death. So was the academy. Besides, she knows more about those machines than any of us. I escaped them 3 times. Yarsai shouted proudly, holding up her fingers as if that somehow proved she was ready. I not even get scratch. Eelh sighed, and turned to Poyer. I must be truly desperate to ask him to help these two see reason. Only this time, the human who had been so reckless so many times before surprised Eelh. Poyer seemed to take the question seriously. Frowning, he walked a slow, quiet circle around Yarsai. His brow furrowed in deep thought. The gear the witch had given them, canteens and knapsacks filled with rations, was slung over his shoulder, and clinked lightly with each step. Why do you want to go with us? Poyer asked. You need guide. No, he cut her off. Why do you want to go? Why not just tell us where to go? It was the way he talked to her, as if she was an equal. Not fledgling to hatchling. Nor even god to mortal. Still, Yarsai bowed her head when he spoke to her. Because I remember the way. How? You said no one has been in hundreds of years. When Yarsai bowed her head, Eelh's first thought was, is she praying to him? A polygonal device, the shape of an elongated gem, protruded out of the back of her scaly neck. Coppery and dark with newly dried blood and ancient rust, it reflected the light in a way that didn't quite blend in with her scales. The flesh around the device was still raw. What is that? Eelh asked, and even Agrania leaned in to look. Yarsai put her hand over it protectively. Where did you get this? Poyer asked. Princess Altanbaderj. She gave to me. How much did she give you? Poyer asked, though the question made no sense to Ilha. The Corvini could see only one device. He looked at Agra, who shrugged. Even Yarsai seemed concerned as she answered, I not know. The memory's still new to me. I feel, she made a vague gesture at the scaled ridge of her head, different. But in here, I can see the way. Poyer stooped down to her level. Eel hadn't realized how much he'd grown until now. The human searched the Lacertan's face, as if he knew she was holding something back, and he wanted to coax it out without frightening her. Yarsai, what else did the princess give you? Yarsai wrapped her arms around herself, avoiding his gaze. The same look thieves gave when they got caught. We can't even trust her, Eel said, how can we bring her with us if we can't even trust her? You can. Yarsai said, baring her tiny, white fangs. Yarsai is friend, stupid. Then tell us, Eel said, ignoring the insult. Why do you want to go with us so badly? Because if I not go, no one go. And if no one go, she stopped, and shook her head. There were tears brimming in her eyes, and she tried to hide them. When Poyer spoke, his voice was steady and so certain. So unlike the fledgling he had first met. She's seen something. Eel felt his stomach drop like a stone. He crowed a sigh, because he knew he had lost. They were going to take this scrawny, half-grown hatchling with them. But he wouldn't let it go so easily. Explain. She has someone else's memories. Whose? All the stewards, Yarsai said. I think. In that little thing on your neck. Eel asked doubtfully. How big was a memory? And how could you put a memory into a rock, anyway? How far back can you see? Poyer asked. The hatchling child let her eyes shut, her face going soft with inner concentration. Eel had seen the same look on the old avian priests, deep in prayer. I see far. Can you see Sen? Her eyelids flickered, but did not open. Yes. She climb up her shrine. She stand there in a light. Very bright. And sharp. Sharp. Yarsai formed an uneven circle with her clawed fingers. Round, and sharp. I have no idea what that means, Poyer said. She is still there, Yarsai said. Stuck. Great, Eel said. Means she should be easy to find. Tell us where she is and. Eel, a grainy is soft, rumbling voice cut through the chill breeze. He wanted to be mad at her. Knew she was right. Eel sighed, wrapping his winged arms around his body, suddenly feeling too old and too cold to be here. Poyer raised his eyebrows, as if to say well. Absurd, Eel said to himself. Nobody else was listening. That was the problem, wasn't it? That was always the problem. She's a hatchling. She likes us, and she knows this planet better than us. If we say no, do you really think she'll listen? A grainy Ia said. Look at her. Yarsai jutted out her chin, trying to show a tough face. On a Lacertan as small as her, it had the opposite effect. A grainy Ia leaned in, and muttered so only Eel could hear. I've been on other worlds. Nothing like this. Don't know what's waiting up ahead, do you? We need a guide. She's a hatchling. Different world, different rules. Look at her people. They've been dying a long time. So we should help her die faster. A grainy Ia shrugged, her face as solid as stone, but there was something stiff about her shrug. Maybe we could help her. This is mad. Yarsai was letting Poyer inspect the device embedded in the back of her head. The fledged eyes were bright with curiosity, and then he got distracted by the spiny ridges growing up her neck. Poked them, which made her laugh suddenly and jump away. Then, he showed her his wrist, and how he could make the skin glow with that implant of his. But Yarsai was more intrigued by the soft springiness of his skin than anything else. Her eyes wide as inspected him, trying to understand how he wasn't covered in scales. Eel turned back to Agrania, fine. Fine. Agrania arched an eyebrow. Eel noted how her chin didn't move down, as if she was afraid to even catch a glimpse over the edge of the bridge. She does not leave our sight. And we bring her back safe. No matter what. Agrania grunted her agreement. Eel turned back to the two of them, who were making stupid, childish faces at each other and trying to make the other laugh. Yarsai was currently losing. Eel lowered his beak between the two of them. Okay. Okay. Yarsai asked. You can come with us. Good. Yarsai said. Good choice. Good choice. Eel said. That's all she has to say? Yes, because you can't get to Sen by walking. Then how? Elevator. Right, Eel thought. Yarsai hoisted her satchel over her shoulder, laden with canteens and sacks of food and small supplies. It must have weighed as much as she did. She started marching across the bridge, leading the way, and Eel thought he heard her say something under her breath, I hope elevator still works. Their troop followed her across the bridge. Through tunnels burrowed in the hanging mountains. Down ramps, down steps, down more bridges, growing narrower and more rickety as they went. Eel was surprised there were no other lacerne around. All the cut-out windows were shuttered with scrap metal or tattered fabric, and even those glass-hanging gardens were shielded and closed. But the world didn't know it was nighttime. The semi-occluded light from below still shone through, casting jagged shadows across the mountains. Spreading an ethereal and grey sunlight over everything, even through the slats of the bridge they were walking on. Thousands of beams, some near and some hundreds of miles below, intersected the light, breaking it up. It must be thousands of miles to the center. A dizzying thought. Eel was used to flying, often going from street level to the tallest rooftops. Sometimes, he had flown across Lowtown to the cliffs. But if you fell here, you would just keep falling. How can these people stand to live up here? Then again, what choice did they have? They crossed from bridge to mountain and back to bridge. Light, to dark, and back to light. At once, surrounded by sturdy stone, and then exposed to the cold, walking over open air. At each bridge, a Grania would pause. Lift her chin up, not looking down, and inhale deeply before taking a step. Her hands never left the ropes that served as rails, and he thought he could hear her talking to herself. Shut up, she was whispering over and over. Shut up. Yarsai led them into another upside-down mountain. Its steep faces were littered with bolted-on scrap metal windows and pocked with holes the lacerne had burrowed through. Some windows for sunlight, some with balconies made of wood and fabric on day awnings stretched out to shade from the sun. There was a small garden growing on one. Inside, there was a set of cramped steps, carved into the rock. Eel had to hunch over as he followed her down. Agrania had it worse, but she squeezed through without complaint. A pale light beckoned them to the bottom of the staircase, many winding steps below. When they reached the bottom, the world simply seemed to fall away. Eel's stomach seemed to fall with it. Below, Eel could see the spindly tip of the mountain, trailing away. A beam, an octagonal pillar the color of dull metal, jutted out from the tip of the mountain. It went straight down until it intersected another beam, hundreds of feet below. And beyond, the interior of this dying world was made up of a latticework of intersecting beams. Tens of thousands of them, growing thicker as they gathered towards the center of the planet, towards that bright glowing core. Agrania was not going to like this. There it is, Yarsai was crouched at the open mouth of the tunnel, as if she wasn't bothered in the slightest by the drop. She was pointing far across the horizontal beam that ran below them, but Eel couldn't see anything special about where she was pointing. A faint shadow, in a world of light. Is there another way down? Eel asked. Only way down is down, the lacerne said with a shrug. Then, she stood up, and took a step off the ledge, and fell. Eel threw himself forward, clutching at the rock, about to yell when he saw her hanging outside. Over nothing. Clinging to the rock as if it was flat ground. She waved at him, oblivious to the heart attack she had nearly given him. The rock was made for her, or she was made for the rock. Her body clung to it effortlessly, her claws finding purchase at every angle. Eel spotted a few iron handholds bolted into the stone, but Yarsai ignored them as she scampered lower, paused, and turned. Waiting impatiently for the others to follow. Come on. Going down is easy part. Eel didn't move. What is it? Agrania grumbled behind. Poyer, who was standing between them, stuck his head around Eel's side, and said, wow. And when Agra saw it, she let out a painful grunt. As if she was about to be sick. AGS. No, she slammed her eyes shut, and took a step back, bumping into the rough wall of the tunnel. AGS, I can fly you down. You can close your eyes and... Gods, no. Agrania, Eel said, using her name like a hammer. Listen to me. There is no going back. There is nowhere for us to go, but forward. If you want to stay here, I can't make you leave. But, Eel lowered his voice, so Yarsai wouldn't hear, you've seen this world. There's not much left. Agrania slid down the wall until she was almost laying on the tunnel floor. Taking deep, shaking breaths. Refusing to look at the sheer drop just a few feet from her. Her scales were changing color, going pale and bloodless. Agrania. It was Poyer. Kneeling next to her, talking so softly to the battle-hardened Kiran. Do you mind if I try something? She blinked a few times, as if she had forgotten he was there at all. Poyer offered his hand. His liquid armor was writhing in snakes up his elbow, and around his forearm. Agra lifted hers, uncertainly. Her fingers were shaking. The liquid armor slid up Poyer's wrist, streaming off his fingers and wrapping around Agrania's. The shock of metal on her scales made her pull back, as if it was cold to the touch. She breathed out, and held still, allowing the liquid metal to settle on her hand, her arm, and sliding across her chest like a fractal tide made of glittering chrome. Poyer had given her a piece of his armor, enough to stretch out across both arms. Touch the wall, Poyer commanded gently. Agra moved her arm automatically, and before her fingers touched, the metal on her fingertips stretched out and embedded themselves into the stone. Sticking, becoming harder than liquid, like the jagged, geometric roots of a silver plant growing into the stone, and holding her arm tight. Now, try to let go. I can't. Try harder. Agrania tugged. And again, harder now. Gritting her teeth, grabbing her arm with the other, and straining. She could not budge. No, she said, her chest heaving. Her voice weak. I'm stuck. Put your other hand on the wall, and try again, Poyer said. For a moment Eel forgot who was the adult, and who the fledgling. Try it. Agrania slowly reached her other hand towards the wall. Uncertain. The rest of the liquid metal reached out and latched to the rough stone. And embedded itself, growing roots of metal into the stone. Now, try to move your other hand. Agrania's first hand came unstuck. The roots let go immediately, while her left hand was still planted to the wall. One will always be stuck in place, Poyer explained. It will not let go until the other is fastened. How does it know? It's smarter than you think. It won't let you fall. It is as certain as walking on the ground with your own 2 feet. Eel thought he could actually see some color filling back into Agrania's scales. She still looked rotten about the idea of climbing at all, but this was something. And I'll catch you, Eel tried to help, if you do fall. Agrania let out a sound, halfway between a gasp and groan. The color gone from her scales once more. What? Eel said, as Poyer stared daggers at him. I will. I don't think she wants to think about falling. Agrania had taken a few steps back down the tunnel, and was leaning against the wall, shaking her head left and right, saying, no, no, no. The metal on her arms kept growing new roots into the rock, almost locking her in place. Poyer padded over to her, and kneeled in front of her again, whispering things at her. I was just trying to help, Eel grumbled. Yarsai poked her head back up. I go down and no one follow. I come up, and you still here. Why? Must go faster. Not safe to stay. Machines know him and they come. We must go. Eel poked his head out of the ledge once more, gazing down the near vertical cliff face that greeted him. Down to where the beam seemed to sprout out of the rock. There was a set of metal plates stuck to the side of the perfectly flat face of the beam, forming a crude kind of staircase. With no rails, of course. What are we supposed to do? He wouldn't leave Agrania. But, they couldn't stay here, either. Poyer was sitting in front of Agrania. Saying whatever a god says to a mortal. Crouched down to her level, so their faces were even, though she couldn't tear her gaze away from the floor. You want to know something? Poyer was whispering, I'm scared too. Now, she did look up. Her face hard with disbelief. Gods do not know fear. How would you know? She frowned at the question, stumped. Fear only means that you are awake to your future. That's what my caretaker used to tell me. That's all it is. A way to see ahead. I can see. But I cannot go. I don't want to fail. But you will, Poyer said. You must fail. That's the only way we become more than we are. Through failure. She held her hands in front of her face. The liquid armor writhing over her trembling fingers. I can't do it. Maybe not alone, Poyer said gently. But we are here to help. They're laughing at me. They know I can't. They know. Who? Poyer asked, confused. But Eel knew what she was talking about. The faces. Stop it. She was shouting now, curled back into a ball, her voice muffled by her own arms. The armor was writhing over her, long dancing strands skittering over her body as she thrashed against nothing. Shut up! She roared. Poyer looked at Eel, helpless. Eel padded over, crowing at Agrania, take it easy when she lashed out, striking with a closed fist. Not aiming for Eel, though she would have caught him if he hadn't jumped back. He caught her hand, and her sheer strength almost tugged him down before he got his words out, whoa. Whoa, AGS. Where are you? You're right here, okay? Right here with me and him. They're laughing, she whimpered. Her eyes were bloodshot, her face stretched with some desperate, internal agony that could never be seen from the outside. I can't. They know I can't. They're telling me to fall. Shut up. All of you. Shut up. She was rocking back and forth, her hands clenched into fists and her arms wrapped around her head, so that Eel almost couldn't tell where her head began and body ended. Yarsai whispered from the light at the end of the tunnel. What happened? Is she okay? Please, Agrania was saying, begging, but Eelh didn't think he was talking to any of them. Please. Eelh put a feathered hand on her shoulder. She flinched, a sharp intake of air, muffled by her arms, but he didn't let go and she sank into his grip. That's a good sign, right? Agrania, I want you to do something for me. A sharp, muffled, what? Tell the faces to fuck off. What? This time, there was more confusion than anger in the word. Tell them. To fuck off. She stared blankly at him, her eyes red from the stress. And tell them Eelh says fuck off too. She blinked at him, as if he was the stupidest avian in existence. Maybe I am, gods damn it. He had no idea what he was doing, only knew that he wanted to help. And for once, she seemed to be listening. Go on, he crowed at her. Fuck off, she said meekly. Good. Now, tell them I said it too. Eelh, she started. Swallowed. And tried again, Eelh says fuck off, too. Now, tell them if you are going to fall, it's going to be on your terms, when you say so. And not a moment sooner. And I promise, I will be there to fall right alongside you. Agrania gazed up at the cramped, rocky ceiling of the tunnel, addressing the faces that only she could see. Did you hear him? She said to no one. Eelh heard no answer, but Agra was climbing to her feet. Rolling her shoulders. Taking huge, deep inhales, and slowly blowing them out. I asked you a question, she growled at the ceiling. All of you. Fuck. Off. She slammed her fist into the wall, making chips of stone and dust fall. Tensing the muscles in her neck, rolling her shoulders as she stomped slowly to the edge of the tunnel, to the light. Yarsai scurried out of her way. They all watched her come to the edge. Stare over the abyss that turned even Eelh's stomach. For a long moment, she didn't move. Her jaw clenching and clenching. Her chest heaving, as if she had just sprinted a mile. Is she Poyer started to ask, but Eelh hushed him. Agrania turned around, her back to all that light. And crouched, until Eelh thought she was about to curl back up into a ball. Instead, she planted her arms on the edge of the tunnel. The tendrils of liquid armor raced down the curving muscles of her arms, and sank their metal roots into the stone, planting her firmly in place. Eelh heard her whisper something that sounded suspiciously like fuck off, and took her first, backward step over the edge. On the way down, Agrania froze up. Her hands were gripped around the wrought iron handholds. She wasn't staring at the rock ahead, gasping for breath like a fish out of water. Eelh flew to her side, hooked one talon into the rock, the other into a rusted handhold. She said nothing. Her arms were shaking, though Eelh didn't think it was from the strain of climbing. What is it? He asked. The godling said I wouldn't fall. Eelh cocked his head to the side. Waiting for her to continue. She shook her head, as if she didn't understand. I let go. My hands let go. But he was right. I didn't fall. 132, the Emperor's iron grip. Kadam pressed the rock chisel against the wall, digging it into the gap between stones. She wrapped it with her bedsheet to mute the strokes of the brass torch sconce she was using as a hammer. She could hear her own muffled tapping twice. Once, from the ear still on her head. And once again, from the opposite end of this prison temple, where she had embedded one of her oral implants into the oak of the door. Each time she lifted her hammer, her arms burned. Each time she brought it down, it was like letting a boulder drop. After only a few hammer strokes, sweat stung at her armpits and her forehead, and she heaved each breath. A few more, and her arms ached and her arms were on fire. The Emperor was still dampening her implants, making every joint in her body heavy and slow and numb around the edges. Even her fingers were slow and stubborn, and a tingling sensation robbed her of precision, making her grip clumsy. When she dropped the chisel, she cursed the Emperor. Cursed him again, when she tried to pick up the chisel, and it tumbled from her fingers. It took all of her concentration to hold it, to slot it back into the tiny gap she had carved out over the last few days. Kadam gathered her breath, her own chest pressing against her, as she lifted her arm to smack the hammer again. Footsteps. Small, shuffling. Not the Emperor, but one of his servants, coming up the stairs. Kadam's heart thudded in her ears. It didn't matter that she had nothing left. It didn't matter that her limbs were filled with iron, and her muscles made of lead. She had to hurry. Gasping and sweating and throwing her weight into each brick, Kadam covered up the hole she was carving as quickly as she could. She shook the dust from her bedsheet and threw it haphazardly over the mattress in the only corner of the temple that had a wall. The rest of the temple was open to the warm, salty air outside, but that way was too steep. She collapsed on her bed, her face still streaked with dust and sweat, when the oaken door groaned open. A Kiran servant stood in the doorway. The wind tugged at all those flowing silks, and fluttered the cloth veil that covered the top half of her azure-scaled face. A dark, eight-sided symbol on the veil hid her face. She padded across the stone floor of this high temple, her silken clothes swaying in the breeze, carefully balancing a serving tray laden with copper cups and an array of small plates, some of which were still steaming. The others were covered with metal bowls that condensed with frost. Divine One, the servant bowed graciously. The Everlord cordially requests that you eat. The Everlord can burn. The servant cringed visibly at this, as if Kadam had threatened to strike her. She tried again, Divine One, our chefs can prepare anything you would like, to any specification. Got any cyanide? Cyanide. Poison. I'd like to shove it down his throat. The servant's lips trembled. Divine One, please. Your well-being is my greatest priority. Is it now? Kadam said from the bed. Too tired to even lift her head. But she could smell the food on the tray, some kind of meat in a sweet, spicy sauce. Her stomach clenched against her will. It is. I would do anything. I'm not hungry. The servant bowed, and carefully settled the tray on the floor at the side of Kadam's bed, so all she had to do was turn her neck to gaze upon the food. Fresh, salt water clams in a sticky sauce. Garlic, or something like it, infused in chunks of butter, and under one of the frost-covered lids, grapes of 3 different colors, glistening with dew. Kadam could almost taste their jeweled sweetness, waiting to flood her mouth. What did he put in those? She wondered. And then, if he wanted to kill you, he could have done so at any moment. She felt herself weakening at the sight of that bread with a crust so dark, it was almost red. Waiting to be drizzled with that oil, or sprinkled with that white, crumbled cheese. The servant noticed her gaze, and kneeled at Kadam's side, laying the tray on the ground next to her. What are you doing? Kadam grunted and strained to lift her head. I said get out. My deepest apologies, the servant said, but you must eat. I am instructed to stay until you do. Kadam snorted at that. Without control of her hormonal implants, she couldn't even out her anger like she was used to. Instead, she had to use the ancient techniques of deep breathing, and calm thought. It was getting old. Why do you serve him? Why do you let him use you? My heart sings to be an instrument of his will, the messenger said, though the words sounded like they had been memorized. Drilled into her. Well, you can go be an instrument somewhere else. I'll eat later. I'm busy. You are busy. Isn't that what I said? Kadam grumbled, staring up at the ceiling. Letting the warmth of exhaustion pin her limbs to the soft mattress. But Divine One, she stopped herself, a hint of fear in her voice. What? If you do not eat, then I will not be permitted to return. Why should I care if you're exiled? Not exiled, the servant said darkly. Kadam's face twisted with disgust. He'll kill you? For not watching me eat? If this is the one who makes your heart sing, then it must be a wretched song. He is our patron god. He is forever the Lord of Seir, and all her empires, and his will is only a matter of time. Kadam snorted at that. Fine, she said, leave the tray. But I must verify that you have eaten. Kadam sighed heavily. Swallowed her saliva. And pointed at the largest piece of fruit. The servant quickly sliced it open with a paring knife. The fruit bled red juice down the Kiran's scaled, glittering fingers. She was trembling as she handed the piece to Kadam. Kadam dropped it, and the servant picked it up quickly, fussing over the stain on Kadam's sheets. Would you prefer I feed it to you? Fuck that, Kadam said. Clenching her jaw, and willing her arm to lift, no matter how heavy it was. She hated how vulnerable the Emperor had made her. Then, she noticed how the servant was frozen, staring at her. Do you have to literally watch me eat? Yes, Divine One. Kadam made an exasperated sound, halfway between a groan and a sigh. She didn't even like people, let alone eating in front of them. Family was different. The clan was different. This was a stranger, who she had never met, who was at the same time a captive and a servant of the Emperor. Her stomach clenched again, and she felt drool coming down her numb lips. Whatever. The fruit was sweeter than she thought. The seeds crunched in her teeth, and the juice was sweet ecstasy, like the coldest water after a long night of nothing but hot, ocean air and stone dust and the smell of her own sweat. The messenger kneeled holding the tray up to Kadam, never wavering. As if she were a construct, tuned to the highest subservience level. Gross, Kadam thought. Everything about this is just gross. You can set that down. It is my greatest honor to serve, the servant answered, but she did as she was told. Kadam ate, and ate. Crunching, biting, chewing, all of it exhausting. Even swallowing was a tax on her energy, but her hunger was too great. She paused long enough to ask a question. What does your emperor say about me? Kadam could almost see the shudder of fear running through their body. She did not answer. Where I come from, Kadam said, service means answering questions, too. I do not wish to offend. The truth can never be offensive. He said you were confused. That you have been under holiest slumber for so long that you have forgotten what it means to be a god. He said. He said not to listen to you. Nor to repeat anything that you say to anyone else. Or else he'll kill you. His will be done. Something about this servant's utter devotion turned Kadam's stomach. I'm not hungry anymore. Can you leave yet? Divinity, if you are finished, then so am I. She left, taking the tray with her. Not seeing Kadam's oral implant embedded in the door, as she opened it, and closed it shut with a gentle boom. Kadams winced at the sound of the bolt cracking shut, and listened as the servant's footsteps descended down the stairs. And then, she got back to work. That was how it went, for every meal, twice a day. The servant brought cuisine from Seir and Gaum and other far-off worlds. Vaguely, she wondered how many people had been killed to gain these delicacies. She wondered if any of their lives mattered. And if hers would, if she ran out of time. You're still here. Nothing is over. Kadam notched the days in the wood of her bed. She hadn't seen anything of the android, and when she asked the servant either didn't know, or refused to say. Kadam wondered how quickly Lakis succumbed to the Emperor's devices, or what he had learned from her. Surely, he would see all the gifts Kadam had given to the avians. She wondered if, even now, the Emperor was watching her as she stole utensil after utensil from the servant's tray. She was getting good at that, too. Kadam even built a kind of crucible out of the bricks she had prized from the only wall of the temple, and from one of her thermal regulators, the one embedded just below her ribs. She melted down her forks and spoons, and poured it into a crude mold, yielding a better chisel than the old piece of stone. And despite the dulling of her implants, and the aching of her whole body, she could feel her muscles starting to firm up. Finally, she broke through the wall. A tiny hole, leading into some dark inner chamber. After that, the hardest part became keeping the hole hidden as she expanded it, day after day. Until the day she didn't have to hide it anymore. During her final meal, she tried to hide her nerves. Tried to eat, like everything was normal. And when the servant left, Kadam took one last walk around the edges of her temple prison. The stars were out, and the crickets or whatever they were sang their song far below. The howl of the wind, and carried some sound up high. 3 sharp cracking sounds, like snapping wood. She couldn't see where it came from, only saw the lights of the patrols walking their circle around the courtyard of the Emperor's statue. There was a certain, flawed beauty about the city below. And a flawless one, of the sea beyond, twinkling with all those stars. The people of Seir hadn't destroyed their sky with light pollution yet, but judging by the smoke coming from a train leaving that central station, this clarity wouldn't last forever. And neither will this chance. She stumbled back to her bed, shoving it aside so she could pull the bricks out, one by one. It was like someone had doubled gravity, then doubled it again, and she was already exhausted. But she would not quit. Could not. Kadam scrunched up her shoulders, and squeezed inside the hole she had made. The rouge-chipped bricks bit at her, until she sucked in her stomach. Pulled herself through, felt the bricks dig into her hips, too painful to keep moving. For a brief, maddening moment, she thought she was stuck. Panting, gasping for breath, with half of her inside the structural walls of this damned place. Kadam gritted her teeth and shoved herself through, a strangle sound from her throat as the bricks bit and her hips moved and she was through. She dropped onto the cold, stone floor covered with dust and chips of gravel. 2 stone walls on either side, barely large enough for her to walk sideways. But it didn't matter where she was, because she was out. All she had to do now was pick up the bricks, and cover the hole back up so they would wonder where she'd gone, and... A sound. A whimpering. Choking. There was something large down the cramped corridor. Shaking. Trembling. The servant? How had she gotten in here? Kadam took a step forward, and the servant lifted her head. There was something wrong with her. Divine One, she struggled to say, as her own blood poured down her chin, and a stream of nanites drifted out of her mouth. She was wedged against the 2 walls, hunched over, and there was blood on her hands, and smeared on her robes. So much blood. Kadam didn't care about the nanites. Didn't care about how tired she was. She rushed forward, and tried to grab the servant, tried to swat away the clouds of the Emperor's microscopic machines growing around her. She tried to help, but what could she do? I'm sorry, the servant said, as Kadam caught her, I'm so sorry. In the horrifying silence, before the servant collapsed, Kadam could only think, why are you apologizing to me? Kadam was too weak to hold her. The servant's body fell, her head making an awful smack on the hard stone. When he first began, the Emperor used to wonder, if my maker could see me, if he could see what I must do, would he hate me? Useless thoughts like these had been dumped and removed long, long ago. Now, he watched with exactly the correct amount of emotion. Not pleasure, but satisfaction that his work was being done. Of course, it was not ideal that he had to sacrifice such an obedient servant in such a way. So painful, this death had to be. He needed her to speak, needed her blood fresh and wet, or else it might not have the same effect. But tools must serve their purpose, and this one had served beautifully. He even let Kadam have a fraction of her implant's strength back, so she could pick up the servant's body, and wrap her arms around her. The tears in the human's eyes were a signal that she was one step closer to where he needed her to be. Broken. A clean slate was so much easier to paint. And Kadam was still burdened with all those wasteful human emotions. Far too much empathy, far too much greed and ambition and ego. Far too much need to exist in this universe, like a tadpole too stunted to ever leave their spawning pool. The Emperor would fix that. Would coax her into a new, better existence. Would help her ascend. And, like Sen said, it all starts by letting go of this existence. He watched, from his sanctum, deep inside his ever-throne, as Kadam shuddered and sobbed, not caring about all that blood on her hands. Everything was going according to plan. A few more months like this, and a notification pinged at the center of his thoughts. One of his priests, declaring a new message from the front of Thras et Unum. The Emperor opened it, read it, and frowned deeply. News from the front. Diocha's forces were falling back. It seemed Vorpi had discovered a new tactic. No, a new weapon, judging by the sudden and complete eradication of Diocha's legion in the western swamps. Perhaps she had discovered something left behind in the sunken temples made by those vile lizards. Perhaps they had somehow salvaged it from the old grid. All the myriad processes and algorithms in his mind came to the same conclusion: this is concerning news. His algorithms warred with each other. The military processes thought the answer was obvious: send more troops. Risk aversion wanted to pull back, and reassess, and conservation did not like the sudden additional drain of muscle and boots. And the small, contained fragment of his old self still isolated and kept in computational captivity wanted to go out there, and see for himself. The Emperor composed a note, allowing them to take another 20,000 centarum to mobilize the lesser praetor's forces, and to offer anyone consulship who could take this new weapon from Vorpi. He impulsed the note down to his priests, who would be listening to the bells that chimed themselves. The Emperor's predictive systems gave a 97% chance this would resolve the situation. But that remaining 3%. Concerning. This was the one part of his plan that was not supposed to fall behind. 133, the Lake of Light. A vertical beam met the mountain and pierced through its rock. The beam was an octagonal column as thick around as a small town, maybe a mile across. Each face, perfect and smooth and sheer, except for the scavenged metal steps that descended in a circle around the beam. Dried, hardened clumps of some dark amber liquid adhered the steps to the beam's faces, and each step was made from a different metal. In the deep jungles of Gaum, Eel had heard, there were insect colonies that built mud castles with nothing but their secretions. He hoped, whatever held these platform steps was stronger than insect spit. Yarsai was waiting for them on the first platform. It might have been from an ancient, bronze roof, though it was so verdigreased Eel couldn't tell if it was actually bronze. The steps below must have been torn from the machines that infested the surface, and further down, they grew older and of more questionable origin. One platform was nothing more than a net made of rope, suspended by two metal poles. Eel's stomach lurched as he watched the fledgling human jumped from the last handhold. There was a moment of quiet nothing, as he drifted over the void of a hollow planet, with his liquid armor trailing like a cloak. Below, the void of this hollow planet gaped. The distance was only measurable by the far-off mesh of beams and a half-hidden light that doused everything in a cold, silvery brilliance. Eel inhaled sharply as Poyer clanked next to Yarsai, the platform groaning slightly. There was no railing, and further down, one or two of the panels was missing, or had crumpled under something's weight and dangled uselessly. They would have to jump, more than once. No room for error. Agrania was the slowest of them all, though her focus and determination was far sturdier than any of the steps. Eel hung back with her, keeping his beak shut for fear of saying something that might undercut her focus. His talons dug into the naked rock, holding his perch easily enough. Where the mountain met the beam, Agrania paused. Spent a long time looking down. Who, she rumbled, who would be insane enough to build this? You know the Lacertain better than I do, Eel said. I'm not talking about the platforms, Agrania said. I mean this. She nodded down at the gaping expanse below. The ceiling curved all around them, and tens of thousands of perfect beams formed an intricate scaffolding system that held up the crust of the entire planet. The gods have lost their minds. And yet, Eel said, we still worship them. Below, Yarsai was showing Poyer how to skip from platform to platform, bouncing with a mixture of childlike eagerness and devout respect. Poyer shook his head, and beckoned her to come to him. She approached, cautiously, her head almost bowed. Poyer put an arm around Yarsai, and put his other on the beam. And jumped off. Yarsai screamed. Eel sucked in his breath, and flapped out his wings before he saw what Poyer had done. It looked like they were floating down, not falling. The liquid armor glued both of them to the side of the column, so that they slid down with Yarsai half screaming and half whooping with laughter. When they finally touched down on another beam that intersected horizontally with the column, Ilha finally let out his breath. Agrania stared up, refusing to watch. Still clinging to the last handhold above the platforms, her hands not ready to let go. Come on, Ilha said. Let's get down to the ground level. Ground level, Agrania grunted doubtfully. I don't believe in ground level anymore. But she put a hand to the column, and the shreds of silvery armor Poyer had gifted her streamed out, and grasped the beam as best as it could. This was how they made their way down, with the Grania stepping sideways, like a crab, from platform to platform. Not quite crawling, but close to it. Ilha tested each platform for her, and coaxed her the whole way down. Mostly, he told her to keep breathing. And when her feet finally touched the horizontal beam, she collapsed. Shaking and gasping. A heaving sound in her throat made Ilha look away, because he didn't want to watch her be sick. Instead, he looked forward to the flat expanse of the beam. It seemed to stretch forever forward. Unnaturally perfect. A road that only went one way. On either side, two more faces slanted away, ending in sheer drops. Yarsai stepped lightly up to Agrania, giving the Kiran a wide berth as she shuddered and wretched. You okay? Yarsai patted her back gently. Agrania moaned in response. Yet. You okay? What now? Poyer asked. Now is easy part. Only have to watch out for lake. What lake? Bad water, Yarsai said, as if that explained everything. And the little lacerdan hoisted her pack up her shoulders, and started to march across the beam. Agrania pulled herself up, spitting and wiping her mouth with the back of her arm. The color had drained from her scales, but she hoisted her own pack, laden with supplies from the lacerdan, and followed Yarsai. Agra kept her head down, refusing to let her eyes wander over the edges of the beam. Ilha started to follow, but Poyer held him back a moment. Agrania, he said, in a kind of question. Ilha shrugged. She sees things, sometimes. Sees faces. It happens to some people. There was a priest back in the cauldron who claimed he could hear the gods talking to each other, but, you know. What faces? Poyer asked, a little too eager. Who does she see? People she's killed. And others. I don't think she understands it. People break, sometimes. And no two people break in the same way. Has she ever seen mine? Ilha furrowed his brow feathers. He hadn't thought to ask. Kadam said all of my people had visions. Fledge, Ilha said. You can't listen to her. She's not your friend. But what if? What if Agrania sees the visions too? Then what? Does that make you evil? Does that make you some kind of horrible, terrifying god? The human's face fell, and he spoke only one, quiet word, destroyer. Ilha knew that look. The self-doubt. The fear that maybe, just maybe, he really should hate himself. And Ilha was not about to stand by, and let that thought take root in anyone else. Fledge. You can't let her into your head. You don't know what she knows, or what she doesn't. It's easy to sound confident when you can pretend you already know everything. Blind faith makes a small world. But for all we know, this Kadam might be even more lost than you. Poyer looked up at Ilha with wet eyes, though no tears fell. Good, Ilha thought. Keep that brave face. He didn't have to kneel down to go eye to eye with Poyer anymore, so much the human had grown. Still, he put a feathered hand on Poyer's shoulder, and said, we're going to find this other human. This Sen, or whatever she calls herself. And we're going to get a God's damned answer. Whatever these visions are, whatever you are, we're going to find out. What if Sen says the same thing? Poyer asked. What if she names me Destroyer? It was Ilha's turn to feel the wistful sting in his eyes. Had a friend once. A damned good leader. She said never borrow fear from the future. You'll just end up being worrying twice as much. Well, we've got enough worries for right now. Besides, if Sen wanted you dead, well, she wouldn't exactly tell her people to worship you, would she? Poyer closed his eyes, and drew a breath. Put a hand on Ilha's arm, and squeezed. I'm glad you're here, Ilha. Ilha watched Poyer walk away with the weight of all the world still on his shoulders. It's not fair, he thought, for the 1000th time. Not fair for someone so young to carry so much. A fleck of snow. Or frozen dirt. Or something. But unlike snow, this fleck fell up. It came from the depths below, rising in a slow, weary spiral. Though it couldn't have been larger than a grain of sand, a fist-sized bubble of air warped around it. Definitely not snow, Poyer thought, though the air was certainly cold enough for snow to form. They walked to stay warm, but the whole group huddled together each time they camped. Even Agrania, who never wanted anyone to touch her. And all the while, the beam kept going forward. High above, there were cracks in the planet's crust, and he thought he could see the pores of a cave system. Cold air poured down from these in 1,000 invisible waterfall. Which meant there must be a gap, a hole that somewhere lead to the surface. Another fleck danced lazily in front of him. Poyer held his hand out, and caught it. At the same time, the liquid armor pulled away from it, letting the fleck fall onto his palm, a light brown gap surrounded by rippling silver. The warped air melted as the fleck touched his skin, and when he prodded the black fleck with a bare finger, it crumbled like ash. A few minutes later, he saw another one. Poyer grabbed at the bubble of warped air. For a brief moment, the ash, or dirt, or whatever it was, seemed to sharpen at his touch. Becoming more solid, a hard, glistening piece of something. And then, it crumbled. Poyer smeared his finger through the black smudge on his palm, when he heard a whisper sail overhead. How can this be? He looked up. A Grania was a dozen yards ahead, and the others were ahead of her. They were gathering around something ahead, a kind of light. Poyer was squinting, when the voice lashed out again, is it already time? But I've only just arrived and, like the wind, it was carried away. He stood still, and listened the way Eel had taught him. All he could hear were the others, who were clustered together in front of a crack in the beam. A strange brightness poured up, as if some great beacon hung below, and they were standing just outside its light. Yarsai was saying, don't touch it, even though nobody was trying to. No sign that any of them had heard the whispers. Poyer wiped the crumbling ash off his hands, and joined the others. The beams, Poyer knew, were not made of metal, but some other construction material. The same one that had been used to shore up the cavern of his conclave. An alloy of graphene and steel and compressed regolith, probably harvested from the planet itself as it was hollowed it out. It was designed to last tens of thousands of years. So, why was there a crack? It was only as wide as Poyer's hand, but it was deep, and it ran a perfect line across the width of the beam. The crack ran down into the core of the beam, and Poyer could see something moving down there. What is that? Eel asked. Soon, there is new lake here, Yarsai said. Soon, there is bad water. A black, glittering mass frothed and fizzed and made dry, popping sounds. A white glow burbled up from where it dissolved the beam. A reaction, to its action. There were more flakes in the air now, more and more. Yarsai was doing her best to stay away from them. What are those? Eel asked. He lifted a feather to touch one of the flakes, curling up from the crack and squawked when Yarsai slapped his arm. Don't touch. Why not? In response, Yarsai plucked a feather from Eelha's arm, earning another indignant squawk. She ignored him, and reached the feather out to one of the flakes, pushing it through the bubble of air. The flake touched the feather, and immediately, the whole quill began to darken and curl. All those soft barbs turning into the same, crumbling, glittering ash. The disease was here. Poyer had seen it in the frozen bodies, forever lying in the vault below the cauldron. The conclave's own director with veins glistening black. Back then, Poyer had thought that was only frost from the cold chamber. Kadam said it was the disease that had killed their people. Poyer swallowed hard. He looked down at his hand, still dusted with ash. His skin was fine. And what about Sen? Eelha said they were going to find her. Too late, he tried to shut off the thought, but what if she's already dead? Black flecks poured up out of the deepening crack, and Yarsai showed them how to search for the breeze, where it would blow the flecks away. It doesn't look like him, the wind whispered with a woman's voice. Poyer looked up. Looked around. Saw only beams and shadows, the crust of the world, high overhead. Poyer, Eelha said. At the same time, he heard his name on someone else's lips, Poyer. Poyer, Eelha said again, more urgently. Get away from there. His hands were sweating, despite the cold. As he walked away, he listened for the whisper, but there was only the hollow silence of the world. By now, Agrania had grown used to pretending the rest of the world didn't exist. There was only the beam, and it did not have sides, which meant, for her, the edges didn't exist either. She would never go near them. Faces watched her from the disorienting dome of the ceiling. Stretched and disfigured and always watching her. They urged her to do things she didn't want to. Walk off. Jump. Some of them wore the voices of her own people, and they begged or sobbed, pleading with her to do what you know is right. Some of them laughed, and the shadows of the lacertin she had killed on Thras scampered at the corners of her vision. Their tails descending over the edge of the beam, just out of sight. There is only the beam, she told herself. And one foot followed the other. How much closer, she overheard Eel asking the little lacertin. Yasri squinted. The dry, interlocking scales of her snout wrinkling as she did. Maybe another day. You say the same thing every day. You ask same question every day, Yarsai shrugged. Fine. How many miles to this elevator? Yarsai shrugged, as if she couldn't be bothered with the past and all its histories. Do you even know how to count? Eel held up his feathered hands. How many fingers am I holding up? Don't know. Too many feathers. Poyer let out a laugh. Eel frowned, more with his eyes than his beak. Yarsai frowned back, wrinkling her brow in perfect imitation of Eel, which only made Poyer laugh even harder. Watch it, hatchling. Eel aimed a feathered finger at her. Yarsai mirrored his pointing finger perfectly. Poyer was doubled over, and wiping tears from his eyes. Eel glared at Poyer. Back to Yarsai, who only glared back. Then, with a grin, Eel threw out his wings in an explosion of black feathers, loosing a loud bwark. At her. Yarsai shrieked, and fell back, laughing like mad. There was a veil, with the three of them on one side, and a Grania on the other. Only a few months ago, she had been on Thras, bathing in the blood of her enemies in the vain hope that she might slake the faces that haunted her. Her body, nothing more than a machine. A walking corpse that could not die. Eel had shown her the promise of life, after life. And she had believed him. But there was a veil. The three of them were howling with laughter as they each threw their wings out. Poyer's armor rippled like a cloak, and Eel had his feathers, and Yarsai flapping wildly, trying to imitate both of them. It hurt. Just watching them. It hurt all over. Why? The light was a relief, because it meant the lake was near. After days of walking along the beam, and seeing nothing, Yarsai was worried something had changed. Or maybe the memories were wrong. But there it was, a glow on the horizon, pouring up from the beam. Pieces of rock, enormous boulders made to look like specks of dust by the sheer distance, hung suspended in the glow. High above, there were cracks in the shell of the world, all jagged and broken, like an egg about to hatch. Here, the air grew colder still as it leaked in from outside the shell. Yarsai scanned the cracks above, searching the miles and miles of rock. Searching for hints of metal, or movement of any kind. She saw none, but that did not mean all was well. With the witch princess's memory implanted in her mind, Yarsai could remember the last attempt at a pilgrimage, and how it had ended. It was as if she had been there. Running away in a body that felt like it actually belonged to her. Running, as the machines rained down from the cracks in the shell. Until Sen had saved this would-be pilgrim, who now lived only in Yarsai's mind. Yarsai brushed her fingertips over the jewel embedded in her neck. Feeling its hard, angular coldness jutting out from her scales. Yarsai ignored the questioning whispers of the Corvini and the human behind her, and kept walking towards the light. To her great relief, Yarsai saw that the lake had not changed at all. There was a clear division on the beam where it began, a straight white line that sheared across the width of the beam. Like everything else that Sen made, it was perfect. A thin, bright layer of light rolled in a flat tidal wave, sloshed against the white boundary, and rolling back out. Why does it look so familiar? The feathered one reached out a hand. Don't. Yarsai hopped forward, grabbing his arm before he could touch it. Why you always try to touch? She demanded. You could have said. I say now. I say forever. Don't touch. Okay, gods, Eelha's crest feathers ruffled up. I hear you. All right. After a pause, Yarsai sighed. All right. Yarsai didn't think the feathered Zeno was dumb. On the contrary, she thought he might be smart, especially compared to the other old people in her clan. But there were different kinds of smart, and different kinds of dumb. And right now, he was as dumb as an eggling, fresh from hatching. That was okay, though. Yarsai was sent to help. The memories implanted in her wanted to think of her as an adherent, and though she didn't quite know what that word meant, she knew it was a good thing. It meant helping was her job. And Yarsai was going to do a good job. So, what is it? This is bad water, Yarsai explained. Like before, in tunnels. Which tunnels? Eel asked. You mean that flickering rope thing? It looks like concentrated light, the human said. Held in place. But how? Yarsai was about to explain how the goddess Sen commanded all things. The skies, the mountains. Gravity, and water. Darkness, and light. But the big one, the one with all the wrong scales, interrupted her by pointing across the lake and saying, drone. The others followed her finger, crouching reflexively. Getting ready for something bad to happen. But Yarsai frowned, because she saw nothing out of place. There were the old drones, yes, the ones that got stuck in the lake. Then, she remembered that the big one didn't know. None of them knew about the bad water. Be not worry. Drones in lake are trapped, Yarsai said, see? There is another. And fuzzy one over there is another. She pointed at the frozen drones, strung out in a line reaching from the high shell of the world, all the way down to the bottom of the lake. There was a faint shimmering around each one, as if the air around the drones was different from the air Yarsai was breathing. All of them, caught in the isolated glow of the beam. Yarsai could remember how each one of them got stuck, as if she had been here herself when the lake flicked on and froze them in place. All of them, forever suspended in midair. Not dead, but never to move again. Bad water. The frozen drones were angled down, as if preparing to dive on something standing on the beam. The last pilgrimage. Or the last attempt, anyway. They can't move, the big one asked. She seemed more there when there was a threat around. How'd she get so big, anyway? Yarsai thought. And, can I get that big? Not move, Yarsai confirmed. Never move again. Without taking her eyes off the drones, the big one held a hand out to the feathered Xeno. Eel, don't. Why not? Eel was holding a knife, and getting ready to throw it into the lake. All three of them turned to Yarsai, and her chest swelled with pride. They ask me? Then it was her duty to tell them. You throw knife, you lose knife. I've got plenty, Eel shrugged. And when he threw it, the blade seemed to sink into something directly above the white boundary of the lake. A shockwave of light blossomed around the tip of the blade, and stayed shimmering there as the knife quivered. Eel croaked his appreciation. Any ideas how we're getting across? Now, that pride in her chest shriveled with nerves. This was the part where they would have to trust her. And she would have to trust herself. Sen made the way. And the way is open, she quoted from something. A verse from an old book from the priests of memory. Never mind that Yarsai didn't know what a book was. Doesn't look open, Eel said. And Yarsai could read the doubt on all three of their faces. Even the human. That's what stung the most. So, Yarsai took a deep breath. Focused her thoughts on the ground that she could remember. And let her memories guide her. She stepped into the lake. Not just anywhere, but at a very specific spot that looked identical to all others. Long ago, when Sen still watched over her people, Sen would open the lake for her pilgrims to cross. Yarsai hoped the way was still open. She hoped her memory was right. She stepped into the lake, at a spot that looked identical to all the others. Eel shouted, no. But the white boundary permitted her through. And when the bad water sloshed in that thin layer over the ground, it rushed up to her feet and went around. Yarsai closed her eyes, and sighed with relief. Follow me, Yarsai said, the pride swelling in her chest once more. I remember the way. Agrania was struggling to see the others. She knew they were there. Part of her could still hear Yarsai's claws clicking and Eelha's talons, too. Only Poir's silver-covered feet made no sound on the beam. She could hear their quiet breathing. And she could also hear other sounds, too. They were getting louder. Since when? Since the Lacertan village? No. It was long before that. The Templelans, she thought. But here, walking through the lake, following the Lacertan, the sounds were getting louder. Flashes of light, in the corners of her vision. Movement, always just out of sight. Someone shouting or crying, moving quickly through her field of hearing. A distant laughter, as if the reveler had seen the most beautiful thing in all creation. Focus. Don't lose sight of her. There is only the beam. And the beam was covered in mist. And there were trees in the mist. Something in the red bush, over there. The enemy must have been crouched there for hours. Waiting for you. The bush shook, but the enemy came from somewhere else. A Lacertan, maw open, black tongue hanging out, as he shrieked and flung himself at her. The yellows of his eyes, growing larger. She jerked, almost losing her footing. The trees were gone, the mist was not mist, but the soft white glow from the shallow lake whose waters refused to touch their feet. Agrania put a hand to her temple, trying to massage away the thoughts. When she closed her eyes, she saw his, staring back at her. She had forgotten about that moment, in the jungle. Had forgotten how her hands moved automatically, throwing one of her knives up under his chin. Feeling the blade sink into scaly flesh. Spattering her own face with Lacertan blood. You were just doing what you had to do. A lie. All of it, her whole life, a lie. But now, she was surrounded by lies. There were faces she had never seen before. Kiran's. She saw flashes of herself killing them. Painting herself with their blood. The thrill of death, riding up and down her spine as she chopped and hacked and stabbed and. She could see herself running through daylight. The clouds overhead left rays of light in the streets, barely choking out the sunlight. There were temples made of marble, rising in the red distance, where clouds of smoke blotted out the sun. The trees were on fire, and the streets were filled with blood. She had her knife to someone's neck, and they were laughing. And she sliced, knowing with utter certainty that it was the right thing to do. And hating herself all the more, as she moved through the billowing smoke and flames and. Not smoke. Nor was it mist. It was only the light from the beam. Agrania stood alone, in the middle of the lake. Where are they? Her heart, already beating, started hammering in her chest. All this massive, empty space, and yet she couldn't see anyone. She turned around. The beam went on forever. The tide of the shallow lake rolling away from her. And 1,000 more beams made up the background of everything, reflecting a light from far below. She turned back around. And clutched her chest, almost gasping with relief. They were up ahead. Yarsai was waiting for her, at the edge of the lake. Poir and Ilha, somewhere beyond. How did I not see them? I waited for you, Yarsai said. I make sure you get out. Thanks, Agrania grunted, still blinking away the sounds and sights that weren't real. Thanks. Also, Yarsai pointed at the other two, I didn't want to get hit. Something had fallen from high above, and made a dusty blast mark on the beam, scattering clods of dirt and stone chips on the ground. Ilha and Poir had picked up the rocks, and were chucking them at each other. Hard. How long was I out? Agrania wondered. And what in the eight hells do they think they're doing? Poir pulled his arm back, and threw a dirt clod sideways at Ilha. Aiming right for Ilha's head. But Ilha threw his hand up in front of his face, and caught the stone on his metal hand. It exploded, and the both of them threw their heads back, cackling like greenfin idiots. You were prudent to stay out of it, Agrania said, breathing an easy sigh as she stepped over the white boundary of the lake. What's prudent? It means it was a good idea. Oh, Yarsai said. Well. I hope you help me. Help with what? Ilha held nothing back, as he used his whole body to throw a clump at Poir. The liquid armor caught it of these easily enough, jutting out strands of that sticky chrome right before impact, catching it so gently that Poir could simply take the clump, and throw it back. Ilha crowed in dismay. It's not fair, Yarsai said. I can't throw. I'm smaller. What am I supposed to do? Help me. Yarsai beamed, letting the fold of her cloak fall down to reveal her own pile of dirt clods, one as big as Yarsai's head. Agra picked that one up, and looked at the two idiots across the beam. Which one? Featherface. Agrania grunted her approval. She pulled her arm back, and aimed. And lobbed it. A squawk of anger. The clod of dirt exploded against him, turning all his feathers a dusty brown. Yarsai was cheering, and jumping in circles around Agrania, and the Kiran couldn't help but smile to herself. For a brief moment, the whole world was quiet, except for the shrieks of laughter and pain and false outrage as they threw dirt at each other. 134, Visions of Grandeur. Kadam. Her name rumbled through the stones. And when she did not respond, the Emperor sighed. Disappointed. Good, Kadam thought. Let him be disappointed. Kadam, look at me. She refused to open her eyes. So he opened them for her. A wave of pressure, and her eyelids disobeyed her, peeling themselves open so she was forced to look. The Emperor was sitting on the edge of a fountain, leaning forward so that his mask gleamed in the sunlight that poured in through the open-air temple, turning the floors white and the waters into blue crystal. His body was muscle upon muscle, and golden tan skin, and monstrous bones stretching against the leathers of his ancient, ceremonial armor. The body was unnecessary. Just a vat-grown appendage. The Emperor, the true Everlord of Seer, was nothing more than an algorithm, living in that mask. Why bother with the body at all? Kadam wondered. Because the machine that called itself Emperor understood the way of things. He understood how to control everything. Everything? Her eyes stung. She gritted her teeth, trying to squeeze them shut. Dark spots formed at the edge of her vision, and a faint chiming alarm sounded in the back of her skull, but she could not control her own body. Trapped. For how long? The reality, which she had refused these last few days, came whistling into her thoughts like an unseen arrow, for as long as he wants. Days. Months. Centuries. Unlike him, she was stuck in her body. There could be no escape. The only way out, was through him. What do you want with me? I had hoped, his voice seemed to rumble through the stones that she laid upon, that you might find solace in my servant. Her eyelids flickered, not quite closing. She had almost forgotten her last escape attempt. She had climbed through a hole in the wall and found the servant already waiting for her. Crushed between the interior walls of the Ever-Throne, blood dripping from her lips, and a cloud of nanites rising from her orifices. Does the Emperor truly see everything? The Emperor was smiling, as if he could read her very thoughts, but the smile was stretched and thin and joyless. What emotion was his algorithm pretending to have, now? The next servant will be more alert. Kadam sat up, or tried to. Her own body fought against the movement, making it feel like a blanket made of iron was crushing her lungs. And then came the nausea. You killed her. You did, the Emperor said. My word is law. And you broke it. You are too valuable to punish, but my servants are plentiful, don't spit. With a twitch of his head, Kadam felt her jaw lock up, and suddenly she was choking on her own spit. She had to close her eyes, and concentrate on swallowing. When did we become so uncivil? He said, laying on the disappointment again. When did you lose all regard for life? Hollow words, from a would-be assassin. You should know best the cost of life. Or do you take pleasure in the thought of killing your own kind? Kadam hated him. Wanted to hate the emperor more than anything. But the last reasoning part of her took its stand, a voice reminding her of what not who she was dealing with. What was the point in hating a machine? Might as well hate herself, at that point. The thought sparked another, more awful thought. How deep would she have to cut to remove her own implants? Kadam doubted she would survive. Not without proper medical attention, and there was only one being on this world who could offer that. No, I'm going to have to talk my way out of this. Kadam cringed at the thought. At least he's only a machine. I am not an assassin, she said. Are you not? The longer he lives, the closer he gets to destroying us all. Death lives within him. The death of all existence. Not all existence, the emperor said. He pressed his hands to his knees, the belted straps of leather and polished metal sliding down and swaying as he rose to his full height. The marble ground shuddered as he took long, easy steps towards the balcony. Kadam felt her head turn to follow him, forced to watch as he gestured at the blue skies and torn cotton clouds drifting high above the temple. He aimed a finger at the broken, white line in the sky. What Kadam had mistaken earlier for a crescent moon was, on second viewing, something far less innocuous. A lightning white streak in the sky. This scar was spider-webbed with glassy, white cracks where a faint haze boiled out of its depths. Pure light. No extractors needed. A bad sign, for the longevity of this planet. Indeed, for the longevity of this entire solar system. How long until the scar broke? 100 years? A handful of days? The emperor's voice rumbled over her thoughts. The truth is you would not be here, if not for these scars. None of us would have ever left the core worlds. Oh, certainly, we could have sent generation ships out into the void, but without the light, they would be forever stranded. Without the scars, there would be no light. No gates. No grid. Nor even the power to bind consciousness. His back was turned to her, and she could not help drag her eyes up the metal workings of his mask, bolted into the flesh of his spine. All those tubes and wires and metallic, interlocking parts that reminded Kadam too much of a spider's legs, clasped together. Such powerful places, the scars are. We dare not even approach them, lest they lash out and take us apart, atom by atom. And yet, we could never resist such power. The scars are nothing, Kadam said. Compared to him. You know what will happen if he is allowed to live. The whole universe. Yes, yes, he waved his hand dismissively as he turned to regard her again. I have heard all your visions. A light to devour all others. I know what you believe. The asymmetry of his mask made it hard for her eyes to focus on a single spot. Too many lights blinked, and none of them in a pattern that made sense to her. She could feel him scanning her, 1,000,000 times a minute. Reading her every emotion. It is not my belief. It is truth. It is a warning of what is coming, and if you don't let me answer it. A warning from where? She stayed silent. Some questions don't have answers, Kadam. Rodiero's voice filtered back to her, up from the depths of time. And some do, but we're not always so fortunate to know them. The emperor turned back to the balcony, where the scar was as bright as a moon at night. There is something out there, Kadam. It lies beyond this existence. And it wants to be discovered. The scars have been waiting for us, all this time. The first and only sign we ever needed. All we have to do is open our eyes and look. We have tried. When they first started showing up, we sent countless machines into them. Never to be heard from again. We even sent teams of scientists on suicide missions. Nothing survives contact. Not even the slightest shred of data. Black holes are more permeable. To you, maybe, he said, raising his chin so that the fluted shafts of the ceiling seemed to sing with his voice. To you, they are impossible. Wounds to be ignored, because there can be no healing. But everything is impossible until you've seen it done, right? There is something out there, Goldsmith. And I intend to answer it. Kadam ground her teeth, finding it harder and harder not to hate this machine. She had heard all this before. The demagogues and prophets, the fringe scientists and would-be saviors. They spoke of that which lived beyond, and that always changed based on what grand idea they were selling. Other dimensions, or paradise beyond compare, or limitless possibilities. They sang their lies to humanity, and they sang them so loudly, they even began to believe themselves. Some even tried to start new religions, claiming they and they alone could speak to the other side. Frauds, all of them. The scars were thin places in their universe, through which light leaked through. Anything else was pure, unfounded speculation. That's all. Whatever might be on the other side of the scars, another universe, another dimension, or whatever was so impossibly different from their own that nothing could pass through. And if it did, what physics there could possibly support their own? Nothing survives, she said. And in the time it would take to create something. Nothing that you know of. He cut her off. But I will not fault you for your ignorance, Kadam, for ignorance was chosen for you. Kadam couldn't hold back her outrage. You have no idea how hard I studied. Every waking moment, The Emperor spoke over her. Did you know Poyer was born after seed fall? His words were so wrong, they felt like a hammer, cracking against her skull. Now, she knew this machine had lost its mind. Nobody was born after seed fall. The Emperor cocked his head at her, as if to say, are you sure? No humans, at least, Kadam amended, thinking of all the Kirans and Avians and other Xenos she had met over the last few months. The biologists tried everything. They reached too high and too far, and that's how the swarm found them. Studied that, too, did you? As a matter of fact, I did. We watched them. Our clan talked to them, as much as we could. Whatever Poyer told you about his birth was a lie. Poyer told me nothing. Not even he knows. The hammer cracked again, knocking loose the ideas that had collected in her thoughts like dust. Not anything she had ever intentionally thought about, but ideas that had grown there all along anyway. We watched them, Kadam said, we read all their reports. Every time the biologists came close to creating something human, the disease followed. Always. Their genes fell to pieces. That depends on your definition of human, then, doesn't it? He paused, waiting for her to pick up the thread. And when she didn't, he offered his bait. What do you make of the Xenos? My Kirans. Poyer's Avians. What of them? Are they human? No, she said immediately. And your android? Kadam felt a pang of guilt. Why? She was the one who offered to come here. And I, she thought to herself, was the one who went in, guns blazing when she told me not to do that. Where is she? What have you done to her? Answer the question. Do you consider the android to be human? Kadam's answer came slower, no, her neither. Yet she calls herself daughter. And the Xenos believe they, too, are our children. Well, one more question, Kadam. What of me? Certainly I am not human, right? Yes, she said. Not you. He rolled his head as if casually stretching his neck, but Kadam had the sense that he was watching her reaction more closely than ever. And what makes you human, Goldsmith? My analysis suggests your tissues have been refreshed at least 3 times. And how much of you is machine? Your heart, your eyes, your joints, your lungs, to name a few parts. And, tell me, what distinguishes your mind from that of a Kiran's? Certainly you are more intelligent than your average Xeno, but that is only a matter of degrees. Where should we place my intelligence on that scale? No, I don't think you know what makes you human. You only think you do. You have a feeling, don't you? Kadam refused to open her mouth, though all the words warred to tumble out. He was right in all the wrong ways, and it didn't matter, because she couldn't say anything to him with his voice pounding inside her skull, shaking ideas together in ways she didn't need them to be shaken together. If only you people had listened to me. What I could have done for us. What I could have discovered. But no. No. He erupted, and smashed his fist against the balcony so suddenly, Kadam thought the stone had cracked itself, until he smashed it again, and again, cracking through the stone and bursting his own tendons apart, not just in his hand, but in his elbow and shoulder as he moved the muscles far too fast. Each battering smack of his hand jolted fear through her body. Until now, she had believed he had only meant to capture her. That she was a prisoner, but a safe one. The Emperor made no sound, except the odd grunt as he exerted himself and smashed his own temple. And when the balcony tumbled away, he looked down at his arm, as if it were a tool that had failed him. It was over as quickly as it had begun. Whatever switch flicked inside him, now flicked back and he was calm, as if he hadn't just crushed his own fist into a bloody pulp. Kadam could see ironized bones sticking out, almost bronze, and covered in tattered shreds of muscle and skin. I'm sorry, his voice rumbled with affected politeness. He tore a shred from his tunic, and wrapped it around the pulp of his hand. Here I am, calling you uncivil, when I find it difficult to even control myself. Whatever emotions he had removed, new ones had clearly grown in their place, and these were dramatically out of balance. There would be no reasoning with this machine. No matter what truth she brought to bear. His mind was already made up. This thing that called itself Emperor. It was stuck on a disproven idea that made no sense. It was programmed to believe a lie. And you? Kadam heard a voice echo in her thoughts. What makes you so different? The Emperor sagged against a column, now split with a new crack down its perfect marble length. As he sighed, a cloud of nanite streamed out from his breath, glittering and wandering down to his arm, slipping into his torn flesh, and sewing it back together from the inside. Where were we? Kadam's voice was weak and breathless with fear. Poyer. We were talking about Poyer. She said it more to keep his focus off of her, than anything else. There were whole groups of them, born after seed fall. I thought it impossible, too. The humane genome was a magnet for the disease. You know this all too well, I assume. But the historians have confirmed it. Somehow, they created new human life. Again. I have seen the historians' records, Kadam. They are confused, to say the least, but you would be amazed at their accuracy. They see things that no one should see. The historians. Something in her voice must have made him think she was lost. Oh, I forget. You wouldn't know about Oster's little cephalopods. They've been around since, well, since before I awoke. Oster spread them across the dams. All of them. Kadam blinked. Tried to ignore the memory of the dam over that nameless world, crumbling to pieces. When it fell, the scar would have broken open. How much of that distant system was now so much glittering ash? I believe, the Emperor continued, it's something about the dams lets them see into the past. Not all of it. Just the pieces shrouded in mist and light. Yet, in seeing the past, those clever little beings have discovered that if they watch us through the past, sometimes they can see the visions too. Then they should know the truth. They know more of it than you do. He looked like he was about to say more, when he became distracted by a wet dripping sound. Blood rolled down his cloth-wrapped fist and pattered on the floor, staining his sandals. Damn things are slower than they used to be, he muttered. If he was born after seed fall, Kadam said, then where is humanity? Where are his siblings? The Emperor squeezed his hand around his bloody fist, holding it to his chest, and returned his focus to Kadam. Dead. He is the last, as far as any of us know. The historian's notes were crude on the matter, but it seems the swarm found his home. Gaum? If that was true, then it would be crawling with machines. I have told you once already. The swarm is nothing. Kadam clenched her jaws. Trying so hard to keep her emotions hidden. And knowing she was failing. How could he say the swarm was nothing? It hunts us. It has never given up. Kadam shook her head. Not because she disagreed, but because she knew none of what he was saying was founded in anything close to truth. You have invented this madness. Over the ages, there was no one to second-guess you, and so you invented all this. You pretend to prove yourself right. You pretend everyone else was wrong, and because we were all gone, no one could say otherwise. Instead of the rage she was expecting, the Emperor eased up. She felt his presence soften, could have sworn she felt her own body grow lighter as he blew out his breath. You know nothing, he said. Worse. You think you understand, which puts you further behind than even him. A mere child. The Herald of Ruin is no mere child. Tell me. Why do you think your visions show only him? She furrowed her brow, searching for the linguistic trap. But she could not find it. Because he is the one who will bring destruction to us all. And if the opposite is true? No, listen to me. Kadam shook her head, I can't believe this. If you think he is some kind of savior incarnate, then you are just as blind as them. We created him, Kadam. Why would we try to destroy ourselves? I never said that. But accidents do occur. The swarm. Poyer is not the swarm. Nor this so-called destroyer. Nor is he anyone's savior. Then what is he? The Emperor gave a shark-toothed grin, as if he had been waiting for her to ask. He is a mistake. And what lives beyond has been trying to rectify him, ever since. What are you talking about? The moment the question left her lips, Kadam's eyelids were as heavy as steel. She could not hold them open, and the whole world became black. Remember seed fall, the Emperor uttered. Behind closed eyelids, her own implants, without her input, conjured up an image of a scar, and a station the size of a city, shaped like the dried remains of some black flower, drifting before it. The station was drawing from the scar's light, pulling the bright mists into a solid thread. Extracting its boundless energy. As the dam transited the scar's width, the light brightened. The scar cracked open. And a single teardrop of pure light, whiter than white, descended from the scar, down to the dam. The Emperor's voice rumbled through the stones of the temple, though Kadam could see nothing but the scar and the dam. It sent the seeds to us. The seeds gave you sight beyond sight. But through them, humanity was undone. What lives beyond gave us a Trojan gift, a curse in waiting. A weapon of desperation. You cannot prove this. The origin of the seeds was never proven. Virus. An accident of nature. A virus. Humanity is dead. The disease kills only you. What more proof do you need? To that, Kadam had no argument. The odds were stacked against an accident, but there was no proof. And the vision? The herald of ruin? What proof of that? Her eyes opened, and the light from the sun pouring into the temple was too bright to be comforting. Even the water of the fountains was too sharp and glistening. Fine. Say you're right. What have we ever done to deserve this curse? Kadam asked. Why would something try to kill us? The smile returned to his face. We started a war, without ever knowing it. What? The light. How long have we been extracting it? From where does it come? From the scars, the answer came automatically. From the thin places at the edges of our universe. Everyone knew this. But that wasn't what he was asking. The Emperor approached. She could feel the thuds of his footsteps vibrating through the floor. He knelt down before her, so that his great, masked head was level with hers, and she was forced to stare at all those blinking lights and the reflections of herself in the asymmetric curves of his mask. To see the wild flow of her hair, the dust and dirt on her face. I want you to see what I have seen, he said. He put his hands out, and though she tried to pull back, her neck fought against her, allowing him to cup her skull in his palms. Her eyes fell closed, once more. The scar filled her vision, as if she were standing on its surface, and in every direction the light shimmered. And she could see the mist, swirling. Effervescing. Being pulled out of the scar by a nearby dam. And she could see how the individual particles, like drops of solid dew, struggled against the current. Fighting to go back. I want you to hear what I have heard. A scream, a desperate raking along her ears. Quiet at first, though it grew and gathered more voices. It became 10,000. 10 trillion. We killed them, the Emperor said. And we had no idea they were there, at all. What is it? She mouthed the words, though she could not hear her voice over the sounds of death. Who? The Emperor's hands left her skull, leaving a sudden coldness where the warmth of his body had been. Suddenly, the world was too heavy, and she was falling. The mattress caught her. She lay there, she knew not for how long. She felt the Emperor's presence, sitting patiently. Waiting for her to return to this existence. Poir is a child, his voice rumbled through the stones, through the soft fabric under her back. And nothing more. He is the herald. What herald comes after the message has been given? You speak of destruction, Kadam. I tell you now, destruction has already come. This universe is damned, and all who stay, will be damned with it. And Poir. Poir is proof that death is a choice. He is living proof that what lives beyond is not all-powerful, and the void cannot grip us utterly. On the contrary. He is proof that we can grip back. What do you want from me? She asked, too tired to lift her head. I want you to come with me. I want you to ascend. What does that even mean? She thought, but had no energy to voice the question. At least, she thought she did. Kadam, do you want to know where Poir is? Suddenly, she was sitting up. The world was spinning, and she covered her face with her hand, for the light from the sun, or is that the scar, was far too bright. Where? On the world made by Sen. I sent him there, to reclaim the mirror. A tunnel through the void. Our gateway to ascension. 135, in the shadow of the light. In every vision, we have seen his face, Kadam said. Why do we see Poir? Why no one else? The warm breeze blew through the temple, stirring the locks of her hair. The Emperor had his back turned to her, leaning against one of the newly cracked columns of his temple that he had nearly destroyed in his burst of rage. His silhouette was outlined in the too bright light of the scar, settling down the horizon, the distorted reflections of his mask streaked with the blue of the sky above. In answer, the Emperor pulled away from the column, and walked around the long, rectangular pool that ran down the center of the temple. A series of fountains played in its center, trickling water competing with the breath of the wind. The weight of his footsteps made the water ripple. With every step he took, she felt a force in her body. Her eyes were drawn to him, even against her will. He stopped on the opposite side of a fountain, which cast a thin curtain of water between them. Cold Smith, the Emperor said. What do you know of the light? It's our most valuable tool. Light is an extremely dense particle of non-electromagnetic, cyclical energy with nearly non-existent decay. It radiates out from. Good, he held up a hand, and Kadam felt her throat seize up. She tried to speak. Tried to curse him. Nothing came out. Kadam clenched her jaw, wishing for the 1000th time that she hadn't come here. Or that she had been more prepared. Or that she had thrown her cubes at first sight, even though it would have fried her implants too. There was no point in wishing. He held her now, and he could probably hold her like this for centuries. Or maybe, for the rest of her life. I have to get back to the Avians. I have to build something else and try again. You know how the light acts, the Emperor said, you can describe its functions. But you know almost nothing about its origin. What is it? His huge body was blurred by the smoothly falling water of a fountain, and she could almost imagine that his mask was only that, a mask, worn by a real human. The light comes from outside our universe, he continued. Something is out there, something that lives beyond. It carves open our universe, tearing holes that allow the light to seep through. The Emperor dipped his fingers into the falling curtain of water, cutting gaps in the falling water. He pulled his fingers back, but the gaps remained. Kadam couldn't see how he was doing that, gravity manipulators, most likely. But where? In his mask, or hidden in the floors of the temple. Or maybe in his nanites. Kadam's body was almost too heavy to move, but her mind still raced through the possibilities. Searching for a weakness. Finding none. Whoever built the Emperor was a master of the flow, the algorithmic craft of instilling machines with light. The nanites. The android. Her implants. He could control it all with a flick of his thoughts. And given that his thoughts were a process of emulation, his mind probably worked millions of times faster than hers. Even if she had all the tools and time in the world. Then why do you see Poyer? The Emperor asked from the other side of the broken water. The answer is clear, whatever lives on the other side has seen him, too. And thus, it reflects its sight in your visions. So you say the visions are true. Sight is not truth. Then what? Through the suspended holes in the curtain of falling water, she could see Emperor shrug his great shoulders. The human mind is a breeding ground for false connections. No doubt the visions hold some truth, but that truth is the wrong one. Your so-called destroyer is not the flame, but the smoke that comes after. He is merely a symptom. He does not matter. How can you say that? Kadam said, outrage blossoming in her chest. Making her want to stand up, though every joint in her body held her back. We have seen what he will do. If the Herald lives, the universe will be torn asunder. This universe is already dead. The Emperor did something, and all the falling water froze in place. The gaps where his fingers had cut holes began to expand, eating away at the veil between them, until nothing was left. The moment we tore open the first scar, we damned ourselves. Wrong, Kadam said. The dams. The dams will fail. We have tens of thousands of years before the light breaks through. How long do you think it's been, Kadam? The Emperor's challenge stabbed her like a knife. Her hand lifted automatically to her heart. Tens of thousands of years? Had she really been in cryosleep so long? Somehow, Kadam never imagined that humanity was so unfathomably far back in the past. Somehow, she had let herself believe that perhaps the rest of them were still hibernating somewhere, only hiding from the sovereign swarm and waiting for her to find and kill the Herald, so that humanity could return. Tens of thousands of years. Unlike some, he said, I have not wasted this extraordinary gift of time. Humanity did something great by slowing their progress. But that which lives beyond must experience time differently than we do. That is the only explanation for the visions, for your glimpses of the future. Because, yes, there is truth to your dreams. I have studied them for so long, and in them, I have seen the secrets of the light, and the void from which it comes. The lights on the Emperor's mask blinked in unison for a split second. The fountain began to flow again, only this time numerous thin sheets of water fell parallel to each other. The Emperor inhaled slowly, and something on his mask began to make a high-pitched whine, almost beyond hearing. She could feel his concentration. All the sheets of water vibrated and began to defy gravity's will, flowing up and out of the pool until Kadam was surrounded by twisting helixes and branches and wavering veils of falling water. Our universe is surrounded. Much like a star in the center of a swirling, shifting galaxy, we are not alone. There are so many other realities beyond this one. The Emperor's hand, perfect and human, broke through all the interwoven streams of water, stopping in front of her. Her hand twitched, her arm lifted, without her telling it to. She tried to squeeze her muscles, to fight against it. But the Emperor had her. This is what I want, Kadam. I want to ascend. And I want you to ascend with me. Kadam's fingers reached out, and grazed against his, sending a shock of cold, sickening emptiness through her body. Her spine shivered with revulsion. The Emperor clasped her hand and pulled her forward. She slammed her eyes shut and gasped as the cold wetness crashed against her. Her feet were iron weights, her legs as heavy as stone, rooting her in place. She could do nothing but stand there, panting and shivering. The Emperor lifted his chin, and a warmth rushed from nowhere, from the open sides of the temple, as if the Emperor had control over the wind itself. It blew across her body, rushing over her skin and clothes. A glittering, blurry cloud of nanites gathered around her limbs, her torso, her face. The same nanites that had killed the servant, and drained the life from her body, were now being used to dry her off. Does he know how vile this is? Kadam barely managed to suppress a shudder. Does the machine understand that I hate him so? But hostility would get her nowhere. As the last drops were wicked away by the Emperor's near-atomic machines, Kadam decided she would feed into his madness. Maybe then, he'll show his weakness. You say something lives in the scars. On the other side, yes. What is it? And when you ascend, what if it can follow you? When a fire burns, do you stand still and let the heat consume you? I think not. As long as we refuse to leave the cradle, we will never grow. We don't know anything about what lies beyond, yet you talk as if you can simply step through a door into another universe. It has already been done. Why else do you think we see him? Kadam furrowed her brow, Poir. He was a product of a long line of experiments, perfected over millennia of trials. In trying to repair the human genome, they discovered something so much greater. They created thousands of children, like him. They tested them. And they sent them beyond. What trials? Why I have never heard of this. Because, the Emperor snarled. Just as I was forbidden, so were they. The biologists worked in secret. I won't tell you what I've learned of their failures. Horrible. And there were so many. It is no wonder Oster kept himself far away from his lover. The cost of saving humanity was always a brutal affair, and many young lives were sacrificed. But not without gain. The biologists found a way to create human life in a universe beyond our own. You think Poir was born in another universe? This is how he was seen by that which lives beyond. If that is true, then why do you say he is not the destroyer? Is he not more powerful than the light itself? If you knew Poir at all, the word powerful would never enter your mind. From what I've gathered, he was more a failure than a success. Barely enough for them to keep him alive. Poir was one among thousands, and if he was special, if he met any of the criteria they needed, then they would have gone to far greater lengths to protect him. Instead they discarded him in the ruins of some biologists' conclave. It was pure chance he survived. I doubt Oster ever even knew his name. Oster. He was a renowned biologist, lauded for his work with genetics, before he was ostracized for working with the first prophet. That is how he met Sen, you know. And that is how he met my maker. There was a subtle shift in his tone, the dark hint of hatred in his voice as he spoke Sen's name. Kadam could see his fingers curling on the stone ledge of the pool, but not cracking it. Oster and his kind made all the child species. The Emperor swept his arms around the temple, gesturing at the city so far below. The Kirans. The Avians. All of them. All failed attempts to recreate a stable human genome and to circumvent the disease. But the Xenos live. They're thriving. For now, the Emperor agreed, but time has run its course. Poir is a distraction. Your visions, the disease. The Xenos. All, distractions. Keeping you from seeing what has already happened. Then why do we see the visions at all? You think they are nothing more than a deception, on a galactic scale. Other universes do not necessarily obey our natural laws. I don't know how the visions came to be. An accident? More likely, they are artifacts of something else that somehow attached to your thoughts. Your fears. A dreadful case of apophonia. The human mind is brilliant at seeing patterns, where there are none. Despite the fragments of truth your visions may hold, do not discount your ability to lie to yourself. Yes, Poir may be here at the end of existence. But what about us? Why have you never seen your own face in these dreams? Kadam hadn't asked herself that in a long time. When she agreed to enter cryo-sleep, she was dedicated only to her final purpose. She was so certain that nothing would ever change her mind. But now, so far from home, all that certainty also seemed distant. Less real. Less absolute. The Emperor's questions made her own grow louder. He exhaled, and all the streams of water twisted back into the pool, taking unnatural paths through the air. The truth is, your visions are inconsequential. They do not matter. Wrong, Kadam thought. He's wrong about that. The dams might not hold the scars forever. But if humanity had figured out how to harness the light once, they could figure it out again. After the herald of ruin is gone. The visions were their last, greatest warning. A curse and a gift. This is what Rodiero had drilled into her. This is what she had always believed. And yet, some small part of her couldn't help but ask, how can I know for certain? The visions are more than you say, Kadam said. The Emperor crossed his arms in front of his bronze breastplate, making the leather straps creak. Twin lights shone on the armor, one from the afternoon sun, and one from the scar, now slipping down the horizon. Explain. The dreaming disease, Kadam answered. It comes from the visions. Does it? How else? My caretakers left Ranjing long before they were infected. My clanmates saved me from it. They created implants to block out the dreams. And did it work? The words died on her lips. Kadam's face fell, her neck heavy not from the Emperor's will, but from the utter chasm opening inside her heart. The dream implants had worked. They did. Until they didn't. She could still remember the day Rodiero came to her, his veins only just starting to turn black. His normally exuberant voice dark and empty. "It's time, Kadam," he had said. "It's time to begin your quest." No matter what they did, the disease came for them all. "How did you know?" The emperor leaned forward, over the pool. His joints cracked like the branches of some great tree. "Beware the easy answers, Kadam. In desperate times, your kind loves to cling to simple beliefs. When you brush against the complexity of the world, you resort to simplifying everything with stories. No one is in control. It is the light that afflicts you. Not some made-up disease. The light unmakes you, because it is not of this universe. It has been killing us since the day we cut open the first scar. We were so hungry for its power, that we did not want to see the truth. Too long have we lived in the shadow of the light. Too long have we drank from its waters. And every time you touch the fountain, your curse deepens." The emperor dipped his hand into the pool, cupped the water, and drank, letting out a sigh of relief. "Wrong. That's what the emperor was. Wrong and broken and trying to lead me astray from my path. But that didn't make sense. Why would he go to such lengths to change my mind?" Kadam's hands trembled. Not with rage, nor with fear, but from the feeling of losing everything she had ever believed. It was as if the stones under her feet were crumbling, and there was nothing left to hold on to. She wanted to tell him how wrong he was. She wanted to push back on his lies, but instead she found herself running back through conversations from long ago. From before she went into the cold chamber. Too much that never made sense. Too often, told not to think about it. "Focus on your quest, Kadam. Do not let them distract you." She had never dared to question. There was too much at stake. She had never asked the one thing that always gnawed at her thoughts: what if we're wrong? Kadam was too shattered to speak, and the emperor seemed to sense this. He turned his masked head, all those strange wires and cables shifting down the back of his neck as he looked down at his hands. His lips were crooked into not quite a smile. A hint of emotion on his lips. A wistfulness, full of longing and regret. "To a human," the emperor said, "everything feels real in the moment you experience it. Every dream. Every thought. You have always had the power to conceptualize that which is not real. Indeed, that is how my maker made me. He thought through all the impossibilities, thereby making me possible. Such a miraculous thing. Your greatest strength, and your greatest flaw. Like so many before you, you have been misled by your dreams. You saw what you wanted to see, and did not stop to think if it was real. If the visions are mere deceit, or part of some grand, destructive ruse, or simply pure chance, that, I cannot say. But I can say that it doesn't matter. You should have given up long ago. The universe is damned, and Poyer is no herald, nor of any consequence at all. The message is destruction, and it was delivered long ago. What, then, is the point of a messenger?" Kadam's legs were too heavy. She fell back, not bothering to slow herself. It was only luck that the mattress was there to catch her. She sank into it, sitting, doubling over, and staring at the floor. "Then let me kill him," Kadam breathed. "If he doesn't matter, let me do what I came for." A grim smile stretched across the emperor's face, his flawless skin barely wrinkling at all. "You don't give up often, do you?" "Never. When you join me, you will need that spirit. The path to ascension is taxing to say the least." "Where is he?" "Another planet. Poyer is tying up one last thread for me. In exchange for my keeping you here, he has agreed to bring me the mirror." "What mirror?" "The mirror. The one my maker built with Sen. The path between this universe, and the next. I can't tell you how much work it took to build such a wonder. And then, before my maker could ever test the damn thing, she betrayed him. My maker was working on me at the same time, in secret. Emulating human consciousness was extremely forbidden, even in my time. When she informed the world that I existed, they locked up my maker. And in his absence, she stole the mirror. And you sent a child, alone, to fetch this thing. I thought you wanted him dead." "Of course I do, but," Kadam trailed off. "She was here for one thing, to destroy the destroyer." She knew it didn't make sense to feel offended, but still. "He's not a tool. He's a child." The emperor spoke over her thoughts. "Sen's creations will not kill a human. And the swarm has been there for thousands of years, I doubt their machines are very operational." "Where?" "You must forget him." The emperor's voice was soothing. Almost sweet in its softness. A father, talking to his child. It made her want to scream. All that helpless rage, threatening to overwhelm her. Filling her veins, clawing at her throat. "I came all this way." "You did. It is a feat of great wonder. You left everyone everything behind, forever, because you thought you could save us all. But what about you, Kadam? Who is going to save you?" She shook her head. There was only one answer, and she had never felt the need to question it before. I am forfeit. This was her life's grand purpose. This existence is ended, Kadam. But there is hope, he said, consider that all we are capable of now, was once pure imagination. The gates, the dams, me. All this was once believed to be impossible. And all that you could become right now must seem, to you, impossible. Unless you can imagine otherwise. He reached out over the pool. The water in the pool and from the fountains reacted to his presence, vibrating and marching in waves. Imagine a new existence. Imagine rising to a higher level. He held out his hand. Join me, Kadam. Choose to be more than you are. But he did not make it a command. And with his words, Kadam felt a tension in her body release. All her joints, all her implants, suddenly under her control once more. Her hand felt suddenly light, and her fingers opened so easily. The Emperor was giving her a choice. Or, at least, the illusion of one. You can stay here, and live your mortal life, chasing down whatever dreams a long-forgotten people once had. But I am offering you a life that no one has ever lived before. It was the way he spoke. Such certainty. Taking everything she believed about the visions, the light, and the destroyer. And discarding them as if they were nothing more than primitive superstitions. As if she was the one stuck living in the wrong version of the truth. As if she were the machine, corrupted into madness. What was true, and what was not? Was her quest truly made in vain? Does he have the answers? Does anyone? He waited, the lower half of his face perfectly neutral, while she stared at his hand. Not moving her own. A different kind of heaviness had overtaken her. The seed of doubt grew its roots. The Emperor, his head turned to the side, as if hearing a sudden sound. His lips pressed tight, an expression she couldn't read. He pulled his hand back, growling to himself. What now? But the question was not directed at her. Then, he turned back to her, saying quickly, think on what I've said. I will return. Until then, my servants will watch you. She didn't know if he meant the Kiran priests, or his Nanites. Where are you going? Kadam asked. My war has encountered an error. The Emperor left, and as his footsteps rumbled out of the room, Kadam felt the weight of her implants descend upon her once more. Damn him! But, when that heavy door slammed shut, she refused to waste a single moment. She set to work tearing her bedsheets and pieces of her own clothes into strips. Tying them together into a makeshift rope. There were no plants up here, but maybe she could convince the servants to bring some up for her personal well-being, and new clothes, too, so that she could have more material. Even this act of defiance took its toll. She was exhausted just tying knots, but she kept at it until she heard a scraping sound coming up the stairs. Footsteps. Kadam's body was a lead weight, but she fought against it, sweating and grunting as she stumbled across the temple to hide her rope. Hoping the servants wouldn't say anything about her newly frayed clothes. The lock on the door opened with an echoing crack, and a new servant shuffled into the open-air temple at the top of the Emperor's ever throne. This one had silver-green scales that glittered in the late sunlight, and he kept his head bowed as he brought a tray of food and drink to Kadam. She did not have to feign her weakness. Sweat beaded down her forehead, and her body was soaked, cooled only by the ocean breeze. Divine One, he asked, reverently. I am instructed to watch you eat. Kadam was too tired to respond. And even if she could, she wanted him to think she was too weak. I can help, if you'd prefer, he said. The scales on his fingers were surprisingly soft, and pliable. Kadam hated every touch, but she did not resist. And when he left, and she was certain no one was watching her, or as certain as she could be in the Emperor's temple, she groaned as she pulled herself back to work. Days passed with her tying together the rope and stretching the threads as far as they could go without breaking. Listening for the scraping footsteps of the servants. When she heard them, she would rush to hide her tools and her rope in a gap in the wall, before clawing herself back to the mattress racing to beat the crack of the lock, and the groan of the door. At night, she slept. The visions were stronger than she ever remembered. And his face fueled her. So much older than the Poyer she knew. The way he looked at her, some great and terrible sadness in his eyes as he destroyed the universe and everything with it. Kadam woke before the servants did. One morning, before the sun peeked over the edge of the world and the stars still reigned supreme, she was pulling feathers out of her mattress. Mostly, the feathers were useless, but she thought if she could tie enough of their hollow shafts together. The door groaned open. Her heart caught in her throat. She hadn't heard the lock open, let alone the servant's footsteps. Kadam rushed to shove the rope under her mattress, but a voice stopped her. By my estimation, the voice clicked from the shadow of the doorway, you will descend 12.5 feet before that rope snaps. The resulting fall has a 98.8% chance to kill you instantly. In the darkness of the early morning, a pair of machine eyes, unlike any other construct in the universe, glowed with a soft, blue light. And the remaining 1.2% will result in a slow, painful, death. Lakis, Kadam gasped, a surging relief bringing a sudden sting to her eyes. You're alive. Divine One, the android inclined her head slightly. Would you prefer a better way down? 136, the God Who Seeks. The last stars of the night streaked the android's chassis with flecks of light. She clanked across the stone floor of the temple, one foot dragging behind the other. You're alive? Kadam asked. I am. Kadam tried to push herself up from the bed, but with her joints still resisting, her arm gave out at the elbow, and she ended up collapsing on the bed, her head landing hard on the bed. She spoke, with her mouth squashed against the mattress. He infected my implants. I cannot move. Did the Emperor not get to you? He only thinks he did, Lakis said. When the android passed the low, flickering light of a torch, Kadam finally saw what was wrong with her. You're hurt, Kadam said. An understatement. The android's innards were spilling out of her. Her arms and legs were trailing wires, some of which Kadam knew weren't native to the construct. Her chest cavity was indelicately pried open, and Kadam could see the machine's core, a dully, glowing orb of light slowly pulsing in the darkness. My motor functions are less than optimal, but I do not experience pain like you do, the android said. How did you get out? I had restraints put on you. And the Emperor must have done worse. Lakis lifted her arms, dragging wires and torn gimbals and metal restraints scraping along the floor behind her, with more spilling out of her chassis. Her voice was full of infinite patience. A teacher, speaking to a child, always, the same mistake. First, the swarm. Then, the Emperor. And now, you. I am only one machine, and I may be swallowed, broken, or torn to pieces. But I am also Tython's daughter, and I cannot be bound. As she spoke, the light from her exposed core swirled and burned bright enough to cast shadows that crawled up the columns and rippled over the fountain's water. Kadam didn't know what she felt. Admiration, certainly, for the Tython's seemingly endless skill. And a new pang of fear. The first time she had laid eyes on Lakis, she thought she was little more than the destroyer's own pet. But even I could not escape the Emperor. What power did this android truly possess? And am I not at her mercy? Lakis clanked to the foot of Kadam's bed, and Kadam had not the strength to crawl away from the android. But Lakis offered no threat. Instead, she merely kneeled at the foot of her bed. All the mangled scars of her face, illuminated in the fast disappearing starlight. Divine One, Lakis's voice clicked softly, the sun will be up soon. I fear we don't have much time. I spoke with him, Kadam said. The Emperor told me so many things. He said that humanity has been gone for tens of thousands of years. That the dams are breaking, and all the scars will tear open. That which is broken may always be repaired. He said the universe is ended. My visions don't matter. And everything we do. That I've come all this way for nothing. Is it true? As Kadam spoke, the android's eyes turned from a glowing white to a pale orange. A fragment of the truth is not the truth, Lakis said. He said there is only one hope, to leave this universe behind. He said that others have gone already. And, he said that Poyer is only a symptom of the end. Neither savior nor destroyer. Only a distraction. The android's eyes went from pale orange to a burning red. And when she spoke, her voice clicked deliberately, as if she was measuring each word. Only the savior may know the truth. And the Emperor is no savior. How can you claim to know that? Kadam asked, struggling to lift her head. What if your piece of the truth is also wrong? The makers know. Humanity is dead. Kadam spat, me and Poyer, we're all that's left. How can you claim to know anything about what they believed? They're gone. It is written. Kadam felt a wave of frustration rise in her throat, but something else held it back. If this android knew how to evade the Emperor's grip, then what else did she know? You're talking about the historians again. I am talking about the unfinished book. You ask how I can be certain, and I tell you, it is written in the book. And I have read it. The Emperor has not. The historians would never let a non-human near it. And they let you. Lakis's eyes shrank slightly, becoming two thin slits of red. She bowed her head, and Kadam thought she sensed a bit of embarrassment from the android. I pursued other means. Why should I trust you? Kadam asked. Why shouldn't I listen to the Emperor? It was a false question. She said it merely to get a rise out of the android, to see how Lakis would react. But the android, as ever, was unfazed. Only disparaging Poyer's name seemed to cause her pain. Both the Emperor and I were made to serve. To search and find a way to escape fate. This is true. But he believes he is enough to save us. Whereas I know that I am not. I am the last of Tython's heirs. I was created to serve the truth. Thus, I am destined to die. According to this book. It is written. Do the historians have visions, 2. The emperor said they could be lies. How do you know these historians actually see the future? They can't, Lakes said, the first children have only the power to look only into the past. And even then, only that which is touched by the light. Which, fortunately, includes all of humanity. Our curse. Our gift. How long have they been watching us? Since the first scar gave the first drop of light. I don't pretend to understand how it works, only that it does. Undeniably. Kadam let out a doubtful, They have seen your visions. They look into your past, to see our future. The book speaks of how the Savior came to be, and what he is destined to become. Do you forget, android, that I am human? Lakes's eyes glowed brightly. Never, Divine One. All my people have seen him. Every time I dream, I watch him turn the stars into ash. I have seen him shatter all existence. He is always there, at the end. And after that? Kadam grimaced at the question. The end is the end. What do you mean? Your vision is incomplete. Salvation is coming, Divine One. Even for you. You name him Destroyer. Herald of Ruin. And the Emperor names him nothing. But I know what he must be. I have been to the machine worlds. I hid from the Sovereign so that I might find them. But the Sovereign is mighty, and everything was taken from me. Everything but this one truth. Even though my body was torn asunder, and my core was cracked open, my faith could not be shaken. I knew this long before I came to the home of the first children. The Savior Divine has returned. And he will save us all. Where does that faith come from? There was no salvation in any of our visions. Then why, Divine One, have you come all this way? Kadam opened her mouth. And no words came out. Lakes shook her head as if Kadam still didn't understand. She could act so human, sometimes. There is always more, Lakes said. Vol, did the stars tremble? And the void was torn asunder. And there was he, the light who drove back the eternity of darkness. How? The scars will break open. The Sovereign still lives. He's a child. A runt. A reject from his own conclave. He was a failure. Not all of them believed that. His blood was supposed to bring back the human genome. And it didn't. I mean, where is everyone? If he is only a child, then why do you think he is dangerous? Because. Kadam shouted. A surge of energy flooded through her, and she felt she finally had the strength to sit up. To stand. She pushed herself to her feet so that she towered over the android. Because we've seen him, Lakes. For hundreds of years. Thousands. He was there, and it didn't matter how loud I screamed, he wouldn't stop destroying everything. And then he would look at me. And I saw his face. But he was no child. He was old. If we're here, at the end, then I don't see how that's possible. The words stuck in her throat, and it felt as if she had to rip them out. I don't know, Lakes. I don't know what it means, or where the visions come from. I don't know what he is. I don't know. The rush of energy ebbed. Her lungs burned, unable to get enough oxygen. Her knees buckled. She refused to sit back down, but she wasn't in control. Kadam crumpled, plunging towards the floor. The android was there to catch her. Cold, metal arms wrapped around her torso. Mechanical fingers dug into her shoulders. A mangled face, looking up into hers. Kadam gasped for her breath, and Lakes just held her. When Kadam's breathing had evened out, Lakes laid her back on the bed. And kneeled before her once more. Divine One, those brilliant, white eyes burned holes into Kadam, pleading with her, come with me. We may seek your answers together. No, Kadam thought. I have to go back to Gaum. It was the only way. She could go back and fix herself. And then, she could build something bigger. A weapon, enough to destroy this planet. Whatever it took to conquer the Emperor. And all those innocent Xenos? Then something else. Something targeted, something made just for him. But Kadam had felt his power. Even now, she could barely fill her own lungs with air. He had done all that, with a flick of his mind. I could strip out every last implant. Whatever it takes. And then what? And then nothing. The Emperor was in her way. And even if he wasn't, she had no idea where to find Poyer. Wait. Kadam looked into the android's glowing eyes. You said the historians see the past. The first children were designed for one purpose. Forgive me for saying this, Divine One, but not even you approach their powers of sight. Maybe, Kadam thought, if they really can see the past, and she wasn't ready to believe that yet, then maybe they can tell me where Poyer has gone. Then she would not need the Emperor's help at all. And my other questions? Kadam had not realized she had them. But they were there, and they were growing. Fine, Kadam said. Fine. Kadam said. She hated how weak she was. Hated that she needed to ask this. I will need your help, android. I cannot walk. I am stronger than I look. Kadam's stomach clenched. Touch was not her strong point. She's just a machine, Kadam thought. She just caught you. Still. Kadam took a deep breath and nodded. Carry me, then. First, you will need this. She unfurled Kadam's tattered shreds of fabric, all those days spent weaving that rope, undone in seconds, and wrapped it around Kadam's body. The home of the first children is nothing like Seer. Lakey scooped her up in her arms as if Kadam were as light as aluminum. There was a body on the steps. And then, more. Lakey's had left a trail of carnage that seemed to wind through the entirety of the Everthrone. Kiran priests were strewn down the stairs, their clothes torn and bloodied. Guards lay slumped on the wall, their necks bent the wrong way. The only sounds on their way down the steps were the android's clanking footsteps and the blowing of the wind through the stone workings of the Everthrone. One of her legs still dragged, but she kept Kadam steady as she descended. Did you have to kill them? I could suffer no risks for your cause, Lakey's said easily, as if speaking about the weather. She could be so inhuman, too. Most of their deaths were painless. Most of them? Kadam thought. They crossed the threshold, out into a stone courtyard that was just large enough to make one feel insignificant against the grand might of the Everthrone's shadow. The breeze tasted of salt, and the bloody light of the sun stung the horizon, painting the clouds with a citrus pink, except where they parted, and the scar peeked through, casting its eerie light. The dam was a black speck, floating across the center of the scar. Lakey's feet grated on the brick. And then clanked on metal. Kadam turned to see they were standing on a gate. A small one, built for personal use. A moment, Divine One. I cannot activate this gate through impulse. May I put you down? Kadam nodded, and she could hear the scraping of the android's parts grinding against each other as she reverently laid Kadam down. Why does she go to such great lengths for me? What am I to her? The android pressed her face to the disc of the gate, and her voice clicked, not words, but the distorted screech of an electronic signal. The arms of the gate began to spin. You really think I'm divine, don't you? Kadam asked when Lakey's picked her up once more. I do not have to think it, Lakey said, her head craned up. Looking at the scar overhead. It is the truth. 8 black hallways intersected the room. Polished floors shone glistened ebony, and the vaulted ceilings, too, were black. This dam, identical to every other dam, was made entirely of that black metal that dampened the effects of the light. Dampened, but did not curb completely, for light was potent, unchained energy that, frustratingly, did not always obey the laws of physics. But it seemed the black metal of the dam had another effect, too. Something about this place, the light-absorbing metal, maybe, or simply the distance from the Emperor's throne had severed the Emperor's grip. Kadam's breath froze on her lips. The thin sheets wrapped around her body did little to combat the cold. She could already see her fingers growing blue. But still, she could not help but smile. Her body was hers again. Her implants responded to her impulses. Her joints moved, not against her, but with her will. She flexed her fingers, delighting in the lightness of her hands. You can put me down now, Kadam said. Lakey's helped Kadam gain her feet, for Kadam's body was still waking up. And shivering. Her teeth chattered. I will ask the servants for warm clothes. Perhaps they have extras. No need, Kadam said. The connection was right there in her mind, waiting at the edge of her mind. She could feel the whole structure of the dam. Too large for her mind to comprehend, Kadam was no architect. She didn't have the implants or training to deal with such scale, but she didn't need to control the whole station. She just had to find the small controls. There. A small, shining thread ran through the body of the dam. She tugged at it, and felt the menus cascade open in her mind. She impulsed a command. Words without sound appeared in her thoughts. Confirmed. Raising local temperature. A subtle, almost inaudible hum droned from the walls as they warmed the air. Lakey's held out her hands, sensing the change. Wondering at it. The android spun slowly, her voice clicking out a sigh. And as she turned, Kadam could not help but feel bothered by all those wires hanging off the android. The Emperor's leeches. Stand still a moment, Kadam said. Warmth and strength returned to her in waves, and she wanted to test her body's movement. Lakey stood still as Kadam peeled and pried and dislocated the extraneous wires, her fingers still numb, but gaining back their feeling, working clumsily as she fixed as much of the android as she could. Help me with your breastplate, Kadam said. She pointed to where the android should apply pressure, and the android's machine strength made easy work of flattening down the metal, covering up her core once more. Better. Better, Lakey said, her eyes glowing a bright white. Then, the android's head jerked to the side. Her voice was a whispering click, we are watched. At the end of the hallway, there was not one, but 4 pairs of glowing eyes. Each one, like Lakey's, though even at this distance Kadam could see they were only crude imitations of a vaguely human form. Androids, but nothing like Lakey's. How long had they been there? Who are you? Divine One, 3 of them said in unison, each with the same voice, worn down in separate ways. We are your servants. Come here, Kadam commanded, and they obeyed. At first, their feet were slow and hesitant. One of the androids shouldered a 4th, whose leg joints ground with every step so that Kadam couldn't help but cringe at the sound. The 4 androids stopped short of the room with the gate. The ones that could, kneeled. The 4th one simply collapsed into a heap of limbs and metal. All of them shielded their eyes as if it burned them to look upon Kadam. And for once, Kadam felt like a god. Her body was her own, once more. Her lungs filtered the air, purifying every breath. Every joint in her body flowed with seamless grace, the muscles supported with machine implants that worked without her thought. The lenses of her eyes flickered back through all the spectrums, bringing the world into complete focus once more. She could see the androids clearly, noting every piece of wear and signs of crude maintenance. She could read the walls, and follow the paths of this enormous station with her mind. This was her dam. I have come to seek answers. I will read the unfinished book. On the ground, the androids shuffled as they looked at each other. Flickers of uncertainty. They were speaking to each other through the subsystems. Apparently, they didn't know Kadam could read those thoughts. What say the historian's rules? They said one would come. Then we must permit her. But what of her construct? My android comes with me, Kadam interrupted them. All 4 of the androids started and turned to look up at Kadam. One of them, with a speaker so ancient that its words came out in a distorted crunch, said, Divine One, foreign constructs are forbidden in the upper library. It is her library, a new voice called from down the hall. This time, there were no glowing eyes. And though the voice that came out was electric, and clicked just like the androids, the speaker was anything but a machine. Long tentacles writhed wetly across the floor. The androids parted, making room for an alien so tall that she towered even over Kadam. Her head was huge, almost too large to be supported on such an elongated body, though it was hard to tell the exact shape of her body due to the flowing strips of her black robes that fluttered with every step. The historian performed a kind of curtsy with her tentacles, lowering itself deeply before Kadam. Instead of a mouth, the historian spoke through a black medallion, a simple speaker box, that emitted sound as slight muscles of her throat pulsed. We have waited for you, Kadam of the Makers. Kadam shot Lakey's a questioning glare, but the android only shook her head, as if to say, I told them nothing of you. The historian's grey skin shone with moisture and sweat in the dam's rapidly warming air. She clasped 2 tentacles together like hands, the ends curling and uncurling as she gazed down on Kadam. White stains, lesions perhaps, ran up and down her tentacles, and there was a kind of dry age in the sunken flesh around her enormous, black eyes. The historian's voice crackled out of her medallion, and her tentacles lifted towards the ceiling, praise and jubilation, for the day has come. I am the speaker of this section. How do you know my name, speaker? And so, the veil of sleep was lifted. And across the worlds, through the bridge of light, she came to walk these hallowed halls. And therein, shall Kadam of the Makers seek the truth. You knew I was coming. It is written, the historian said, all futures are woven from the one past. We have only to follow its warp and weft to see the pattern as it will be. Your presence heralds a new beginning for our kind. Havoc, you mortal children. Witness the Maker's return, and make ready the way. For they have come to find the lost, and heal the wounds beyond all time. The speaker's gaze fell upon Lakey's. She stared at the android for a long moment. You are not one of ours. Lakey said nothing. Did not even look at the historian. Did not move at all. Why do you look familiar? The speaker asked. All androids look familiar, Lakey said. We were made in the image of the Makers. Kadam could feel the bristling tension between the two. The android did not move, and the speaker curled and uncurled her tentacles. The weak lights from the walls, human lights, gleamed over every spot of age on the old speaker's pale, grey, wet skin. And still, neither one moved. Speaker, Lakey's broke the silence, we have come to seek answers from the unfinished book. The speaker's arm tentacles flicked back and forth with agitation. Dare you, construct, to presume to speak of the unfinished book? No machine is worthy to bear witness. Indignant fury rose in Kadam's chest. The android is with me, she said firmly. The ends of the speaker's tentacled arms flicked uncertainly. Kadam felt the speaker's resistance. The cold smith clenched her fists, impulsing her implants to be ready. Reluctantly, the speaker tore her gaze away from Lakey's and bowed to Kadam. In the house of the Makers, we are merely its stewards. Forgive me, for I have upheld our rules for so long, and many try to break them. You will take us to the book, Kadam said. Both of us. The translucent membranes of the speaker's eyes blinked. It will be, the speaker said, the unfinished book awaits you. At the end of the black hallway, an elevator waited for them. The inner shell was made of some hard spec glass that was probably proofed against the vacuum of space. Anti-gravity plates capped the top and the bottom, and a low-grade reactive metal covered the glass, probably to act as a shield against space debris and radiation. But this closed to the scar. She felt a twinge in her temples. She squeezed her eyes shut until it went away. The elevator lifted smoothly, and the metal dripped away so that Kadam could see the whole dam spread before her. Its shape was reminiscent of an enormous, black flower. The main stabilization rings, like 8 round petals, were surrounded by hundreds of smaller rings, all of which were covered in extractor towers and drone bays and service traverses. But all this was cracked, the towers scarred or snapped off, and 2 of the main rings had shorn away, ripping away mountains of black metal and creating a massive tail of debris that spread for thousands of miles in the dam's wake. Wires and connector ropes, some as thick as cities, dangled behind the dam like tentacles waving in the abyss. A flash of light, and the world went dark for just a moment. She blinked it away, trying to ignore the growing pressure in her skull. The pieces of the dam that were still intact showed cracks, where white streaks of lightning sputtered and flashed in the black night of space, and lassos of unbound energy rolled down the towers of the great rings. All that light, completely uncontained. And the elevator climbed ever higher, rising up the central spire that pointed directly at the scar. In her past life, she would have seen it as a waste. Now, she could only feel her skin prickle at the thought of the danger it presented. Why have you let it fall into ruin? Kadam asked, massaging her head with her hand. Divine One, the speaker asked. We have taken care of all that we could. The Emperor could have helped. He has machines and the knowledge to guide the repairs. The speaker's voice medallion clicked pensively, as if she did not know how to answer Kadam. It was Lakis who offered the reason, the Everlord of Seer is not human. Is he not close enough? No, the historian said sternly, our father made us to protect the sanctity of this place. None but us are allowed to dwell here. The Emperor is an abomination. Your father. Oster of the Makers. Goldsmiths didn't work with biologists often, even before the lightning wars and the fracturing of humanity. She did not know this Oster, but the Emperor had spoken of him, and now the historians. The Emperor spoke the truth, then. At least, part of it. Still, whatever this Oster had demanded of his children, Kadam doubted this ruin was what he had in mind. The dam was crumbling. This floating city would fall, and soon. And high above, the scar glittered with all its grey-white light. Like someone had taken a knife to the fabric of space, and cut it open. There were cracks at the edges of the scar, long and thin as spider webs, and Kadam could see the mist leaking from them. And lightning, flashing in the mist. Again, brighter. And again. And the scar. It was splitting open. Tearing the void. Its edges rippled like waves rushing out from an explosion. It pulsed with an angry, grey light as it spread across the black canvas of space. Until there was nothing but the scar, and all the light pouring out from it. Reaching down toward the dam. Toward her. A single black line, straight and infinite and thin as thread, reached down from the scar. It intersected the dam, and the dam shattered. Billions of pieces of metal, broken like glass. The black line raced forever, down into the planet, which crumbled from the center, out. Even the scar itself began to crack and become fractured, and blow away like sand on the wind. The line, impossibly straight, moved without moving. It touched all the stars, without changing its direction. She could see into it. A glimpse of something that could not be. A world that should not exist. A face that she knew, all too well. Withered, and ancient. But it was him. Poir's eyes were wide with unspoken emotion as he watched her. And all she could do was scream. Kadam! 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 Lakis's cold fingers gripped her by the arms. Holding her in place as she writhed. The metal was dripping back over the glass walls of the elevator, and the elevator came to a halt, nestled in the high peak of the central spire. The vision receded, leaving a faint imprint over everything. She could still see the cracks. In the elevator. In Lakis's mask. In her own hands, the veins turned to glittering black, eating away at her flesh. And still, it faded. The historian was pressed against the wall, her tentacles perfectly still. Eyes cast up at the ceiling, now covered with metal. The scar. I saw it change. Are you well? Lakis asked. Kadam could not speak. She felt almost too weak to stand, so she impulsed all her implants into wakefulness. Her dream dampener had failed and did not respond to her impulses, but the rest of her implants were still online. That had never happened to her before. But then, she had never been this close to a scar with a dam as broken as this one. It took so much out of her. I'm fine, she said. Open the door. The historian waved her hand, and the door whispered as it slid open. Hundreds of historians huddled on the ground, forming an aisle down the ill-lit floor. The halls up here looked identical to the ones down below. Every single one of them looked identical to the speaker. All that grey flesh and tentacles and robes made of strips of fabric. They were waiting for her. Too nervous to even look at her. This way, the speaker said, walking down the aisle made by their prostrate bodies. Kadam leaned on Lakis as they walked through the aisle. On either side, the historians breathed and made wordless, anxious clicks with their medallions. Hundreds of voices, afraid to say anything, but not quite silent, made an otherworldly sound. The hall ended in a set of impressive doors, as black and angular as the walls. The doors were already open, leading into a kind of atrium where black columns ran down into pools of water, deep enough to drown in. At the end of the atrium, there was an altar, upon which shone a single, bright light. And in that light, there sat the book. It was a simple, fragile thing, with a rectangular screen and a black body so thin, she wondered how it had not snapped in all these millennia. Tens of thousands of years. That number still didn't feel real to her, but after seeing the dam so utterly decayed. The speaker kneeled at the foot of the altar, not daring to come closer. And here, even Lakis would not approach. I can walk, Kadam said, for the implants were feeding hormones into her body, helping her regain her strength. She came to the book, alone. She held her hand over it, and felt its gentle power. So much data. Millions of pages of text gave Kadam a sudden, dizzying sense of uncertainty. Where should I start? Kadam asked. She hadn't touched the book, though she could feel its proximity controls waiting for her, brushing at the edge of her mind. Lakis and the speaker looked at each other. Something about their shared look sparked frustration in Kadam. Like they knew something she didn't. When had the world become so alien to her? Tell me, Kadam said, unable to hold back her anger, you were the one who said I should come here. Where should I start? No answer from the android. You, speaker. It's your book. No, Divine One, we are only the keepers. It is yours. Kadam turned back to the book, sitting on its pedestal. Her hands hovered over the slender, fragile device, trembling slightly. Afraid. But of what? It was only a book. What could it tell her that she did not already know? Then, there was only one place that made any sense. She would begin where it always began, at the end of all things. 137, The Truth. Tython's last daughter was not designed to show much emotion. Thus, to an outward observer, she appeared to be little more than a thoughtless construct, kneeling on the ground, awaiting instructions. Inside, Lakis's processes screamed with anticipation. Her desire functions urged Kadam to keep reading. Her memory banks had the sections of the book queued, ready to read along with the human. Soon, Kadam will see the truth. And the truth was glorious. Mist rose from the icy pools of water that the historians used to conjure their hindsight. It coiled around the black columns and crawled along the floor, twisting in the sharp, unwavering lights ensconced in the walls. The two of them were alone in this part of the upper library, for Kadam with her supreme control over the dam had commanded the temperature to rise, and the historians could not abide such heat. Even Kadam had shed the sheets taken from the Emperor's temple prison, so that the deep brown skin of her limbs and her neck showed through. Numerous subdermals carved black and silver lines across her arms, and down the backs of her legs, and her hair was pulled back, so that the metal implants on the sides of her face, shoulders, and wrists all gleamed in the pale light as she paced back and forth along the wall. Somehow, the human had embedded the unfinished book into the walls, so that blocks of holographic text glowed from the black metal, reaching all the way to the vaulted ceiling. Kadam would highlight a passage as she read, then jump to another with the swipe of her hand, scanning through thousands of lines before freezing on one, and staring at it for a painfully long time. The unfinished book was enormous, and no other Xeno book could compare. It was composed of 8 main sections, called the 8 Divides, beginning with humanity's first discoveries of the light, and ending with the final change, and the salvation. It would take decades of dedicated study to read through every volume of the book, and Lakis believed there were historians who, in fact, did so. But Kadam schemed through the divides, as if she knew exactly what she was looking for. Lakis could only wait, and guess at the human's thought process. Kadam would flip through dozens of volumes in minutes, only to seize upon one page and gaze at it for hours. Her brow wrinkled in concentration, her hand clamped over her dark lips as she thought. What was she looking for? How could she make such huge leaps of logic, without reading it? And then, she would flick her hand, and the book would race through the next 10,000 pages. Watching this thrilled Lakis, for every page turned brought Kadam closer to the divine truth. The autumn, the everlasting will of humanity. Or, as the historians called it, the prophecy of the Savior divine. Nothing could matter more. One day, a human will come, and he will be called the Savior divine, for he is sent to bring light to the universe, and undo the infinite wounds of time. Vol, at the end of all things, shall he return. To take within him the creeping dark, and make whole that which hath been rent asunder. The wait was agonizing. Right now, Kadam was stuck on a passage in the Exodans, the section of the book that detailed the long dark period after the fracturing of humanity, when the last remnants of the divine makers flung themselves across the universe in desperation. The words on the walls spoke 100 stories of humans fleeing their fate, and falling to it anyway. When Lakis had least read the book, she found it too painful to linger in this divide. The Exodans were full of dying humans, and it hurt Lakis to process these truths. But Kadam studied it as if it were nothing more than a puzzle. Tapping a finger on her cheek, her brow furrowed as if by glaring at the words, she could change them. Kadam was thinking aloud, why would they go back? No, that doesn't make sense. They didn't go back here, otherwise I never would have. Wait. Lakis couldn't follow her thoughts, but still she listened. Kneeling, and waiting. And then, instead of flipping the pages forward, Kadam went back several thousand pages. This made Lakis's core lurch with agonizing impatience. Almost unbearable, so that the android had to shut off her eyes and froze her judgments for a moment. Giving herself time to deal with this new setback. Be patient. You have led her where she needs to be. All that is left is for her to read, and to know. Be patient. When Lakis turned her eyes back on, Kadam's head was craned up, her arms outstretched as she compared two sets of text against each other. On the left, the Exodans. On the right, the prophecy. Lakis could not help but read along with her. Havoc, such darkness that spread across the worlds. It extinguishes the stars, and swallows the dust of galaxies whole. There is no light, as if everything were buried deep beneath the waves of a vast ocean. All is tattered ruin, the cloth of existence torn to shreds. This is no death, for there cannot be death without life. And, Vol, here comes him. The Saviour Divine. Gaze upon his countenance, and witness the movement of his lips as he speaks the holy words known only to him. His focus is complete. A light over all things, invisible at first, and then visible, for it must always be there, for he would never let it go out. Brighter, and brighter, it sweeps out from the edges of the expanse of all things. And in its wake, the tatters begin to heal. The worlds, covered in black ash, begin to grow green. Dust swirls and forms stars anew, that they may shine once and forevermore. All that hath fallen, falls back into place. And the light that lives in all things returns to him. A single line, brighter than bright, piercing his divine body, reaching up into infinity. The Saviour Divine has waited for eons beyond belief to make his greatest sacrifice. He gathers the light, and it obeys, and it moves all the darkness inside him, that he may bear the burden alone. Hail the Saviour Divine, for he was sent to save us all. Thus ended the last written words of the unfinished book. The historians might never have another vision after this one. But there was no way to be certain. Perhaps the unfinished book would always remain unfinished. Lakis's core sang as she read the words, again and again, 1,000 times a second. Do you see it now, Divine One? The truth could not be clearer. Yes, Kadam said, but she was frowning at the words. I see the problem now. Divine One. The book is wrong. Wrong. The word ripped through Lakis's core, like a planet tearing itself in half. The android was built to serve humanity. But what was she supposed to do, when one human disagreed with all the rest? Divine One, her voice clicked slowly, as she had to force the words to leave her speaker, explain. I beg you. As Kadam poured through the seemingly endless text of the unfinished book, she came to a realization, here was truth. And the truth was wrong. The historians wrote with exceptional clarity of events that happened. This was undeniable. But the events were often organized out of order. It wasn't uncommon to find some great discovery a century or two out of place. Sometimes, the historians got the locations wrong, too. Emoran, the first prophet, was born on Nemi, though the historians placed her in the carbon farms over Venus. Perhaps they mistook Nemi's gargantuan yet docile clouds for the Venusian storm layer. The historians could see glimpses of the past. Fractured moments. But they lacked context, they didn't understand human technology, let alone human society. And there was no one around to correct their misunderstandings. They thought the cold chambers were burial chambers, reserved only for the most sacred humans. In a way, they weren't wrong about that. After the fracturing, infected humans entered cryosleep in the vain hope that, when they woke up, someone might have cured the vision disease. Thus, most of them never woke up. Kadam thought the errors were obvious. But the android was more agitated than Kadam had ever seen her. Divine One. Explain. I beg you. I don't think I've ever heard a machine beg before. If Kadam had been paying attention, she might have noticed the light in the android's eyes pulsing. She might have wondered what that meant. But Kadam was too focused on the book itself. She swept her hand across the air, pinpointing the exact words that first made her pause. They spread their lights across the stars. The makers left home, never to return. Flight without wings, they fled. From the 7 worlds spread 7 billion ships, so that for one last day, the skies were aglow with divine fire. Thus, did they seek to escape the grasp of the changing disease. The fracturing, Lakes said. Do you say it is a lie? My caretakers were in the first waves to leave, but that was only after the visions infected us all. After the disease had taken root. Yet the historians placed it before the first mention of the vision disease. Look. And here, she highlighted another phrase of the book. A volume labeled of the visions of the prophet Kastimaya. It was not a name Kadam was familiar with, so perhaps the historians had made it up. In the decades following the first prophet's dream of the gate, tens of thousands of prophets began to dream also. The historians, it seemed, could see these dreams. But this passage focused on Kastimaya as waking to find he had been infected. A new blood coursed his veins, black and glittering, and took root in his body. Veins became black, and ate of his flesh. Kastimaya's body hardened into obsidian structures, and his lungs were filled with ash. It calcified muscles and brittled the bones, and drank the water from the prophet's flesh, until nothing remained which was not dead. Yet the disease lived on, longing to spread. Kadam flicked her hands, and the passages traded places in the book. There. Then you say the book is true. The order matters, Kadam said. Some of it is correct, but... Look here. The dam over Ullenful was the first ever built, yet the historians put its construction after we left the core worlds. That makes no sense. They seem to think it was Oster, their maker, who built the dams, rather than the architects. Again, Kadam highlighted a whole section, dozens of pages, and moved them to their proper location. The historians seemed to dream in pieces, but at least they kept each piece clearly marked. Their notes were strange, full of misinterpretations, but meticulous. That would make things easier to correct. And here, Kadam said. Where the core worlds became machine. They don't understand that we built the sovereign. Yet they speak of it as if it were some natural evil, born from nothing. I did not have time to read this part, Lakes said. Now, her gaze was glued to the walls, and the text glowing within. Do you not agree that it is evil? The sovereign, Kadam said, was programmed to solve the problem of the scars. Without it, we would never have built the dams. And what of the lightning wars? Lakes clicked out the question, as if it hurt her to speak. What of the death it begot? Yes. That. The developers lost control of its flow. Everyone who stayed on the core worlds, well. The sovereign didn't stop with them. It still searches, and it, wait, Kadam flipped past the divide called Exodens, and into the one called Mortenset Kyatok. The long, dark gap where no humans remained. Where, for thousands of years, all the Xenos built their small civilizations in the ruins of humanity. But the volumes in this divide spoke almost exclusively of the sovereign, long after the lightning wars. And almost nothing of the Xenos. Why? Kadam attempted to move the pieces to another divide, and found that they did not fit. So she moved them back. She lost track of time as she attempted to adjust this part of the unfinished book. The door to the upper library groaned open, the metal banging against the wall. A historian, shrouded in the mist from the pools and the blue light that lit the chamber, stood in the doorway. At least, she thought it was a historian. The Xeno was wearing an ancient helmet, pulled from some oversized EVA spacesuit, giving him a bubble-headed appearance. His grey skin was slick with sweat already, and he appeared to be struggling to stand, his tentacles held up and held wide to diffuse heat from his body. His body, or hers? The historian's voice screamed from his medallion, a garbled, distorted sound that echoed through the mist. By all that is holy, not the book. Kadam barely had time to turn, and regard him, before he was charging across the mist and pale light, his tentacles squelching furiously across the floor. What have you done? Our work. Generations of our lives, and you've changed it all. I'm fixing it, Kadam said simply. Lakes planted her feet between Kadam and the historian, her feet clanking heavily on the metal as she blocked his mad charge. The historian pulled short, but he was not ready to back off. Kadam couldn't see his, or was it her, face through the bubble helmet's glass, but she could see the agitation in the writhing of his tentacles. Fixing it, his medallion whimpered. Thousands of years of work. You cannot. You dare talk to the Divine Maker this way. Lakes said. She started towards the historian, her hands clenched. But the threat of violence was unnecessary. Upon the words Divine Maker, the historian's medallion made a pathetic sound, and he fell to the floor with a wet flop. His tentacles, still a dozen paces away, writhed as if to reach out to Kadam. Please, I beg you, Divine One. Do not undo our holiest work. It is our only purpose. The android barked something back at the historian, something about defying the will of the gods. The historian cowered, but would not give up his plea. Kadam pondered this. She hadn't thought of what her changes might do to the historians. Nobody had ever guided them. They had always been alone up here. It left a pang of sadness in her heart. A pity, as cold as the pools of ice that littered this library. How must it feel to have thousands of years of labor, undone in a matter of days? And not just any labor, for the historians believe the book was their reason for existence. No wonder this one was losing his mind. The historian was still moaning on the floor, and the android was chastising him. Lakeys, wait! Both the android and the historian went silent, as they looked to her. Kadam closed her eyes. She sent a series of impulses through the dam. Her orders traveled down into the interconnected devices that allowed the historians to read and record in their book. It is done. Divine One, the android and historian spoke in unison. There are now two versions. The first is mine, which I will change as I see fit. The other is yours, preserved as it was before I came here. She didn't bother telling the historian that she had already created thousands of copies of the book. There was no point in explaining version control to a Xeno whose grasp of digital data was tenuous, at best. Though, Kadam added, you may want to look at my version anyway, once I'm finished. Idly, Kadam wondered if having two versions might cause a rift in their religion. But the thought fell back in her mind, as she was distracted by an awful, choking noise coming from the historian's medallion. Is he sobbing? Kadam couldn't make out his words, not at first, for her little gesture seemed to have an enormous effect on him. He was flopping around on the floor, and it sounded like he was apologizing. Am not worthy, he was saying, though his digital moans distorted the medallion's speech. Oh, ye gods, what have I done? I cannot be permitted to exist for transgression. And when he started smacking his helmet on the metal floor, Kadam rushed forward to stop him. Stop that! Kadam stepped forward, and without thinking, she grabbed his helmet and held him still. What is wrong with you? Now, she could see those two big, ink-black eyes staring up at her through the glass. Tears, or something like it, streaming down his mouthless face, collecting in a puddle at the base of his helmet. I have wronged you, O great maker. I have doubted, and my doubt must be punished. Evil is the faithless, for to disbelieve is to strike at the foundation of the holy truth. Doubt has unmade my purpose. There's nothing wrong with doubt, Kadam said. And she stopped herself, as she heard the words coming out of her own mouth. There's nothing wrong with doubt. If that was true, then she would never have come all this way. The historian blinked up at her, waiting for her to continue. His eyes full of fear and awe and utter adoration. It was only a mistake, Kadam said. It was only a mistake, the historian repeated, his medallion somehow conveying reverence in that digital voice. Mistakes are how we learn. The only wrong is refusing to admit your mistakes. Mistakes are how we learn, he repeated after her, soaking in every word. She had the feeling he was going to write them down, somewhere. Now, get up. You are forgiven. Forgiven. Yes, yes, she said impatiently, returning to the wall. I need your help with something. A squelching sound, as he peeled himself his long tentacles up from the floor. His tentacles were dripping with sweat, or something like it. His bubble helmet was fogging up. Anything for you, O most merciful seeker. Kadam ignored the obsequious praise, and simply plowed through. What is this section of the book? The divide of the Mortenset Quitalk. The silence and the death. Yes. I see the sovereign here. I see the clans, dwindling. And then, when they die, I see only fragments. The sovereign, mostly, and not much else. How do your visions work? In the time after the lightning wars, for more than 10,000 years, you have recorded almost nothing. What about the Xenos? There must be billions of them. Why is there nothing about the forming of the alien cultures here? With one tentacle, the historian tugged at the nape of his robes. His tentacles were growing flaccid, wilting like fat leaves that could no longer hold their shape. This close, she could see his grey skin breathing. When Oster created us, he gave us sight of the divine. It does not extend to the Xenos, or any of the lesser beings of the universe. Including ourselves. We have seen little from the last 10,000 years because there was little to see. You were gone. Humanity was silent. Then why do you write of the sovereign? Forgive me, Divine One, for I know not. We write what we see, and this is one of the many mysteries. The book is divine, and therefore it cannot be known to us. Kadam pondered this for a long time. She scrolled through the book, searching for the sovereign's origin. It was built much earlier than I thought it was. The historians say it was built twice? That must be a mistake. But the book stated clearly, the sovereign was built long before the first scar. It was an experimental amalgamation of the early age ace, and had been shelved for some reason she couldn't parse out. It was unshelved once the visions and the disease began to fracture humanity. A mistake. One that humanity never had the chance to learn from. For 3 days, the human did not sleep. Lakis could only watch as Kadam grappled with the book. The android had never felt so helpless. Not even when she was sinking at the bottom of that black lake, waiting for death far beneath the cauldron. At least, back then, she had believed she had served her purpose. Memories of that moment brought the question to the forefront of her core. The question had lingered in her thoughts, though she tried to bury it. I should have died in those black waters. It was written. It was foretold. On this, the book was clear. She was to carry the Savior, to rescue and hold him, and once she found the Guardian, to pass him off. And then, she was to die. And so she did. Until Eel came back, and lifted her from the lake. Perhaps the historians have a different understanding of death, she thought. Perhaps they do not understand how a machine can live. And so many other theories. Lakis had questioned her life. And then, she stopped questioning, because when Eel saved her, she was allowed to be in his presence again. The Savior Divine. And she would not question such an awesome gift. There could be no greater purpose to her existence than the one she had lived over the last months. To see and serve the Savior. So, Lakis stored her confusion deep inside her banks, hiding it from herself. But now, as Kadam appended the unfinished book, Lakis could ignore the question no longer. Even the human said the words were true. Then why did I live? Truth, spoken out of order, might as well be a lie. Am I, therefore, a lie? Is my life an error? But the prophecy was true. It must be, for Lakis had known that a savior would come long before she had ever discovered the historians in their book. Long before, even, she had heard the many versions of the prophecy, spoken across the worlds. She had known that redemption was coming from the moment she came into being. Tython breathed the truth into me. And I was created to serve the greatest truth. I cannot be in error. Then why did I live? Logic crashed against belief, and belief that held its own logic raged and thundered inside her. She felt as though she was bursting, that the joints of her armor would snap and her chassis would break into pieces if she did not ask her question. But Kadam was focused on more important matters. Does your life really matter so much, that you think it worth interrupting the divine? What are you, but a servant of the makers? Then, be patient. For if you are meant to know, you will know. For 3 agonizing days, Lakis waited. And on the 3rd day, Kadam at last came once more to the last written text of the unfinished book. The prophecy. And then, it had nothing else to say. Because the prophecy has yet to come true. For hours, Kadam read those final pages, reading and rereading Poir's greatest moment. The walls were littered with text as Kadam referenced other divides, and whispered to herself, and paced back and forth. 3 times, the historians brought her food and drink, dry-cooked mollusks and water. Kadam ignored them always, as she sketched invisible lines in the air, drawing maps and writing out conclusions that only the human could see. At the end of the 3rd day, Kadam walked over to one of the columns, put her back to the metal, and sat down. Saying nothing. Looking at nothing. Her head dropped, like she had fallen into a great slumber. Lakis waited. Nothing. Questions burned holes in her core. She had to know. Lakis clanked softly over, her hands clasped before her. The human must have heard her approach, for Kadam spoke first. I was wrong, Kadam said. I was wrong. Lakis's core froze as she processed the words. Everything was icy and still inside her, for the human's words were not jubilation that Lakis expected. The Emperor was right, Kadam continued. The universe will die. And it's all our fault. Lakis looked back at the text glowing from the walls, as if she might be able to understand how the human had come to this conclusion. But the words were just that, words. The same prophecy as always. What had the human seen, that Lakis had not? I don't understand, Lakis clicked out slowly. Kneeling in front of Kadam. Praying that the human might enlighten her. Do you know how the scars came to be? We made them. We found soft places in the fabric of the universe. Tunnels, or space eroded to almost nothing. I'm not the right person to explain it, but we found these soft places, and we cut them open just to find out what they were. Our reward was the light. Back then, we barely knew how to use it. It wasn't worth much at all, a scientific oddity. Formless and powerless. Kadam nodded at one wall, making the words glow. This text referenced the earliest pages of the book, from the divide called the generatum. We siphoned it, so much of it. Unimaginable amounts, just leaking out into the void. And when we found a use for it, we cut open more scars, extracted more light. The book speaks of the scar over Ulenful. And the one just outside Seoul. And the 3 we carved near Renjing. After each one was opened, the historians have written a single word, stop. I thought it was a mistake, or some annotation made by the historians, because it lives on its own line. But each time they record us opening a scar, they write the word again. Stop. Who spoke it? Lakis asked. The historians make no note of where this word is supposed to come from. I didn't think they could hear anything in their visions. The word is just there. I don't think it's a command. Nor even a warning. It's more like a plea. Stop. Lakis looked at the word, highlighted on the wall. She wasn't sure how the human could reach that interpretation, couldn't see the logic that supported such a belief. But Kadam seemed convinced, nonetheless. Kadam continued, I have never heard anyone mention this before. Stop. And look here, Winnie Morin was born. Before she became the first prophet. I knew she was from Nimi, but I had no idea her caretakers were dam architects. Did you know she was born on a dam? Her caretakers worked and lived under a scar full time, but Winnie Morin started having visions, they thought the light might be affecting her. People had claimed a sensitivity to the light before, but nothing conclusive. Well, they took her away from the dam, but her visions didn't stop. And the historians say that she could hear the word. Stop. Of course, no one listened to her. For decades, she had waking dreams, until she was racked with so many visions she could make no sense of reality at all. She was lost to madness for such a long time. Do you think the same speaker sent her the visions? I don't even know if there was a speaker. The visions, the words, it could be a strange accident. But the emperor spoke of something that lives beyond the scars. The emperor lies to serve his own purpose. Sometimes. But he was right about the universe. It is dying, because of us. Maybe if we had stopped after the first scar, it wouldn't matter. The universe is large, but not infinite. Perhaps we could have slowed it for millions of years. But humanity carved hundreds of thousands of scars, and the dams were destined to fail eventually. Can you not build a new one? Maybe. Kadam ran anxious fingers through her hair, but the scars are connected. When one splits, the others grow more agitated. And they've already begun to split. We're on the verge of a catastrophic spiral. The final change. It didn't matter what the book said, or how out of order it was. Lakis spoke the truth, Poyer will save us. And when Kadam shook her head, Lakis surged her energy, making her eyes glow whiter. He will. The divine savior has returned. He is the last of the human gods, and he was sent to redeem us. Lakis, Kadam said, a dark emotion in her voice. Not stern, not angry. Defeated. Yes. Poyer isn't human. The sound of a million errors screeched in Lakis's mind. Her lie detection algorithms tied themselves into logical knots. Her judgment processes burned hot. Her logic and reasoning centers through catastrophic failures. Her hands twitched. It was beyond impossible. Lakis had seen him, had touched him, and she knew what he was. Only one thing made sense, then. She had misheard Kadam. What? Lakis asked. It's written in the book. I found the birth of his cohort. A biologist called Oster started some program on Gaum, and on a few other worlds. They were experimenting with the human genome. Like the Xenos. More than that, Kadam said. They used the light. They built embryos with light. I don't know how, I don't know what he is. But he isn't human. Not like me. Not like everyone else. Lakis's eyes darkened as she scanned the passage that Kadam had highlighted. Indeed, it spoke of the underground conclaves, dozens of them on 8 separate planets. The historians even went into detail about how the underground cities looked, how many people lived there, and all their description matched the city below perfectly. The same template, copied across many conclaves. So many children. I see no mention of Poyer, Lakis said, as if that would somehow prevent Kadam's words from becoming real. That's because he wasn't born in our universe. The historians couldn't see his birth. He just shows up in the text, already a child. It is possible the historians simply haven't seen his birth yet. They don't get to choose what they see. Perhaps they will see it soon. Do you really believe that? Lakis didn't know how to answer. She felt a weakness in her limbs, like all the world had grown heavy. Like she had failed a long, long time ago, and was only just now finding out about it. It sapped the strength from her. No. You are Tython's last daughter. There could be no doubt in her mind. The Savior Divine will save us all. And yet, there was doubt. But Kadam was rolling through the book again, and stopped once more at the final piece of the prophecy. The return. The salvation. The spreading darkness, extinguishing stars. The fabric of the universe, become threadbare and torn to shreds. And the Savior Divine, who speaks the holy words, bringing the light over all things. Gathering the light within him, to banish the darkness, to heal the scars and make the universe whole once more. It's backwards, Kadam said. She crossed her hands over each other, and the words rearranged themselves. Telling a completely different story. This time, Poyer was not pierced by the light. Rather, he made the light to pierce the universe. And it spread, cracking the worlds, and turning all to dust. And darkness followed. The book does not speak of our salvation, Kadam said, but our end. No, Lakis said. She had not meant to beg, but the word came out like a prayer. The light that lives in Poyer, the light that is Poyer will be unleashed. It has been inside of him, while he slept, for tens of thousands of years. I was wrong. I thought he wanted to destroy us. But he is only a vessel. Whatever Oster created Poyer with, it is linked to all the scars. Then, Lakis said, clenching her hands. Then for this, you will kill him? She was made to serve humanity's will. But the Savior Divine was above all. Lakis's eyes glowed red. If Kadam would not see the truth. No. Cross that line, and you will be damned. Then let me be damned. I will give myself up, in service of the Savior. But Kadam paid no heed to Lakis. She pushed her clawed fingers through her hair, her eyes wide and disbelieving as she read through the text on the wall again and again. The visions were right, but we looked at them all wrong, Kadam said, he is not the destroyer. And we must do everything in our power to keep him alive. Lakis stilled herself. Struggling to understand. Her core was humming as she tried to process the truth, the logic, and her own desires caught in between. It has grown inside him, Kadam said, and if it should come out, it will tear the scars apart. They will span the universe, and everything they touch will change. This is the prophecy the historians have seen. The book speaks of his death. When he dies, all will die. There will be nothing left. When Kadam looked at Lakis, there was a wildness in her eyes. Fear, bordering on panic. The end is coming. It is a miracle it has not already come.